Chapter 1. Morgana. Hurry. I don't know how long we have. My whispers sound too loud in the hushed air of the camp. I help Tira shove the items she's carefully gathered over the last few days into her pack. Food, a few Felusian coins, anything that will help us get back to the border and home to Trova. First, however, we have to get away from the 7 highly trained Fae sleeping around us. They unbound us after we crossed over into Felusia. I can only suppose once they didn't need to worry about either of us trying to attract a border patrol, they were less nervous about letting us off the leash. The same went for my magic. It returned to me 2 days after we crossed. As Atuska's potion wore off, the familiar heat burned through my veins, begging to be released. The Fae didn't make me take any more potion. Leon claimed it was a friendly gesture to encourage peaceful cooperation as we traveled through Fae country. I think, in truth, none of his friends could stomach it. The idea of holding me down and forcing it down my throat, when just days ago we ate together, slept in the same cabin, played cards, and exchanged jokes. Leon might be a heartless monster, but at least his unit have some shame. I did what I had to. I can still hear Leon saying it, and every time those words come back to me, I feel the same rage, the same stab of betrayal I did in that moment. But I can't let my anger distract me now. This moment is too crucial. I secure my own pack to my back. Then Tira and I rise, silent as ghosts. That is, until I have to stop her nearly tripping over a thick tree root. "Watch out," I hiss, pointing it out. Tira pauses and throws me a grateful glance before we tiptoe cautiously around the tree. Thankfully, the mossy earth muffles our steps. Felusia's foliage is thicker, lusher, more colorful than Trova's. But all I care about is that it swallows the sound of our movements as we reach the edge of the camp. "Where is he?" I murmur, and Tira points to a figure lying on the ground. Since my magic returned, they've been watching me more closely than Tira. They see me as more of a threat. 7 military-trained Fae against 1 Solari might be good odds for them, but I could still do some damage before they managed to stop me. As they kept an eye on me, Tira has been able to linger in places unnoticed, such as by the horses, slipping items out of the saddlebags we'll need for our journey, or slipping something into them. At the edge of the camp, we reach the figure of Stratton slumped over beside a tree trunk. "You used the plant?" I whispered to Tira. That was the plan, but I want to be sure. "Yes. You think it worked well enough?" she murmurs back. "Seems so. Leon only ever gave me a few leaves. The amount I gave you should hopefully knock him out for hours. Maybe they won't notice we're gone until morning. We're lucky the plant Leon used to put me to sleep before he trained me grows here too. It wasn't so hard for me to keep an eye out, grab a sprig of it, and pass it to Tira. They usually let us eat in peace, alone, at the edge of the group. Even Atuska has given up trying to speak to me after I've blankly ignored her for 4 days. Now we watch as Stratton's chest rises in even motion, his eyes moving slightly beneath his closed lids. Beside him is an open white flask. After they drugged me in my sleep, I refuse to eat or drink anything the Fae give me before Tira checks it first. But the Fae haven't been so cautious with their own food. Though we're traveling through Felusia, we've still been camping outside, avoiding big towns for some reason no one has bothered to share with me. Not being wanted criminals like we were in Trova does mean the supplies have suddenly gotten much better, including proper meals and plenty of wine. It's been a tense evening of watching Stratton, wondering if he'd notice something was off every time he took a swig of the wine from his saddlebag. But the Fae wine is full-bodied and aromatic, and Stratton seemed totally unaware of any foul play as he settled down to play guard. Now we carefully navigate around him, toward the collection of horses happily resting among the trees. "Here, take its reins," Tira murmurs to me. It's a risk to steal a horse, given neither of us is particularly adept with them, but the Fae will discover we're gone eventually, and we don't stand a chance of outrunning them on foot. I look nervously back toward the camp. No movement, only shadowy figures lying wrapped up on bedrolls, dreaming the night away. The horse we choose is Faya's, a good-natured, peaceful animal. I thank the gods when it only huffs lightly as we coax it awake. "There, Good girl, I whisper, patting it on the nose. If only I could say the same for you. Tira and I freeze, and as we lock eyes, my heart sinks. Slowly, I turn to see Leon standing ahead of us. Even in the moonlight, I can see the hard set of his face, like someone preparing for an unpleasant chore. It wasn't very nice of you to go and drug Stratton like that, he says, folding his arms across his chest. I laugh bitterly. Right. What kind of monster would drug someone in their sleep? My voice is harsh to my own ears, but I can't speak to him any other way these days, if I talk to him at all. A flash of emotion crosses his face, but I don't analyze it. I refuse to be drawn into his attempts to provoke me. Step aside, Leon, I say. You know I can't do that, Morgana. Morgana. That's what he calls me now. I've forbidden him from using Anna. Only the people I trust get to use that name, and that list of people is vanishingly short. I don't imagine Leon will ever be on it again. Let us go, I demand. I use the rage bubbling inside me to find the heat of my sunbeam power, letting the golden glow of it dance between my fingers. I don't want to have to use this, I warn him, but I will. On the contrary, I think you'd very much like to burn my face off right now, he says with a slight tilt to his head. I shrug. He's right, but that doesn't mean it makes sense to do it. All Tira and I want is to be left alone, to find my old friend Will and lie low until we can figure out what to do next. Mortally wounding one of Valusia's princes won't help those plans. It won't help us stay free, and that's all I care about right now. You have no right to keep us captive, Tira snaps. Anna is the heir to the Trovian throne, no matter what her aunt says. You're attacking Trova by keeping her here. Your country has long misjudged what's best for it, and Morgana is doing the same, Leon replies before turning to address me. For the 100th time, it's not safe for you to return to Trova without protection. You've still barely begun getting a handle on your magic and— Stop it. I'm sick of his explanations, his insistence that he knows what's best for me. I thought he was different from Atusa and all the others who told me I needed to be locked up and held captive. But he's just like them. My yelling has woken the other soldiers, who swiftly jump to their feet, looking for the source of danger. Stratton is the only one who remains snoozing on the ground. I don't need your protection, I say to Leon. I spent 21 years having my freedom kept from me. I won't give it up now. And what? I'm supposed to let you go wandering the Falusian countryside alone? You wouldn't even be able to find the border again without our help. I stare at him, frustrated and infuriated that he doesn't get how serious I am. Or maybe he really just doesn't care. We'd find a way. He eyes us. You know, we could just bind and gag you both until we get to our destination. We still have those domain bindings from the border. I bare my teeth at his threat. There's a reason you didn't try that with me before. You know what kind of damage I could do before you got those bindings anywhere near me. Leon sighs and drops his arms. Then what will it take? What can I say to convince you to cooperate? Nothing. You can refuse to let us go now, but know that if you do, we'll never stop trying to escape. He doesn't look angry, more disappointed, and that unnerves me. I believe you, he says. So I'll make you a deal. A deal? My anger flags as I struggle to figure out how to respond. What kind of deal? Tira asks suspiciously. If Morgana can prove to me that she can defend herself, and therefore protect both of you, I'll let you both go free. You can return to Trova, and neither I nor any of my soldiers will follow you. I just have to prove I can defend myself? How? I ask, wary. You'll fight me, one-on-one. That's better odds than trying to go up against all of us. He gestures to his soldiers, who are gathering near us now. I see Atusa toward the back of the group, looking frightened. I hesitate, weighing the offer. Even on his own, I know Leon is very powerful. Fighting him won't be easy. So we go free if Anna wins, Tira says. What if she loses? Then she must continue with us to our destination, where I've arranged for her to get more help with her magic. I want her word that if she loses, she'll cooperate on the journey and won't attempt any more escapes. As for you, Tira, frankly, you're already free to do as you wish. If you want to go, then go. The temple may want you dead, but hardly anyone can identify you, and you have a much smaller target on your back. Returning to Trova wouldn't be so dangerous for you. Tira scowls. I'm not going anywhere without Anna. Leon nods. That's what I thought. I'm still considering the offer. I've fought Leon before in my dreams, so I have some idea of what to expect. Besides, this could be our only chance to get out of here now. The Fae will keep a close eye on Tira after this, so there'll be no more sneaking around. All right, I say, then turn to speak to the blonde Fae gathered with the others. Alistair, will you confirm that Leon will let us go if I win? He looks between Leon and me. The captain's word is sound, he says. No, use your magic, I demand. I want to hear it from his lips, knowing he can't lie. I fix Leon with an unapologetic stare. If he thinks I'm ever going to blindly trust him again, he's a fool. As foolish as I was when I bought all his talk about parting ways at the border. I won't make that mistake again. Leon frowns at my request, but nods his permission to Alistair. The air fills with the fizz of Alistair's magic before he speaks. Leon, do you promise to uphold your end of the deal if Morgana wins the fight? I do, Leon says. The magic's aura fades, and Alistair shrugs at me. There you go. Fine, I say. Let's do this then. Maybe somewhere away from the horses, Alistair suggests. We could do without them getting fried or stabbed. Before anyone can answer, Atuska's voice cuts shrilly through the air. Morgana, don't do this. It's not safe. I ignore her, just as I have every day since she sold me out to the Fae. Where should we start? I ask. They find a clearing safely away from the horses. I pull my knife from my pack and sheathe it in my belt. The Fae took it off me at the border, but Tira managed to sneak it back for me. When Damia sees it, her eyes narrow. Remind me to hide that better in future. Tira catches my elbow, looking nervous. You will be careful, won't you? I nod. I'm doing this for both of us, even if she isn't stuck with the Fae like I am. We'll stop at first blood, or whoever surrenders first, Leon says. I loosen my stance a little, readying myself for quick movement. The others put as much space between us and them as they can, while still staying close enough to follow what's happening. My hand wanders to my knife, double-checking that it's still there. I hope I won't have to use it in close quarters. When it comes to physical strength, I'm completely outmatched, so my plan is to bring him down at a distance with my magic. Even then, I'll need to do it quickly, surprise him with brute force early. I don't like my chances if this drags out. Ready? Eric's growling voice rings out through the trees. Leon drops into a crouch, and I can't shake the feeling that I'm a fluffy little prey animal in front of a wolf. I focus my thoughts, finding the rage and heat in my veins. Begin, Eric shouts. I throw my palms forward, hurling a 4-foot-wide stream of searing light in Leon's direction. But he's ready for it, and his crouching position allows him to roll swiftly out of the way. I summon more sunlight, but it takes a little longer after the intensity of my first blast. I expect Leon to charge at me, but instead he straightens up, watching me from the edge of the clearing. The ground beneath me rumbles and begins to split open just as I conjure my second beam, throwing the golden light wide. A tree groans and crashes to the ground just as I do, the churning earth threatening to swallow me up as Leon's terrial magic shakes it apart. I drag myself out of the collapsing hole, focusing on the fallen tree now in my eyeline. Think of freedom. Think of the thing you yearn for most. I find the pull of my desire and use it to summon my orbital magic. The Fae shout and Atuska screams as the tree goes hurtling across the clearing. And yet, somehow, it misses Leon. He's so quick that I lose track of him whenever I so much as blink, but I do my best to aim for him as I release the tree with a deafening crack. It hits another trunk, splitting in two. When I see him, he has his sword drawn, and he's stalking toward me. I try to scramble to my feet, but the ground is still shaking beneath me, making it impossible to get my balance. I attempt another sunbeam, but I've blown through my magical reserves, and it's harder to draw the heat from my blood now. It comes out in a weak flicker Leon easily sidesteps. I'm exhausted, and he's barely out of breath. When he's only a few feet from me and I can't summon enough magic to hold him back, panic sets in. I need to keep him away, to buy myself a few more moments, because once he's beside me, I know it's over. I grab my knife from its sheath and hurl it. My aim is good, even without my orbital magic, and the blade hurtles toward Leon. In a blur of motion, he raises his sword and knocks it off course without even breaking his stride. I'm out of time. He's on top of me in seconds, shoving me down with a knee to my chest, pulling my hands above me and pinning them to the ground. I start to thrash, desperately trying to escape. But he's so strong, and all the power seems to have been drained from me. I know he's chosen this position deliberately. We both remember the last time Leon pinned my hands like this. Back then, we were in bed, and I was his plaything, begging for him to touch me. Gods, it's awful to be taken back there now, and I hate him for it. Get off me, I bark, even though I know it's a useless request. Do you surrender? He asks. No. Even if I'm unable to move an inch beneath him, I can't bring myself to yield. Even though I know I've failed, I never had a chance to begin with. But I can't bear to say the words, to admit that I've let Tira down and kissed my chance of escape goodbye. Very well, Leon says, and lowers his sword above my head. I feel a sting on my arm, a sharp twinge that makes me draw in breath, and then he releases me. I wrench my arms down, only to see a tiny scratch just below the crook of my elbow. A bead of crimson collects along the angry pink skin. First blood, he says, pulling his knee away. I climb to my feet as fast as possible, my face burning. I'm humiliated and ashamed, and looking into his smug face, I know that's precisely what he wanted out of this. This wasn't about a deal. You just wanted to teach me a lesson, I say. He smirks. Perceptive. I hold back all the pointless expletives threatening to spill out of my mouth. I lost, and I'm going to have to find a way to accept that in the days ahead. But I let my eyes do the talking, burning into him as I wipe the drop of blood from my arm. I turn, walking straight past our audience toward the camp, refusing to look back. I'm sorry, I say to Tira when I reach her side. I should have done better. I should have known better. She squeezes my hand. I thought you looked pretty badass, she says. Really? Well, until he squashed you like a bug, she winks. Seeing as we're all up anyway, let's move out, Leon calls through the camp, and the Fae start to collect their things. It takes Damia several hard slaps to wake Stratton, a job she enjoys a little too much, and by the time the confused Fae is up and walking, we're ready to leave. Despite Tira's joking, my mood doesn't improve much as we push on through the lush woodland. Every time I catch a glimpse of Leon up ahead, the rush of humiliation comes back to me. Not just because of the fight. It's all of it. The fact that I ever trusted this man with my mind and with my body, only for him to betray me so easily. I thought before that Leon was just like Atusa and the others who raised me. Now it occurs to me that he's worse, because unlike them, he made me believe I was strong before he tore me down. And I'll never forgive him for that.
Chapter 2. Leon. Damn it. I subtly roll my aching shoulder as I ride on ahead of the group. I don't want the others to notice it's paining me even a little. If they realized I managed to get hurt during a fight that was entirely my idea, I'd never hear the end of it. But how was I supposed to know she was going to throw a whole damn tree at me? I dodged the biggest bit of it, of course, but one of the branches still clipped me as it flew past me at top speed. I don't think anyone saw, but I'll probably be picking splinters out of my shoulder for days. Feeling a little stiff, are we? Alistair says with a grin as he rides up beside me. I must have slept funny, I grunt. Sure. He eyes me knowingly. Sometimes he doesn't need to use magic to know when someone's lying. How's Stratton? I ask. Groggy, but not much worse off for his nap. I shake my head. begrudgingly admiring the sneakiness of Anna and Tira's plan. Humans, you must admit they're resourceful. And Anna? I don't think I left any bruises on her from the fight, but I want to be sure. Alistair pauses before answering. Wiping the floor with her isn't going to make her forgive you anytime soon, if that's what you're asking. I grimace. Every time I'm reminded of what exactly Anna needs to forgive me for, I get a nasty twist in my stomach. It might be guilt, though I'm not particularly familiar with the sensation. Whatever it is, I know I don't like it. It doesn't matter if she hates me, I say, keeping my voice low. Anna and her friend are too far back to hear us, but I'm still being cautious. There are other things that are more important. Like keeping her safe? Alistair asks, a hint of doubt in his voice. Yes, I say, annoyed he doesn't seem to share my opinion. No matter how much power she has buried within her, it's useless without more training. She needs to build stamina and learn how to ration her magic for one thing. Did you see how quickly she burned out today? True, but why is it our job to teach her if she doesn't want to learn? I thought she was here because we need her help. Because Felucia needs her. It's both, I say firmly. The stronger she is, the more she'll be able to help us. And the more able she'll be to help herself. Because only an idiot would think the danger she faces is anywhere near over. I just wish she would see that. And understand that I'm her best chance at getting her the training she needs to survive. Still, I have to make peace with the idea that she might never understand. That she might never know that the closer we got to the border in Trova, the more I came to realize I'd do anything to keep her safe and close to me. Everything else is negotiable. I'm not afraid to fight dirty to keep her where she needs to be, even if she throws a whole forest at me for it.
Morgana. I squint at the structure rising out of the hills ahead of us. A few hours ago, I could have sworn there were bright patches of sky lurking beneath the line of white clouds on the horizon. Now, I realize those flashes of blue were a series of roofs, the swooping tops of buildings all painted a deep cerulean, held up by bell-shaped towers and broad arches. That doesn't look big enough to be a city, Tira murmurs to me. She's on the back of Hillis's horse, positively tiny behind the huge Fae. Meanwhile, I'm riding with Fae. The pair of soldiers are at least considerate enough to stay close to each other while we ride, so Tira and I can hold a conversation. My best friend frowns at me. I thought they'd be taking us to the capital. I thought the same, but apparently not. Although the cluster of buildings ahead of us is sprawling, they all belong to the same vast complex, with just a few other structures around it. I don't think this can be the Fae court, but it's certainly impressive. What is that? I ask Fae. I might not feel as friendly as I once did toward Leon's soldiers, but I'm still on speaking terms with them. They were just following their captain's orders, after all. It's Vistame, Fae says. I blink, surprised that the word sounds familiar. It's a Lyceum, Felucia's oldest and best. That explains it. It must have been mentioned in one of my books at the manor. What's a Lyceum? Tira asks. It's like a school, I say. It's a place of learning, Fae corrects me. Our scholars and magical experts live, teach, and study here. So, like a school, Tira replies, rolling her eyes behind Fae's back for my benefit. Leon had said something about getting help for me with my magic. A place full of scholars and magical experts should do the trick. But what I still don't understand is why we came here first. Surely the Fae King Respin would be keen to see his grandson again, especially after his unexpected troubles in Trova. Yet, Leon seems bent on me getting this all-important training taken care of before everything else. That makes me nervous, even if I can't exactly say why. Given we've been camping out as we travel, and Tira and I were never brought along when some of the soldiers would go on supply runs, these are the first Fae buildings we have seen up close. As we ride through the entrance of the Lyceum, I realize I have nothing to compare it to. While I've seen a variety of structures on my travels through Trova, from the palace in Elmere to the slums of Hallowbane, There's something fundamentally whimsical about this place that didn't translate to any of the pictures of Felusia I'd seen in books. Each window is curled at the corners, like old scrolls, while steps are paved in a patchwork of differently colored marbles. The bright roofs fit with the creative decor, matching the deep blue robes of the Fae who mill around us. I don't miss their curious looks aimed in our direction as we dismount. "Are they expecting us?" I say to no one in particular. "They are," answers Alistair, gesturing to a freckled Fae hurrying toward us. "Your Highness," he says to Leon with a low bow. "My apologies for keeping you waiting, but I was only just informed of your arrival." "Aren't you supposed to train seers here?" Stratton asks with a grin. "Shouldn't someone have seen us coming?" Damia smirks, but the Fae blinks at him in confusion. "I'm sorry, my lord, but the divinatory arts don't quite work like that," he says with complete seriousness. "Why don't you just take us to Proctor Gallus?" Leon says. The freckled Fae nods at Leon's suggestion and asks us to follow him. I fall in beside Stratton as we walk through the Lyceum hallways, and he gives me one of his wide smiles. "Apparently, they don't teach people a sense of humor here," he says as a passing scholar catches his eye. He winks at the pretty Fae, and she blushes, clutching her pile of books tighter to her chest. "You're surprisingly perky for someone who was drugged," I say coolly. What I mean, really, is that he's surprisingly friendly. I'd have expected him to give me the cold shoulder after what Tira and I did. My comment distracts Stratton from the scenery, and he turns back to me. "I figured fair was fair, Your Highness, after what I did." I frown, confused. What he did. But Leon's the one who conjured up dreams so he could slip me a potion without me knowing. "What do you mean? It's not like you were the one who—" I stop at the look on Stratton's face. "You gave me the potion? Why?" "It had to be me, Your Highness. That stuff smelled foul enough. Even the captain's dream magic might not have been up to hiding the flavor." "And you could?" "That's my sensic power. I can change how things taste, or at least how your mind registers taste. It's unexpectedly useful." "Sure, if you want to poison people without them noticing," I shoot back. He has the decency to look ashamed. "I was just—" "Following orders, yes, I know," I say, glaring daggers at Leon's back. The freckled Fae stops at the end of a long corridor, gesturing to a set of doors engraved with images of the god Rallus and his queen Lysteris. "Proctor Gallus's office is just beyond the antechamber. She's expecting you." "Wait here," Leon says to the group. "Morgana and I will meet with her alone." Tira throws me a questioning look, asking if I'm okay with this. I shrug, willing to let Leon's games play out for now. As we pass through the antechamber, I find myself studying his face for some clue as to what he expects from this meeting. But then I remind myself I'd probably misread anything I saw. I've been getting Leon all wrong for a while now. Leon knocks and opens the door to what must be Gallus's office. The moment we enter the room, I'm hit with the smell of old books. They're stacked too deep on shelves that stretch from the floor to the ceiling. A desk at one end of the room has more piled on it still. It takes me right back to the library at Gallowing, and I'm struck with a surprising wave of yearning. I might have never seen the manor as my home, but for a long time, that room full of history books, novels, and maps was my refuge, my way to visit the rest of the world without leaving my prison. I stare hungrily at the tomes now, tempted by the knowledge they must contain. It takes me a moment to notice the woman behind the desk, my eyes only going to her when she rises to greet us. "Proctor Gallus," Leon says. She inclines her head. "Your Highness." Proctor Gallus's black hair is streaked with silver and swept up in a pile on top of her head. She wears blue robes like everyone else here, but hers are a deep midnight shade, complementing her dark skin and bright brown eyes. A little star, embroidered in gold thread, adorns the cuff on each of her sleeves. "And this is Her Highness Princess Morgana Angevir of Trova," Leon says. I blink, my official title sounding strange to me. Gallus eyes me with interest for a moment before she inclines her head to me. "My apologies for the lack of ceremony around your arrival," she says. though there's a twinkle in her eye that tells me she's not too concerned. The Lyceum isn't used to the kind of courtly rituals they have in the Vale, so I'm afraid I have little fanfare to offer. I think you and I both know fanfare is precisely what we wish to avoid right now, Leon says. Indeed, Gallus replies with a knowing nod. I have no idea what they're talking about, except for the impression that Leon wants to be discreet about our presence here. That must be why we didn't stop anywhere of note on our way to the Lyceum. But Leon is a prince of Felucia, and we're in his domain, so what is he trying to hide, and from whom? When can you begin? Leon asks Gallus. Well, that depends. You're probably worn out from your travels, Your Highness. I start when I realize Gallus is addressing me. A little, I say, giving Leon a look that demands he explain himself now. Proctor Gallus is also a Solari, he says. She's going to be your mentor. I gape, my eyes flicking to the stars at her wrists again. The Fae told me Solari work and live freely in Felucia, but it's one thing to be told that. To see it with your own eyes. I've never met another Solari before, I say, suddenly shy. Gallus smiles at me. We are few and far between, even in Felucia, so it is always a pleasure to meet a kindred spirit. His Highness tells me you are quite the talent. I throw Leon a sideways look. He does he? Apparently, Leon was in contact with this woman while we were traveling. That makes me wary. What else does she know about me? How much do I want her to know? There's more than one person in this world who wishes me dead, and as news of my celestial abilities spread, that number is sure to grow. Gallus reads the expression on my face all too well. You must be nervous entrusting this information to strangers. I know things are complicated in Trova for Solari like us, but if there's one thing the Lyceum is good at, it's keeping secrets. We've protected many pieces of ancient knowledge for centuries. Your presence here, and your abilities, will be treated with the utmost discretion. The Lyceum's goal is to promote learning, not get involved in politics, Leon says. I'm deeply wary of trusting anyone these days, but I can't lie that I'm intrigued by Gallus. The chance to discuss my magic with a fellow Solari is incredibly tempting. I suspect Leon knew that when he brought me here. Can you conjure sunlight, like me? I ask quietly. Gallus nods. That is the most common celestial power, and the one I'm blessed with. Would you like to see? I nod, and she lifts her palm. A dozen small beams of light radiate from her hand, forming a golden cage that spins slowly above her palm. I can feel the heat from here. Those lines of light are as searing as anything I've conjured, but my eyes widen at the elegance and precision of them. Compared to this, my sunbeams are like battering rams, smashing through everything in their path. She goes a step further, sending the beams toward a large glass prism on her desk. The cage of light settles around it, and suddenly the entire room is covered in moving pictures. Birds and beasts dance on every surface, moving as the cage of sunbeams rotates, sending the refractions spinning. That's amazing, I breathe as she allows the light to fade. She gives a small smile, accepting the compliment. Perhaps, but I have heard amazing things about your powers as well, Your Highness. Please, I say, call me Morgana. Very well. I have studied celestial magic for many years, Morgana. In fact, most of these books are on the subject. I even wrote a few of them. She gestures to the books around her, and I stare at them in awe. I have many theories I'd like to discuss with you about the nature of celestial energy, its source, and how the mortal body sustains it. But you must be tired. We can continue this another time. In Trova, celestial magic is so forbidden, I've barely ever heard it discussed. I've certainly never met anyone who understands how it works. I want to learn more from her, I do. But as my eyes drift to Leon, I'm reminded that I'm not here of my own will, and that sours my enthusiasm. I don't believe I'm just here to get stronger. There's something else at play. Leon is nothing but practical, and he wouldn't go to all these lengths without something to gain from this. I just don't know what that is yet. And while I try to figure that out, I can't help but think Leon's unsuspectingly handing me the keys to my freedom. He showed me on our journey here that there's no way I can overpower him in a confrontation. But if the Fae here can teach me the kind of precision Gallus has just demonstrated, if I could unlock new levels to my magic, then maybe things would be different. Leon could try to keep Tira and me from going back to Trova, to Gullart to find Will, but would he be strong enough to stop me if I reached my true potential? Thank you for that insight, I say, rising. You've given me a lot to think about. Gallus stands too and watches as Leon escorts me out into the antechamber beyond her office. So, he asks before we leave to rejoin the others. So what? I ask. This is the first time we've been truly alone since he betrayed me, and it only intensifies all the emotions within me. The anger is sharper, and the pain cuts deeper as I look into his face. Will you train with her? Learn what she has to teach you? Do I have a choice? I ask. As much as I want Gallus's help, that doesn't erase the bitterness of knowing what I want ultimately doesn't matter as much as what Leon has already decided. He's silent for a moment, considering me, and I shift uncomfortably. His gaze feels like a weight pressing down on me. I know you don't believe me when I say I'm doing this to keep you safe. But do you think Atusa would have ever agreed to help me if she didn't believe it? That woman spent decades watching over you. She wouldn't have helped me if she didn't think my intentions were good. Atusa spent decades lying to me, I correct. So forgive me if I don't consider her the best judge of good intentions. And people will keep lying to you and betraying you until you get strong enough to stand up for yourself. The voice in my head is right. As much as I hate Leon for refusing to give me my freedom, that's the way this world works. If I want my freedom back, I need to arm myself in whatever way I can. And once my training is done, Leon will be the first person I keep myself safe from. Morgana. Leon starts to speak. All right, I cut him off. I'll do it. I'll take Gallus's lessons. But on one condition. I thought we'd already covered this with our deal, Leon says. You lost that fight, remember? The deal was that I'd come here without trying to escape again. And I did. If you want anything more than that, we'll need a new set of terms. He quirks his eyebrow, but says nothing. I think I even see a glint of approval in his eyes. If you really care about keeping me safe, you'll teach me how to block sensic magic too. You said it can be done. The Cleavers kept you out of their heads in Otscold. I want to learn too. It'll be no use being able to overpower Leon physically if he and his soldiers can slip into my mind in 6 different ways and cripple me before I conjure so much as a spark of sunlight. He weighs this before giving a sharp nod. That seems reasonable. You have a deal. He offers his hand, suggesting we shake on it, but I ignore it, striding from the antechamber without another word. Just because I'm cooperating doesn't mean we're friends, or even allies, and Leon will only be more suspicious if I start playing nice. He knows I'm planning something. When we're back in the corridor, Damien nods to the freckled Fae. They have rooms for us all. He says he can take us there now. I don't know about you, but I'd murder someone for a bath right now. Knowing Damia, I'm not sure she's speaking figuratively. You go ahead, I say to them, my eyes settling on the green-skinned dryad hovering at the back of the group. I'm going to do something I should have done a week ago. I need to speak to Atusa. Chapter 3. Morgana. Atusa fidgets as I close the door behind me, leaving the two of us alone. The freckled Fae found us a private room before he took the others to their quarters. Of course, Leon planted himself on the other side of that door, unwilling to leave me unsupervised for more than a few minutes. But I convinced him this conversation, at least, should be between me and Atusa only. As I examine her, I see that my nursemaid looks worse than she did at Gallowing. Her face is thinner, and her once bright jade hair is even more faded. I'm reminded of the dryad we met with in Hallowbane, nearly destroyed by years away from the Miraval, and something prickles beneath my skin. Guilt, sympathy. I push the feelings away, hardening my heart. I need to remember what Atusa did to me, or this will be too difficult. Are you finally going to talk to me, or did you just bring me here to glare at me? She asks tentatively. How could you? I ask, the words rushing out of me like a dam bursting. It comes back to me so easily, the horror when it was confirmed what Atusa was doing to me all those years, the anger and hurt, the betrayal. I'm sorry, Morgana. I truly am. Were you sorry 2 months ago? I demand, when you were still brewing up the potion and pouring it down my throat every morning? Or did that come later, after you handed me over to the Fae on a silver platter? Could you just not stand the idea of me being free at last, of truly knowing who I am? She takes a step closer, her hands lifted, entreating. I know it's a mess, Morgana, but please, let me explain. She sniffs. When the prince got that message to me in Elmir, I was sick with worry. I didn't know what they'd done to you. There were all these terrible rumors flying around. I would have done anything to find you again. He promised me we could be reunited, but he also told me he knew what you were. She drops her voice to a whisper, eyeing the walls like they have ears. A Solari. He said he knew Trova wasn't safe for you, but he could take you to Felucia, where you would be protected. He knew you wouldn't go willingly, but he assured me if we could just get you over the border, you'd see reason. So you brewed him a fresh batch of your poison and let him do the rest. I throw back. I'm not blind. I see the tears in her eyes, and for the love of the gods, part of me still wants to go to her to ease her pain. She's been my family my entire life, one of the few people I ever believed I could rely on. But she betrayed that trust. What she's done to me can't just be wiped away. I don't know if it was the right thing to do, Morgana, but making that potion was his condition for me ever seeing you again. And I needed to find you, to make sure you were all right, because I love you. And I suppose that's your definition of love, isn't it? Lying to someone their whole life and keeping them locked up. Even when my magic killed someone, you wouldn't tell me the truth. I didn't know what to do. If I hadn't followed your parents' orders all those years, they'd have sent me away. And then they were dead, and I was the only one who knew. It was horrible keeping it from you, Morgana. You have to believe me. But I did it to keep you safe. No, I snap. Don't say it. I might scream if I hear another person say it. You didn't do all this to keep me safe. You did it to keep me weak. Weak and alive, Atusa throws back, a glint of defiance on her tear-stained face. Isn't that better than the alternative? I gape at her, wondering how she can say that, knowing what life was like for me in that manner, how miserable I was. It wasn't the lack of magic that was slowly destroying me. It was the isolation and neglect, and in the end, with Bede, even abuse. All the fine clothes and good food in the world didn't make up for that. For all my unhappiness, she couldn't see it. Apparently, she still can't. Maybe she's so faded from her time away from the Miraval that she doesn't remember what real living is. It seems she and I were both ghosts in that place, keeping each other trapped there. A fresh tightness blossoms in my chest as I realize she can't give me what I want. I wish I could just make her my enemy, a traitor I can hate without any complexity. But there's too much affection between us for that. That's why it hurts so much. Leave, I say, my throat aching from trying to hold it all back. Her eyes widen. What? Leave and go home, Atusa. Go back to the Miraval. I don't want you here anymore. This is what we both need. What's done can't be undone, and I can't stand to look at her a moment longer. At least if she goes back to Agathir, I know I've done what's best for both of us. She can be healthy again there among her own people. Surely she'll be happier that way. Desperation clouds her features, and she rushes forward, grabbing my hand. No, Morgana. See sense. You need me. You can't just... I wrench my fingers from her grasp. My hand immediately feels empty, so I tense it into a fist. If you really care about me, you'll return to Agathir and never come back. She's still shaking her head, denying my words, so I push even harder. If you don't go, I'll call Leon in here now and make him take you away. You don't think he will? He doesn't care what happens to you, as long as I cooperate with him. So get out. I don't meet her eyes as she walks away, her body hunched and defeated. Instead, I turn my back on her. I don't want her to see what I've been trying to hold back through the whole conversation. Hot tears slip down my cheek as the door closes behind her. She lied to me. She helped keep me captive. But she's also the closest thing to a mother I've ever known. And despite everything, I still love Atusa, too. I'm emotionally battered when I emerge from the room. Leon's still standing there, presumably having given Atusa the all-clear to leave after I banished her. Even that wouldn't be allowed without his approval. As his eyes turn to me, I see the concern swirling in their gray depths. It only makes me feel worse, facing another person who's betrayed me, and yet still tells himself he was justified in what he did. For once, I'd like someone to acknowledge they had other choices, that taking my freedom from me wasn't their only option. Apparently, that's asking for too much. Don't, I say, waving a hand at him when he's about to say something. Just take me to Tira. Leon leads me to my room in silence. I use the opportunity to take in more of the Lyceum. To my surprise, it isn't like any school I could have imagined. Trova has military academies for training their soldiers, but their studies are all about battles and strategy. And I can't imagine the training centers for the temple's acolytes or anything like this. Colorful lanterns line the halls, throwing a delightful rainbow of light across the student mages as they walk by. Vaulted ceilings soar above us, higher than any roof I've ever seen, and every now and then I hear a distant melody drifting on the air, the tune strangely familiar. At one point, we pass an archway with huge doors flung wide open. Beyond it, stretching to the ceiling, is a sea of bookshelves groaning under the weight of thick tomes and stacks of parchment. Mages sit at rows of tables, quietly reading or scratching notes with quills. It makes the library at Gallowing look like a ragged little heap of books in comparison. Here, Tira made it clear you'd want to continue sharing a room, Leon says when we arrive in a wing with several doors leading off it. She was right. Neither of us want to be separated more than we have to in this strange place, surrounded by people we don't know, plus the handful who we know but don't trust. Having my best friend at my side is the only thing keeping me sane. I grab the handle of the door Leon indicates, but I stop when I see him do the same to the door just to the right of mine. What are you doing? I ask, a prickle of displeasure running up my spine. Going to my room, he says. It's not like I've gotten much chance to rest since your midnight escapades. I ignore his sarcasm, focusing on the realization that for the length of our stay, I'll be forced to be near Leon. With him so close, I'll be constantly aware of his presence, even when trying to sleep. Why did you have to pick that one? I say, throwing my arm out. There are a dozen other rooms in this wing. He shrugs. I wanted this one. You wanted whichever room would show I have no power in this situation at all, because you know I want you as far away from me as possible. Just because you can't stand the sight of me doesn't mean I'm going to take my eye off you, he replies. He doesn't say anything else about this being what's best for me, but I know he's thinking it as he fixes me with a smug stare. I pull my gaze away, refusing to play his game. Maybe he's not deliberately trying to provoke me, but my aggravation grows all the same. I'm raw from my conversation with Atusa, and I still burn with rage every time I think about what happened at the border. Fine, I say stiffly, but don't call me unless Gallus is ready to start teaching me. If I can't avoid him entirely, I can at least put a few inches of solid wood between me and him for the rest of the day. Say what you will about the Fae, but they have good carpenters. I enjoy how loud a bang my door makes as I slam it shut behind me. Now, His Highness tells me you are twin-blessed, Gallus says to me the next day. Yes, I reply. I can orbit things in addition to my sunbeam power. The proctor settles herself down on a cushion on the floor, her robes pooling gracefully around her. She gestures for me to follow suit, and I sit opposite her, crossing my legs beneath my skirts. Because of the Lyceum's scholarly image, I assumed my lessons would lean toward the academic side, with some practical exercises sprinkled in. But the room Gallus has chosen is laid out more like an arena or sparring ring. Rows of benches are stacked on one side, while the green floor is springy to the touch. When I look closer, I see it's covered in dense moss. Is that for comfort or for protection? Do people often get knocked off their feet in this room? I imagine you're aware a celestial twin blessed is most unusual, Gallus says. In fact, we have no record of another one currently in existence. Is that so? I say, unable to keep the wry note from my voice. I'm grateful for my power, but being a Solari already makes me different enough. I'm not exactly thrilled to hear I'm even more unusual than I thought. In fact, it feels lonely. Tell me, Gallus continues, do you find you lose strength quickly when conjuring your magic? That your magic burns out, leaving you physically drained? I nod. I passed out the first time I orbited something. Yes, that makes sense, she says. It does? She nods. It comes up often in the historical records of Solari with multiple abilities. So it's tied to being twin-blessed? To a degree, yes. In Trova, all twin-blessed are claimed by the Temple of Ethera. Is that correct? I remember the cleavers with a shudder. Yes, I've come across some of them. Being twin-blessed didn't slow them down. Because they're probably trained to overcome it. You have only so much energy, and wielding different abilities uses it up faster. My studies tell me this is particularly true of Solari. The source of our power is more directly connected to the gods. It's purer and more unfiltered than the other 3 classes of power. I'd not considered it before, but from her words, I now realize celestial magic must be its own entity, separate from Teriel, Sensic, or Viatic abilities. That means it can overwhelm the mortal body more easily, Gallus continues. Building up your control and stamina is essential. The good news is, if others can do it, so can you, Solari or not. She stands, picking up her cushion and carrying it over to the benches before returning to the middle of the room. There's a clatter as the training room door swings open. Oh, good. We haven't missed anything, Stratton says as he strides in, followed by the rest of Leon's unit. But no Leon, I notice. He escorted me here this morning, then left without a word. Maybe all my warnings about not wanting to be around him are finally starting to sink in. What are you doing here? I ask. You don't mind if we observe, do you, Proctor? Alistair addresses Gallus rather than answering me. I mind, I say before Gallus can respond. The last thing I need is you lot throwing me off while I try to focus. Actually, it would be good for you to have an audience, Gallus says. There'll most certainly come a time when you'll need to perform under pressure. Better to prepare for that from the start. She beckons to the other Fae. Stay. Thank you, Proctor, Faia offers as they settle themselves on the benches. Eric's still has a slight limp and so arrives there last. He eases his leg up with a groan until it lies flat on the bench. Anything else we can do to help, Proctor? The occasional heckle, perhaps? Stratton calls from the stands. To my horror, Gallus's lips twitch a little in amusement. If you like, she says. Listeris help me. Gallus has been charmed by Stratton, just like everyone else. I throw him a deadly glare, but the proctor is soon calling my attention back to her. Now, let's start with something relatively simple, she says. That cushion over there on the bench. Send it to me. I allow myself a small sense of relief. At least I know I can do this. I reach into myself for my magic, focusing on the one thing that has the biggest draw for me in this moment. My need to be able to make my own choices, to run my own life, free from the demands of a certain Fae Prince. The cushion floats across the room, coming into my orbit. I can't resist smiling a little. but Gallus's expression is unchanged. Now, send it back to the same spot, and faster this time. I concentrate. I've been this precise with smaller objects before, but while the cushion isn't heavy, it is a little unwieldy. I have to be careful as I send it zooming back across the room. Again, Gallus says. Now, in a figure 8 around us. I exhale, but obey, sending the cushion floating in a loop around her and then me. Faster, she orders, and I push harder with my magic, yanking on that pull inside of me. The cushion skids across the bench as it lands, toppling off the edge and dropping onto Eric's outstretched leg. "Watch it," he grunts. The soldiers snicker, and Damia reaches out to pick up the offending object. "Aw, did the big bad cushion get you, Eric's?" she smirks as she tosses it back into the arena. "You lost control," Gallus says, raising an eyebrow at me. I suppress a huff of frustration. She's not going to be an easy teacher. I remind myself that I don't want easy. What I want is to get better at this as soon as possible. "I was trying to go faster," I explain. "With brute force," she replies. I shrug, unable to argue. "When you said faster, I pushed harder. I don't know how else to do it." "His Highness has informed me of the unusual levels of power you possess," Gallus says. "Oh, he has he?" I can't help but bristle at the idea that Leon's been sharing all my secrets, even if by now it shouldn't surprise me. "Yes, because it's relevant," Gallus points out dryly. "With that much power, you don't need to push anything. The challenge for you is in learning how to moderate your magic despite your natural strength." "Yes, Your Highness," Stratton calls to me from the stands. "Didn't anyone tell you it's not about the size of your power, but how you use it?" I glare at the blonde Fae. "Lord Moreln is right," Gallus says. "Now, let's try again." We only practice for an hour, but it feels like a lifetime, especially when Gallus asks me to change things up and start using my sunbeam power too. I start to really feel the strain then, while switching between two powers. It's not as abrupt as in the mountain tunnels, where I was injured and exhausted from running for my life, but my body starts to ache and my focus wavers. The rabble on the benches doesn't help. When I misfire a sunbeam singeing the floor, they start taking bets on who I'll burn a hole in first. I stare at the smoking black gash running through the carpet of moss, defeated. "Don't worry. We have a mage who grows it back good as new," Gallus explains. She pauses, examining my face, which I know must be red and sweaty. "Incidentally, when you reach your magic out to it, what do you feel?" I blink at her, confused. "Feel? From the moss? Nothing. My magic can't interact with it. I'm not a geostry." "No, you're not," she says, looking thoughtful. "But after all life starts with a celestial spark. His Highness and I have been discussing certain old theories regarding the connection a Solari can make with living things. It's something I think we should explore." I'm about to ask her what she means, but there's a sudden shift in the energy of the soldiers that makes me follow their eyes to the door. Leon's there, leaning against the frame. As always, he's managing to pull off princely grace despite his intimidating physical presence. "Let's leave it there for today," the proctor says. "After all, you have other lessons to learn, and I have other duties to attend to." I'm still not sure what she meant about the moss, but now doesn't seem to be the time to ask. I'm more focused on the way that, as she leaves, she stops by the door to murmur to Leon, and then both of them glance my way. More secrets. Great. "All right," Leon says, clapping his hands together and nodding at his soldiers. "Now it's your turn." "Their turn for what?" I ask. "To play," Damia says. She may be a snake speaker, but her grin is nothing short of wolfish. "You want to learn how to protect yourself against sensic magic," Leon says. "They're going to help you. You've got to get hit with it to learn how to block it, after all." Suddenly nervous, I stare at the group of soldiers. "Relax," Alistair says. "It's only in your head." Chapter 4. Morgana. "We should start with Damia," Alistair says, as the soldiers circle me like sharks. "She'll be the easiest to block." "Excuse me," Damia says. Her green eyes flash dangerously, and I'm sure I hear a hiss in the vicinity of her collar from Barb, her pet serpent. "You know what I mean. Your power is one of the most obvious. People know when it's being used on them." "It's true," Leon points out. "Everyone else's sensic magic has some camouflage. But people usually know they've got nothing to laugh about when you turn up." Damia squints, like she's trying to work out if Leon has just insulted or complimented her. I run through the soldiers' sensic abilities, piecing together what they mean. "So Alistair's truth-telling power makes people think they have a good reason to tell him things," I say, ticking it off on my fingers. "People just think they've forgotten something with Eric's ability. Stratton's power hides taste. You wouldn't notice that unless you were expecting something different. And people just think they're dreaming naturally when Leon uses his power." I stop, turning to Fae. "I don't know what your sensic power is," I say, surprised at the realization. "We'll get to that," says Leon. "But for now, we'll let Damia and Hillis work on you." I wince. I'd forgotten about Hillis. Despite his size, the man is so quiet he blends into the crowd of his comrades very well. But of course, he's no less formidable. "Sorry," I say to him. He gives me a small smile. "I'll come up with something obvious, so you know it when you hear it." I nod in thanks. His power makes people hear things that aren't there. He used it once to save me from getting my eardrums blown out by a temple bearer called Sophos. If Hillis uses a deliberately strange sound to test me, it should be easier to focus on his magic and block it. But first, I have to take on Damia. She squares up to me, that same disconcerting smile on her face. "Sensic magic is hard to fully block without years of training," Leon says. "Some Fae never bother. They just stay alert to the signs of sensic magic being cast on them and try to avoid making enemies. There is, however, a shortcut. If you can block the magic for a little while, a minute or two, that could be enough to distract or disable the caster. Sensic magic takes a lot of concentration, so distraction can be enough to break the spell. Got it?" I nod, absorbing all the information. "So how do I block it just for a minute?" I ask. "You have to fight the shape they're trying to bend your mind into. Make it rigid, like a steel wall. Imagine that and nothing else, and you'll buy yourself some time." I close my eyes, picturing a cold, hard surface stretching as far as my imagination will take it. Now, instantly, something is tickling my brain, dancing on my imagined wall with a feathery, intrusive touch. It takes seconds for the steel to start buckling under the sensation. Then I find myself wondering why exactly I'm getting the urge to... A deep belly laugh rolls through me, then another. I can't help it, and once my muscles start spasming, they're impossible to stop. I can't... I try to splutter the words out, but they won't come. I'm doubled over, clutching my stomach as I look up at Damia. There's a little furrow between her eyebrows as she focuses on incapacitating me. I couldn't fight her now if my life depended on it. I can barely even breathe in enough air to release the next laugh. "Stop focusing on the physical sensations," Leon orders. "Remember, it's coming from your mind." But it's no use. By the time Damia's done with me, my face is aching. At least Hillis's test is a little kinder. He fills my ears with chirping birds and sweet melodies, but something about them is so tempting they're almost as hard to keep out as Damia's magic. "Sorry," he shrugs at me as I admit defeat. The only upside is that the exercise has made me realize now what the music in the Lyceum's halls must have been. I doubt anyone else heard the exact tune I did yesterday. This place is full of sensic magic, and sometimes it must latch onto you in subtle, hopefully harmless ways, like thinking you hear a familiar song on the breeze. Look, I'd probably be doing better if I hadn't just used up all my energy with Gallus, I point out when Leon deigns to give me a break. "Precisely," he says, offering me no sympathy, And a good sensic caster knows that and will wait until you're tired and at your most vulnerable. The harshness of his tone bites at me, especially as he seems to have forgotten the reason I demanded we do this. Is that why your magic is so effective? I snap. Because you only strike at people when they can't defend themselves? Leon's eyes narrow, but before he can say anything, Alistair interrupts. So, seeing as you won't be using my skills today, can I go? I'm not really entertained by all this, he says, gesturing between Leon and me. You're not? Stratton asks the blonde Fae. I am. Leon glowers at them both. You're all dismissed. We're done for today. As they file out, Leon throws me a dark look. You asked to be taught, remember? And you're the reason I need these lessons in the first place, I throw back. His features tense, and I can't read him, his gray eyes closed to me. Let's just hope you're better at mastering your celestial powers than you are at this, or making you hate me will have all been for nothing, he says before leaving me alone in the training room. I stalk through the Lyceum corridors, trying to cool off. Whatever security this place has, Leon obviously thinks it's enough that he's not worried about me or Tira wandering the halls unaccompanied. That's good. It means that we probably won't face an army when we make our move to leave. Leon spouted all that stuff about keeping an eye on me, but he obviously doesn't want to drag the mages into helping him hold me hostage. And what about what he said in the training room? Making you hate me will have all been for nothing. What in the Gloam lands does that mean? Well, it does tell me something. Leon definitely didn't just bring me here for my own benefit. He needs me to get better with my celestial magic because there's something in it for him. And Gallus knows it too. That's why she started bringing up the moss earlier, when we'd been talking about twin-blessed celestials. No, not twin-blessed. Solari with multiple abilities, she'd said. Multiple, not necessarily two. Hadn't Leon mentioned me maybe having other powers once? And then Gallus was talking about me being able to connect with the plants somehow, something I've never even tried to do. If it's a new power they want, what is the real goal here? What exactly are they hoping I'll be able to do? Gods, I'm so angry I could kick something. Of course I've been suspicious of everyone here from the start, but it still burns to be proven so right. One day in this place, and they're not even trying to be subtle about the fact that I'm being lied to. I stop, realizing my walk has taken me back past the huge library I saw yesterday. Maybe it's the fact that I'm alone for the first time in weeks. Maybe it's the haunting melodies in the air. But I have a sudden clarity I've been missing for a while. If I want answers, why don't I go get them? No need to keep relying on everyone else to give them to me. Besides, the more I understand what I can do without relying on the Fae to drip-feed it to me, the quicker I can use my power to escape Leon's control. Once I'm through the library doors, however, the doubt sets in again. This place is so massive. I have no idea where to start. I glance across the nearest bookshelf, but none of the names mean anything to me, and there doesn't seem to be any mention of celestial magic or Solari. Of course not. That would be too easy, especially when my magic isn't exactly common. I've caught the attention of a few of the students, their eyes sliding curiously toward me and back to their books. Beyond them, I notice a raised desk, much grander than the study tables, with a Fae seated behind it. He must be ancient. I don't think I've ever seen a Fae before with such snowy white hair. His thin, gold spectacles balance on the end of his nose as he flicks through a book, stamps it with a seal, and adds it to a teetering pile by his elbow. I suspect I've found the librarian. Excuse me, sir. The Fae has to lean over his desk to get a proper look at me. Under the scrutiny of his dark eyes, I find myself clearing my throat. I was wondering if you could help me. You're not a student or a mage, he croaks. No, sir, just a guest of the proctor. It's basically true. He blinks at me slowly, buying it for now. Very well. Yes. I weigh up how to phrase my request. Could it possibly be as simple as asking? The thought is so foreign to me. I imagine the temple seized all the books about Solari and Trova and burned them many decades ago. Where might I find the books on celestial magic? The librarian sniffs. Most of our books on that subject are in the proctor's private collection, given she is our resident expert. He fixes me with a knowing stare. However, our mages are welcome to borrow from it, and if you're a guest of the proctor, you could also ask her personally for access. Of course, it isn't that easy. I don't want it getting back to Leon that I'm looking for my own answers, so this suggestion doesn't help me. But at least the librarian hasn't kicked me out. I rock on my heels, thinking, if I can't learn more about my magic yet, and I suspect Gallus won't tell me what I want without clearing it with Leon first, what do I want to know more about? The answer is obvious. Leon. He's the barrier between me and freedom. If I'm going to get strong enough to beat him, then I need to know as much about his power as he does about mine. So what if I evened the playing field? I bet there are all sorts of interesting details about the Clairwyn family in here. Leon's over 100 years old. That's plenty of time for books to be written about him. Besides, I'm so sick of people keeping things from me, and it's always secrets about me, just to make it that bit worse. It will be so satisfying to turn the tables a little. Do you have anything on the War of Laurels instead? Particularly, the involvement of the Phalusian forces? The librarian isn't enthused by my question, but he jabs a long finger toward a spiral staircase in the corner. Second floor, modern history. The bookshelf on the third right. Of course, to the Fae it would be modern, I think, as I climb the steps. The librarian's instructions are simple to follow. It takes me no time at all to locate a shelf of books about Phalusia's role in the Trovian Civil War. I flick through them, pulling out a few that look promising, though they're mostly dry analyses of two factions' military strategies and resources. I consider skimming through them anyway. Leon has kept so much from me, I'd like to surprise him once by knowing something about him he'd rather I didn't. My hand drops to an alcove below the shelf stuffed full of scrolls. At first, I think they're just maps, but then I see some are unbound letters and diary pages, first-hand accounts of the war. I unfold one with a subtitle that makes me freeze. The Massacre of Mistwell. I know that name. It's the name of the town where the war ended, where something terrible and bloody, something my history books refused to describe in much detail, happened to bring the Aetheran forces to their knees. Something involving the Aetheran's champion, Harridan, and Leon, the Nightmare Prince. There are lots of wild rumors flying around about Leon and the various places he attacked in the war, but from what I can tell, Mistwell is the source, the reason why his name still strikes fear into people's hearts in Trova. The story has devolved into exaggerations and distortions since then, but this seems to be an actual account. Maybe today I'll finally get some answers after all. Heart thudding, I read on. The recollection of General Lestrade's of the events of April 9th, 3059 RR, as told to Scholar Wellesley. That morning we rose in preparation to finally take the town of Mistwell, which was the last bastion of Aetheran forces and their sympathizers. Prince Clairwyn had agreed the evening before to make use of his Fae magic to destabilize the enemy, and we were told to expect minimal resistance. As our troops made ready to move out, however, the prince could not be located. One of his men, Lord Gyrian, suggested he may have already gone ahead to secure Harridan. Given the prince's proven prowess in battle, I did not believe I had cause to fear for his safety. What I came to realize, however, was that I should have feared for the safety of the Trovians inside Mistwell, my countrymen and women, even if they were misguided in their allegiances. Upon entering the town from the south, we found not a soul left alive. In their houses and on their streets, the residents of Mistwell had, one and all, been cut down. Some by bladed weapons, some by terrial magic of various kinds. Those we found first were the civilians. The red tokens they wore showed their allegiance to the Aetherans, but they were no soldiers of Harridan's. We found those poor men in the town square. The sight was so terrible that I sent my soldiers back to spare them, examining the scene alone. The bodies were stacked in a heap, more corpses than I'd seen in one place in all my years as a soldier. As with the civilians, the causes of death varied. But dead they were, every one. The only ones breathing were myself and the Fae Prince. I saw him standing there. It seemed to me he had risen early to inspect his handiwork, for this was his work. We had discussed him planting the seed of surrender in our enemies' minds, but what he'd done had gone far beyond that, to a point I know King Palkia would have never sanctioned. Indeed, I don't believe anyone would have thought what he did was possible. He had driven them mad, so that they turned against their own brothers in arms and massacred each other. When I asked the prince what he had done, he replied that he had won us the war and that Palkia would forever owe his gratitude to Felucia. We located Harridan's body among the fallen and transported it back to camp. That night, many of my men refused to sleep, too afraid to close their eyes while Prince Clairwyn was still among them. For their sake, I asked the prince and his soldiers to transport the proof of the Aetherians' defeat to the king in Elmir. Though it would have earned me great honors to deliver the news of our victory to our leader, I did not want my name associated with the atrocities committed at Mistwell. I stopped reading there, too ill to keep going. I could see the scene in my mind's eye as if I were there, staring at the corpses piled up in front of me, turning to the prince and realizing I was looking at a monster. I roughly close the scroll and stuff it back in the alcove, fighting my nausea. I don't take any of the books I've picked out with me. I don't think there's anything in there that will be more important than what I've just learned. I went looking for information on Leon, and by Rallis did I get it. The Nightmare Prince. Of course they called him that. My great-grandfather's generals asked him to deliver surrender and peace, but all he gave them was death. I don't know what he slipped into those poor humans' dreams to make them slaughter each other. I don't want to. I'm reminded I'm lucky to just have been tricked by Leon, to have been lied to and betrayed. He's capable of much worse. It's not like I thought I was dealing with a saint these past couple of months, but the way he's protected me and taught me blinded me to what I've known all my life. Leon Clairwyn is a ruthless killer, maybe even a monster. Someone who didn't just cut down soldiers in their swaths during the war, but killed innocent civilians just for standing in his way. I don't need to go to sleep to be trapped in a nightmare, because over the last 2 days I've confirmed my suspicions about the reasons for Leon's betrayal at the border. I remember now who the Nightmare Prince really is, and it's becoming increasingly clear that monster wants something from me.
Chapter 5. Leon. I pace in front of Anna's room, wondering what's taking her so long. I told her at breakfast she'd be training this morning. True, she hadn't responded with anything more than a withering look before turning back to talk to Tira, but I know she got the message. Alistair emerges from his own bedroom, stretching sleepily. He's a late riser when he has the option, and now he knows the Lyceum kitchens will still give him breakfast at whatever hour he asks for it. He's making the most of his lie-ins. He stops for a moment when he sees me, shaking his head in resignation as if I'm a lost cause. Rather than asking him what his problem is, I ignore him, turning on my heel to pace back the other way. Alistair always eventually comes out and says what he's thinking anyway. "You look like a lost puppy." There it is. "What?" I grunt. "The way you hang out around her room, waiting for her to come out. It's sad, really." I bare my teeth and let a wave of Teriel magic roll through the earth, shaking the ground beneath his feet. All right, Alistair says, throwing his hands up in surrender as he fights to keep his balance. "Not a puppy, then. A ferocious, man-eating beast, who happens to be pining after a she-beast. I'm waiting here to escort her to training. You know as well as I do how important it is for her to stay at it." "I didn't say you don't have a good reason to be outside her room," Alistair says with a shrug. "I'm just saying there's an unhealthy amount of pining going on." "I am not The door swings open. "Morning, Your Highness," Alistair says with a smirk. "Nice getup." I turn around to look at her, blinking. "What are you wearing?" Anna crosses her arms across her chest.
Pants, obviously. Fae lent them to me. I can't keep training in my dresses. The skirts just get in the way.
I've seen her in fighting gear before, but that was in a dream, when we were training in her mind. Seeing her in the tight leather clothes in real life is very different. My eyes rove over the curve of her hips, the slope of her thighs, and it's impossible not to recall the way those thighs felt when they were wrapped around me.
Can we go?
She says abruptly. I step back, gesturing for her to lead the way. I mentally curse Alistair as we walk through to the training classroom. His words keep running around my head, growing more annoying with every repetition. Because I know they're true. I am pining, and there's nothing I can do about it. That night she tried to escape. It wasn't the sound of the horses or the women's whispering that alerted me to what was happening. I woke in the night with the feeling that something was wrong. Something was missing from the camp. It took just a few seconds to know it was Anna. I've gotten so used to her presence. I sense when she's there and when she's not, like I'm one of the objects in her orbit. It feels increasingly wrong when we're apart. I didn't pick the room next to hers just to annoy her. I picked it because I couldn't bear the thought of being any farther away. I've been telling myself that's simply because I can ensure her safety, that when she's out of my sight she's at risk, and she's too important to let anything happen to her. But the truth is, I don't want to be away from her. I watch her now. The soft fall of her chestnut hair against her neck, the way her shoulders are always pushed back, spine straight, as if the world is a challenge she has to face head on. "How's Tira doing?" I ask. She whips her head around, fierce hazel eyes fixing on me.
Being forced to leave her family was bad enough, but now she's been ripped from her homeland too? So how do you think she's doing?
I said she was free to return to Trova.
Don't!
She snaps, holding up a hand. I know both women flatly refuse to leave the other behind, wherever they go. It's not like I don't understand that loyalty. I would do the same for any of my unit. But I wanted to remind her I'm not being totally unreasonable. I'm just doing what I have to. She hates me for that, which is fair enough. I knew that was the price I'd have to pay to get her to Felucia. But I didn't expect... Gods help me. I didn't expect it to hurt so much. It's agonizing, no longer being able to touch her. How she refuses to get within a few feet of me, like I'm some kind of abyss that will swallow her up if she did. That's the one thing that gives me hope. Whatever burned between us in Trova can't be dead, because I can see that heat still alive in her eyes, even if it's almost drowned out by rage. Sometimes I think if I can just remind her of what we had, we might find that connection again. But I still have to find a way to make that happen. We reached the training classroom, the mossy floor restored after Anna's sunbeams burned it up the other day. There's no sign of Proctor Gallus yet.
You don't have to stay,
Anna says without looking at me. I don't move. We might as well make good use of the time while you're waiting, I say. I don't think she anticipated I'd make such an offer when she's been so frosty with me. My suggestion is unexpected enough that she turns to face me.
What do you mean?
We should practice some of your combat skills, seeing as you're dressed for it.
And have you humiliate me again?
She's looking at me with a wariness I don't fully understand.
You proved your point before. I know you can beat me in a fight.
I might be faster and physically stronger, but there are ways to get around that, I say. Besides, it's not like every opponent you fight will be as good as me. She opens her mouth like she's about to argue, then closes it again, instead just rolling her eyes. I know these opportunities to improve her skills are the one thing Anna finds hard to resist. She wants desperately to get stronger and more powerful. She doesn't want to be at anyone's mercy ever again, especially mine. Even if it's just about being in a better position to defy me in the long term, I can use that desire to my advantage.
Fine,
She says.
show me.
I start by running through some of the ways she can break the hold of a stronger opponent. I've seen Damia and Fae use them enough times against the males of our species, and while it might make more sense for the two of them to show Anna how to perform them firsthand, that would defeat the other point of this exercise. No, you have to establish leverage before I get my arms around you, I say as Anna strains against my grip. We're closer than we've been for weeks, her face inches from mine, and I can smell the jasmine scent of her hair.
Just give me a minute,
She snaps. I loosen my hold, and she ducks out from under my arms, smoothing her hair back. There's a very distracting light flush on her cheeks. I try to focus on the task at hand, throwing out more directions. You won't have a minute in combat. You either execute the move successfully, or your opponent crushes the life out of you.
Yes, but I'm still learning,
She says.
We're not actually on a battlefield right now, and I can take a break if I want.
If you don't take the training as seriously as a real fight, you won't get anywhere, I say. It's true. It's the kind of tough conditions that made great fighters of Alistair and Damia and the others. The ones who really commit, who treat the training like it isn't just a trial run, are the ones who rise above. Still, Anna doesn't appreciate my advice.
You never switch it off, do you?
She says. What do you mean? I ask. She shakes her head at me like Alistair did an hour ago and loosens her stance.
Whatever. Let's go again.
I lunge at her, and this time she remembers enough of my instructions to angle her body to one side, hooking her foot behind mine. Still, I don't budge. Better, but you're still not there. Remember your arms this time. If you're going to throw me off balance, you need to use everything you have. I can feel the tension in her before we've even started sparring again. Where's it coming from? She's not tired like the other day, and she usually takes instruction better than this. I search her face for some clue as to what's going on, but mostly there's her usual mask with a few glimpses of that wariness again. The next time, she remembers all the right movements, shoving one hand up under my chin as I reach for her, hooking one foot behind mine, and kicking my leg out from under me. I let myself tumble to the ground, but when she forgets the next part of the move, I don't hold back punishment, reaching up to pull her down with me. I roll over, pinning her face down to the ground with one of her arms behind her back.
Fuck,
She says, kicking a foot against the mossy floor. I lean down to murmur in her ear. You forgot to punch down after you dropped me, I say. My body brushes against hers, and she wriggles beneath me. I exhale, trying to stay focused.
I know.
She snaps. I let go of her arm and she flips over, but I still haven't moved. She's lying beneath me, only inches separating our chests. My knee rests on the ground and one of her legs is pressed against mine. Sparks are dancing from her body to mine, and I think about how badly I want to slip my hands beneath her top and feel the soft skin there, to slide my fingers up her stomach and across her breasts, making her breath hitch with pleasure instead of anger. How easy it would be right now to wrap my hand around her hip and pull her against me until she can feel exactly how much I want her. Think about how much you'd really like to hit me right now, and maybe that will help you remember next time, I say, attempting to distract myself. Her eyes darken.
Are you trying to joke with me?
She asks.
What happened to taking training seriously?
My eyes drop to her mouth. Being serious doesn't mean it can't still be fun, I mutter. I know it's the wrong thing to say the moment it comes out, but being this close to her has obviously fried my brain. She yanks herself up off the ground, forcing me to stand too, and pins me with a furious glare.
Stop it. Stop trying to make things like they were before you lied to me. Before you poisoned me and stole my power. This isn't fun for me. Gods, it makes me sick just looking at you. I should have believed them when they told me what you were. Enough people warned me, and I should have listened.
My defenses rise up, responding to the venom in her tone. What are you talking about? I demand. What am I?
A liar. A killer. Someone who will do anything to get what he wants.
It's more complicated than that, I say.
Is it?
She asks, her expression cynical.
Was it more complicated at Mistwell?
A chill sweeps over me at the name. I take a step back, and she must notice my reaction, because she keeps talking, pushing the point.
Or is it like they say, and you slaughtered everyone in that town because you're not capable of mercy?
Her words conjure up the memory like it was yesterday. The bodies scattered for miles, the blank, unseeing eyes while red tokens fluttered in the wind. You don't know what you're talking about, I growl. I'm done with this conversation. Maybe it's my fault this blew up as spectacularly as it did, but that doesn't mean I have to stick around to let the debris slice through me.
No?
She says.
Then what really happened? What's your excuse for massacring all those people?
I realize now she's not just angry. She's fishing. She wants to know the truth, and she's trying to provoke me into talking about it. I feel like I'm back in Lavale, trying to explain myself to my grandfather. It's been 80 years of trying to wipe away the images of my biggest mistake, and to have them dredged up and flung at me now so unexpectedly, by her of all people, is like being plunged into icy water. Footsteps sound outside, the familiar gate of Proctor Gallus. We're done, I say. I can hear the coldness in my voice. It matches my insides, and even her burning gaze can't thaw it as I sweep out of the training room.
Chapter 6. Morgana. I pull a book from the shelf, flipping it open to read the index. A cloud of dust rises up from the pages, which doesn't fill me with confidence. Obviously, no one's opened this one for a while, which means it's probably not brimming with useful information. Since Leon refused to even talk to me about Mistwell, I've been back in the library a few times, whenever I could slip away from training or trying to distract Tira from her homesickness. I haven't been able to find any new information on what happened that day in the Trovian town, so I've moved on, focusing instead again on trying to figure out what Leon and Gallus really want from me. In our sessions, the proctor has continued to mention the celestial flame that burns in all living things, plants, animals, and people, the divine spark of power from the gods that gives life. But there's been nothing to explain what, if anything, that has to do with me, and I'm tired of wondering if that information's going to come anytime soon. I slip the book back on the shelf and check the index of the next one, skimming as I try to spot key words in these books on plant magic and botany. One of these books must mention a celestial spark or flame somewhere, especially if every living thing has one, as Gallus says. If I can read about it with some context, it might help me understand how the concept applies to me. Rustling across the small side room I've retreated to reminds me that I'm not alone. There's another Fae who's been studiously examining a stack to my right. I glance toward him now, taking in his slender frame. He has brown skin and sharp features, even for a Fae, and I frown because they're familiar. Didn't I see that same Fae when I was searching through another section of the library earlier? Could he be following me? He looks up and meets my eyes now, just as a gust of wind blows the doors shut, cutting the room off from the rest of the library. Shit. I try to focus while my heartbeat thuds in my ears. My every instinct screams that I'm in danger, which means I have to... The shelves around me explode. Books and parchment fly everywhere, enveloping me in a storm of paper. All I can see is a stream of white. Then a sharp pain radiates across my neck, and another rips across my cheeks. The pages slice at me, slashing 100 paper cuts into my skin. I throw my arms up to protect my eyes as the Fae's hand reaches through the blizzard and snatches at me. Whatever my attacker wants, He's using his Asteri magic to disorient me. But I have magic too. I push past the pain to find my power. The heat running through my veins comes quickest, stoked by the burning sensation from the sharp parchment edges still biting into my flesh. I throw a beam of sunlight in the direction of the snatching hand, searing a hole straight through the whirlwind of books. There's a yell and a thud as the Fae tries to throw himself out of the way. Most of the paper and books tumble to the ground when his concentration breaks, but flecks of ash and smoldering scraps float around me. I need to be careful using my power in here. I could send the whole place up in flames. Still, the sunbeam was enough to buy me a moment. I can see the sharp-faced Fae now. He managed to dodge the stream of light, but he's fallen and is still in the process of scrambling to his feet. As he does, our eyes meet again, and a fresh spike of fear runs through me. They're not the same ordinary brown eyes I saw before. There's now another presence in them. Something black and sparkling with malice. Something hungry. It wants to consume, to endlessly swallow up everything in its path, a kind of darkness I've never seen before. Sensic magic. It has to be. I desperately call up my training, throwing into place the steel wall Leon taught me about, but I don't have faith it will last long. I need to get out of here. Backing away, I turn and run for the door. More books fly out of the shelves in front of me, blocking my path. I think of safety, the thing I long for most in the world at this moment, and feel an immense tug as my orbital magic surges within me. It spins the books around me and throws them out of my way. My path cleared, I dart to the left between another row of bookshelves. If I can get out of his line of sight, he won't be able to use his magic to block me, and I'll have time to conjure mine. I stand still, listening carefully for his footsteps rustling through the parchment now littering the floor. At the same time, I reach again for my orbital magic. I'll need to use a fair bit of it for what I'm planning, but I remember what Gallus has said time and time again in my training. I have the strength. I just need to make sure I'm in control of it. The rustling footsteps get closer, moving toward the end of the row I'm standing in. 3, 2, 1. The Fae comes around the corner, and I release my magic. 2 of the huge bookshelves to my right shudder as they respond to my pull. He looks up at the movement, and for a brief moment I see those hungry black eyes flicker, his own brown irises returning again in his panic. He tries to save himself with his Asteri magic, but it's no match for mine, fluttering uselessly like a butterfly in the way of a charging bull. The shelves crash down, one on top of the other, blocking the doorway, but also pinning him up to his neck. The noise that comes from him is a horrible, bubbling gasp, and he coughs, splattering blood across the spilled books and paper surrounding him. He's dying, I realize, and I glance desperately to the door, wondering if I should run for help. As I open my mouth to shout, the Fae rasps something. I step closer, trying to make out what he's saying. The fall of the faithless transforms us. The fall of the Fae. His words peter out as all the air leaves his body. Then his eyes fall shut.
Leon. I shoved my shoulder against the doors to the library's side room. Of course, I've known exactly where Anna is at all times in this place, including her visits to the Lyceum's collection of books. But I thought it was harmless, that she'd be safe in the stacks of scrolls and old tomes. I thought that right up until the young mage I had keeping an eye on her came running, saying there was some kind of commotion in the room where Anna was last seen. I throw my full weight against the thick wood standing between me and her, but it won't budge. With a grunt of frustration, I summon my Terial power. The ground beneath the doors rumbles and splits open, their frame warping and splintering. It takes seconds for the doors to buckle, pulled off their hinges by their own weight. I yank them out of the way, finally seeing what was blocking them, a huge bookshelf. Anna stands on the other side of it, and my heart skips a beat. She's covered in cuts, little rivulets of blood dripping down her face and neck, staining her sleeves red. I vault over the shelves to reach her just as my unit crowds into the library behind me, summoned by the mage I sent to find them. She doesn't fight me as I take hold of her chin, gently lifting it to examine her wounds. There are so many of them, but they're tiny, too small to be made by a normal weapon. The sight of them sends hot rage roaring through me, and when I speak, my voice is a growl. Who did this to you? She points downward. I turn to see a man's corpse, crushed under fallen shelves. Despite my anger, there's room for a surge of pride when I realize she must be responsible. I bend down for a closer look at the Fae, but I don't recognize him. My soldiers help me move the shelves to search him as Anna explains what happened.
He just attacked me out of nowhere. I think he was waiting to get me on my own, and then he used his magic to try to disorient me so he could grab me.
He had a knife, Eric's notes, pulling it from a sheath concealed beneath the Fae's shirt. Anna shakes her head.
Why didn't he use it? He got close enough at one point, and if he'd just snuck up on me in the first place, I don't think I'd have had time to defend myself.
The idea shakes me at my core, because she's right. This Fae could have easily used the element of surprise to strike before she could do anything about it. It sickens me to think how easily he could have ripped her away from me. He must have not wanted to kill you. Alistair says what I'm thinking. Whatever he wanted, he needed you alive.
What in the gods?
A Fae stands in the mangled doorway, wearing the dark blue robes identifying him as one of the senior mages, and his face is rapidly turning purple with indignation.
What have you done to the library?
He ignores us and the body on the floor and focuses on Anna. From his look of disgust, it's obvious he doesn't know or simply doesn't care who she is.
Who let this witless human into our collection?
I surge forward, driving him back into the wall, a fresh wave of rage running through me. She stands there bleeding, and all you can worry about is the books? Now that my face is inches from his, the mage actually takes me in, and his face pales.
Your Highness!
My question would be who let a maniac into the Lyceum? I thrust my hand toward the body. Who has been so careless with the security of this place when you're all on strict instructions to keep the princess's presence here an absolute, locked down, no exceptions secret?
Apologies, Your Highness, but would you mind unhanding Mage Abthorn?
I look up to see Proctor Gallus in the doorway. Her expression is neutral, but her eyes sparkle with a calm authority that reminds me of my mother. I look down to realize my hand is bunched in the front of Abthorn's robes, and he's shaking. If you insist, I say, dropping my grip on the Fae and straightening. But I want answers, Gallus. She was supposed to be safe here. She steps smoothly over to the body, examining it.
I have no idea why this Fae would wish to attack Her Highness,
she says.
He was a legitimate visitor here, a scholar looking to do some research into our artifact collections. He's even published some literature on the subject of divine relics. He said something before he died,
Anna says. Her voice is less shaky than it was earlier, and I'm relieved to hear some of the strength returning.
Something religious. The fall of the faithless transforms us?
The words don't mean much to me, but Damia kicks one of the fallen books, making Mage Abthorn wince.
Shit!
Damia curses. What is it? Alistair asks.
It's a Morellium phrase,
she says darkly. Understanding floods through me, but I can see Anna is still in the dark. It's an extreme religious sect here in Felucia, tied to the god Aethera, I explain. Anna frowns.
But I thought none of the Fae worshipped Aethera. He wasn't even that popular in Trova until the temple came along, just a minor god among many. When Aetheran theology was taking root in Trova, before the war, there were some in Felucia who were drawn to their teachings too.
Proctor Gallus says.
A mortal who became a god is a seductive idea. And once you buy in, you view anyone who doesn't believe as damned.
Damia says bitterly.
That's what he meant by the faithless,
she says to Anna.
The Morellium believe that weakening non-believers will bring them closer to divinity.
Do you recognize him, Damia? I know she'd likely have mentioned it before now, but I want to make sure. She bends to look closer at the dead Fae's face.
No,
She says.
thank the gods.
Anna is visibly curious about why I thought Damia might know him, but she doesn't press the point, asking another question instead.
So they still have Etheran beliefs, even though the temple condemns Felucia and the Fae? They think they're special.
Damia spits.
That all the foul stuff the temple spews about our kind doesn't apply to them.
What I'm more concerned about right now is how they knew she was here, I say to my soldiers. Alistair, get to work finding out who might have leaked the news of our presence here. Proctor Gallus.
I will have my mages shore up our existing security and add an extra layer of protection magic for good measure,
She says calmly. I nod my thanks, looking at Anna, still bleeding from her cuts. Something in me breaks. It could have so easily been over. I could have lost her, with so much still broken between us. So much unsaid. And you are coming with me, I say. Before she can offer a word of protest, I lift her into my arms and carry her out of the room. It's time she gets some answers, especially as I'm not about to let her out of my sight again anytime soon. She needs to understand the reason why she now hates me.
Chapter 7. Morgana. I'm fine, Leon, I grumble as he spirits me through the corridors of the Lyceum. Really? You're injured, he growls, glaring down every inch of the hallway, scanning for danger, I guess. Yes, but I can still walk. Don't get me wrong, these cuts hurt like a bitch, but I just need to see a healer and I'll be right as rain. They must have some here, right? The healer can come to my room, where I know it's safe, he says. A day ago, him bringing up my safety would have pissed me off. But after the events of the last hour, I'm actually glad for the way he's taking charge. I'm not too proud to admit I'm shaken up after the attack. And even though it doesn't make a bit of sense, it's a relief to have him here. I still don't trust Leon, but I feel safe with him. Which is stupid, because I know it doesn't matter whether I believe him when he says he's doing things for my own good, or think he really believes that. It doesn't make what he's done okay. But part of me, my gut, not my mind, wants to just relax into his arms now, finding the solid warmth of them a balm against the ache and sting of my cuts. And that allows me to voice what I've been afraid to consider until now. Do you think my aunt sent that Fae after me? I ask quietly. I don't know, Leon says. It's possible. At first, I'm surprised by his honesty. Then I feel a pulse of gratitude that he's given me a straight answer. If nothing else, Leon has always been frank with me about the level of danger I'm in. He won't coddle me by pretending everything's okay. Maybe he keeps other things from me, but at least he's willing to be open about discussing the challenges I face. She's used agents of the temple to target me before. True, but this is different. The Lyceum is one of Felucia's most sacred institutions. I wouldn't expect a Trovian ruler to have this kind of reach. He must sense my worry when I don't answer because he glances down at me. We will get to the bottom of this, Morgana. His thumb brushes against my elbow, and I suppress a shiver. I've been avoiding being close to him like this for good reason. It's partly why I got so mad during our training the other day. I could feel him testing my boundaries, trying to tease a physical reaction out of me, and I knew it would work. My body remembers all too well how good Leon can make me feel, even as my heart remembers exactly how bad he can make me feel too. Still, I don't argue when he takes me to his room and lowers me onto the bed before sending for a healer. As we wait, Leon doesn't try to make conversation, but he watches me so intensely I feel self-conscious under his gaze. It's like he thinks I'm going to disappear right in front of him. Why did you ask Damia if she recognized that Fae? I ask when I'm unable to bear the weight of his stare on my skin any longer. Damia's family are Morellium. She was raised in their community, but she's been estranged from them for years. I see. And that's why she ended up in your unit? Alistair said something once about how other people in the army didn't want her fighting with them because of her family. Damia is in my unit because she's one of the best soldiers I know. But yes, her name earned her a certain amount of prejudice. The Rimaces are a strong, noble family, but they keep to themselves, and their extreme views make them hostile to outsiders. It means they are not well liked among the nobility. But she can't help who her family are, I say more forcefully than I mean to. Maybe I'm so outraged on Damia's behalf because I can relate. I wouldn't just be ostracized if the Trovian people knew I was a Solari. I'd be sentenced to death, which then makes me think about how bearer Sophos knows about my celestial powers, and that he made it out of Otskold alive. The whole country probably knows what I am by now. The irony is, the whole reason Damia's family disowned her was because she enlisted, Leon says. The Morellium are anti-army? I ask. They were against the war. It pit Felucia directly against their fellow Aetherians, and they wanted Harridan on the throne as much as the Temple did. I think that's why Damia did it. Leaving wasn't easy for her, and she needed to shut that door for good. It set her free. I nod, my image of the cold, intimidating Damia shifting a little. I can relate to doing drastic things for freedom. The healer arrives, but they're Fae rather than Dryad, and I can tell Leon is disappointed when all they can offer me is a balm and bandages for my cuts. All this magic, and you'd think they could get someone with actual viatic power, he growls as he sends the healer away with their tail between their legs. These mages, they think they know better than everyone sometimes. He untwists the jar the healer brought and dips his finger into the balm. Then, gently, more gently than I've ever seen him do anything, he runs it across a cut on my neck. I inhale at his touch, intensely aware of his skin against mine. Sorry, did that sting? He asks. Just let me do it, I say, taking the jar from him. In fact, I can go back to my room now, and if it'll keep you from throwing a fit, you can check it for intruders first. Then personally stand guard outside the door if that will satisfy you. It will, he says, then pauses. But there's something I have to tell you first. My stomach clenches. Leon always has something to ambush me with, some new revelation or piece of news I'm not going to like. It's no wonder my first reaction to his words is nerves. If it's going to piss me off, I'd rather wait, I say. I've been knocked around enough for one day. It's about why you're here. I stare at him. For days now, I've suspected there's something else going on, but looking for answers on my own nearly got me killed. Now Leon's just going to come out and tell me? I want to laugh at the ridiculousness of it. Funny, because I seem to remember you telling me I was here so I could get better at protecting myself, I say, setting the jar of balm down loudly on the bedside cabinet. Something about it being for my own good? He searches my face as if trying to judge how much danger he's in. Good. Let him be worried. That's true. He stops himself with a cough. I know he was going to use the name I forbade him from ever calling me again, and he stopped himself just in time. But it reveals that he's still using it in his head. I guess it's silly for it to annoy me so much, but it does. I don't even get control over my own name. It's true, Morgana. He tries again. I do want you to get better at protecting yourself, but you've probably realized there are other reasons why we're here. I want to yell at him for holding this back from me. I want to demand to know why I only deserve to know this answer now. But even more than that, I want to know the answer, so I bite my tongue and listen. Perhaps I should have found a way to tell you earlier, but frankly, I didn't know if it would make a difference. You were so set on going to find your friend, and I had my own obstacles. I managed to stay silent, not wanting to kill this moment of honesty before it has really begun. I'll need to start 2 years ago for you to really understand, he says, rising to pace across the room. That was when we had a rare celestial event in Felucia. A starfall. You've heard of them? I nod, though such events are rare and I've only ever read about them. Hundreds of stars all crossing the sky at once. This time, a piece of celestial stone actually fell to Earth. I gape at him. A star fell in Felucia? Like in the old stories about Agathir? The Miravow is the result of a huge starfall thousands of years ago. The fallen stars that landed there were the seed that gave root to the vast enchanted forest, which protects the Dryad nation. They even named their capital after it. Yes, at least part of a star. At first, we believed the nation had been blessed. His face darkens at the memory. However, it turns out that not all gifts from the gods are so benign. He turns away from me, looking out the window. My grandfather wanted to make sure the star stone was protected, so he sent my brother Farron to the fall site. Farron's sensic power is distraction. He can repel people from a place using his magic, so he was the perfect choice to make sure the stone was claimed first and foremost by the royal family. I can already hear it, the pain in his voice when he mentions his brother. My hands tighten in the sheets beneath me, bracing for what comes next. It turned out that the stone was very powerful and very dangerous. The celestial magic that infected it wasn't like any we'd seen before. It was dark and all-consuming. It struck Farron down with an illness we haven't been able to cure. I swallow. Is he... He's still alive, but only just. My grandfather destroyed the stone, and we've placed Farron in a sanctuary protected by old powerful magic linked to the royal bloodline. Staying there has kept him grasping onto life, but this infection is still slowly smothering the spark of life inside him, and I fear it won't be long before it's snuffed out entirely. He turns to meet my gaze as understanding dawns on me. The spark of life? You mean the celestial flame Gallus has been talking about? He nods. Yes, the light that the gods have imbued into every living thing. And you think I could help Farron? I say. It's not a question. Leon lied and tricked and betrayed me because he was trying to protect someone else entirely. His brother. So you never had any intention of letting me go in Trova, I say, the realization bitter. No, that's not true. His denial is forceful. Even once I knew you were a Solari, I didn't make any connection between your power and Farron. Then when? When exactly did you decide to break all your promises to me? His eyes harden, and for a moment I think he's going to close off from me entirely. Then his expression clears. In Hallowbane. My trip to Trova was partly to search out a cure, but it needed to be done discreetly. Very few people know the seriousness of my brother's condition. We have too many enemies who'd seek to take advantage, but our healers in Valusia had come up with nothing, and we thought perhaps Trova might have something else to offer. At first, we only got the same answers. But in Hallowbane, we found that Dryad who was willing to consider more unorthodox possibilities. The blood you gave him, that was Farron's? His eyes widen a fraction, surprised I knew about that, but he nods. So what did he tell you? He told us about the theory of the celestial flame, which I later confirmed with Proctor Gallus. And he told us that there are legends about Solari who could influence it. There were none living with that power that we knew of. But what about a Solari who'd shown to have more than one ability, and who also had deep, untapped wells of power? I'd allowed the Dryad in Hallowbane to examine me, unknowingly handing him all the information he needed to analyze my magic. Leon claims he didn't know I'd be useful to him before then, but the whole thing feels perfectly orchestrated. I push aside the resentment, trying to focus on what matters now. Despite everything, part of me hurts for Leon. I can empathize with the pain in his voice when he speaks about his brother. It's how I'd feel if Tira was struck by some unknown curse. But I'm also so overwhelmed by what he's suggesting that my empathy is drowned out by a creeping sense of dread. I still don't understand why you think I can do anything where dryads and mages have failed, I say. I can cast some light and make things move. That's nothing like Viatic magic. I don't know the first thing about healing. Leon approaches me, seizing one of my hands as he sweeps me up with his gray eyes. Because nothing else lines up like this does. My brother's sickness is celestial, and you're a multi-blessed Solari. If you can wield two, why not more? The old stories talk about Solari with multiple powers. With this kind of power, the ability to manipulate that spark of life could revive Farron. I shake my head, not ready to accept his certainty, feeling like I'm short of air. All these weeks of refusing to give me a scrap of information, and now he's asking this of me? Why didn't you just tell me all this before? I ask desperately. If I'd known why Leon was doing this, I still wouldn't have been happy about it, but maybe it would have hurt less. He drops his gaze for a moment. I made a vow to my brother, he says. That's it? I ask, the words coming out more harshly than I intend. You made a promise. He shakes his head. Vows in Felusian culture are far more than just a promise. They're binding. You can face grave consequences if you break them. Exile, imprisonment, or worse. You can't make them lightly. Why would your brother make you swear a vow like that? I ask. Because he cares about his country more than himself, Leon says. His voice takes on an edge, and I can tell he doesn't approve. He worried that anyone outside of our immediate circle knowing about his illness would destabilize the monarchy. The court in the Vale is full of Fae who'd take advantage of any visible weakness in our family. And then there are our enemies abroad. You know yourself that there are powerful people in Trova who'd capitalize on this news. I told Farron none of that mattered, that if it helped us cure him, I'd tell the whole world what had happened to him. That's why he made me swear the vow. This was back before his illness became too advanced for him to communicate. He thinks I'm reckless, and knew I wouldn't respect his wishes when it came to playing politics. So the conditions of the vow were that I couldn't share the truth unless I was sure it was a life-or-death situation. That kept my hands tied, for the most part. You must have given some explanation to the Dryad in Hallowbane, I point out flatly. He nods, conceding the point. We gave him some details, yes, but not who the blood belonged to. And if he could provide information on a cure, then that would mean it was a conversation with life-or-death stakes. It would satisfy the terms of the vow. Besides, you saw the test Alistair gave the Dryad. We felt we could trust him after that. But not me. I bite my lip to keep the words from coming out. They sound petulant even in my head, but that doesn't stop them from stinging. The importance of Felusian vows aside, I can see that Leon upholding his brother's wish, maybe even a dying wish, was important to him. Still, I don't know if it's enough. So why can you tell me this now? I say, wondering if Leon has another excuse left to give. I was waiting until Gallus and I became convinced you could provide a cure for Farron, Leon says. Then the life-or-death conditions would apply. The proctor has been getting more hopeful every day, but I'd already found ways I could get you to explore that idea without you knowing exactly why. He drops his gaze again. Then, this morning, he stops, clearly thinking about the attack. When I saw you in the library, I realized this was already life or death for you, he continues. Wherever you go, you're being hunted, and you should at least know why you're here in the first place. Gallus thinks you can provide a cure, and I knew it was time I used the loophole available to me so I could explain why we're doing all this. So it took me nearly dying for him to conclude that it was worth enlightening me. And what's worse is, I'm not really surprised. Leon is not an open person at the best of times. Now it turns out it's only been a matter of days that he could really tell me anything about this terrible secret he's been carrying around for years. I pull my hands from Leon's, grabbing the jar of salve and standing. I need to think, I say. And I can't do it with you right beside me, I don't add. Leon takes a step after me, and when he speaks, I hear something strange in his tone. Something I'm not used to. Fear. Morgana, can you really tell me you would have said yes at the border, if I'd been able to ask this of you back then? I said I need to think, I repeat. He sighs, but nods. He'll grant my request. Still, he can't resist one more turn of the screw before I go. You know, I believe the gods brought us together for many reasons, he says. But this is definitely one of them. You're the only person alive who might be able to save my brother, Morgana. The question is whether you'll try. Chapter 8. Morgana. And then he said it's up to me whether I'll try. I pace back and forth across my bedroom, an echo of Leon half an hour ago. Tira watches me from where she's perched cross-legged on her bed. The balm is soothing the sting of my cuts as we speak, but it hasn't relieved any of my agitation from my conversation with him. It's totally unfair for him to put that on you after everything he's done, Tira says. Exactly. And then he has the audacity to say he could find a way to tell that dryad in Hallowbane about all this, but not me, after he let me into his bed? Bastard, Tira says, thumping her fist into her pillow for emphasis. I hope the tips of his pointy ears shrivel up and fall off. I snort, feeling the blessed relief of having Tira at my side, making stupid jokes to brighten the clouds hanging over me. Thank you for not judging me, I say, about Leon. I filled Tira in on everything that had happened between Leon and me after we crossed the border. At first, I wasn't sure how she'd react. Even I thought I was a complete idiot for getting involved with the man who'd so painfully betrayed me. Yet she just made some wisecrack and told me we all make mistakes. Now she shrugs. There's nothing to judge. To be honest, you and the Nightmare Prince is still much easier to stomach than you and my brother. She grins as I make a rude gesture at her, but even our usual banter can't distract me. I sigh. He knew what my power meant to me, and he took it from me. He did the thing he knew would hurt most. And to add insult to injury, he did it while lying to me and hiding things from me. Damia was right that day on the boat. He really is a soldier, with a soldier's ruthlessly practical mindset. Even after Gallus thought I could provide a cure, he wasn't going to tell me about Farron if he didn't have to. I suppose he still didn't have to, really. The explanation may have come far too late, but he decided to tell me of his own accord. Would you have agreed to come here with him if he had told you everything? Tira asks, echoing Leon's question. Did you trust him enough? Care about him enough, back then, to choose this over squirreling ourselves away in Gullert with Will? Yes, I hesitate. No, I don't know. I throw myself down on my own bed, staring at the ceiling. The point is, he never even gave me the chance to decide. He took the choice away from me because protecting his brother was more important than respecting my freedom. I mean, we all do crazy shit for our family, Tira says tentatively. That's the worst bit, I say, rubbing my hand across my face before I remember the cuts there and hiss in pain. Part of me understands why he did it. Of course I do. But it doesn't mean I owe him anything, not after the way he's handled things. Even if I could help his brother, which I highly doubt. So what are you going to do now? Tira asks. I roll over to face her. I was kind of hoping you'd tell me. Sorry, she says. Above my pay grade. I squint at her. I don't pay you. That's what I'm talking about. You'd think even a runaway princess could spare some gold for her lady-in-waiting. Oh, that's what you are you? Yes, for now. Waiting around to figure out when we can get out of here. I'm working on it, I say. A week's more training, and I think I'll be able to surprise Leon with the progress I've made. If he tries to stop us leaving again, I'm still prepared to fight him. What happened today doesn't change that. Doesn't it? Her cheeky grin drops as she becomes serious. I don't like how close things came today, Anna, she says. I know you held your own in the library, but look at you. She gestures to my injuries. We might not have wanted to come here, but at least we thought we'd be safe from your aunt. If she can send someone after you all the way out here in Felucia, then we're definitely going to face worse if we ever make it back home. You might be strong enough to beat Leon with the element of surprise, but what about everyone else? We always knew we'd have to be careful, I say. Gullert would still be a good place to lie low. I know, it's just the attack makes it feel more real, I say, and she nods. I agree with her. Knowing my aunt is a threat is very different to being confronted with it when I least expect it. If I'm honest, I've been avoiding thinking about Oklana, I say. I don't blame you, Tira says. She sounds like a monster. When I think about what she did to my parents, all out of stupid greed for the throne, it makes my blood boil, literally. I hold my hands up, balling them into fists and imagining the roiling heat of my sunbeams flowing into them. But I also can't picture confronting her. What would that even look like? I drop my hands to my sides again. Imagining myself on the throne is ridiculous. Is it so ridiculous? Tira says, cocking her head at me. Of course it is, I say with a huff. You know the temple would never let a Solari rule. It would mean another civil war. Honestly, if it wasn't for the fact Aklana is a heartless murderer, I'd say she can have the kingdom. It certainly doesn't want me. Tira doesn't immediately answer, but when I look over at her, I can tell there's something she wants to say. What? I demand. I'm just thinking, the temple, your aunt. Look, I know he's a dick, but when we have enemies this powerful, maybe having a super strong Fae Prince on our side isn't such a bad thing. I mean, curing his brother would have to offer us some bargaining power, right? Maybe we could bargain our way to a safe future instead of having to fight him for it. That's one way of looking at it, I say. She rolls her eyes at me. I know you already feel guilty about the idea of walking away from this Farron guy. It's not in your nature to let someone suffer out of spite. That kind of petty shit is more my domain. She's right, though not about being petty. Tira talks tough, but she cares as much as me deep down. She's right that I wouldn't be able to keep myself from feeling guilty if I didn't even try to help. And as much as I might be angry with Leon, could I really just let Farron die? What Tira's suggesting is making Leon useful to us rather than an obstacle, seeing him as a tool rather than an enemy. I can live with that, because it doesn't require me forgiving him either way. All right, I'll try. I'll stick with this plan of his, at least long enough to see if there's any way it will work. Then I'll have the bargaining chip to ask whatever we want of him. If Leon's done all this for his brother, I don't see him turning down any of our terms, not if it means I'll cure Farron. It might sting, having to negotiate for my freedom rather than simply taking it, but at least I'm still getting to make my own choices. And at least this way, we can ensure that freedom comes with certain protections. After all, our liberty isn't worth much if Tira and I are executed the moment we step foot back in Trova. I know why we're really here, I say to Gallus when we meet outside the training room the next day. I'm still not ready to speak to Leon, so I caught Stratton at breakfast and asked him to escort me to training. He was surprised I didn't want to rest more after yesterday, but the balm worked wonders on my cuts, and I don't want to waste any more time, which is why I jumped to the point with the proctor now. I know Leon wants me to find a way to help his brother, I say. Gallus's face doesn't give much away. Something to do with this celestial spark you've mentioned. It's not all he asked of me, she says eventually. What do you mean? Yes, he hopes we may be able to unlock new abilities within you, and that one ability in particular. It's part of why I was so eager to help. In terms of magical theory, it's a fascinating experiment, she says. I try not to get annoyed at the idea of being viewed as an experiment. But he also asked me to help you strengthen your existing abilities, she continues, to achieve some precision and moderation, as we've discussed. That, I believe, is for your benefit rather than his. Her eyes twinkle a little, and I get the sense she knows precisely what kind of tension sits between myself and the Fae Prince. She wants me to know that he was, at least partially, telling the truth all those times he claimed he wanted to help me. I don't know if I'm convinced, but if it turns out I can't cure Farron, then being strong enough to take Leon on will still be my priority. Well, now I know, I can imagine we can speed things up a bit. She inclines her head. Yes, I'm glad he told you, and glad to see you so determined despite yesterday's events. Shall we begin? She gestures to the door. When I step inside, it's clear that she already knew what Leon had told me. Once again, everyone here is one step ahead of me, because there are a dozen tall yellow flowers sprouting from the training room's mossy floor. I had one of the geostry mages grow them for us this morning, she says. Sunflowers. Rather appropriate, yes? I smile wryly. At least this will beat practicing magic with a cushion. Whether one believes in the gods or not, whether we believe that life starts with a celestial spark or otherwise, there's no question that there are patterns in the energy of living things, Gallus says as she steps between the sunflowers. That energy is like a flame, and, as with the sun, we rely on its warmth to survive. When someone draws closer to death, we find that inner flame burns less brightly, When someone's flame extinguishes completely, they die and grow cold. We, Solari, are more in touch with our celestial flame than others. I raise an eyebrow. Even more than Incendi? Their magic is filtered through a different element. Just because they, too, produce heat doesn't make it the same. Their fires need air and fuel to thrive. The celestial flame is quite different. I nod, trying to wrap my head around the idea as Gallus continues. When you and I cast our sunbeams, we are finding the celestial flame inside ourselves and projecting it outward. So what does that have to do with healing someone? I ask, wondering how much theory she's going to pile on me before we arrive at the tricky little issue of needing to save someone's life. Gallus smiles serenely. You are unusually powerful, Morgana. If you can connect with a fading, damaged celestial flame in another living being, then we believe you may be able to revitalize it by channeling your magic into it. She just said that when someone's dying, their flame fades, and when it goes out, they're gone. So she's talking about bringing someone on the brink of death back to life. It's a crazy idea, but not as crazy as the thought that pops into my head next. If I can revitalize a celestial flame, could I snuff one out? That would certainly solve the problem with your aunt. I'm too startled by the idea whispering at the back of my mind to be able to fully process it right now. Instead, I quickly brush it away. It's all hypothetical anyway. For now, at least. Gallus claps her hands together and calls me forward. Enough talk. Now that you know what you're looking for, let's see if you can connect with the celestial flames of these plants. I eye them, focusing more on the details. They don't look very happy. Most of their heads are drooping, and several have shriveled brown petals. Did you say these were grown this morning? I ask dubiously. Gallus's lips twitch with amusement. Yes, but I asked our mages to starve them a little. They've had the water and nutrients drained from them. In other words, they've started killing them so that I can save them. I try to ignore the heavy weight of doubt about whether I can pull this off. Instead, I focus on the flowers. So you said I have to look for the celestial flame? Yes. Think of how you summon your sunbeam magic and start there. I frown, trying to translate the heat running through my veins to the flower in front of me. It's difficult. I feel my magic surging in my own veins, begging to be freed, but I know that's not what I'm looking for. I try to tweak my approach, instead thinking of how I relate to an object when casting my orbital magic. The flower unfurls into my awareness, and I feel a spark of light. I think I see it, I say, shutting my eyes to help me focus on the sensation. It's not quite a flame, though, more like an ember. That's because it's dying, Gallus says, and I can hear the excitement in her voice. Focus, Morgana. See if you can do more than sense the flame. Try to manipulate it. Slowly, I push my awareness toward the ember until I think I can feel the small amount of heat it's giving off, like a coal still glowing from the fire. I swallow, knowing there's one more step in this test, attempting to actually charge the light with my own. I try to keep hold of the ember while calling on my magic, drawing it from my veins. It rushes from me like a flood, completely engulfing the ember. I feel like I have no control, gasping in frustration as my power batters the flower's inner flame. Gallus mutters something sharply, and I open my eyes to see the sunflower has become a blackened lump, still smoldering from the heat of my magic. I knew this wouldn't work, I say. I can't revive anything. You're mistaken, Morgana, Gallus says. This is incredible progress. I point at the singed mass that was once a sunflower. That's progress? At least it still had petals before. You just did something I've only read about in very old texts. You burned the flower with magic that came from within the plant. There was no visible sunbeam, no external projection of your power, which means your magic truly did tap into the flower's inner flame. Okay, so maybe it is progress, but when I look at my handiwork, I shudder to think what would happen if I turned this power on someone I was trying to help. When I imagine it, all I can see is Bede's smoking corpse, The last person who died when I didn't have full control of my magic. Only, rather than Bede's hateful features, now his face is replaced by someone who looks a lot like Leon, like what I imagine his brother would look like. Chapter 9. Morgana. By the time Gallus lets us break for lunch, I've managed to kill 3 more sunflowers. But the proctor seems encouraged, and even I have to admit it's getting easier to find the inner flames of the plants and take hold of them. It's what happens after that's consistently a disaster. But when I tell Tira as much over our food, she's dismissive. "It's like you expected to get it right on the first try," she says, waving the bit of chicken stuck to her fork to emphasize how ridiculous I'm being. "You only started using your magic a couple of months ago, and now you want to be some kind of prodigy at it? Bit big-headed, don't you think?" She grins at me, and I smile back, comforted by her teasing. "Second and third and fourth try didn't go that much better," I say. She shrugs. "Sounds just like a regular learning curve to me. What are you so afraid of?" "The question is whether you'll try." Leon's words still ring in my ears. I know he'd be devastated if I didn't succeed in this, but I don't think he'd blame me. Am I afraid of what will happen if I can't master this magic? Or what will happen if I can? Because if I can help Farron, that means I have to make a choice about giving the man who hurt me so badly everything he wants from me. And then I'll be left with nothing. Right now, I have my anger, and that at least offers me some sense of power. I might be able to use this arrangement as a bargaining chip, but frankly, I'm more focused on the fact that as long as Leon wants something from me, I have the chance to hurt him like he hurt me. However, if I do the right thing and save Farron, all of that collapses. I'll just be the stupid princess he bedded and bent to his will. He'll have used me, and I'll have let him. It would all be so much easier if healing is just something I can't do. I guess that's what I'm afraid of. Bad news. I almost flinch as the man in question appears beside our table. I look up into his face and wish, not for the first time, that it wasn't so beautiful. If he looked like a monster, I'm sure I'd find it easier to hate him. But all the blood he's spilled and all his misdeeds are hidden behind a sculpted jaw, perfect hair, and a set of bottomless gray eyes. "What is it?" I ask. "Alistair's spoken to pretty much everyone in this place. The poor man's nearly lost his voice, but none of them shared the news about you being here with anyone outside the Lyceum. On top of that Fae who attacked you, Parvis was his name, arrived a week before us, and he really has been working in the Lyceum archives all this time." "He got here a week before? But we were only crossing the border then," I say. "Exactly. At that point, I'd sent a message to Proctor Gallus about our arrival, but she was the only one I told, and Alistair confirmed that at that point she hadn't told anyone else." "So you're saying he wasn't here for Anna, at least not at first," Tira says. "Indeed. It seems he saw an opportunity and decided to take it," Leon replies. "An opportunity for what? You said it didn't seem like he was trying to kill you." Tira turns to me. I shake my head, as confused as she is. "Someone else was guiding him," I say, going over again the strange presence I sensed from the Fae. "Some Fae have the sensic ability to invite someone into their mind rather than invade someone else's," Leon says. "Whoever it was, I'd prefer not to run into them or any of their friends again," I say. It's why this news is so unsettling. Maybe the attack was random, just some bad twist of fate, which means we remain safe here. Yet not knowing who was behind it or why leaves me still feeling exposed and powerless. I don't argue when Leon follows me back to the training room, but I'm not ready to talk about Farron again. He must sense this, because he doesn't ask, which is a relief. I'm also glad to see the sunflowers are gone when we arrive at the training room. But that relief is short-lived. "We'll shift focus for today," Gallus says. "Work again on your stamina and precision when it comes to your sunbeams. His Highness has been kind enough to offer his help." She sees my expression and adds, with a tone that invites no argument, "You've already gained experience in fighting an opponent with similar powers. His Highness will test you in different ways." My stomach flutters with nervousness. Lately, my training sessions with Gallus have been more like combat scenarios, with us dodging and blocking each other's magic. It's been useful, teaching me how to react instinctively with my magic when I don't have time to think about it in the heat of a fight. Except sparring with Leon always seems to end up with me feeling humiliated. But this is what you need to practice with him. Learn his weak spots. The voice in my head is right. I told Tira that I only needed a week or so until I would be good enough to take on Leon. If I don't seize this chance now, I clearly don't believe my own words. I sigh, but step into the center of the room as Gallus goes to pick up a shield resting against the benches. It's a round disc of beaten metal with old Felusian writing carved into it I can't decipher. Over time, the Fae and humans developed a common language, but thousands of years ago, they had their own dialect and alphabet. There's a whole section of old Felusian books I found in the library that I couldn't decipher at all. "What's that?" I ask. "Not to use a lot of technical jargon, but in the profession we call it a shield," Leon says. "Funny," I shoot back, unimpressed. "What I mean is, why do you have it? We've not used one before." "It's been reinforced by our best mages and laced with some protection magic from our relics," Gallus explains. "It's so you can push the limits of your sunbeams without fear of hurting His Highness." I let the familiar heat pool in my fingertips. "I can't say that's really a concern of mine," I reply as I stare Leon down. "Nevertheless, he cannot directly block your sunbeams like I can, so we thought we should take the precaution." "To be clear, the proctor thought we should take it," Leon says, bending his knees slightly as he eyes me. A familiar smirk plays on his lips, and just like before, I can see he's enjoying this. "I'm happy to take you on unprotected." My cheeks heat at the double meaning in his words. Is he deliberately trying to throw me off, or is my brain treacherous enough to distract itself on its own? I settle into a crouch, allowing the heat in my fingers to develop into a glow. I look over to Gallus, and she looks like she's suddenly doubting the good sense of this exercise. Still, she raises her hand and drops it. "Begin." I release the sunbeam before the ground beneath me even begins to rumble. A burning stream of light sears across the room, only to collide with the shield. There's a clang as the magic strikes against the metal. Sparks fly everywhere, followed by a fizz of dispersing energy. His face is still hidden behind the raised shield when the earth splits right in front of my feet. The sudden fissure sends dirt flying upward, spraying into my face and blinding me. I know Leon's trying to distract me, so I throw another sunbeam in his general direction, just to slow him down. From the clang that rings out, Leon's blocked it again. "Remember, Morgana, use precision," calls Gallus. But how can I stay precise in a situation like this, when chasms appear beneath my feet, and it's all I can do to produce my sunbeams fast enough to slow Leon down? This is how I've felt for so long now, like I'm running on ground that keeps falling out from underneath me, without any security or hope of rest. This time, there's no clang at all as my sunbeam goes wide and I curse. My frustration means I misjudge where the next crack in the earth is going to appear, catching my foot in the seam as it opens. I go flying, hitting the ground hard despite the springy moss on its surface. The air is driven out of me, and a piece of stone shaken loose by Leon's magic scrapes across my chin. Something in me snaps, and suddenly this isn't just a sparring match I happen to be losing. Instead, this is every blow that's been aimed at me in the last few weeks, all rolled into one moment. I'm done with people attacking me, whether it's lying and manipulating to try to get something from me or assaulting me in broad daylight. They think they can do what they want to me, and a small part of me, the part that has been told how weak I am my whole life, has accepted it. I've believed that there's only so much I can do, that this is just the hand life has dealt to me. But I, too, can destroy the ground beneath someone's feet. I aim my next sunbeam low, sending it flaring across the ground, straight toward where Leon stands. He roars as he has to throw himself out of the way, the shot too low to block with his shield. The ground where I lie begins to shake, and I roll away as fast as I can, immediately sending another bolt of magic toward Leon's feet, forcing him to dance away once more. The smell of burning moss fills the air, and a wave of triumph rolls through me, watching him run from my magic for a change. There's a reason they're all targeting me. The Fae want something from me because I'm powerful. My aunt wants me dead because I'm a threat. Let's see just how powerful and threatening I can be. The next time the heat moves through me, it's like I've opened a door inside myself I didn't know was locked. Magic streams through it with such ferocity it feels endless. I scramble to my feet and throw my hand out, aiming straight for Leon's shield. Any ordinary shield would surely melt under the strength of the blast, but in this case my sunbeam hits the reinforced metal so hard it flies out of Leon's hand. He ducks in time to avoid being hit by the shield or the beam, which is still chasing after it. The shield hits the wall first, leaving a deep dent before it clatters to the ground. The sunbeam follows seconds after, colliding with the wall hard enough to send a shower of sparks across the room. Cracks spider out from the impact point, and a cloud of plaster billows outward like smoke. "Stop," Gallus calls, holding up her hands as she strides onto the training ground, stepping over the churned and charred earth. "Was that what you would call a display of precision?" she demands. I know she wants me to say no, but when I think about the sheer amount of power I just felt move through me, all I feel is pride. "I hit the shield, didn't I?" I say. She shakes her head. "When you were aiming for his feet, I thought you were getting it, even if you were still only sending out single, overly powerful beams at any one time. But that last display was nothing but brute force." Defiance rises up in me at her criticism. I showed I was strong. I beat Leon, for God's sake. Surely that counts as success. With respect, Proctor, I got the job done. What does it matter if I'm precise about it? Why are we worrying about how prettily I do it, if the whole point is to be able to defend myself in whatever way I can? The Proctor opens her mouth to respond, but Leon cuts her off. "Please, Proctor, allow me." When I look at him, I'm surprised by the steel in his eyes and the hard set of his mouth. He looks angry. "It matters because defending yourself is not the same as burning everything up. It matters because you don't deserve to have all this power if you're not going to learn how to use it properly," he growls. Then, to my shock, he stalks out of the room. Maybe it's the adrenaline still running through my veins from the fight, but as I watch his retreating back, I know I can't let those words go. "Excuse me, Proctor," I say stiffly, "and sorry about the wall."
Leon. I hear her footsteps behind me, having to make 2 strides to my 1 just to catch me up as I charge through the Lyceum halls.
What is your problem?
She demands. I say nothing. It's better to not even look at her as I try to calm myself.
I don't deserve my power? That's bullshit.
You don't deserve it if you allow yourself to be consumed by it. Allow it to control you, rather than the other way around. Well done. You showed off how strong you are. But like Proctor Gallus said, that's not the be-all and end-all. My words don't placate her. She's smart enough to know she hit a nerve with me, and she's not going to let this go.
Is this about Farron?
She continues.
It is, isn't it? You're mad I'm not listening to the Proctor's instructions because it puts me further away from being able to heal him.
That's not it, I say, turning a corner. But she keeps stumbling after me.
I thought you wanted me to get better at protecting myself, but when I do, you're pissed? I guess all you care about is whether my magic's useful to you.
Resentment sparks in me at her words, and I stop, turning on her. How can you think that's true, after everything we've been through? Her eyes flicker as she steps backward, but she's not afraid. Even as I loom over her until her back hits the wall of a little alcove off the corridor, her face is the picture of contempt.
Do you mean all those times you saved my life, knowing you couldn't let me die while I was still useful? If it wasn't because I was good for Farron, it was about what was good for your country, right? And then when it became inconvenient for me to have power, you took it from me. So what in all that is supposed to tell me you care?
I know that from her point of view, it must seem impossible to trust me. But from where I'm standing, it's her perspective that doesn't make any sense. I can't let you out of my sight without obsessing about your safety, I say, bringing my face close to hers so she can take in every word. Every minor injury you get has me tearing my hair out, wondering how I could have protected you better. I risk lifting my hand, running my thumb over the graze that starts on her chin and travels up to the corner of her mouth. Her eyes are still burning with anger, but her breath hitches as I brush my finger across her bottom lip. How I want to taste those lips again. I obsess about those almost as much as anything else, and the heat radiating through me as I touch her now makes it hard to withdraw my hand. I know she feels it too. I'm tuned into the tiniest shifts in her body, the way her hips tilt slightly toward me, the way her jasmine scent deepens into something raw and primal as she meets my gaze. Most of my unit thinks I've lost my mind, I say, my voice low. And you think I'm in this state because you're useful to me? She swallows, and my eyes go to her neck, watching the muscles tighten. Something else tightens within me in response, and I force myself to look away before I throw all caution to the wind and do something else she won't forgive me for.
You're a hypocrite,
She says, her voice rough.
You encouraged me to explore my powers from the beginning, and now you have the audacity to criticize how I'm doing it? As if you're not the very essence of brute force, using your power to flatten anyone who stands in your way. How many people have died because the Nightmare Prince didn't care about curbing his strength?
I close my eyes, letting the impact of her words reverberate through me. I know she used the name the humans call me on purpose, calling back to another thing I've refused to tell her. What she doesn't know is that event is exactly why I just lost it in the training room. I straighten, pulling away from her. Come with me. We can't talk about this here.
What do you mean?
She asks, her intense expression wiped away by surprise.
Talk about what?
I'm going to tell you what really happened at the massacre of Mistwell. Chapter 10. Leon. I don't take her to my room or hers. Some stories can only be aired out in the open. Some secrets need to be taken out in the light of day. The private courtyard by Proctor Gallus's office is one I remember from a previous visit. It's nice and quiet, except for the trickling of a fountain and the chirping of the birds. Anna sits on the stone seat opposite the water feature, her fingers picking at the lichen along the seat edge. Now that we're here, I suddenly think this is a bad idea. I thought telling her about Mistwell would help her understand, but I could be giving her just another reason to hate me.
You know, we had a fountain like this back in Gallowing,
She says, examining the etchings in the stonework. I feel a rush of helpless fondness toward her. Even now, when I know she's still furious with me, she has the compassion to give me the space I need.
I'd watch the birds come and wash in it,
She continues.
I suppose it's gone now. Or maybe it was only the house that got burned to ashes. I think I'd like it if some of the ground survived.
But you don't mind that the manor itself burned down? I ask, intrigued by her distinction.
No, I hated Gallowing. Everything it represents. Everything that happened, or didn't happen there. It's why it's easier not to talk about.
She pauses, then lifts her chin to me.
But I guess it's still a part of me. Something that will always be there in my past, whether I want it or not.
She's giving me an opening, and I straighten up, wondering where to begin. Even I forget sometimes how young I was when I went off to fight in the war, I say at last. That's not an excuse, of course, but in human terms, I was barely 18. My parents didn't want me to go, but my grandfather thought it sent the right message, and I was proud to represent our troops. I wander over to the fountain, putting my fingers under the trickling stream as I struggle with how to explain it all. It turns out I had a natural flair for soldiering, the pace of it, the way you can never rest for too long, because action could come at any moment, the long nights and bloody mornings, I look up, waiting for her reaction, but her face gives nothing away. I won't sanitize it for you, I say with a shrug. That's the truth.
I wouldn't want you to,
She counters.
The truth is all I've ever wanted.
I wonder if what I'm going to tell her will change that. It wasn't just me who did well once we got to Trova. No one in your kingdom had fought real battles against our kind for a long time. They'd forgotten how to defend themselves against our unique skills.
They must have not known what hit them,
She says. Yes, at first. But to be fair to them, the Aetherians learned quickly. Still, we swept through the west like a hurricane, driving them back. Once we heard Palkir was sailing up to Patamus to retake Elmir, we followed our enemies as they retreated east. I pause, trying to collect my memories, but they're all a blur from those few months. An endless stream of riding and fighting and sleeping, only to rise and fight some more. That's all Trova is to me now. Just a list of places where I opened the earth and poured humans into it. I suppose you don't know that I had a different name back then. I wasn't always the Nightmare Prince, I say before I can stop myself.
No,
She says.
I didn't know that.
Earth Splitter, I say. Makes a bit more sense, doesn't it? I could end whole battles within an hour on the right ground.
So why did you do things different at Mistwell?
She prompts. I still recoil a little from the town name, but there's no going back now. Frankly, even though I was good at it, I'd gotten sick of all the killing. Maybe because I was so good at it. The victories had made me overconfident, and I was young and arrogant. I thought I could end the entire war in one quick sweep.
And you did,
She says.
Harridan's death marked the end of the fighting, didn't it?
Yes, I say, withdrawing my hand from the fountain water. We knew he was in Mistwell with the last of his men, and we knew the town was full of Aetherian sympathizers. We argued for hours over how to take the town while minimizing fatalities in our ranks and among the civilians. I smile unhappily at the irony.
So did you really intend to get them to surrender at first?
She asks. Then, more quietly,
What changed your mind?
I push my shoulders back, preparing myself to finally say it. I didn't change my mind. The whole thing was a mistake. I never meant for those people to die. Her eyes widen, but she stays calm.
A mistake?
She repeats. Yes, it was an accident. I went to General Lestride's with my plan. He was skeptical, but I convinced him it was the best option. I would send my sensic magic into the town that night and influence Harridan, as well as anyone else I could get to listen, to surrender. Part of me knew better than to stake everything on my sensic power. I was aware even back then that the kind of magic I did was complicated. It requires nuance and finesse to properly place an idea in someone's head via their dreams. But I ignored all that. I felt unstoppable. The entire kingdom knew I was powerful enough to win battles for the Trovians. What was one little town after that? Why shouldn't I use my magic however I wanted?
But something went wrong,
She says. I squeeze my eyes shut, trying not to picture it. But the images are always there. Even now, 80 years later, they haven't faded one bit. The moment I woke up, hours before sunrise, I knew something terrible had happened. All those sleeping minds were just gone. I ran to the town, and that's when I found them. I'd sent Harridan and some of his closest followers a dream about the gods. I'd whispered to them that Aethera wanted them to surrender, to sacrifice themselves for the greater good. I told them it was his will. Anna says nothing. So engrossed by my words, her breathing has grown shallow. What I had underestimated, what I might have sensed if I'd been more cautious and less sure of myself, was how desperate Harridan had become. He knew he was losing. He knew that his death was inevitable. But he also believed deeply that he was doing the gods' will. They all did. They weren't just an army. They were a cult. All of them were utterly convinced that Harem was their celestial messenger on Earth, and their precious leader had been praying every day, searching for a sign. So when a message came to him one night from, as he thought, Aethera himself, demanding an ultimate, final sacrifice, he followed his orders. I press on, barely coming up for air. If I hesitate, I might not be able to tell the rest. His men killed the townspeople first, one by one, cutting them down with their swords or killing them with magic. No one fought back. They were followers of the temple, and that just made them all lambs for the slaughter. And when they'd killed every man, woman, and child in the town, Harem gathered all of his soldiers in the courtyard and ordered them to turn on each other. By then, I imagine the madness had fully set in. After what they'd done, there could be no turning back. No acknowledgement that their grand leader might be mistaken. They could only deal with what they'd done by believing it had to be done. So, spurred on by visions of Aethera rewarding them in the eternal realm, visions I'd fed into their minds, they killed each other.
How do you know this?
She asked.
I thought you said they were dead by the time you got there.
Because Harem told me, I said simply. He waited until they'd all followed his orders, making sure each one had sacrificed themselves. He was in the central square with a knife under his chin when I got there. He told me about the rewards he'd been offered by the gods and about Aethera's message to him, and then he slit his own throat. I remember it all too vividly. The red splashing in fat droplets onto the faces of his dead men lying at his feet. The triumphant light in his eyes slowly drained away, and I was left alone with the consequences of my actions. Anna stands, unable to sit still anymore.
So why didn't you tell them it was an accident? Lestrides thought you did it on purpose, and you never corrected him? I saw what he wrote about it, that you said Paul Kier should be grateful for what you'd done.
Those trips of hers to the library were more informative than I'd thought. What would be better, I ask? A ruthless ally who does something brutal to bring peace in the long run? Or a Fae Prince so wrapped up in his own strength that he massacres a town without even trying?
You didn't...
I cut her off, knowing her instinct will be to absolve me in some way. I saw it with my parents, my brother, and the rest of my unit. But I don't want absolution. I might not have wielded the blades, but those people died because of me, I explain. I step over to her now so I can lean forward and drive home the weight of my words. That's why I want you to be careful, Anna. It's why I want you to use your strength and power, but never be a slave to it. Otherwise, you just might make a mistake like I did and end up being haunted by it forever.
Morgana. I meet Leon's eyes, trying to understand the weight of everything he's just told me. I can see him there in my mind's eye, alone in the morning light beside the piles of bodies. Rather than being sickened or horrified, I'm profoundly sad. So much bloodshed, so much loss. In the end, it was the price Trova paid to prevent even more killing. I wonder if the survivors of the war thought it was worth it. And what about Leon? What did it cost him? Death has been following Leon around for most of his life. In many ways, he and it are old friends. And when he's in battle, when he's wielding his blade and breaking open the earth to pour men into it, at least he's meeting it on his terms. Except he learned at Mistwell what death can be like when he's not in command of it. When those rare forces stronger than him take hold and rip that control from his fingers. I doubt it happens often. He's simply too powerful. But that early lesson must have stuck with him. And it's clear to me now why he couldn't leave things to chance and just hope I'd say yes if he asked me to come with him to Valusia. Not when his brother's illness was one of those terrible specters he knew he couldn't conquer with a sword or split earth. There was too much at stake, and he must have already felt an echo of the same terror he felt the day he woke in Mistwell, surrounded by death. He's afraid for his brother, that's obvious, but he's afraid for me, too. I believe that now, that he really feels he has to protect me, and to do that, I have to be by his side. He's also afraid for himself, of what it will mean if he can't keep both of us safe, because maybe that would show he's destined to repeat the tragedy of Mistwell. That must be a terrible burden to bear. Terrible enough that I forgive him? That I forgive myself for the choices I made to let him into my mind and my body? I don't know. But I do know I won't be easily rid of Leon. He'll be forever stalking through my thoughts or in the memory of his touch whispering across my skin. And now he's confusing things even more, because the story of Mistwell and of Farron both tell me so much about his choices. His lies to me weren't just an act of cruelty or simple proof that he doesn't care about my feelings. In many complicated ways, they were the desperate acts of a man trying not to repeat his past. I reach out to touch his face, my fingers against his cheek, palm nestled under the strong line of his jaw. He goes still, eyes wide, and I can tell he's worried him moving will make me pull away. Most of the people in my country grow up knowing your reputation as a killer and nothing else, I say. My eyes trace his features, watching the tightening of his lips and the flare of emotion in his eyes. But I don't think that's the full picture, I continue. What happened at Mistwell was a terrible mistake, but it only happened because you were trying to do the right thing. You said it yourself. You were trying to end things before anyone else died. That's what you should remember, not the awful tragedy created by Harridan's broken mind and the prejudices of Palkir's men. Leon closes the distance between us and kisses me. I'm not expecting it. Maybe if I'd seen it coming, I would have stopped it. Or maybe not. As it is, any thought I have of resisting immediately crumbles under the heat of his lips. I open my mouth to him, letting his tongue caress mine, his lips urging me to succumb to the pleasure he knows exactly how to stoke in me. As his hand slips behind my head, pulling me in deeper, I'm hanging on to a precipice. If I let go, I have a long way to fall. I go still, freezing against him, and he immediately notices the change. He pulls back, dropping his hand, and I release a sigh. Of relief, of course. I'm relieved we stopped before things got out of hand. Just like I'm not at all desperate to feel his skin against mine again. He looks at me with a question in his gray eyes, and being under their scrutiny is suddenly too hard. It's still there, his betrayal, the fact that he took from me the things he knew I couldn't stand losing again. My power, my freedom. Understanding him a little better and sympathizing with him a little more doesn't wipe out what he did to me. It sits there like a heavy, leaden weight between us. I have to go, I say, shouldering my way past him and fleeing from the courtyard. Putting distance between us immediately makes it easier to breathe. I find myself relaxing a fraction as I move through the Lyceum, even if I still feel that kiss burning on my lips. I find Tira teaching Stratton and Damia some Trovian card games in a grassy square near our rooms. "No, you can't beat me with that," she says to Stratton as he lays his hand down on the lawn between them. "Two queens with a knave doesn't get you anything." "Speak for yourself," Stratton says. "I call it a good time." Tira rolls her eyes, her hand absent-mindedly drifting downward. It's then that I see Barb nestled in the grass between her and Damia. The sight of my friend patting the head of a snake is at least enough to snap me out of the muddled thoughts swirling round my head. I wasn't sure if I was going to tell Tira about the kiss at first, but I don't have anything to gain from keeping secrets. That's more Leon's specialty. Except he's been letting you in, hasn't he? He's been telling you the truth more and more. I ignore the voice in my head, not ready to unpack that idea yet. "When you're done, can we talk?" I ask Tira. "Well, that sounds ominous," Damia says, holding her arm out for Barb to wind her way up it. But Tira just nods and starts packing the cards away. "We're done," she says simply. "But I was just getting the hang of it," Stratton complains. "No, you weren't," Tira contradicts him. And there's nothing more I can teach you for now. You have to go and practice. There's some things you can't charm your way through, pretty boy. Stratton winks at her. As long as you think I'm pretty. I tut at him as Tira gets up to leave. She'd eat you alive, Mireln, I say with a warning tone. He just laughs as we leave the courtyard, and Tira throws me a curious look. You're joking around, so whatever is bothering you can't be too serious, she says. Seriously confusing, I say as we head back to our room. Once we're inside, I fill Tira in on what happened. I skip the details about Mistwell. It's not really my tale to tell. I do tell her that the hints of it people hear in Trova aren't the whole truth. Then I get to the kiss. So what does he expect? Tira asks. He tells you some deep personal stuff about his past, and you're supposed to just forgive him? She shakes her head. Men, it doesn't matter if they're Fae or human. They still don't understand the first thing about emotions. I don't think he expects me to forgive him just like that, I say, turning the moment over in my mind. It's more like he appreciated what I said and got carried away. I finish weakly, knowing the justification sounds shaky. It seems like you want to defend him, Tira says. I don't, I reply, perhaps too defensively. She holds her hands up. I'm not judging, just making an observation. My thoughts from earlier come back to me. He has been sharing more with me since the library attack. Of course, I'm glad to know why we're here, and grateful that he's finally willing to share about his past, but I still think it's too little too late. It shouldn't have gotten this far before he bothered to start keeping me informed, should it? Tira shrugs. No, but didn't you basically tell him earlier that we shouldn't be defined by our mistakes? And maybe he's realizing just what a terrible mistake he made in deceiving you. She's probably right. I called him a hypocrite, but wouldn't I be the hypocrite if I refused to let him make up for what he did? I did learn something from my card lesson with the Fae, Tira adds when I don't immediately reply. Have you noticed we haven't seen Alistair recently? I raise my eyebrows, realizing we really haven't. But I know his schedule is very different to mine since we got to the Lyceum. I get up early to eat breakfast before I train, and he lies in. I just thought I kept missing him. Why? Where is he? Apparently, their captain sent him off on some mission. He's been gone for a week. She reads my expression. I'm guessing the new, improved Leon who shares things didn't mention that? No, I say, my disappointment rising. He didn't. Chapter 11. Morgana. I avoid Leon for the next few days, throwing myself into training. I even ask Gallus if she can give me extra evening sessions, anything to distract me from my confusing feelings about the Fae Prince. With my focus locked in, I finally start to get better at the precision Gallus keeps demanding of me. The celestial flame stuff is less successful. I can't seem to manipulate the inner flames of the plants we practice on without overwhelming them and burning them away entirely. But the proctor keeps telling me being able to affect them at all is a big deal. It shows I'm capable of doing what needs to be done, even if I'm still very far from the mark. A few more days slip by, and then one morning I do a double take when I see Alistair at breakfast looking tired and rumpled. You're back, I say abruptly. Some version of me, he says, his voice flat and low. But I suspect I won't feel like myself again until I've eaten every piece of food the kitchen can give me. He straightens at the sight of something across the room, then abruptly stands. I turn to see Leon heading toward us, and silently curse. I can't walk away now without it being obvious I've been hiding from him. Actually, breakfast will have to wait, Alistair says, and there's a sad note in his voice. I don't think it has anything to do with him missing out on food. We should talk, he says to Leon when the prince reaches our table. An expression flashes across Leon's face, something so hopeless it startles me. Bad news, then, he says. Alistair just heads for the dining room door, beckoning for Leon to follow, but the prince turns to me first. Come with us, he says. Why? Whatever Alistair has to say, you should probably hear too. I wonder for a moment if he can read my mind, because for the last few days I've been like a pendulum, going back and forth on whether Leon really is opening up to me, or whether the displays of trust I've seen from him mean nothing after all. Adding fuel to the fire was the fact he didn't tell me why Alistair left. But apparently, I'm about to find out now. I follow him out, and at least Alistair doesn't look surprised when we both join him in his room. In fact, the blonde Fae addresses me first.
I've been talking to Felusian intelligence, he explains. We wanted to see who this Parvis guy was in communication with. If he didn't know in advance that you were coming here, it's likely he sent a message or received some orders during his stay.
Did you find anything?
The Morellium themselves are too close-knit for us to infiltrate on short notice, so we won't get any answers directly from them. However, our spies did manage to track down a Felusian messenger who'd been paid to keep quiet. They told me they carried something from Parvis across the border, but they were instructed to leave the message in a random location in the middle of nowhere, so I wouldn't be surprised if the trail goes cold from there.
That at least confirms that they're in contact with someone in Trova, I say, which means my aunt could very well be involved. Still, that presence I glimpsed when Parvis used his sensic magic, that dark, hungry entity, didn't remind me of Oklana at all. Whoever it was, a chill runs through me at the thought that they know where I am.
I'm afraid that's all I have on Parvis for now. As for the other matter,
Alistair turns to Leon.
Would you rather we talk about it alone?
I smile. Trust Alistair to just come out with the fact that there are things Leon doesn't want me knowing, except Leon immediately shoots this down.
It's fine. She should hear this,
Leon says. Alistair inhales and gives Leon an apologetic look.
All right. The news from the palace is not encouraging. Your brother's condition has worsened since we left for Trova. According to the healers, there's barely any lucidity left.
I see it again now, the hopeless expression that appeared so briefly in the dining room. Now it shines out clearly on Leon's face. I have to look away before I fall into wanting to do anything I can to free Leon of that despair. It's possible that Leon wanted me here specifically to hear this, so that I would be guilted into helping him. But whether I'll choose to help his brother is overshadowed by the reality that I still don't know if I can. Leon talks to Gallus. He must know about my lack of progress. What does he think about that? He's staked everything on me and my abilities, and I might turn out to be a losing bet.
We shouldn't delay much longer,
Leon says, glancing at me.
Whatever the outcome, I need to see him.
Alistair nods and sits down on a chair, exhausted, like a man carrying too many people's burdens.
That's not even all of it, he says, rubbing his face. There's someone else I need to speak to, but now I'm wondering...
He looks up at me, and the strain on his features sends a spike of fear through me.
Perhaps she should get it from you. It's better, I think, to hear this kind of thing from a close friend.
What is it? I ask. My voice jumps up a few octaves, climbing with my anxiety. Is this about Tira? He gives me the saddest look, and I know the answer is yes.
We asked Wadestaff's smugglers to keep an ear to the ground about Otskold, if we'd been able to get word sooner, but there wasn't any warning. I'm so sorry, Morgana.
Alistair usually calls me Your Highness, so his use of my name only makes my heart thud harder.
The temple went back. They executed everyone who they believed had helped kill the clerics in the purge. Tira's family is dead.
When I was growing up, I had two mothers. Neither of them was the lofty queen who lived in her palace many miles away. One was a dryad who tended to my needs and poured poison down my throat. The other was a peasant woman with golden skin and colorful clothes. She was hired to do no more than cook and serve my food, but it wasn't in her nature to let a lonely little girl go unmothered. She worried when I was unwell, brewing steaming broths to help my colds. She made me feel special on my birthdays, baking teetering cakes I couldn't possibly eat all on my own. And she gave me my best friend, Tira, the same girl I now hold in my arms, weeping, because Una Holmes is dead. I should be weeping too, except I don't have any tears left to shed. They all poured out after Alistair gave me the news. What's left behind is a stiff, brittle state, as if I'm one touch away from crumbling inward. Tira isn't just a mirror for my pain. She amplifies it. Every deep, wrenching wail reverberates through me. Every sob that racks her shoulders I feel in my bones. I absorb it as best I can, rocking her from side to side where we sit together on the bed. The despair comes in waves. When it ebbs, we sit in silence until the next flood hits us all over again. It occurs to me that when I learned my parents died, I didn't cry like this. It's true I didn't know them like Tira and her family, but there's grief in the fact that I'll never get to know them. Not grief like this, though. It's a quieter, duller pain, like a deep ache you don't notice until you call attention to it. I shouldn't have left, Tira says eventually, her voice a broken croak. I should never have gone. I knew this was coming, the blame she was sure to want to place on herself, and I'm quick to shut it down. No, Tira, if you'd stayed, you would be dead too. Maybe that would be better, she says, so sincerely it hurts my heart. At least then I'd be with them. I put my hands on her shoulders, forcing her to look at me. Do you think they'd want that? Don't you think it's some consolation to them, even in the eternal realm, to know you're safe and alive and here with me? Your family loved you too much for you to wish that. Her face crumples again, acknowledging the truth of my words. I just don't think I can believe it. It doesn't feel like it can be true, that they're gone. Something in her face shifts, hardening into anger. Not gone. Taken from me. She straightens, her hands gripping the edge of the mattress. Whoever is responsible for this, may they rot in the Gloamlands forever. The venom in her voice calls to me. I also have that rage. There's so much of it within me, waiting to be felt. Surely that won't hurt as much as sitting with this pain. It was Aklana, I say. She started all this. She sent the temple to Otskold. Even if she didn't personally make sure that bearer, Sophos, escaped to tell the temple everything, all this death is on her hands. My conversation with Leon after the library attack comes back to me. What a fool I was to think I was out of her reach here. I was deliberately blind, not wanting to face the reality because it would mean I would have to take a stand. It would mean accepting that I can't run away and hide from my problems in Gullard. Not until I get justice. She murdered your family and mine, Tira says, as if she can hear my thoughts. And after all that, she thinks she can sit on the throne, rule your kingdom? That evil, loathsome bitch. I don't know if I really think of it as my kingdom. The people of Trova wouldn't think of me as their queen, not if they knew the truth, but I don't disagree with Tira. She can't inherit the crown until I'm dead, I say, so she'll keep on murdering until she has what she wants. She'll keep coming after me and the few people left in the world that I love. I meet Tira's eyes and see she knows she's right at the top of that list. But she can't do that if we kill the bitch first, I say. Damn fucking right, Tira breathes, reaching out and squeezing my hand. I might not know what the future holds for the throne of Trova, but to be honest, right now I don't know if I can find it in me to care. All I know is that as long as I still have breath in me, I won't let my aunt sit on it. We wanted a quiet life, to retreat to the safety of Gullard and find some peace, but we won't get peace until she's in the ground. I'm starting to realize you can't run from some fires. No, there are flames you can only fight by lighting a blaze yourself. Bargaining with Leon for freedom, or even protection, isn't enough anymore, and he's no longer the enemy I want to bring low. Stay here, I say, and I rise, letting the heat of my anger fuel me into action. Where are you going? She asks. To make a deal, I say. I know Leon won't have gone far. He's still committed to watching over me, making sure I'm safe. And just as I expected, when I leave my room, he's right there,
stationed outside the door like a statue. "We should go to your brother," I say. "From what Alistair says, time isn't on our side. We shouldn't risk delaying any longer." "You'll heal him?" he asks, and the note of fragile hope in his voice shakes me a little. I'm not used to hearing him unmoored like that. He's usually the single solid point in an unstable world. "I'll try," I say. I can only hope that when I see his illness firsthand, it will help me work out exactly what I'm missing, that I'll finally discover the trick to properly manipulating celestial flame. He takes a step forward, and for a second I think he's going to kiss me again. Panic runs through me, as well as a spike of desire. I don't know what I'll do if he does, but he simply takes my hand, lifting it to his lips. Heat rushes to my cheeks as his mouth brushes my skin, his eyes pinning me in place. "Thank you," he says. "Don't thank me yet," I say, withdrawing my hand. "There's something I want you to do for me in return." "What is that?" I inhale, letting the hunger for revenge wash over me. "You're going to help me kill my aunt." Chapter 12. Morgana. I tilt my head back to bask in the sunlight, the hood of my traveling cloak slipping slightly from my face. It's taken us nearly a week to ride from Vastame to the Fae capital, Unveiled. The shift in the weather has been gradual, the air slowly warming each day as we get further south. Now it's almost too hot for my cloak, and I glance at the others, wondering if they're struggling too. But the Fae look quite comfortable, used to the balmy climate of their home city. "Remember to keep your face covered." Leon turns to murmur to me where I'm seated behind him. I'm back sharing his horse. He insisted, and I couldn't be bothered to kick up a fuss about it. I might still not be over what he did, but we're working together now. He accepted my deal immediately, and now that we're in this together, there isn't room for pettiness. I'll admit it was distracting for the first few days, to be so close to him on a regular basis after weeks of trying, with varying success, to keep my distance. But eventually my treacherous body relaxed enough to handle being pressed up against him for hours on end. Nevertheless, I was glad when the veil came into view and gave me something else to focus on. The city looks like someone spilled a paint box over it. Every building, from the smallest, most humble residences to the grandest mansions, is decorated in vibrant shades. The most common colors are terracotta, mustard, and burnt orange, but the streets are punctuated by buildings painted fern green or the deep cerulean I saw at the Lysum. I'd love to explore further, but we're sticking to the back streets, making sure no one notices us. "We'll need to be discreet entering the city," Leon explained to me a few days ago. "We don't want to draw attention to your presence." I agreed with him, of course. The attack at the Lyceum proved that I have enemies in Felucia. No need to advertise that I'm in the city. However bright and beautiful it is, I'm sure it hides plenty of darkness, too. It also makes me glad I spent so much of our journey practicing my ability to block sensic magic. If I focus, I can keep myself from breaking into cackles of laughter for a full minute before I succumb to Damia's magic. I tried to coax Tira into giving it a go, too. I want her to be just as protected as I am, even if she's less of a target. But I couldn't be surprised when she declined. She's not talked much in the last week, despite Stratton's best efforts to cheer her up, and I've had to keep an eye out to make sure she's eating enough. The news about her family has drained vitality out of her, and I can only hope that things will get better soon. Once we've done what we need to at the palace, we can think about Oklana, and that might give Tira the focus she needs, something to hold on to in a sea of grief. I can see glimpses of the palace in question now. It's like a two-tiered cake, one layer stacked on top of the other, with towers from the bottom portion stretching up to surround the top. I thought it was where we were headed, but then we take a left and start moving away from it. Eventually, we come to a tall wall with an intricately wrought gate set into the brick. Leon holds his hand up to a thick lock at its center. There's a click, and the gate, apparently bespelled to recognize his magic, groans open. A huge expanse of gardens lies beyond it. It looks almost like a park, lined with trees but open in the middle, where broad stretches of grass slope gently down to a lake so big there's an island in the middle of it. The palace is visible in the distance. This must be an extension of its grounds.
We ride down across the manicured lawns toward the lake edge. Are we going straight to your brother? I ask Leon.
Yes,
Leon says.
he's this way.
His voice sounds low and tight. He's anxious, and I am too. It's one thing to tell Leon back in Vestame that I'll help his brother, but now we're approaching the moment of truth. If I'm honest, I'm afraid what state we're going to find Farron in. What if he's already past the point of saving? When we get closer to the lake, I can make out more of the island. There's a structure on it, a round building with stone pillars and an impressive dome. It looks like a temple, or maybe one of the sanctuary buildings back home. I remember then what Leon told me about Farron. This is the place you talked about? I ask. The one with the blood magic? We dismount as Leon answers.
Yes, the sanctuary is very old. Older than the palace, even. Come.
He leads us to the water's edge, where a small fleet of rowboats are moored. He helps me into one, along with Tira, Alistair, and Fae. The others take another boat as Leon begins to row us across to the island. I watch his powerful arms pull us through the water with ease, and notice that our party is unusually quiet. I think the fear of what we might find here is getting to all of us. Leon starts talking, his voice rising a little above the swish of the moving water.
The legend goes that thousands of years ago, a terrible plague ran through the city. The rulers, my ancestors, could easily have fled the Vale to keep themselves safe. They stayed, however, to find a way to put a stop to the sickness. Supposedly, Viscalis blessed this spot as a reward for their selflessness.
Viscalis, Tira pipes up. But I thought she was just the Dryad's goddess. I'm relieved to hear her talking. It's a good sign that she can summon up some curiosity.
She is the deity of Viatic magic, of course, says Leon. But she's been known to help Fae and humans from time to time. Of course, it's just a legend. It might not be true. Maybe we just had very good Dryad allies back then, and they helped build this place for us. Either way, this site has healing properties for members of the royal line. My brother has only managed to stay alive this long by remaining permanently inside.
We all fall silent again after that, reminded of the reason we're here. Our boat slows, gently running aground on the sandy bank. There's a strange atmosphere. Even though Tira and I have never been here before, it's like we can sense the sacredness of the place. A hush hangs around us. As I step closer to the sanctuary, I recognize the shape of old Agatherian carved into the base of the pillars, words I doubt any of us, even the Fae, can read. My stomach twists again. I'm no healer, and I'm certainly not a Dryad. Have we all gone insane, thinking I might be able to do some good here? Leon's hand lightly touches my elbow.
We'll just go to see him first, he murmurs, one step at a time.
I release a breath and nod, then notice the others hanging back. They're not coming? I ask.
It's better not to crowd him,
Leon says. My gaze falls on Tira. I'll stay here too, she says, stepping forward to squeeze my hand. But good luck. The sanctuary is cooler than outside. Darker, too, a low light creating an immediate sense of calm. The air tastes fresh, almost like peppermint, thanks to the burning bowls of herbs that line the entry chamber. A pair of Dryad attendants approach us. It's been a while since I've seen any who look so healthy. It's a reminder of just how vibrantly green Atuska's hair and skin used to be. I briefly wonder if she has reached the Miraval yet, but I refocus my attention when both Dryads bow and one begins to speak. Your Highness, we weren't expecting you.
Healer Yonda, Leon addresses her. I apologize for the surprise, but it's proven necessary to keep my movements to myself lately.
He bows respectfully, and she nods in return.
I hear he's worse,
Leon says. You'd only be able to hear the strain in his voice if you really listened, but to me it's clearly there. The Dryads exchange a look. We haven't been able to keep his weight up, Your Highness, despite all our efforts. It's like the sickness is just swallowing up everything we feed him. Yonda twists her hands in distress.
We'd like to see him,
Leon says. Of course, Your Highness, Yonda says. But I must warn you, he's much changed since the last time you were here. I feel Leon tense a little more beside me, and as the Dryads turn to lead us deeper into the sanctuary, I brush my fingers against the back of his hand, reminding him I'm here. The healers usher us into another chamber, and immediately I understand the need for the burning herbs outside. There's a fetid smell, like something rotten and decaying. It's the smell of death. As the dryads step aside, they reveal a long bed inside the chamber. My heart stops, because for a moment I think there's a corpse lying in it. Then the body in the bed shifts slightly. It's hard to tell what Farron would have looked like before he got sick, because now he looks less like a man and more like a skeleton. His skin is sallow, almost yellow at the edges, and stretched over hollow cheeks and a pointed chin. His hair is still dark, like Leon's. When I look closely, I see a ghost of the same graceful features I've so often admired on his brother. Leon goes to stand behind him, reaching out to lay a hand on Farron's shoulder. "It's me, Farron. I've come home," he says in a low voice. I can't bear to look at the expression on his face, so I focus on Farron and see the crown prince tilt his neck an inch and open his eyes. "Leon." Farron's voice is a grating rasp. No sooner does he get the word out than he starts to cough. Leon lifts his painfully thin brother to sit upright. The coughing fit worsens once they have him sitting up against some pillows. Farron's body shakes as he releases a deep, guttural noise over and over. I fight to keep my face neutral, although I want to wince at the noise, punctuated as it is by such desperate wheezes. The dryads rub Farron's back as Leon tries to lean him forward a little, hand still on his shoulder. There's a splattering noise, and something black and dense spills from Farron's mouth, staining the white sheets. I notice a washcloth by a basin in the corner and rush to wet it, hurrying forward. Whatever Farron has coughed up is dark like ink, but thick as mud. He splutters, and a few more globs of it drip onto the sheets. Then he slumps back, his eyes fluttering closed with exhaustion. I lift the wet cloth to wipe the residue from his chin as the dryads hurry to remove the soiled sheets. "Thank you," Leon says to the dryads as they bow and leave the chamber with the sheets, murmuring about being back soon with new ones. "Thank you," he then says to me, looking meaningfully at the washcloth. "It's nothing," I reply, unable to meet his gaze. I'm too afraid of the hope I might see there. Seeing Farron's condition has shown me how massive the task ahead of me is. Leon's brother is no wilted flower. He's a living, breathing person, and death has its grip wrapped firmly around him. "Do you think you're ready to try now?" Leon asks. "Maybe just see what you can feel with your magic." I exhale. This is, after all, what I came here for. However dire Farron's condition, I have to try. "All right," I say. I close my eyes and run through the process that's familiar to me by now. First, I locate the heat in my veins, feeling its warmth, but taking care not to release it. Then I reach out for my orbital magic, the power that influences things outside myself, and bring it as close as I can to the heat. Then I go looking for Farron's celestial flame. It turns out practicing on the sunflowers was a good idea after all. As plants, their inner spark was already small and further diminished by the starvation Gallus put them through. It helps me now because Farron's inner spark is frighteningly weak. It flickers in and out of my awareness, so faint it's hard to hold in my mind's eye. I can sense the darkness around it, too, squatting inside him like some foul parasite, swallowing up what must have been a fierce, burning light and turning it into this frail ember. Before I can do anything else, my magic starts to come alive. It's like it's instinctively drawn to Farron. I try to gently pull it back, but it just speeds up, rushing from me toward his celestial flame. I panic when my first try doesn't immediately make it stop. My power is pouring into Farron, and I know too well what happens to anything I overload with my celestial magic. Images of the dead, blackened sunflowers spring to my mind. My fear mounting, I make another frenzied tug on my magic, yanking it free of Farron and breaking the connection. I hear a rattling gasp, and my eyes fly open. Farron's not only coughing again, but his whole body is shaking uncontrollably, his thin limbs jerking as he has some kind of seizure. The dryads rush in to help Leon hold him down, smearing a paste over his mouth and praying rapidly in Old Agatherian. I stumble backward, feeling sick as I watch them work. I did that. My clumsy magic use made things worse for this poor man who has already suffered enough. Granted, I don't quite know what happened or why my power was so drawn to him. It never acted like that with the sunflowers, but I should have been more careful. The Dryad's efforts to soothe Farron are successful. His limbs grow still, and they're able to tuck them back under fresh sheets. With the white material drawn right up to his chin, I'm struck once again by how much he already looks like a corpse. Did I bring him closer to the brink just now? I shouldn't be messing with things I don't understand. Gallus put ideas into my head, and I could have done real damage with my incompetence. I need to stop this. Leon, I'm cut off by the sound of raised voices carrying through the sanctuary from the front chamber. Leon throws a look at his brother before reluctantly striding out of the room. I follow, while the Dryads duck back into Farron's chamber. I suspect he's watched constantly. Out front, a group of 7 Fae are facing off against Leon's unit. Unlike Leon's soldiers, who wear fighting leathers and practical tunics, the new Fae are dressed in full armor. I recognize the orange symbol on their breastplates as the same crest Leon has on a ring around his neck. A tall, broad-shouldered man with a thick brown mustache stands at the front of the group, arguing with Eric's. "That's an order," the man with the mustache barks. Eric's draws himself up and growls through his beard. "We don't take orders from you, Valrir." "But you do take orders from the king," Valrir clips back. "I don't think Lord Frinlail needs to be reminded of that fact," Leon says, his voice cutting through the air. The Fae in armor straighten, finally noticing us. Then they all bow in turn. Valrir goes last, looking slightly reluctant. "Your Highness, I apologize. We didn't wish to disturb you as you visited your brother." "If that were true, Valrir, you would have stayed the gloam off this island. What do you want?" Valrir's jaw tightens, as if it's killing him not to snap back in response to Leon's rudeness. "I carry a message from His Majesty." "Interesting. I didn't know you'd been demoted to errand boy." Leon sneers. "What's so urgent?" "Nothing, Your Highness," Valrir says. "Only that your grandfather is very pleased to hear you have returned after so long an absence, and he requests your presence at the palace." A smile spreads over Valrir's face that I don't like at all. Then he looks directly at me. "As well as the presence of Her Royal Highness, Princess Morgana."
Chapter 13. Leon. The day I die and get to the Eternal Realm, or the Gloamlands, which at this point seems likelier, I'd like to ask whichever god put me there a few important questions. Starting with who exactly I pissed off so much that my plans always have to go to shit. We're not meant to be here, now, following my grandfather's smug attack dog Valrir across the grounds. This is exactly where I wanted us not to be. And there's only so much bad luck a man can take before it starts to feel personal. We enter the palace through the south wing, a route that takes us past the banquet hall, doors flung open so we get a good view as we pass, and the ballroom, too. The 3 chandeliers that float above it are reflected in a floor polished to such a shine, it looks like a mirror. I roll my eyes because I know it's no accident Valrir has taken this way. Where my grandfather is concerned, everything is a game, and the name of this game is Intimidate the Human Queen. This palace is far older and grander than the one at Elmir. He wants to remind her we were here long before her family and will be here long afterward. It's exactly this kind of nonsense I was hoping to avoid. I thought if I brought Anna straight to Farron that maybe she could heal him, and we could then leave Lavale without ever having to encounter my grandfather. But, of course, nothing escapes King Respin. I can only hope I can keep her out of whatever political maneuvering he has in store for her. Because he will try to turn this to his advantage in some way. I can guarantee that. I haven't prepared her for this, and part of me is screaming at myself, telling me to grab her and bundle her out of this viper's nest before it's too late. Except I still need her here to help Farron. My frustration flares at the mess of it all, making me stop walking abruptly. "You can leave us now, Captain Valrir," I say. The fool spins on his heel, eyeing me.
I believe His Majesty wanted me to escort you to him directly, Your Highness.
He says with his usual trick of making my title sound like it tastes bad in his mouth. Why would I need an escort? I say coldly. Have you forgotten I live here? Fucking Velrir. We trained together as young soldiers. He never got over the severe beating I gave him on our second day, and I never got over what a foul bully he was. But his sensic power allows him to rifle through people's recent memories, and, of course, that makes him an extremely useful tool to my grandfather, enough to promote him and keep him lurking around the palace. The captain gives me a poisonous smile and bows before turning on his heel and stalking away.
That poor man obviously still has no friends,
Alistair says thoughtfully.
Otherwise, someone would have told him by now how utterly ridiculous that mustache looks.
Most of my unit snicker. No more fans of Velrir than I am, but I'm too tense to join in the fun. Come on, I say. Let's get this over with.
Should I be worried?
Anna asks, and I hesitate before I answer. My grandfather has been allies with your family for many years, and he won't like your aunt's collaboration with the temple, so he'll be on your side as far as that goes. But just be careful. Remember that he's clever, and not above using his sensic power when it suits him. He can make you feel paranoid, like everyone's against you, and he always has Felucia's interests at heart, above all else. She nods, her face taking on that wonderfully determined expression she gets, the one that convinces me she could achieve anything she wanted. Naturally, my grandfather is in the throne room, the best place to emphasize his power. His huge golden seat surrounds him like a ring of light, the top flaring outward on either side into big prongs that always reminded me of wings. He settles his hands on the end of each arm as we enter, his long silver hair brushing against his robes of deep ochre. Your Majesty, I say, bowing. He'll tolerate me calling him grandfather, but I know he prefers the formality. Allow me to introduce Her Highness, Princess Morgana Angevir of Trova. Anna curtsies and looks as if she might speak, but my grandfather beats her to it. At last! He beckons us forward. I was beginning to wonder if you'd fallen into that lake. Despite his age, his voice is as strong as ever, sharp and tough as steel. We were visiting Farron, I say. I know. His eyes flick over to Anna, and I feel a sudden urge to step in front of her, shielding her from that pointed gaze. Much has changed since your trip to Trova. I wish circumstances were better all around. He leans forward, fixing me with an intense stare from his pale blue eyes. For instance, the fact that your diplomatic mission couldn't have been more of a disaster. I was pitted against circumstances beyond my control, Your Majesty, I say. There's no point trying to guess what he wants to hear. That was always more Farron's skill. I correct myself mentally. It is Farron's skill. But that's never been how it works between Respin and me. Instead, I always frustrate him, which usually provokes some kind of dressing down. I listen, letting his tirades wash over me, and then go back to whatever trouble I was making in the first place. Maybe it's not the healthiest arrangement, but it's been the way our relationship has functioned for the last 100 years. Beyond your control, my grandfather says. You're stronger than that weak excuse, Leonidas. Though I suppose I am partially to blame. I sent you there, after all. The fact that you left having generated more conflict, not less, with our neighbors, is just an inescapable product of your nature. I dip my head slightly, glad that he's at least acknowledging his mistake. He should have never sent a soldier to do a diplomat's job. His constant attempts to shape me into Farron's replacement will always fail, not least because Farron isn't going to need a replacement, not if I have any say. However, I'm of course pleased to see Princess Morgana safe and well. He lifts a wizened hand to gesture to Anna. I must offer my deepest condolences, Princess. for the loss of your parents. They were great allies to us during your mother's reign."
"Thank you, Your Majesty,"
she says, lifting her chin to look my grandfather in the eye.
"I feel compelled to tell you that we have reason to believe my aunt, Lady Oclana, assassinated my parents and tried to do the same to me. When she failed, thanks to the efforts of Prince Leonidas, she instead attempted to frame me for their murders, along with your grandson. I'm grateful for the prince's protection since then, and that our allies in Felucia can, through him, know the truth of what really happened."
My grandfather can be intimidating at the best of times, but I'm pleased that there's no trace of nervousness in Anna's voice. "Indeed, that is very distressing news, Princess Morgana," grandfather says. I wonder how much of this he already knows from his spies. From the way his gaze shifts over to me, probing, I suspect he still has some gaps in his knowledge, and that gnaws at him. But giving him more pieces of the puzzle might be the way to turn this thing in our favor. I don't trust him to care about Anna's interests, but I do trust him to care about his own. If we play this right, we can show him that the mission to Trova has been far from a total loss, and that Anna's presence here is a boon. Yes, it is distressing, I agree. Except good has come of this too. Princess Morgana made a discovery after she was forced to flee Elmir. She is a Solari, and a very special one indeed. I feel Anna turn her head sharply toward me. She didn't know I was going to tell him this, but I'm sure this is the best way forward. Respin will have no choice but to see Anna's value once he realizes she's our best chance at saving Farron. Farron, the heir upon whom all Respin's hopes had been piled. When he became sick, it hit home for all of us that his death would mean the kingdom would be left with me, the brute without tact or a knack for the kind of quiet plotting a king needs. Naturally, Respin would jump at the chance to get Farron back. My grandfather examines Anna, assessing what this information means. "Why, Princess Morgana, it seems the gods have stacked the odds against you. A Solari in Trova is a complicated thing to be. But I wonder what my grandson means by special." Anna doesn't look pleased, but she doesn't hesitate to answer either.
"He means that I'm able to use my celestial magic in multiple ways, Your Majesty," she says, "to the point that I may be able to offer you some assistance."
My grandfather raises a silver eyebrow, but sits back in his throne, inviting us to continue. Anna glances at me again, giving me permission to continue. "I've spoken to Proctor Gallus at Vastame," I say. "She believes the princess might be able to use an ancient form of celestial magic to revive Farron." My grandfather's stare intensifies, and he says nothing for a few moments. I've surprised him, and he doesn't like that. "You have been busy, Leonidas," he says, his voice deadly calm. "I wonder why you didn't consult with me about this before." Princess Morgana discovered her magic unexpectedly during our travels. It developed very quickly from there, growing in unexpected ways. Our knowledge of it was changing every day, and I didn't want to get anyone's hopes up about Farron until we were sure she could help. Some things might have been easier if I'd told my grandfather what was going on, but I was forced to keep secrets from the start. He dislikes everything that isn't his idea. It makes him feel less in control. But if I'd asked permission to seek out healers to help Farron while I was in Trova, he would have refused. He'd all but accepted Farron's fate when he ordered me to go to Trova. It's why he ordered me to go, hoping the experience would beat some statesmanship into me. And that meant that if I wanted the search to take place, it had to happen behind his back. When I learned Anna was a Solari, I knew he'd be interested in what that meant for the relationship between the two kingdoms. But even back then, I'd wanted to protect her. So I held off sending any messages to my grandfather. And the more time went on, the more I knew I wanted to keep her as far away from his influence as I could. Anna's fingers move slightly down at her side now. She's digging a nail into her palm, as if something I've just said worries her. She still doubts herself. I forge ahead anyway. But our visit to the Lyceum was fruitful. The princess discovered she's able to access a living creature's celestial flame. It's through this we think she can heal Farron. Impressive, my grandfather says, but I can see the lack of sincerity in his eyes. He guesses that I wasn't planning on telling him about this, and it fills him with silent rage. It's been a long time since I've heard someone mention the idea of a celestial flame. I was always led to believe it was more of a theory than a practical tool. My heart sinks. He's not convinced. In fact, I can sense he actively dislikes this plan. I need to change his mind. Princess Morgana's progress has proven those old theories true. Plus, if there's even a chance that a cure for Farron comes out of this, isn't it worth taking a risk? You always were one for risk-taking, Leonidas, but a king must be more wary. Tell me, Princess, what sort of progress have you made exactly? How many have you healed via their celestial flames? The color drains from Anna's face, and she drops her gaze.
I'm afraid I've not gotten that far, Your Majesty. I've only properly practiced on plants, and the results have been inconsistent.
My grandfather looks happy to be proven right, and I can see that everything is starting to fall apart. Well, I won't let it. I fought too long and too hard for Anna to be here, finally willing to save my brother. I've sacrificed too much to make it happen, including making her hate me. Now my grandfather's ready to shut it all down thanks to his lack of faith in me. But she's only just arrived, Grandfather, I say. She's barely had a chance to try her magic on Farron. My grandfather's brows furrow. Was that what you were doing at the sanctuary of Viscalis? Allowing someone with powerful, untested magic to experiment on the Crown Prince? Everything else has failed, I say, my voice rising. Now is the time to start trying something drastic. He tisks disapprovingly, as if I'm still a misbehaving child. You've always been so quick to rush into things, Leonidas. I would have thought by now you'd have learned the kind of damage that can do. 100 bitter retorts run through my mind, but I hold my tongue. He knows his words will make me think of Mistwell. He's trying to rile me into lashing out, so he'll have an excuse to discount my suggestions. I mustn't fall for his tricks. With the greatest respect to you, Princess Morgana, my grandfather continues, his voice softening. It sounds to me as though your magic is still very new and undertrained. That makes it unpredictable. I will not risk the life of Felucia's heir on something so unknowable. Your Majesty, I say, trying to keep my voice calm. If we don't pursue this, my brother may very well die soon anyway. Surely there must be some way to convince you, given what's at stake. Some way to prove to you that the princess can help us. Anna's nails are still buried in her palm. She's afraid she's not capable of this. But I know she is. I know it, deep in my gut, and I don't ignore a gut feeling where she's concerned. My grandfather sighs. I wish to see Farron healed as much as you do, Leonidas. So, with that in mind, I will allow the princess to prove the safety of her magic. His eyes gleam. All she need do is agree to undergo a test. Now that it's closing around me, I finally realize I've fallen into one of my grandfather's traps. There's no way he came up with this idea in the moment. No, he had this planned. He wanted me to ask how Anna could prove herself, just so he could suggest this. I don't know what he aims to get out of this, but I'm sure it won't be good. I look for a way to backtrack. No, Grandfather, that's not...
What kind of test?
Anna's voice rings out across the throne room. If you are to take the Crown Prince's life into your hands, Princess Morgana, you must be prepared to take your own life into your hands. He watches her carefully, like a snake about to strike. After all, to claim the highest prize, you must be willing to risk death and dishonor. Is that a price you're prepared to pay? Anna swallows, and I hear an intake of breath behind me. I throw a look over my shoulder to see Eric's shaking his head at me. It's only then I recognize the significance of my grandfather's wording. I jerk around to face Anna just as she speaks.
I am.
No, I say, so forcefully Anna flinches. I level a glare at my grandfather. That's not fair. You cannot force her to swear a vow of dishonor when she doesn't understand what it means. My grandfather plays his role well, sitting up straighter as if surprised by my accusation. Forgive me, but I assumed the princess would be informed of our customs, especially after spending so much time with you, Leonidas. He's talking nonsense. The vow isn't obscure, but it certainly isn't commonly used. It even took me a moment to recognize it. Still, he has a point. Anna has spent a lot of time around me, and I should have prepared her better for this moment. I've told her before how powerful Fae vows are, but she didn't know that was what she was making. I could have warned her not to agree to anything my grandfather proposed before speaking to me first. Instead, I've just condemned her.
What is that?
Anna asks, her eyes wide.
What kind of dishonor?
It's a specific kind of oath, I say. Once sworn, if the vow's bearer fails or withdraws from the challenge, no Fae can fight by that person's side or stay loyal to them without dishonoring themselves in turn. Everyone is tainted by association. I see something harden in Anna's eyes as she realizes just how ruthlessly my grandfather has manipulated her.
Then I suppose I'll just have to pass this test then.
Her tone is wry, but I know she can see she doesn't have much choice at all. She can't risk the alternative. I appreciate you accommodating my request, Princess, my grandfather says. You must understand I'm in a difficult position.
Of course, Your Majesty,
Anna says, making no reference to the fact he's practically tricked her into accommodating him.
I know that everything you do is for the well-being of your kingdom.
As she speaks, she stares him in the eye without blinking, and the words end up sounding less placating and more like a challenge. My grandfather must hear it too, because his expression stiffens slightly. Meanwhile, I try to hide my smirk. I have to insist that you be separated from everyone else ahead of the test, Princess Morgana. He casts his eyes over me. For the sake of fairness, you understand? We must be certain you don't receive any outside help. I'm sure you wouldn't want there to be any doubt that your victory is truly your own. I take a leaf out of Anna's book and clench my fists by my sides. Clearly, he's determined to make this as difficult for her as possible. The question is, who is he really trying to punish? Anna? Or the grandson who failed him in Trova and has been making plans behind his back the last few months? I get my answer immediately as the throne room doors swing open and a woman enters. A stab of panic runs through me as I spot the familiar blonde hair. Ah, Lady Naya, my grandfather says with a smile. Kind of you to come. After such a long separation, I know Leonidas must be glad to once again see his betrothed.
Chapter 14. Morgana. That lying, cheating bastard. That's what runs through my head again and again as Velusian guards escort me through a part of the palace I didn't see on my way in. Some kind of separate annex with suits of armor and weapons hung on the walls. Barracks, I guess, though I don't really spare it much thought. I can't focus on the decor with the level of rage pulsing through me. Of course, I'd wondered about Leon's secrecy in bringing me to Lavale, but I'd been mostly satisfied with his explanation that it was about keeping my enemies from learning where I was. Mostly satisfied, because a little voice had still wondered if it was possible he didn't want his grandfather to find out there'd been something between us. I don't know exactly how the Fae view such matters, but there could easily be consequences for a Fae prince becoming intimate with a foreign royal, or even just a human, princess or not. But no, It turns out there was a much simpler reason than that. The low-down, dirty rat is already engaged. I cannot believe he made me a party to his cheating while I was on the run and fighting for my life. Once again, the moment I start giving Leon an inch of trust, I discover there's just another thing he's been hiding from me. It hurts. Of course it does. But the way to push back the pain is to revel in my anger. So I let myself fume as we walk down the increasingly stark stone corridors, so different to the grandeur of the main building. Eventually, even my anger isn't enough to keep the herd at bay, and I try instead focusing on the matter at hand, finding out what I've just gotten myself into. Where exactly are we going? I ask. I figure Respin doesn't have any rules about me asking that. Guest quarters, Your Highness, says one of the guards, clearly briefed on who I am. Your guests stay here? I ask, trying not to sound incredulous. It hardly feels hospitable. There's a special wing for visiting dignitaries, Your Highness. They're just on the other side of these barracks. It makes more sense now. I've seen firsthand how cunning Respin can be, and the ability to keep his guests at arm's length, with an entire annex of guards between him and them, certainly keeps him in control. We're taking a right turn into a large hall when I hear a noise that makes my blood run cold. A terrible screech carries from one of the chambers off the hall, like steel grinding on bone. As I jerk my head around to find the source, I glimpse a dark, open pit set into the floor of the room. It's too deep for me to be able to see the bottom from where I stand, the shadows enveloping whatever made the noise. Still, my entire body recoils, every inch of it telling me that danger lies inside. What is that? I ask the guards. They exchange a look, one shaking his head slightly at the other. Apologies, Your Highness, but we're not supposed to spoil the surprise, he says, sounding way too pleased about this fact. It's part of your test. His poorly hidden enjoyment is bad enough, but the concern on the other guard's face might be worse. May I suggest you get a good night's sleep, Your Highness? He says, swallowing. Even the other guards don't like going in that room. It's too close to that. That's enough, Apios. The other cuts him off abruptly. We have our orders. I don't miss the smile twitching at the corners of his lips. You're really not going to give me any clue at all? I ask, trying my luck. Only that the thing in that room will be dying to meet you, he says, letting his grin spread across his face at last. It's eaten pretty badly lately. Dread washes over me. I'm an idiot to have accepted Respin's terms so quickly. If I even hesitated a moment longer, Leon could have warned me about what his grandfather was trying to do. But I wanted to look decisive in front of the Fae King, show him he couldn't intimidate me, and I thought a test might even be a good thing. If I could prove to the king that I had the power to help Farron, maybe I'd actually believe it myself. Except now I've been tricked into some deadly scenario, and all for the sake of a man who's lied to me this whole time, fucking me while committed to someone else. Gods, I used to think I was smart, and yet I've let this man make a fool of me over and over again, and now I might die because of it. I haven't noticed that the decor around us has slowly been getting nicer until we're back in a set of hallways that look almost as luxurious and comfortable as the main palace. Nicer even than the rooms at Elmere. Less gaudy velvet, more silks and pretty gauzes, suited to the warm climate. Here we are, Your Highness. They show me into a gorgeous bedchamber with an adjoining washroom peeking through an open door in the corner. Everything is illuminated with soft and incendy lights, even though it's still daytime, bathing the room in a warm, reddish glow, which makes me notice the total lack of windows. I turn to see that there's a sturdy lock on the door and a deadbolt on the external side. This is just a pretty cage. The Fae might treat their visitors lavishly, but they don't trust them. My thoughts are confirmed when the guard who's been gloating about my fate produces a large key. We'll be locking you in for the night, Your Highness. We've been told that you're not to communicate with anyone before your test. Someone will be along to bring you food later. I nod to show my understanding, listening to the heavy lock click shut after them. There's probably magic securing the door, too, and if they're used to hosting foreign dignitaries here, there may even be domain reinforcements. At least I know the others will watch out for Tira. I doubt Respin is as concerned about where she sleeps tonight, so the soldiers will probably find her a room with them. Once I'm alone and locked away, I let myself feel my emotions again, the fear and hurt and anger. I pick up a cushion embroidered with the Clairwyn Velusian crest and hurl it across the room. It lands face up, the crest still sitting there, taunting me. 3 seconds later, it's a smoking black hole thanks to one of my sunbeams. It's not the most mature response to my situation, but it does make me feel a little better. In fact, Leon is lucky I'm locked up here for tonight, because in my current state of mind, I'm not sure he'd be safe with me on the loose. It occurs to me then that I'm supposed to be getting something from this mess. Leon and I made a deal. He was supposed to help me kill Oklana when we were done in Lavale. Now I'm not sure I even want his help anymore. To me, he's nothing more than an untrustworthy, manipulative con man, like his grandfather. I should be focusing on looking out for Tira and myself, not them. What if I fail this stupid test tomorrow and leave Tira truly all alone, with no one left to hold her while she mourns? Just the thought of it makes my stomach turn. Screw the Fae and all their manipulative, blood-soaked games. Why did I agree to play them in the first place? And is there anything keeping me from just walking away? Yes, if I were actually queen, offending the entire race of Fae might seem unwise. But what's the value in fighting to keep an ally you know you can't trust? Tomorrow, when they return to take me to the trial, I'll just refuse. But Respin might not allow that. And maybe Leon will force you to stay for his brother. Who knows where he'd draw the line if it meant getting what he wanted. I don't eat much of the food one of the guards brings a few hours later. Eventually, with nothing else to do, I wash up and try to sleep. I'm not sure when I move from lying in my bed in Lavale to being back in Wadestaff's gambling den in Hallowbane. I recognize the room where Leon and I slept, the bed where he made me moan his name and beg for his touch. But when Leon appears, it's clear he doesn't have seduction in mind. His face twists in a sneer as I ask him a question. Are you better than you seem? Or are you one of those things I need to protect myself from? Something fizzes at the edge of my awareness, but I'm too focused on Leon's expression to pay much attention. My stomach feels like it's taken a punch when he laughs at me, cruel and mocking. I think you know the answer to that already, Princess. That's not how I remember it going, says a deep voice beside me. I jump, and the sneering Leon disappears. The sensation I ignored before was the telltale sign of sensic magic touching my mind. I was too distracted to even try to throw up some of the defenses Leon taught me. I turn around and face the Fae in question now. This version of Leon, the real one apparently, who has projected himself into my dreams, looks much less cruel. But that doesn't mean I trust him any more than the apparition that just vanished. You should be more careful, he says. It wasn't hard to get past your mental shields. You should keep them ready, like I showed you. I scowl at him, crossing my arms. Why are you here? I ask, my voice ice cold even to my own ears. Did you just want another chance to come along and deceive me in my dreams, too? What happened in that throne room was wrong on many levels, but I won't waste your time explaining everything now. I don't know exactly what my grandfather's test will involve, but it will be dangerous. Yeah, the guards hinted at as much when they led me past a screeching black pit with something in it that wants to eat me. But thanks for the heads up. He sighs, squeezing a fist tight, though I can tell his anger isn't directed at me. That's why you shouldn't have to go through with this. I'm giving you an out. My eyebrows shoot up in surprise. Annoyingly, I seem to have less control over my reactions in my dream. Usually I'm better at keeping a straight face. What do you mean? You don't have to take the test. You can leave, and I'll uphold my end of the deal. I'll help you kill your aunt. I gape, unsure if I'm understanding what I'm hearing. What about Farron and the vow? Forget about the vow. That's my problem to worry about. As for Farron, that shouldn't be your burden either. You should do what's right for you, even if it means never stepping foot near him again. My brother's been dying for a long time. Part of me is already resigned to saying goodbye to him. But losing you... He stops himself from saying whatever was coming next, shaking his head. I just want you to be safe, Anna. I don't have time to scold him for using that name. I don't have time to say anything, because before I can respond, I'm being pulled from the dream, the bedroom fading around me. I don't know how long it takes for me to open my eyes, I'm in nothingness, and then I'm looking at the hangings over my bed in the veil. I rise to get some water, touching the incendiary lamp beside my bed so that flame flares and gives me more light. That's when I see the large key someone has slipped under my door. Chapter 15. Morgana. So, that's my out. I don't know how Leon managed it, but in this, if nothing else, I believe he's sincere. If I used that key, Tira and I could leave tonight. I wouldn't even need to face Respin. I pick up the key and fit it into the lock, slowly twisting it. I hesitate when the mechanism turns with a loud click, positive that it will bring Fae guards running. But when no one comes, I push and find the deadbolt on the other side has been slid open. I ease open the door, looking either way down the empty corridor. It seems the Fae thought their security on the door was enough, especially for a prisoner who technically agreed to be there. I gently shut the door again and pull on my clothes. There doesn't seem to be any point in waiting, running the risk of some patrolling guard finding me and hauling me in front of the king. Something tells me Respin isn't used to not having his way. And Leon? I think about the slim blonde woman who swept into the throne room. She was utterly beautiful. Blue eyes so bright they didn't look real. A gown that fit her stunning figure like a glove. Before I was escorted away, she'd glided over to Leon and kissed him on the cheek. I felt like I'd been slapped. How can I believe anything he said to me in my dream after that? It doesn't matter. After tonight, I'll be long gone, and I'll never have to lay eyes on him again. Pulling my shoes on last, I straighten and once again slide open the door. When I see the coast still clear, I slip out, returning the way the guards escorted me earlier. It's not so hard to remember the way. I just have to keep looking for the spot where opulence gives way to starker military decor. I know I'm on the right track when I pass through the large hall from before. In spite of myself, I find my eyes automatically drawn to the chamber with the pit in it. It would only take a moment to find out exactly what I was up against. It would at least give me some idea of precisely how ruthless Respin was willing to be to protect his heir. I creep through to the chamber with the pit. The ceiling in here is lower than the other rooms, giving it a claustrophobic atmosphere. My heart rate picks up further as I lean over a little to see beyond the edge. Not too close, of course. The last thing I need is to accidentally feed myself to whatever's down there right when I'm on the verge of escape. The darkness is so complete, however, that even as I stare into the depths, I can't make anything out. Maybe, just for a second, I think I see something moving down there, but I can't know for sure. My eyes could just be playing tricks on me. What I do get is a whiff of air rising up from the pit, stale and coppery, like a dusty room caked in old blood. Now there's a comforting thought. I step back from the edge, thinking I should be on my way, when a soft, high whine hits my ears. It's definitely an animal, and it sounds close. I notice another chamber running off this one. There's still no sign of any guards, so I give in to my curiosity and follow the noise. The second chamber is filled with small cells, too small for a person. It smells of animal musk in there, but the cells are empty, or so they seem anyway, until the whine sounds again. It's coming from the cell on the end. I walk down, and the sight inside instantly brings tears to my eyes. I don't cry a lot, but then I'm not often confronted with such an obvious display of needless savagery. The animal inside must have been beautiful once. It reminds me of a fox with its long snout and flat head, though it's clearly a completely different creature altogether. It has huge ears shaped like saucers, and a matted tail that's much thicker than it is long. Though it's much larger than any fox I've seen, it's heart-breakingly thin. I can count its ribs along its body through its gray fur. A coat that used to be, I suspect, a much brighter shade before it was dulled by neglect. Its ears flatten against its skull as it looks at me, its dark eyes utterly defeated. I bend down closer to the bars, trying to get a better look. There appears to be no food in the cage, only an almost empty bowl of water in the corner. There's a raw cut around the animal's neck, too, making me think at some point there was a chain around his throat that someone yanked too hard on. "What have they done to you?" I whisper, outraged. The animal looks like it's trying to lift its head, but the energy required is too much, and its chin drops back down to the floor. I'm reminded vividly of Farron. The same feeling permeates this space, of death hovering close by, and a weak, desperate soul trying to cling on to life. Yet something strange happens as I look into the animal's eyes. I know, without doubt, that this creature is asking me for help. That's why it whined to catch my attention. More than that, I feel surprisingly clear-headed. The dread and anger from the last few hours have faded away a little, leaving a bright clarity. Leon said I needed to check my mental shields before. The thought floats out of nowhere, but I see the sense in it right away. Leon has shown me that practicing putting up the steel wall against sensic magic will strengthen my natural shields. The more familiar I am with that wall, the readier I am to put it up, and the longer it will take for a Fae to break it down and penetrate my mind. Even if I'm not consciously thinking about an attack. I test the wall now, calling it up and letting it drop again a few times. As I do so, the relief grows. It's suddenly clear to me that someone's been toying with my emotions for the last few hours, whipping me into a kind of panic. I'd been questioning if there was any goodness in Leon at all, if he even cared about whether I survived as long as his brother did. I know that's not true, but once the idea was in there, it burrowed deep, convincing me that everything that came out of his mouth was a lie. Leon told me to be careful around Respin. Was this his doing? Along with tricking me in the throne room, who's to say if he didn't sprinkle in a little light paranoia, too? I look back down at the fox creature, still watching me with its black pupils, ringed with golden irises. I don't know why, but I feel certain I have it to thank for clearing my head. I also know I want nothing more right now than to help it in return. Nothing should live like this, in agony and squalor, hanging on to life by a thread. Tentatively, I reach out with my magic, combining my powers to search out its celestial flame. When I find it, I'm reminded even more of Farron. Like him, the animal's flame is the smallest smoldering ember. I take a deep breath. I'm afraid of hurting the creature more, of making it worse like I did with Farron. But if it is so close to death, shouldn't I try to do whatever I can? Surely that's better than letting it waste away in this cage until it finally gives up, alone and unmourned. I start to feed my magic into it, opening up the connection so my power flows freely. Just like before, the process starts to speed up. The power streaming from me in a rush I can't quite control. I close my eyes, inhaling in deep, even breaths to keep my anxiety at bay. My instinct is to break the connection and pull away, but I ignore that compulsion, letting magic pass between us. In my mind's eye, I watch the animal's celestial spark flare and grow, transforming from a tiny light blinking in and out to a bright, burning flame. I open my eyes and see with awe that the creature is changing. Rather than being overloaded by my magic, it's soaking it up like a flower blooming in sunlight. Its skeletal frame thickens and fills out, its ribs disappearing beneath a layer of glossy fur. The gray seeps out of its coat, replaced by a deep russet shade, and the tattered tail expands and splits. What looked like just a mass of matted fur, I can now see is 4 individual tails, moving in tandem as the animal flicks and shakes them out, getting to its feet. It experimentally licks its paw a few times, then pads over to me. Speechless, I reach my hand through the bars, knowing instinctively that it's safe. The animal dips its nose to my palm, a kind of thanks, I think. It's grateful because I healed it, or mostly healed it anyway. I see then that while the cut around its neck is a little less inflamed, the wound is still there. It seems there are limits to my magic. I can't make serious injuries disappear or close wounds. I'd need viatic power for that. All the same, though, I did this. Touched that dwindling flame and brought it fully to life again. The creature was dying, and now it's not. I'm breathless at the idea of it, knowing that I could save something so precious with my power. It was my fear getting in the way with Farron. Looking back, I can see why I ended up destroying the plants at the Lyceum. They were just sunflowers, for God's sakes, with nothing more wrong with them than being slightly thirsty. Of course my magic was too much for them to bear. But something large and complex is a different matter, especially an animal with such a weak celestial spark that it's a matter of days before its flame goes out entirely. A being like that can absorb my magic without being overwhelmed by it. In fact, it was hungry for it, and my magic responded to that need, rushing in to fill the gap. And I think the same was happening with Farron, too. If I hadn't panicked, worried that I was overwhelming him, I might have actually managed to cure him. But instead, I cut the flow of magic off abruptly, which just caused him more pain. So what do I do now? I look at the barracks around me, turning over the route out of here in my mind. I could escape the way I'd planned. Or I could stay. Now, without the tinge of paranoia tainting my thoughts, I hear what Leon told me in my dream with fresh ears. He told me he was willing to help kill my aunt, even if I broke the vow. And I believe him. I let the weight of it settle on me. He'd dishonor himself, cutting himself off from all his friends and family, just to uphold his promise to me. Not even in return for keeping his brother alive. It's insane. Too large a sacrifice to comprehend in this moment alone. But that tracks with who Leon is, doesn't it? No one could accuse him of not going all in. He decides what he wants to do and jumps. Consequences be damned. That's terrifying and exhilarating in equal measure. But even if he embraces that kind of recklessness for himself, he won't have it for me. He's encouraged me to save myself over everything else. If I ever wanted proof that he genuinely cares about my safety, rather than just seeing me as a means to an end, then this is it. Once, he refused to break a vow for me, betraying me in order to uphold it. Now, it seems, everything is different. Is this his way of showing me he's learned from how he hurt me? Yes, the news of this betrothal was a blow. It felt like just another lie among so many. But he'd suggested there was an explanation. After all he's done for me, up to and including sneaking me the key to help me escape, I could at least hear him out. I withdraw my hand from the cage, giving the fox-like animal what I hope is a reassuring look. I'm going to help you, I say. I'll come back and find a way to set you free. The animal huffs a sound that I think is acceptance before settling back down on the floor of its cell. I stand, skirting back around the black pit, and steal away to my room. Once inside, I lock the door behind me, sliding the key under my mattress. I'm almost sure now I can help Farron, but I need to be given the opportunity to first. I failed with the Crown Prince once before, but I won't again. Tomorrow, I'll take the test and prove to Respin that nothing, not his paranoia or wily Fae tricks, can stop me. In the cold, hard light of day, the reality of my decision starts to sink in. I don't regret staying, but when a guard comes to bring me breakfast in my room, I find my appetite, at least, has decided to run off. I can't do more than pick at the food. Finally, I give up and change my clothes. Someone has at least thought to give me a set of fighting gear. My escort from yesterday arrives. They say nothing about the missing key, and I assume the one under my mattress must be a copy. As long as they don't have a reason to suggest I broke the rules, I don't really care. I just focus on keeping what little food I did eat down as they lead me up a flight of stairs. We come into a large arena that reminds me a little of the training room at Vastame, except this room is round. There are seats from which to watch the action, just like at the Lyceum, but these are raised 10 feet above me. I feel like an insect under a magnifying glass, straining my neck to see the faces of the Fae looking down on me. There are more of them than I expected. Respin's there, of course, along with some other Fae lords and ladies and a number of guards we met on the island yesterday. Velrir sits smugly on Respin's right, while Leon's unit is arranged to the king's left. Tira sits with them, pale and drawn. At least she's safe. I try to give her a reassuring nod before I turn my eyes at last to Leon. Even from this distance, I can see he's furious. He was counting on me leaving last night, and now I'm doing 2 of his least favorite things, ignoring his instructions and putting myself in danger. Of course, I could probably still walk away now if I wanted to. I examine the stone arena, taking in the large trap door in the floor. I suspect, given the low ceiling I noticed last night, that this room is positioned right above the pit chamber, which explains the trap door. Are they going to watch me fight whatever's in the pit? How would that prove I'm capable of helping Farron? I run through scenarios in my head, ignoring the heat of Leon's glare. I'm staying, whether he likes it or not. I won't force dishonor on anyone today, including myself.
Princess Morgana, Respin says, his voice echoing through the arena. You have kindly agreed to undergo a test of your powers.
I suppress a wry smile at his framing of it. Agreed to, or was shamelessly tricked into? It's the same thing, apparently. What's a little coercion between friends?
What we'd like to see, he continues, is a demonstration of your precision with magic and your ability to heal something. I will explain more in just a moment.
He gestures to Velrir, who in turn barks an order to some Fae beyond my vision. A creaking noise groans across the room as some kind of mechanism is turned, and the trap door inches open. My theory is confirmed as I spy the pit underneath. This time, I know my eyes aren't playing tricks on me. Under the bright lights of the arena, it's clear that something huge is moving around inside it. Respin offers me an excited smile as a blood-curdling screech rips from the pit. Chapter 16. Morgana. I tear my eyes from the Fae King's face, keeping a close watch on the pit opening. Whatever's down there doesn't seem interested in making its way up here just yet, but it must be able to climb, or else the setup with the trapdoor and my audience would make no sense.
The Aesthekes has a natural disgust of humans and Fae, Princess Morgana, Respin says. The aroma of magic repulses it, so please trust that you are not in danger of getting eaten.
Forgive me, Your Majesty, if I'm not overly comforted. If there's a possibility I might die, I don't want to go without giving Respin a little snark first. I risk a glance upward. Leon still looks as serious as a funeral, but a few of Leon's unit are smirking at my response. Even Tira manages a smile, and I do take comfort in their support.
Perhaps that is wise, Princess Morgana, Respin responds. After all, the Aesthekes will attack if sufficiently motivated.
Aesthekes. The word sounds Agatherian. Something about many senses, I think. I suppose I'll find out soon enough what its name means.
Bring out the bait,
Respin orders Velrir, who again signals to someone I can't see. As it's being collected, Respin continues to explain my task.
Once the Aesthekes sees you as competition for its prize, it will certainly take an interest in you. You'll need to bring it near to death without actually killing it. Then you must revive it with your alleged command over celestial flame.
I exhale. What he's describing sounds possible. Dangerous, but possible. I'm just grateful I finally got a handle on my power last night. Otherwise, there's no way I'd have the confidence to attempt this now. There's a series of whines and snarls as a Fae uses Asteri magic to lower the bait into the arena. My heart sinks, because of course it's the fox animal from yesterday, its body twisting frantically as it tries to fight the magic carrying it to the ground. Now I understand why it was locked up in that cage and treated so terribly. It was only being kept alive to die. Is this necessary? I demand, gesturing to it. There's nothing wrong with this animal. Why throw it away on this test? Respin looks the fox over thoughtfully, his eyes narrowing.
You're right that this Korikos looks to be in surprisingly good health. Certainly better than the last time I saw it. He shrugs. But I have no use for it, and it is the favored prey of the Aesthekes. Besides, I consider this test very important, Princess, and anything in aid of it could hardly be called a waste.
I can see I can't change the Korikos' fate. At least, not yet. It lands on the ground, shaking out its fur as its eyes lock with mine. I said I'd come back for it, but I didn't do it quickly enough, and now it's stuck in this death trap with me. I'm sorry, I mentally send out to it, hoping it understands I didn't choose this. It just looks away, though, padding to the edge of the trap door. The Kurigos sniffs it, and immediately its hackles rise. Releasing a low growl, it starts to back away without taking its eyes off the pit. I can see why. The movement within the darkness starts to take shape, as whatever is in the pit starts to climb toward the trapdoor and into the light. It's smelled the bait, Respin says, sounding satisfied. A long brown leg, covered in black bristles, emerges from the pit first. It's soon joined by another, and another. My gut twists in horror as 6 legs, all as long as I am tall, reach out of the pit, pulling a huge body with them. Another 6 legs follow, a thick carapace and sloping thorax undulating as the Astekis hauls itself out of the darkness. I was wrong about its name. It's not a creature of many senses, but many sights. Because above its twin set of sharp black pincers are 12 eyes. They're not small and beady like an insect's or the spider it so much resembles. No, they're utterly human-looking, the whites flashing as it rotates its eyeballs first toward me and then the Kurigos. It shrieks, then charges at the Kurigos, pincers snapping and legs scuttling so fast they're practically a blur. It happens so quickly, I almost don't have time to summon my magic. But I manage it, launching a thin but searing sunbeam across the arena. It hits the Astekis square in the back. The monster screeches and stops mid-charge, but I can see that while the sunlight left a smoking welt on the creature's back, it didn't penetrate its thick hide. Still, I certainly have its attention. It turns away from the Kurigos and comes for me instead. Gods, it's quick. It's cleared the length of the arena in seconds, and I can suddenly see every one of its rolling eyes, every detail of its glinting pincers as they hurtle toward me. I twist to throw my body out of the way, but I'm not fast enough to avoid an excruciating pain stabbing into my left shoulder. I scream and wildly throw another sunbeam out. The pain lessens a fraction, and I throw myself down, scrambling under the spider's huge body to escape the reach of the pincers that just pierced my flesh. Looking up, I can see the monster's hide is as thick across its belly as it is on its back. I won't have any luck attacking it from below. Wetness seeps through my shirt, and I tell myself it's only blood, only a flesh wound. I have to trust that Respin would have mentioned if the Astekis was venomous. He has to give the illusion of fairness, after all. The spider is already turning as I clear its thorax and sprint across the arena. I throw sunbeams over my shoulder to slow it down, my heart thudding harder each time I hear those pincers clicking a little closer to me, the sound like shears snapping open and shut. There's shouting somewhere above me, and I think it must be Leon, but I'm too focused on surviving to concentrate on his words. Eventually, I run out of arena. The beast is still closing in, not scared at all of my sunbeams. I throw my back against the wall, facing it head-on, thinking maybe if I time this right, I can start taking out its eyes. Most animals are less lethal without their sight, after all. The Astekis stops short, however, screeching and jerking one of its back legs. I peer around to see the Kurigos on it, its jaws clamped tight around the Asteki's bristly limb. The spider creature jerks its leg again with such force the Kurigos goes flying. But it immediately scrambles to its paws again and launches itself at another leg, teeth sinking in. It's buying me time, enough to come up with a better plan than taking 12 eyes out one by one. Do what the Kurigos is doing. Go for the legs. Not with sunbeams. The legs are as well protected as the rest of it. I need to fight it with something the creature can't defend itself against. My orbital magic is easy to summon, because in this moment I want nothing more than to be rid of this creature. I let my power encircle each of those hairy, bristly limbs, and then let loose. The Asteki's legs yank out from underneath it, pulled one way, then the other. More hideous shrieks erupt from it as all 12 of its limbs twist and mangle, tangled in each other as my magic tries to tug them in every direction. It falls, unable to unsnarl its limbs, and opens its maw wide to screech even louder. I send a sunbeam burning straight down its gullet, cutting the noise short. The sunlight must burn almost straight through it, cooking its insides. An awful gargling noise follows as it slumps forward, and dark blood seeps from its eye sockets, running down to drip off the end of its pincers. It's horrible, and I feel like a monster for putting this creature through this. As terrifying as the Aesthetes is, Respin said it tried to avoid magic users. It would have left me alone if he hadn't engineered this awful test. The test. I've been so caught up in keeping the spider creature from snipping me in two that I've almost forgotten about Respin's conditions. I look over the creature and see that it's barely moving, its many eyelids slowly drifting closed. I fought it too hard, and now I might be too late to save it. I glance toward the gallery, focusing only on the satisfied look on Respin's face. He thinks I've blown it, that there's no way for me to pass the test now. His expression only spurs me on. I throw my magic out toward the Aesthetes, opening the connection wide. I know its wounds are severe, so it's no surprise that I have to reach deep to find the telltale light. Come on. There, a flicker in the gloom. Yes, even this monster has a celestial spark. I don't hesitate, pouring in my magic, throwing almost everything I have at the fading ember, keeping it alive. I'm not worried about overwhelming the Aesthetes. This animal is so large that I'm sure it can absorb pretty much any flood of celestial energy I throw at it, but this is different to the Kurikos. While that had been deprived and neglected, the wound on its neck wasn't what was killing it. My magic couldn't touch that cut, which means celestial power can't heal the body directly. Instead, I can rejuvenate the inner flame, and that lets the body's own magic heal it. So it's possible undoing the damage I've done to the Aesthetes might be beyond my ability, but I have one hope. If I used celestial magic to hurt it in the first place, its injuries could be more responsive to my power. Like a fire catching, my hope rises as the Aesthetes' inner flame flares and strengthens. Will it be enough to soothe its wounds? I watch carefully and notice the flow of blood from its eyes slowing, then coming to a stop. The smoke drifting from its slack jaws dissipates, and I think for a second I see a golden light shining from within the depths of its open mouth. Then its pincers twitch. It's alive. I don't untangle its legs just yet. This creature is still dangerous, and I don't need it charging at me again. But I know it's turned a corner when its eyes open, looking around alertly. Then something goes very wrong. The spider's eyes roll back, and it starts to shudder violently, like it's been attacked. Before I can reach back out to see what's happening with its celestial flame, it stops moving entirely. "Ah, that is unfortunate indeed," Respin's voice calls down from the gallery. "It seems you could not revive it in time, Princess Morgana." Bullshit. I healed it. I know I did. Pulled it back from the brink of death. So why does it look like it's dying all over again? I take a step closer to the creature, looking for signs, and that's when I feel it. An icy cold is emanating from its skin. The Aesthetes is freezing. I reach out a hand and feel a bubble of frigid air flowing over it. This is sabotage. But if I start shouting about it now without proof, Respin might just accuse me of trying to cheat on the test, and in the meantime, the Aesthetes will die. "If you'll just give me a moment, Your Majesty," I call to him. "These things can take time." I try to ignore the throbbing of my torn-up shoulder as I quickly search the gallery. I don't have a lot of time. A sea of faces look curiously down at me, and I notice one missing. Velrier's moved. He's no longer sitting beside Respin. Instead, he has relocated closer to the edge of the gallery, with his eyes focused intently on the Aesthetes. He must be an Asteri, and I have no doubt he's trying to finish off my new spider friend. Well, he's going to be disappointed. I'm going to pass this test fair and square. There's not much in the gallery I can work with, but there are a few of Velrier's guards nearby, in their fancy armor, including swords. I thank the gods for all those lessons with Gallus, the drills where she made me orbit things 100 times in increasingly complicated patterns. It means that as I send one of the guards' blades swiveling through the air, I don't have to worry about it hitting anyone else. Still, it creates a commotion, and that's exactly what I want. The guard who's just lost his sword shouts a warning, and a Fae lady squeals. Velrir is forced to look away from the arena and duck as the sword flies past him, clattering to the floor of the gallery. I throw a look at Leon, and his eyes widen with understanding. He nods, and I know he'll make sure Velrir's occupied and unable to use his power on the Aztekis, at least for the next few seconds. Voices rise and argue above me as the Fae try to sort out what happened. Meanwhile, I get to work. I tentatively touch a hand to the creature's thick hide. The bubble of cool air around it is gone, but it's already done its damage. The hide is still freezing cold. I could try reviving its inner flame again, but since this isn't caused by celestial magic, I worry it won't be enough to save the Aztekis unless I can bring its body temperature up quickly. The thing is, I have heat at my fingertips. My sunbeams are far too hot to use on most creatures, but the Azteki's hide protected it from my sunbeams before, and that might actually be a good thing. My shoulder stings, and I'm utterly exhausted, but I have to keep going. Something nudges my thigh, and I look down to see the Karikos looking up at me with its golden eyes. Just like last night, a bright clarity washes over me. Suddenly, it's easy to marshal my strength and concentrate. I lift my hands. I conjure sunlight to my palms, then split it into the tiniest rays I can manage. Next, I lower my fingers to hover just above the Azteki's hide, and the beams spread over it. I saw Gallus do something like this my first day at the Lyceum. I can't claim this will be as pretty as that, but the principle is the same. The rays form a cage of light, enveloping the Aztekis from its head to the point of its thorax. I watch as the warmth of my rays seeps into it. As it thaws the creature down to its core, I keep an eye on its inner flame, monitoring the spark as it starts to grow. The chatter above me dies down, and I glance up to see the Fae focused on me once more. There's a gasp from someone near the front, and I look back to the spider to see its eyes blinking open once again. I never thought I'd be so glad to see that monstrous set of 12 eyes swiveling toward me, but I am. I check its inner flame. It's a little weak after the battering it's taken, but the light is solid and constant. Satisfied, I retract my rays. This terrifying monster is going to be okay, and I realize I'm happy, not just because I passed this test, but because it certainly didn't deserve to die just to prove a point for Respin. Dropping my hands and stepping back, I look triumphantly up into the gallery. Velrir is back in his seat beside Respin, looking pissed. The Fae King does a better job of hiding his response. Either way, it's time to claim my victory. I think you'll find the Aztekis will be just fine now, I call up to them. Although I'd appreciate if someone could come get me out of this arena, so I can untangle its legs without my head getting bitten off.
Chapter 17. Leon.
God, she's magnificent. Blood-soaked, stubborn, and utterly magnificent. I'd wanted to kill her myself when I saw she hadn't taken the opening to leave last night. I'd finally given her what she wanted, offered up her freedom to her on a platter, and she didn't take it. As I saw her walking into the arena, I couldn't understand why. Then she went and threw all my grandfather's scheming right back into his face. This brilliant, beautiful woman basically killed that beast and brought it back to life. And now she's standing there like it was all in a day's work. I don't understand how she did it, but then that just seems to be how things go where Anna is concerned. One mystery to unravel after another. I'll admit there were times during the test I was afraid for her. Not because I doubted her strength, but because I recognized she was up against a fierce enemy. When the Aztekis got her in its pincers, I broke my chair. I squeezed the arm so hard. I tried to call a halt to the whole thing right at that moment. Of course, my grandfather wouldn't hear of it. And then, just like that, things turned around, right up until that final hitch. I'm still not sure what happened, even though I know the business with Velrir ducking a sword has something to do with it. They lead Anna up to the gallery to speak to my grandfather directly. When she joins us, I fight the urge to go straight to her. I already gave too much away in my outbursts during the test. From my grandfather's calculating glare, he's well aware that I'm attached to Anna. I can't give him more ammunition, not when I know how quickly he could use it against both of us. I have to stand and watch her wince as she bows to him, her shoulder still red and raw. She needs to see a healer, I say, since no one else sees anything wrong with this picture. All in good time, Leonidas, my grandfather says without looking at me. I point to one of Velrir's guards. You, go get a dryad, and be quick. As he obeys, my grandfather gives me a withering stare before turning to speak to Anna. Now, it seems you have passed the test, Princess Morgana. Your skills are certainly unusual, enough that I would agree to proceed with your proposal. Relief floods through me.
I'm pleased to hear it,
Anna says, her eyes flicking to me and then Velrir. I instantly know what she's thinking and hurry to take my cue. What happened when the spider collapsed the second time? I ask. Things seemed to be going well until then. A rustle of heads turned toward me. The king's nobles want to know the answer to that too.
I hesitate to suggest such a thing,
Anna says, playing the part of diplomat well.
but I'm sure I felt the force of Teriel magic at work on the Aesthekis. Some kind of Asteri magic conjuring cold air. I suspect it was an attempt to make me fail the test.
A very serious accusation indeed, my grandfather says, his expression tightening minutely. I can see it clicking into place for the others. The strange setback in Anna's magic, the sword flying through a crowd to cause distraction. I clear my throat, ready to sow more chaos. Isn't that your Teriel power, Velrir? Cold air? If my grandfather's guard dog could harm me just with the force of his glare, I'd be dead right now.
It is,
He says.
though it's not a unique ability among Asteri.
Of course, I reply lightly. Surely you're not suggesting Velrir had something to do with the sabotage, Leonidas? Every one of Grandfather's words sounds like a warning. I don't know, I say. But we can just ask Alistair here to clarify the truth, and then we can put this whole thing to bed. Grandfather's expression is still locked down, but there's undeniable coldness in his eyes when he looks at my friend. He's always resented that Alistair wanted to stay in my unit rather than join his menagerie of powerful Sensic casters. He covets my friend's power, but the Gyrians are one of the most influential families in Felucia, and even he'd look bad forcing their son into a post he didn't want. That won't be necessary, my grandfather says flatly, looking to Velrir. Just be honest, Velrir. Did you tamper with the test? Velrir's eyes flick between us, his face coloring. I grin. There's little I enjoy more than watching him turn beetroot as he squirms. It was an accident, Your Majesty. Someone in my unit snorts. Is that so? My grandfather says, deeply unimpressed. There's a long silence as he seems to weigh exactly how to deal with this. In that case, you are dismissed for the day, Velrir. We will discuss this later. Velrir can only look silently enraged as he sketches a bow and retreats from the gallery. I try to read my grandfather's expression, but I have no idea whether he was behind Velrir's plan or whether this was Velrir taking initiative. I suppose I'll have to see how badly the captain is punished. A dryad appears in the gallery wing, and I beckon them forward. My grandfather notices, using the moment to skillfully brush the Velrir incident aside. Ah, here is your healer, Princess. I must suggest you go and rest now. You'll want to regain your strength before you attempt any more complicated magic. He has a point. She should rest and heal before trying to revive Farron. In the meantime, you are an official guest of this court. He opens his arms wide, as if offering the most generous of invitations, and smiles. She returns his smile.
Thank you, Your Majesty. That is very kind of you. I wonder, May I ask for one small token as a welcome present?
My grandfather looks surprised, but not displeased. In fact, I think he's intrigued by her audacity. Of course, if it is in my power to give, he says.
I would like to keep the Korrigos used as bait in the trial,
she says. I glance into the arena, but the animal has already been caged up again and removed, sometime after a pair of Geostree coaxed the Aesthekes back into its pit. My grandfather's eyebrows rise. I don't see why not, my dear princess, he says. It's rare for my grandfather to sound genuine, but he's also rarely surprised. I think he's rather enjoying Anna's unexpected detour.
Thank you.
She smiles again.
I thought you wouldn't mind, seeing as you said it was of no use to you anymore.
The legends hold that Korrigos have unusual magic, my grandfather says. They're meant to share this magic with the one they choose for an owner, but that particular specimen has never shown any willingness to form such a bond, even after we starved it to break its spirit. I suspect it's a lost cause, but you're most welcome to it if that's what you want. Something dangerous flashes in Anna's eyes as my grandfather describes his treatment of the animal. This woman got offended when she thought we were abandoning some horses, so I can imagine exactly what's going through her mind right now.
I appreciate it, Your Majesty,
she says mechanically. My grandfather doesn't notice her tone, but then he doesn't know her as well as I do. But I must ask why, dear princess? Why do you want such a thing? She shrugs, then winces, having obviously forgotten about her shoulder.
I would just like a reminder of my victory, Your Majesty, of the day I beat a powerful monster trying to take me down.
Her face tells us all she's not talking about the Aesthekes.
Nice to see that you get windows.
Anna walks a circuit around my private parlor, examining the views across the grounds. I'll make sure you're moved from the secured guest rooms. There's no reason for my grandfather to keep you there now, I say. It had been a pain finding her last night, let alone getting the key to her without any of us going near the barracks. Luckily, Damia's little snake Barb is pretty smart and has a great sense of smell. Anna makes a noise of agreement, but she doesn't look at me. I notice her shoulders are held stiffly, tension knotting them. How's your shoulder? I ask.
Fine. The healer did a good job,
she says flatly. The silence stretches between us. Things are awkward. I don't like it, especially after we worked together so well to wrongfoot Velrir. I want her to talk to me, at least to look at me. There's something torturous about her refusal to engage. I've come to rely too much on the rush I get from those hazel eyes locked on mine. She probably knows that, which is why she's making me suffer now. Are you ever going to tell me how you worked it out? My question comes out more like a demand, my frustration getting the better of me.
What do you mean?
She doesn't look away from the window. When we arrived, you still hadn't managed to revive a celestial flame, and then you turn up in that arena and heal that creature like you've been doing it all your life? Was that just a fluke?
I wouldn't have taken the test if I hadn't known I could do it,
she says, her voice a little hard.
I figured it out last night, thanks to that poor animal your grandfather's been torturing. The Korrigos. I found it in the barracks and, I don't know, I just trusted myself.
She trails off, the memory shaking something loose in her. At last, she turns around. Though the eye contact isn't much comfort, when I can see the unusual coldness of her eyes and the way her lips are pulled into a thin line.
But I'm not interested in rehashing the test,
she says.
Not when you still owe me an explanation for not telling me you're engaged.
She throws the last word at me like a curse, and I resist the urge to flinch. So this is the reason for her stonewalling me. I suppose it should have occurred to me before, but I'm not used to worrying about whether I piss other people off. That only seems to matter where she's concerned. I'm not engaged, I say. I'm betrothed.
And that's supposed to make a difference?
She asks, crossing her arms. Yes, they're not the same thing, at least to Fae. Lots of us are betrothed at birth. It's a promise between families, encouraging the children to associate in the hopes that they'll grow fond of each other. The match is only confirmed when the couple come of age and decide to get engaged. Even then, we have more powerful, complicated steps we have to take for a couple to be truly bound.
Great. So this Lady Naya is just someone you've grown up thinking you're probably going to marry one day?
She says. That maybe I'd marry. But to be honest, I've never put much thought into it. I've not spent much time in Lavale since the war. I've barely seen her.
So little that you conveniently forgot to mention the arrangement at all,
she points out. I thought perhaps after I explained the betrothal wasn't that serious, and certainly wasn't any doing of mine, she'd relent a little. The fact she isn't appeased is intriguing. Could there be some jealousy at play here? I take a step toward her, running my hand along the back of the couch positioned between us. I must say, it's interesting that you care so much about who I am or am not tied to. Delicious color rises to her cheeks, and I know I've succeeded in riling her.
I only care because you made me into the other woman,
she shoots back, ice in every word.
I wouldn't ever get involved with a person who was committed to someone else. And because you lied to me about that, like you've done about so much else, I end up looking like a terrible person.
And I wouldn't have gotten involved with you if the arrangement with Lady Naya was anything more than an idea dreamt up by our parents when I was just a baby, over a century ago, I say, taking another step toward her. She shakes her head, backing away. But she doesn't have far to go before her heels hit the wall.
How can I believe that? Every time I start to think I can trust you, I find out another thing you've been dishonest about.
Maybe you're right, I say. I close the gap between us until her back's pressed against the wall and she's staring up at me. I lean my face down and see her eyes flick to my mouth. I smile, satisfied by the way her breath hitches at our closeness. Even if the betrothal meant something, which it doesn't, I think I still would have had you. Still would have tasted you in that barn, and still would have taken you until you screamed in Hallowbane. I run my fingers along her jaw, my voice dropping a few octaves. Because I wouldn't have been able to stop myself. Not when every look from you sets me on fire, when every word from those pretty lips has me desperate to make you mine.
I'm not yours,
she says, but it comes out as barely a whisper. Her body shifts until I feel it press along the full length of my body. The soft curves of her body embracing my hard angles snaps the last of my restraint. I capture her lips in a searing kiss, tilting her chin upward, coaxing her mouth open further so I can claim her with my tongue, stroking and flicking until she hums with delight. It is many minutes later, when her lips are swollen and her chest rising with heavy breaths, that I release her. Before you go calling me a liar, why don't you start being honest with yourself, Anna? You wanted me then. You still want me now. And only your own stubbornness is stopping you from having exactly what you want. I loosen the fastening of her tunic at her shoulder, pushing back the leather to see the place where the aesthekis pierced her. There's no wound anymore. She was right when she said the healer was good. But there are two faint white scars where its pincers bit down into her. I drop my lips to the marks, gently kissing each scar. She turns, exposing more of her neck to me, and I kiss my way along the delicate skin, eliciting noises from her that shoot straight to my groin. You won't get it anywhere else, princess, I murmur into her ear. No man will make you come like I did. No man will ever feel so right inside of you. I slip my hand into her pants, stroking my fingers along her silk underwear and dipping between her legs. I can't help but release a rumble of desire when I feel her readiness for me through the fabric. She inhales sharply and closes her eyes as I caress her with firm strokes. I move to pull the fabric aside, hungry to feel that tight heat against my fingers. But her eyes fly open as I begin to edge past the fabric, and she pulls away.
Don't,
She says.
we can't do this.
Gods, this woman knows how to test me. Leashing my desire now is like trying to chain a rabid animal, but I wrestle myself under control. With a growl, I withdraw my hand, leaving it resting possessively on her hip. You're always getting in your own way, I say, leveling a disapproving stare at her. Don't you want to feel good, Anna?
I want to have some respect for myself,
She says, her face hard. Where a moment ago she was all softness, panting with need, now she's firmly pulled on her mask.
and that's why I'm sticking to what I said. I won't get involved with someone already promised to another, in any sense.
My hunger isn't helped by her putting her hands against my chest, but it's only to nudge me aside. I grit my teeth and let myself be moved, giving her the space she wants. So much of me shouts not to let her slip through my fingers, but the fact remains that Anna is a better person than me. It's not fair of me to try to corrupt her by leading her astray right now, no matter how badly I want to. I'll call a servant to show you to your new rooms, I say, offering no further argument. I'll make sure you're near Tira. You both need each other right now. I think I see a hint of surprise from her when I don't push back against her rejection. But while I might have lost this battle, I'm far from surrendering yet. I will get Anna back, and not just into my bed. I want her by my side, trusting me, letting me in. That's the war I'm fighting, and I don't care how long it takes to win it. There's a ball in honor of my unit's return tomorrow night, I say. I know you're supposed to be resting for the next few days so you can help Farron, but I'd like you to be there. I've already spoken to Farron's healers. They say he needs a little time to recover from yesterday's seizure before it will be safe to try again. We'll give him 2 days, and then Anna can go see him. I'm more relaxed now, knowing that we're closer than ever to curing him. Even Anna walking away from me today can't kill my optimism. Now I've succeeded in one mission, winning her back doesn't seem so impossible. I'll find a way. I have to. I realized at the Lyceum, that day she almost died. I need her in a way that's terrifying, but not as terrifying as the alternative. There's no other option. At least, not one I'll accept.
I don't know if I'm in the mood for dancing,
She says from where she's fled to the other side of the room, like she doesn't trust herself to be close to me. She's still flushed from our encounter. Good. I don't want her to forget that feeling. Give me a chance, Princess, and I can get you in the mood for anything. I'm still enjoying the aggravated look on her face when the servant comes to show her to her new rooms.
Chapter 18. Morgana. The room the servant takes me to isn't so different from the other one beside the barracks, except for the very obvious lack of deadbolt on the outside of the door, and yes, windows. I'm pleased to see the Corrigos already curled up by the couch on a luxurious cushion. Respin must have had it brought here right after the trial. It's deep asleep, only occasionally flicking its 4 tails as I move about the room. The poor thing must be exhausted. As am I, for that matter. I take the opportunity to wash up, enjoying the warm water against my skin. But as I lather the soap across shoulders, I remember the way Leon's lips felt on them, which leads to me recalling the sensation of his fingers between my legs. That man is a menace. I scrub my skin hard, trying to scour away the memory. Still, as much as I'm annoyed with Leon, I'm more annoyed with myself. I shouldn't have let it go that far, but God's help me, I'm weak. The moment he had me up against the window, it was like all reason flew out of my mind. Leon didn't have to give me a speech about how good he can make me feel. My body remembers all too well. He only has to get close to me for that desire to reawaken, as hot and aching as ever. My body temperature climbs again at the memory, and I try to calm myself. Pleasure's not the only thing he's made me feel. I've also suffered plenty of pain from his secrets and lies. Still, that pain might be just a little less sharp than before, and that frightens me. I shove it all away, packing it into a box I don't want to examine. I have bigger things to worry about, after all, like making sure I'm prepared to heal Farron. And Tira, of course. I'm always worried about Tira. Once I'm dried off and changed into a dress, I go to find her. As Leon promised, she's in the bedroom next door, curled up in the bed with her curtains drawn, even though it's only the afternoon. "Go away," she groans when I pull the drapes open to let the light flood in. She doesn't open her eyes, pulling the blankets over her head instead. "Hey, I nearly just got eaten by a giant spider, Missy. You could sound a bit more pleased to see me." She pulls the blanket down, eyes wide. "I didn't realize it was you," she says in her defense. "I thought it was one of the soldiers. It's like they think they're my babysitters." "Well, that's because you look exactly like a huge, ugly baby. It confuses them. Now budge over." She makes a rude gesture at me, but rolls over so I can climb up on the bed next to her. I lay my head down so our eyes are at the same level. Then I just look at her for a few long moments. "Don't do that, it's creepy," she says, dropping her gaze so she doesn't have to meet mine. "I won't ask you how you're feeling," I say, ignoring her deflection, because I assume the answer is shitty. "Yep," she says. Now that I'm closer, I can see the tear tracks where she's been crying and the still damp patch on her pillow. "So let's not state the obvious. Tell me how you're doing and how the hell you survived that test, because from where I was sitting, it looked like you were toast." "Nice to know you have so much faith in me," I grin. I tell her about the room they put me in last night and Leon's attempt to free me. Tira is as surprised as I was by the lengths he went to, including his offer to help me even if I did break the vow. She seems pretty impressed by it, actually. I'm not ready to hear from her all the ways Leon might be a good guy, so I talk over her, skipping to the part where I found the Karikos and then the test itself. "Do you think he actually wanted to kill you?" Tira asks. "The Fae King? I mean, when that monster crawled out of that pit, I was pretty sure we were about to watch your execution. Not that Leon would have allowed that, of course. He practically ripped his seat apart trying to get to you." "I don't know. I don't think Respin was necessarily trying to kill me. I just don't know if he would have cared that much if I died." "Nice guy," Tira says, deadpan. "I do think he really did want to see what my magic could do before I went anywhere near Farron." There's a knock at Tira's door, and I rise to answer it as she burrows back under the covers. "Whoever it is, tell them to go away," she says, voice muffled. "Your Highness." The servant at the door bows. "Prince Leonidas said I might find you here." He hands me an envelope and departs. "What is it?" Tira asks when I've closed the door again, sticking her head back up over the blankets. "I have a bad feeling it's an invitation," I say. The envelope is made of thick parchment with my name on the front, embossed and decorated with gold leaf. "An invitation to what?" Curiosity flares in Tira's eyes. "A ball they're throwing to celebrate Leon and the unit's return," I say grimly as I open the envelope and read what's inside. "Oh, great." I grimace at the flowing script before tossing it down on the bed. I'd thought it would be from Leon trying once again to reel me in, as if a formal invitation would make me feel more obligated to go. But it isn't from Leon at all. "Lady Naya Delsafier?" Tira sounds incredulous as she reads aloud. "What does she want with you? And what the gloam is a wreathing?" I have no idea. It doesn't sound fun, though, does it? Tira grimaces. "Is he really engaged to her?" she asks. I look away. Apparently, their parents betrothed them when they were small. Now it's up to them to decide whether they want to actually get married. "So he's not engaged, but he's not engaged," Tira says. "And how do we feel about that?" "It's complicated," I say. I'd rather not talk about it, but Tira is clearly enjoying the distraction. My silly love life is something to escape into, away from her problems. I told him I refuse to be involved with a man who's already committed to someone else, in any way. So you'd get involved with him again if he weren't committed? I hesitate for a second, then shake my head. It's too dangerous to entertain that question. It doesn't matter, I say, because he is. So there's no point getting into it, or going to the ball, or whatever this wreathing thing is before it. You don't want to go at all? Tira asks, surprised. Well, I don't know. I catch an almost wistful look on her face. Do you want to go? I'm sure Leon's invitation extends to you, if you like the idea. Just like that, her wistful look is gone, replaced by something more conflicted. I choose my next words carefully. I suppose it might be interesting to see what a Fae ball is like. Or a ball at all, Tira points out. I mean, it's not like you and I have spent our wild youth out every night in fancy dresses. She picks at the edge of her pillow. It's okay, Tira, if you want to go, I say gently. It's not like it changes your grief. She looks up at me, guilt and sadness filling her eyes. I just can't keep lying here thinking about them, she says, her voice wavering. I'll go crazy, but how can I even consider going to a dance when... She trails off, not wanting to say the words aloud. A few weeks after my parents were murdered, I started sleeping with the Prince of Nightmares. I arch a wry brow. We all have our way of dealing with things. She squints at me. Yeah, weird, fucked up ways. So let's do something fucked up and go to that ball, I say. I will if you do. All right, she says, sitting up straighter. But we'll need help, because neither of us knows the first thing about this stuff. Can we ask one of the soldiers? The women, I mean. I can't see any of the men being helpful, except maybe Stratton, but he'd just flirt with us rather than give proper advice. Something tells me Damia isn't the type to help a girl out with this either. But maybe Fae? I say, hopefully. I know she's an aristocrat, so she must have some insight about what we're getting into. I ask a servant to get a message to her. It's not long before there's a knock at Tira's door from the woman in question, along with 2 other Fae women who look similar, with dark brown skin and black hair braided to their waists. Morgana, Tira, this is my partner Helia and her sister Desme. Nice to meet you, I say, eyeing up Helia with a little surprise. Fae smiles. You didn't think any of us soldiers were in a relationship, did you? I give her an apologetic look. You just all seem so... brutish, maladjusted, chronically absent, Helia says with a laugh like a tinkling bell. She does have a tendency to be gone half the year. I look for resentment in her face, but find none. Instead, she exchanges a look with Fae so intimate I feel wrong witnessing it. We find a way to work around all that, Helia continues, reaching out and taking Fae's hand. I know, Desme says, catching my eye. They're sickeningly sweet together. I've been married 40 years, and there's no way I still look at my husband like that. Liar, Fae says to her before turning to Tira and me. So, I hear you have questions about the ball. And this, I say, picking up Lady Naya's invitation and showing it to them. Is it somehow related to the ball? It seems like it's meant to happen right before. The Fae shoot loaded looks at each other I can't read. Yes, it is related. Lady Naya is the one throwing the ball, Fae says. My mouth drops open. It's her ball? But isn't that just like Leon, going and inviting me to a party thrown by the very woman we argued about? I don't think that man knows the first thing about smoothing things over. Lady Naya and some of her friends proposed it. Honestly, those women will use any excuse to throw a social event, Desme explains. It's still being held here at the palace, though, right? Tira asks. Yes, though Lady Naya and the others are the hosts, rather than the royal family themselves. Traditionally, that gives her certain privileges. She's in charge of the wreathing, for example, and decides who's invited. Which includes you, apparently, Helia says. And what exactly is a wreathing? I ask. They look surprised, I don't know, but have the tact not to rub it in. It's when the women guests gather together to prepare for the ball. choose each other's dresses, share hairdressers, that type of thing, Fae says. It can be pretty fun, Helia says. Emphasis on can, I say, picking up on her tone. It's possible she's already heard the rumors that you and the captain became close while you were traveling in Trova. I suspect she's invited you there with ulterior motives, Fae says. Desme snorts. Suspect? That's absolutely what she's doing. She wants to get the measure of me. Is that what you mean? I ask. Or she wants to mark her territory, Tira says. Both are possibilities, Fae says. Can I just decline the invitation? Go to the ball but avoid this wreathing thing? I can tell the answer just from reading their expressions. You can't really refuse without insulting the host, Desme says. Which would give her grounds to exclude you from the ball entirely. Says who? Tira demands. Says tradition, Fae replies. Like it or not, if you're going to be a guest of this court, you're going to have to play by its rules. There's another possibility, Helia says. This could have nothing to do with Prince Leonidas. Lady Naya may simply be looking to gain favor with a future queen. I think we should go to the wreathing then. Tira can come too, right? Yes, invited guests often bring their friends, Fae confirms. Good, then it's settled. I don't want to insult someone if it really is just an innocent invitation. And if it isn't? Tira asks skeptically. I straighten, pulling my shoulders back. If it isn't, if this woman wants to go toe-to-toe with me over some rumors she's heard, I'm not afraid of a fight. I tell myself I shouldn't be intimidated. After all, this Naya woman might be a noblewoman, but I'm a bloody princess. If there was a time to lean on my rank, it's now. I'm just as worthwhile as any beautiful blonde Fae woman. Fae is automatically invited to the wreathing as one of the ball's guests of honor, Helia says. So we'll be there too. Don't worry, Your Highness. We'll keep an eye on you. I smile and thank them, though I hope I won't need any protecting. It's just some silly pre-ball party, after all. How bad can it be? Chapter 19. Morgana. Why are there so many of them? Tira whispers to me. And why are they all so pretty? Tira and I stare out into a room full of Fae women milling about with drinks in their hands and hair half done, servants trailing behind them with piles of beautiful fabric. I search the crowds for any sign of Fae, Helia, and her sister, but with so many Fae around, I know they'll be hard to spot. I think we have to get in there and mingle, I say to Tira, who looks alarmed at the prospect. A melodious voice drifts over to me. Your Highness, I'm so glad you could come. I turn around to look into the porcelain-skinned, perfectly symmetrical face of Lady Naya. She glides toward me with an outstretched hand. The last time I saw this woman, she was practically wrapped around Leon, welcoming him home. I didn't get to see how that interaction ended. I was too busy being escorted from the throne room to prepare for a deadly test to save Leon's brother. And this is the reward I get for it. I force my face into a smile as I reluctantly reach to take Lady Naya's hand, which grips onto mine tightly. She's wearing several elegant rings, and as she curtsies, the jewels on them cut into my flesh. Thank you for inviting me, I say. Well, now, we could hardly have a foreign royal staying in the palace and me not invite her, could we? She says. Her face is serene, but there's the slightest hint of a sneer in the way she says foreign. I decide to test the waters a little further. It is kind of His Majesty to host me, but then I suppose he's just returning the favor after we had Prince Leonidas to stay at my palace, I say. No need to mention that it was really my parents who invited him, or that some of that time Leon spent in the dungeons. I deliberately left that information out to see if Lady Naya will call me on it. That will tell me her real motive for inviting me here. Lady Naya's smile widens. Will you be returning there after your trip, Your Highness? I hesitate, not sure how to answer. Oh, how silly of me, she says, touching her elegant fingers to her mouth like she's misspoken. I heard there's been some falling out with your aunt. Of course, returning would not be so simple. Forgive me. I give her a long stare. The only thing I'm willing to forgive is my own stupidity for thinking this wreathing might go well. It's clear to me now that Fae and Desme were right, and Lady Naya has no intention of making nice with me. I turn toward Tira, calling for backup. Lady Naya, let me introduce— Oh, good. You brought your own maid, she says, flicking her eyes over Tira. I'm afraid, with so many ladies to wreathe, we're a little short-staffed at the moment. Tira opens her mouth to offer Lady Naya a few choice words, but I get there first. This is Lady Tira Holmes, actually, I say coolly. Is she? Lady Naya smiles. My apologies. I had been led to believe that Trovian nobles were more— Well, anyway, she says brightly, let me get you both a drink. What does that mean? Tira grumbles as Lady Naya steps away. Nothing, she's just trying to make us feel insecure, I shoot back. Also, Lady Tira? My friend asks with a raised eyebrow. When did I get a title? Just now, I say out of the corner of my mouth. I'll knight you later. Now shush, she's coming back. The blonde Fae swans over, holding 2 flutes of something gold and sparkling. Please do head over to the dressing area when you get a chance, she says. I'm afraid I must check on the proceedings, but I have something special organized for you back there, Your Highness. Her blue eyes, bright as sapphires, twinkle at me as we take the glasses from her. Then she sweeps away. Okay, but what does that mean? Tira whispers more furiously as we wander deeper into the clusters of women. She absent-mindedly lifts her glass to her lips. Don't drink that, I say, snatching it from Tira and setting both our glasses down on a side table. Good thinking, Tira says to me with a knowing look. I feel curious eyes dance over us as we wander between the chatting women, the other guests very clearly staring at us while they whisper among themselves. It probably doesn't help that Tira and I are also still wearing our simple day dresses. Helia had said something about there being a chance to choose a dress for the ball here, but many of the women already seem to be wearing their formal gowns. They look stunning in an array of tight-fitting bodices and huge flowing skirts, adorned with delicate lace sleeves and sparkling embellishments I think might be real diamonds. Look, there's Fae, Tira points. Relief washes over me when I see the soldiers standing with Desme toward the back of the room. They're in what must be the dressing area. Racks of gowns line the walls, and women move behind modesty screens, their hands appearing briefly to toss a rejected dress to their servants or snatch a different option to try on. I thought you'd maybe decided to skip the ball entirely, Fae says when she sees me. It's odd seeing her out of her soldier's tunic and pants, but she looks ethereal in a black dress with moons embroidered across it, complementing her silver hair. Desme smiles at us, looking dazzling in a gold dress. We're just waiting for Helia the Indecisive to finally pick an option, she says. There's nothing wrong with taking my time, a voice calls from behind the nearest screen. You look beautiful in whatever you wear, my love, Fae calls back and rolls her eyes at me. Have you chosen your dress yet? She asks. I turn to look at Tira, only to find she's disappeared. I scan the space with a hint of panic, then relax when I see she's already by the racks of dresses, flicking through them with a manic energy. They're all so nice, she gasps, eyes wide. Maybe the green one? Desme says. It would go with your cute freckles. Tira blushes and nods, taking a closer look at the dress Desme pointed out. And what about you? Fae asks me. I suppose I should go look, except Lady Naya said she had something special for me. Both the Fae women's faces fall. Oh, shit, Desme says. What? I ask, my panic spiking at their reactions. It isn't done very often, but sometimes a host will pick outfits for certain guests to wear. Can't I just wear one of those and tell her I've chosen already? I say, pointing to the dresses. Desme's already shaking her head. Not if you don't want to get disinvited from the ball entirely. These Fae and their bloody rules. Tira's back beside me now, holding her pretty green outfit. Yikes. That harpy's probably going to put you in something monstrous, she says. Disappointment weighs on me, but my panic, at least, settles. Naturally, I wanted to make a good impression to the Fae court. Okay, I wanted to look good to one person in particular, but in the grand scheme of things, a dress is a silly thing to worry about. However hideous it might be, Leon's bound to have seen me looking worse, after all we went through during our travels in Trova. Plus, I'm here to help distract Tira, not for myself. The way she's happily clutching that green dress now gives me hope that she's feeling at least a little more cheerful. So she'll put me in an ugly dress, I say with a shrug. That's hardly the end of the world. I get the attention of one of the attendants in palace uniform. Excuse me, I believe Lady Naya left a dress for me? She nods. I'll go fetch it, Your Highness, she says, and I wonder if I'm imagining her look of sympathy before she leaves. I wait by the screen nervously. Helia finally decides what she's going to wear and emerges looking sophisticated in a deep purple outfit, while Tira tries on her green gown. She looks gorgeous in it, and I see the sparkle of pleasure in her eyes when we all tell her so. But when the attendant returns, my happiness for Tira is drowned out by shock. Lady Naya's cleverer than I realized. Putting me in something hideous would have been obvious sabotage, and that's not her style. No, it's worse than that. That's a dress? Tira breathes as the attendant hands it over. It's just a few scraps. I hold up the deep scarlet outfit. It's not ugly, but it looks like there'd be barely enough fabric to cover my behind, let alone the rest of me. Heat climbs up my neck at the idea of wearing it. Are you sure there isn't another part to it? I ask the attendant, who just shakes her head and apologizes. Why don't you try it on? Helia says weakly. It might not look so bad once you're in it. I slip behind a screen, and what follows is a wrestling match as I try to wriggle into the garment. Luckily, most of it seems to be made of silk, which makes it relatively easy to slide on despite the tightness. When it's on at last, I look in the mirror, and my horror rises a few notches. Most of the dress is made up of 2 pieces of scarlet material, the front draping into a deep cowl neck, leaving a large stretch of skin exposed between my breasts. Panels of delicate, almost sheer lace join the 2 pieces together on either side, hugging my ribs, hips, and thighs, leaving nothing to the imagination. There's no way I can even wear underwear in this thing. I run my hands nervously over the front of the dress, the material slippery under my fingers. The only saving grace, I suppose, is that all that training at the Lyceum has toned me up a bit, making previously soft parts of my body stronger and firmer. But that doesn't mean I want them on display like this. Come on out, Anna, Tira says. It can't be that bad. I step out from behind the screen and see 3 sets of eyebrows shoot upward. Oh, gods, I say, covering my face with my hands. My, Your Highness, don't you look a sight, comes a smug voice. I look up to see Lady Naya standing in the dressing area, a triumphant smile on her face. Several other Fae women turn at her words, and when they see me, I'm hit with a wave of judgmental stares and whispers. My face feels like it's burning up, but I try to get my flush under control, lifting my chin. I won't be cowed by this woman, not when shame is exactly what she wants from me. Thank you, Lady Naya. It is fabulous, isn't it? I say, striding forward and twirling for the group like I don't have a care in the world. So clever of you to pick something in the Trovian style. A slight frown appears on Lady Naya's face. The Trovian style? Yes, of course you must have known that these daring designs are all the rage in Trova right now. It must seem terribly modern to you, but we wear such things all the time. I smile and meet her gaze with a hard stare. Annoyance flashes in her eyes, but she nods. I'm so glad I could find something to suit your tastes, Your Highness. Who better to bring such innovation to our court, she says. Who knows, maybe we'll see more of this kind of design in Lavelle, though perhaps not as much as we can see of you right now, she says with a smirk. Several of the Fae women erupt into giggles and snickers. My skin prickles with humiliation, but I refuse to look away. Luckily, I have nothing to be ashamed of, I say, but my voice sounds weak to me. There wasn't anything else you could find for Her Highness to wear, Lady Naya? Faya's voice is usually a gentle melody, but she sounds steely now. Oh, but Her Highness has said herself that this is what would make her most comfortable, the blonde Fae responds. Besides, I have the perfect shoes to go with it. She beckons an attendant forward carrying a pair of black shoes. I keep my eyes on Lady Naya as I take them, wondering what the catch is. They're a little high, perhaps, but I've walked in heels before, so if she's hoping they'll trip me up, she will be disappointed. I'll just put these on over here, I say, backing away toward the screen. I can't bend over too far in this dress without exposing myself to half the women present. As I slip behind it for some privacy, the volume of chatter rises again, the Fae resuming their conversations now there's no spectacle to whisper about. I drop the shoes to the ground and slip out of my current ones, plain pumps to match my day dress. Are you all right back there? Tira murmurs. Yes, fine, I huff as I put the shoes on. I'm anything but. I don't know why I'm letting this woman get to me so much, but her tricks are working. I feel incredibly foolish, wondering why the gloam I'm putting up with this instead of just walking away. Because if you walk away, she'll think she's won. I straighten and find I feel pretty stable in the shoes. That's something. Maybe if I can just hold my head high as I walk out. Fuck. I take one step out from behind the screen and I'm immediately in agony. It's like I'm walking on needles, my soul's burning with every step as if they're pressing against hot coals. I look down, but there's no sign of injury. This is magic at work, I'm sure of it. Anna? I look up at the sound of Tira's voice, but my eyes quickly slide from my friend's concerned face to Lady Naya's. By now, she's standing with a different group of women across the room, apparently deep in conversation. Yet, as I take another step forward and exhale, trying to breathe through the pain shooting up my legs, I see her watching me. Something manic glints in her blue eyes, an intense energy both excited and like she's on edge. It hits me that this woman isn't just trying to embarrass me. She wants me totally defeated. And while we're both bound by the need to appear civil, she's willing to sail pretty close to crossing the line. And damn it, it's working. Because there's no way I can go to the ball like this. With every shuffle forward, my urge to crumple to the floor grows. What's worse is the pain bringing tears to my eyes. The idea of crying in front of these women is too horrible to bear. What's wrong, Morgana? Faya asks as she, Helia, and Desme take my side by Tira. I don't think I can go, I gasp, trying to hold in the tears threatening to spill down my cheeks. The Fae throw dark looks toward Lady Naya. She's done something to those shoes, hasn't she? Tira demands. Are they hurting you? I nod. I need to get them off. Now. I feel like an idiot. A little girl trying to play grown-up games and feeling sorry for herself when she can't keep up. But I have to admit, I can't contend with the likes of Lady Naya, at least not in this. I'll give her what she wants. I'll stay away from her precious ball. I keep my head down as Tira helps me teeter over to a seat. But will you give her everything she wants? What about Leon? Will you stay away from him, too? It's not the same thing. I know it's not. But if she can make me back down here, where will it stop? Today, she makes me believe I don't belong at a ball. Tomorrow, will she make me believe I don't belong with a certain Fae Prince? That he'd be better off with someone who understands his world and can bend it to her will accordingly? I feel her watching me now, and I imagine her again wrapped around Leon, caressing his cheek as she gives me a smug smile. Jealousy flares within me, burning away some of the shame. This is ridiculous. I don't have to accept defeat. I just have to think smarter. A servant floats by with a tray of drinks, and I snatch one up, yanking my shoes off with my other hand. Step back, I murmur to Tira under my breath, and once she obeys, I let the goblet slip from my fingers. The clattering noise it makes as it hits the ground is much louder than I expect, but all the better to get people's attention. Several of the noblewomen turn in time to see the dark red wine spill across the floor and cover the shoes. Oh no! I put all I have into the performance, clutching my face, pretending to be completely horrified by what I've done. I've ruined your lovely gift, Lady Naya. I'm so sorry. All this wine must have made me quite clumsy. Some of the Fae snicker at my gracelessness, easily buying into the idea of me making a drunken fool of myself. I wouldn't worry, Your Highness, Helia says quickly, following my lead. We'll find you another pair. After all, a gracious host like Lady Naya wouldn't dream of letting you attend her ball in ruined footwear. Lady Naya's face sours, and I know I've got her in a corner now. She won't be able to insist I wear the shoes without admitting she's tampered with them. And I can't be accused of deliberately insulting her by refusing to wear them either. Never mind, Your Highness, Lady Naya says. We can simply have them cleaned. I'm sure there's a suitable equerry around here somewhere. Oh, no, you don't. I fight back, refusing to let her trap me. I couldn't possibly put someone to all that trouble, I say with a benevolent smile. I'll just wear the pair I came in. Even better, Desmay jumps in. I have a spare pair I'm sure will fit you. I have very dainty feet, she says with a wink. Helia ushers Tira and me over to the chairs where the Fae hairdressers are working as Desmay digs out her spare shoes. I try them on while a talented woman pins my hair up in a loose twist, leaving some chestnut strands falling delicately around my face. The shoes fit me despite our height difference, and I'm too relieved to even worry about the deep red lipstick one of the Fae servants paints on me, muttering about how it suits my complexion. Nicely played, Tira whispers to me. She's fuming. But when I glance her way, it doesn't look to me like Lady Naya's particularly disappointed. I've still got to go parade myself in front of the Fae court in this scrap of a dress. I'm sure that will be some consolation to her. You look devastatingly sexy, Tira says with a grin. I wouldn't be surprised if Leon came at the sight of you. I smack her arm in playful outrage. Tira? What? She raises her eyebrows. Wouldn't that be a good outcome? Surely by now you want to rub it in her face that he's pining after you. I don't know if pining is the word I'd use. I know Leon wants me. He made that clear yesterday. But that kind of raw animal hunger isn't what matters. At least, not as much as his actions. Just walk in there like you own the place, Tira says to me as the women start setting down their glasses and picking up their skirts to proceed into the ballroom. Could you ever have imagined back in Ottscold that we'd be doing something like this one day? I ask Tira. Gods, no, she says. Me, an innkeeper's daughter, and you all sickly and locked up in that house? But we're not defined by our pasts. She says the last part to herself as much as to me, looking somewhere in the distance before turning to smile at me. Come on, let's remind these Fae that Trovian women aren't to be messed with. Returning her smile, I loop my arm through Tira's, and we follow the noblewomen out. Chapter 20. Morgana. How bad is it? I ask Tira under my breath as we enter the ballroom, and hundreds of eyes turn toward us. I hear a flurry of scandalized gasps and even some tutting as we walk by, but I keep my head high, acting as if I'm totally comfortable in this obscene outfit. By some miracle, I manage to keep my face from going bright red. Some of them are clutching their pearls, Tira mutters, scanning the room. But honestly, I think a lot of them are kind of impressed. I'm so surprised by her words I turn my head to look at the crowd, remembering just in time to make my gaze suitably bold. I stare out at them, unapologetic, and find that Tira's right. Just like the noblewomen at the wreathing, some of the Fae are raising their eyebrows at each other or frowning disapprovingly. Yet it looks like there's admiration in some of the faces, too, and I catch one or two Fae outright gaping at me in a way I suspect isn't all bad. I smile, nodding at them in greeting as we move through the center of the ballroom. Huge chandeliers glitter with the light of incendy lamps, making the ceiling look like someone's flung diamonds across it. Tall statues line the room, too, each depicting a king and queen of Fae courts past. Many of the women from the wreathing are peeling off now to join their friends and family. Tira and I moved down the left side of the room, avoiding the central dance floor where several couples, including Fae and Helia, are already dancing. Stratton's over by a fountain that seems to be dispensing more of the sparkling wine they had at the wreathing. Of course, he's surrounded by fawning women who at this moment are giggling in unison at some joke he's told. I spot Damia and Eric's, not far from him, drinking in the corner. "Look, there's Alistair," Tira says. I follow her gaze to the blonde Fae helping himself to canapes. "Good evening, Alistair," she says, dragging me toward him. "Good evening. You look lovely, Miss Holmes," he says, bowing to her. Then he turns to me, and I brace myself for all kinds of blunt comments about my dress. "You do know how to cause a stir, don't you?" is all he says, barely glancing at my outfit before turning his attention back to the food in his hand. I roll my eyes. I'm not always given the option of being subtle. "Well, you've certainly got Lady Naya pissed. It's her ball, and no one's looked at her since you came in," he says. I glance over my shoulder and feel a grin spread across my face, because this time it's obvious the blonde noblewoman is furious, her cold gaze piercing me from across the ballroom. Then her eyes widen at something behind me, and I turn back around to find Leon standing there. Tira joked about me turning him on in this dress, but I'm the one whose mouth goes dry at the sight of him. I don't think I've ever seen him wearing anything except his soldier's gear, which he already looks stupidly handsome in. But now I take in the white sleeves of his shirt, just tight enough to show off the large muscles underneath and to emphasize his broad shoulders. It's open at the top, exposing a sliver of sculpted chest. Over it, he's wearing a black vest delicately embroidered with gold thread and fastened with shining gold buttons. It's the contrast that's so intriguing. His powerful body, always ready for action, wrapped up in such elegance. I find I like that it's still blindingly clear a wild animal lies beneath the surface, no matter how much pretty, stylish clothing he wears. And nowhere is that wildness in him more obvious than in his eyes. I meet them now, their gray depths darker than usual. "Princess Morgana," he says, his voice low as he bows. I bob a shallow curtsy. It's all I can manage in this dress. "Prince Leonidas." I raise my eyebrow at him a little, wondering what, now I'm here, he has to say to me. For a moment, I don't think he knows himself, because a beat passes with neither of us speaking. Then he clears his throat and gestures to the twirling couples behind me. "Dance with me," he says simply. I turn to watch the gracefully spinning figures and feel a touch of nervousness. "I'm not very good," I say. I've danced a little in the past with the Outskold children, but none of us took it seriously, and it's not like any of us had ever been taught the proper steps. "That doesn't matter. I'll lead you," he says. Without allowing me another chance to argue, he takes hold of my hand and draws me to the dance floor. At the edge, he spins me toward him and encloses me in his arms. I shut my eyes for a second, enjoying their solid warmth. He was right about leading. I don't feel as unsure now he's supporting me. It's easy to trust that he'll guide me through it. When we start moving, I manage not to overthink it and allow my feet to step whichever way feels right until we're slowly turning to the music together. "I didn't know if you'd come," he says eventually. "It was really for Tira," I say. She needed something to distract her. Plus, it was clear there was an expectation for me to attend. I don't mention Lady Naya by name, or the fact that she tried everything she could to sabotage me. I don't want to encourage Leon to spend any time thinking about her, especially not when I'm in his arms. He offers me a wry smile. "So you didn't come for my benefit, even though I'm the one who invited you?" "No," I say casually, enjoying making him squirm. "However, if I'd known you wanted to dance with me..." I trail off playfully as he tightens his hold on my hip, turning me in time to the music. "After I saw you, I had to find an excuse to touch you. What in the gods are you wearing?" His eyes rake over my body, and he sounds a little strangled. A blush blooms across my cheeks as I wonder how to take his words. "Don't you like it?" I ask. "Like it?" He leans forward, placing his mouth by my ear. "You look utterly, ruinously beautiful. If I didn't know better, I'd think a goddess had escaped from the eternal realm to come slum it with us mortals." It's all I can do not to rip that dress off you and have my way with you right here. A ripple of desire shudders through me at his words, coursing down my body and settling between my legs. I think your court might have something to say about that, I comment, trying to sound amused and in control. Who cares? He says, drawing back but keeping his voice low. Right now, half of them are desperately wishing they could be as beautiful as you, and the other half are fantasizing about fucking you. I lick my lips, only turned on more by his coarse language. That's one of the irresistible things about him. Even when he seems at his most untouchably royal, there are still hints of that roughness underneath, peeking out when he says something that would scandalize any proper lady. They are they? I reply, a little breathless. A rogue part of me wants to hear more, even if I know it can't go anywhere. Yes, but there's only one person who gets to fuck you, he says, his voice almost a whisper and his eyes practically black. Understood? You don't get to decide that, I push back. Oh, I do, he says with a hungry grin. I ruined everyone else for you, Anna. I showed you what true pleasure could be, and now you'll settle for nothing less. I want to snap back with a sharp retort, but I can't, because maybe he's right. How many nights have I woken from a dream in which our bodies were entwined, with me moaning his name? Too many. It's never anyone else in those fantasies, only ever Leon, possessing me until I'm totally undone. And if I can't escape the hold he has over me, where does that leave me? Taken apart by a prince who's promised to another. The fear of it, of the pain, snaps me out of the haze of desire, and I withdraw from Leon's arms. I'm tired of dancing, I say stiffly, and walk away to find Tira. What I'm really tired of is wanting Leon and not knowing if that wanting will destroy me. I can't stand to spend any longer playing this game with no way to know how deadly it will turn out to be. The music stops abruptly when I'm just a few feet from the dance floor, and I look up at the sound of someone clapping their hands to get the guests' attention. My dear lords and ladies, Lady Naya stands beside the band, surveying the crowd, her blue eyes alight on me for a second before moving on. What would a ball be without some entertainment? It's time for the shadow waltz. A collective wave of excitement runs through the crowd as everyone rushes onto the dance floor. In the clamor, I frantically search for Tira and see her in the back of the crowd with Alistair. I dart toward them. What's happening? I ask Alistair. I was just explaining to Miss Holmes here, he says. It's very Fae, Tira says with a roll of her eyes. The aim of the game is to capture someone else's shadow and dance with it in the waltz, he says, speaking quickly as he weaves in between the nobles. The most important thing to remember is that you mustn't be left without a shadow partner by the time the waltz is over. I open my mouth, about to ask exactly how one catches a shadow, when the band starts playing again. The music is different this time, eerily lively, with an unmistakable fizz of magic about it. I watch in awe as Tira and Alistair's shadows detach from their feet and rise up off the floor, becoming dark, hazy figures standing entirely separate from them. I jump when a me-shaped shadow appears at my own elbow. There's something creepy about the featureless beings, hundreds of them materializing around us as every guest doubles. I reach out cautiously to touch my shadow, but as soon as she's found her feet, she darts away, skipping into the crowd with a mischievous air about her. Alistair's and Tira's shadows do the same, dancing off into the throng of bodies, both real and not. They don't make it easy, Alistair explains. They'll try to evade you. Already the crowd is moving around us, everyone searching for a shadow to snag. What happens if we're left without a partner at the end? I ask hurriedly. Public humiliation. You get some kind of trick played on you, Alistair says. That doesn't sound like the kind of fun you'd want to have at a ball, I snap, eyes darting around me in case a shadow wanders my way. Alistair shrugs just before a large Fae lord pushes between us. I focus on the task at hand. I've really had enough public humiliation for one evening. A shadow dances past me, but it's startlingly fast, and it's gone before I can even reach my hand out. Some of the nobles have already snagged partners and are spinning their shadowy companions around the dance floor. It's obvious the Fae's quick reflexes give them an advantage over me here, and I discover I can't pull the shadows toward me with orbital magic. They're not solid enough for that. I have to be more strategic. I spot a shadow spinning on its own near the corner of the crowd and approach it from behind a group of dancing fae so it doesn't spot me, with its non-existent eyes. But whatever, it seems to be working. I'm within a hand's breadth of grabbing the figure when a woman already with a partner dances right between us, scaring the shadow away. "Oops, sorry, Your Highness," she smiles, and it's then I recognize her from the wreathing. She was one of the ones fawning over Lady Naya. When it happens a second time, an elegant fae woman knocking into me just when I get close to a shadow, I know for sure I'm being sabotaged. Lady Naya wants to make sure the person left to be shamed at the end of this waltz is me. The music picks up speed, and the fae dance faster. It's a bizarre sight from where I'm standing, with the shadows just as plentiful as the people, like the nobles are suddenly being swallowed up by pockets of darkness before appearing again from behind their partners. It's making me dizzy, and I move away toward the edge of the action, hoping to find a lone shadow lingering on the outskirts. Then I spot it. The music and the magic haven't just brought people's shadows to life. They're affecting the statues lining the room, too. One of them, a majestic fae king, hasn't strayed far from its home, spinning around the plinth of the king's statue. The music starts to reach a crescendo, and I suspect I don't have long left. I'm trying to push through the last few layers of crowd to reach the statue when a familiar voice sounds beside me. "Oh, Your Highness, don't tell me you haven't found a partner yet." I barely glance at Lady Naya's smug face, keeping my eyes on the prize as she keeps yapping away. "I'm sure you recognize mine. He's unmistakable, isn't he?" I risk taking another look and realize she's managed to catch Leon's shadow. I'd recognize that profile anywhere. What worries me more, however, is that manic look glinting even brighter in Lady Naya's blue eyes. "I wonder what your humiliation should be, she continues. She follows me toward the statue, but she's too preoccupied with gloating to focus on what I'm doing. As the host, I get to decide what it is. Won't that be fun? I turn to face her, backing up toward the plinth as I do so. I'm sure it would have been, I say, just as the statue's shadow comes dancing around the corner of its stand. I reach out and snatch it, but perhaps another time. I hold on to the shadow for dear life, but the moment I have it in my hands, I find it doesn't fight or try to run from me. It feels like nothing I've ever touched before, almost filmy in texture, and yet I get the impression that if I squeezed too hard, it would dissolve between my fingers. I don't waste time enjoying Naya's outraged expression, concentrating on getting back onto the dance floor before the music finishes. The statue's shadow, still wearing its king's crown, puts its hand to my back, and we sway gently just as the melody starts to fade. I release a sigh of relief as the fae stop dancing and cheer to celebrate the end of the waltz. Most of them are now eagerly looking around them, hoping, I guess, to be the one to catch someone without a partner. After a few minutes of chatter and laughter, an older fae raises his hand to get everyone's attention. "It's a happy ending, Lady Naya," he calls across the dance floor. "It seems everyone has managed to find a partner." There's another cheer, and many of the fae clap. I wonder what kind of court this is that hopes for public humiliation and then seems equally satisfied when everyone is saved from it. Aside from my own victory, I'm relieved Tira apparently hasn't been caught out either. She probably didn't have Lady Naya's friends chasing shadows away from her, though. No, that honor was reserved just for me. "We have a cheat!" The crowd turns in the direction of the shout, then parts as Lady Naya strides toward me, her eyes burning with hate. Chapter 21. Morgana. I gape at Lady Naya as she storms toward me. Will this woman really not let it go? "You," she says, thrusting a finger at me. "You didn't find a proper partner." She looks around her, searching for support. "She stole that shadow from the statue of King Dionysus. She's a cheat." She doesn't get the encouragement she's looking for, though. Most of the nobles don't want to meet her eye and look away with uncomfortable expressions. Encouraged, I stand up taller, giving her the most disdainful look I can muster. I don't believe it says in the rules that I must use the shadow of a living thing. Please calm yourself, Lady Naya. It's only a game. And you'll address her as Your Highness, comes a hard voice from the crowd. I look over to see Damia glaring at Lady Naya. I shouldn't have to remind you you're talking to the Princess of Trova. I give the dark-haired woman a quick, grateful smile before looking back to Lady Naya. It doesn't feel safe to keep my eyes off her for long. And indeed, as it seems to dawn on Lady Naya that no one here agrees with her accusation, her pretty face undergoes a horrible transformation as she goes white with fury, her bright eyes sparking. Then she charges toward me with a shriek, her long nails snatching at me like claws. Leon steps out of the crowd and in one smooth movement seizes her wrist, yanking her away from me and throwing her back so violently she stumbles and almost falls. "Enough!" he thunders. A storm rages in his eyes as he advances on Lady Naya, who suddenly looks more afraid than angry, even as she still desperately tries to justify herself. "But she cheated! She deserves a humiliation, and—" "The only person who will be humiliated tonight is you, Naya Delafier, and you have managed to do that all on your own," he growls as she shrinks away from him. The crowd doesn't give her anywhere to hide, putting distance between themselves and the disgraced lady as she tries to back away from Leon. "Now get out," he snarls. With a scream of frustration, Lady Naya tosses her hair and storms from the ballroom. Her fellow nobles only stare after her, shocked, for several moments afterward. "Let me be crystal clear," Leon says, addressing the stunned crowd. "From here on out, anyone failing to show Trova's future queen the respect she deserves is someone who doesn't value their life." I keep my face utterly neutral as he speaks, acting as if people threaten to kill for my honor every day, as hundreds of wide eyes look in my direction. "Now play some music," Leon orders the band, who hastily start up a new, jaunty tune, quite at odds with the atmosphere in the room. It seems to work to break the tension, however. The crowd collapses into chatter, leaving the dance floor in droves to discuss what just happened. Leon approaches me, anger's still rolling off him in waves, all the unspent force of it ablaze in his eyes. That energy could so easily turn, hanging on the edge of becoming hungrier and more passionate. The sight of it makes me take a sharp breath, wondering if he's about to grab me and do exactly what he threatened earlier, drag me off somewhere to have his way with me. The crazy thing is, I want him to, desperately. Yet, Leon stops a few feet away from me, the distance feeling like 100 miles. "I wanted to dance with you again," he says, his voice much calmer than he looks. "But now I'm afraid I have other matters to attend to." I nod, and he bows deeply to me, a gesture that isn't missed by the other lords and ladies in the room. Disappointment knots my gut as I watch him stride from the ballroom. "That woman is totally insane," Tira says, appearing at my side. "I thought she was going to claw your face off. I tried to get to her before she reached you. I wanted to rip that pretty blonde hair off her head, but Alistair wouldn't let me," she says. "I'm getting very tired of holding people back so they don't do stupid things," he says wearily. "If you could all develop some self-control, that would be grand." "Tell that to Lady Naya," Tira says darkly. He shakes his head, bemused. "I don't know what's gotten into her. If she wanted to stake her claim on the captain, she couldn't have chosen a worse course of action. Everyone knows how he feels about you now. She completely sabotaged herself. I've never seen someone so jealous. It must have driven her mad." I color, not sure how to respond. Is there something going on between Leon and me? Or is that all in the past? Leon seems to think that's for me to decide, but I'm not the one with the commitments elsewhere. "I know I wanted some excitement, but that wasn't really what I had in mind," Tira says. "At least you got a nice dress out of it," Alistair comments. Tira's jaw drops. "I get to keep it?" "Well, yes. What else is the palace going to do with it? You don't expect some other lady to wear a second-hand gown, do you?" he says, like that should be obvious. Shaking her head at the decadence of it, Tira looks at me. "I think I might head to bed, but don't feel like you need to come with me." "No, let's both go," I say. I'm utterly worn out by this evening, and I can see the shine coming off Tira, too. She has been distracted from her sadness for the last few hours, but reality is hitting her again. When she crawls into bed tonight, her mind will go straight to her family, and she'll be dragged back into her grief. I don't want her to be alone for that. The corridors of the palace are quiet as we make our way back to our rooms. Nearly everyone is at the ball, except for King Respin. I didn't catch a glimpse of him all evening. I'm not sure why he wasn't in attendance, but I'm glad he wasn't there for the spectacle Lady Naya made of me, even if I'm sure he'll have spies reporting exactly what happened this evening. Tira tugs at my hand as we walk down a hallway, still not that far from the ballroom. Her hearing must be better than mine, because it takes me a moment to catch the echo of raised voices. Without discussing it, we move closer to the sound, until I recognize the speakers, even if I can't make out their words. "Is that?" Tira murmurs. "Yes," I say. Before we can hide ourselves, a door flies open, and Lady Naya sweeps out of it. She stops when she sees us, her face crumpling. She doesn't look angry anymore. Instead, tears stream down her beautiful face. She sobs, then turns and flees in the other direction, her blonde hair streaming behind her as she disappears around the corner. Leon leaves the room next, also stopping suddenly when he spots us. "We were just going to bed, and we heard a commotion," I say, trying to explain our presence without looking like eavesdroppers. He nods, an unreadable expression on his face. "Lady Naya won't be bothering you anymore," he says. "I've officially broken off the betrothal." I don't know what to say, as a complicated mix of emotions swells up in me. I'm happy, I think, but I still have a lot of questions. "Good riddance," Tira says, filling the silence. "She's a real piece of work." "She can be difficult, but her behavior this evening was abnormal," Leon says. "So much so that I started to suspect it wasn't entirely her doing. Someone was working sensic magic on her." "What do you mean?" I ask, finally finding my voice. "Whose magic?" "You'll remember my grandfather's power allows him to sow paranoia," he says. It comes together for me now, as I remember the manic look in Lady Naya's eyes all evening. "You think he's responsible?" I whisper. "I think King Respin also likes to play games," he says darkly. When I wake the next morning in my bed at the palace, I stretch out and nearly jump out of my skin when my hand touches something warm and furry. I squeak and sit up to see the Karikos has snuggled up to me in the night, curled up beside my hip. It opens its dark, intelligent eyes and blinks at me, its saucer-sized ears perking up. "You scared me," I say, reaching out my hand tentatively. The creature lifts its fox-like head to meet my palm, as if inviting me to pet it. I let my hand sink deeper into its fur and grin when I find a spot behind its ear that pulls little chirruping noises from the animal when I scratch it. "I need to come up with a name for you, don't I? I can't keep just calling you the Karikos. Maybe you already have a name, though." I give the animal a questioning look, but its tongue lolls from its mouth, exposing its teeth in a kind of grin. "I guess that's a no," I say. "All right, and I get the sense you're a boy, Karikos?" The animal waves its tail. Somehow I feel that's a yes. I look it over, hoping for inspiration to strike as I take in his pointed face and reddish coat, examining him down to his 4 flicking tails. "If you're from Agathir, you'll want an Agathirian name," I say. "So how about Datsera? It means 4 tails." The Karikos eyes me impassively. "We could call you Dots for short," I add hopefully. The Karikos yips and swishes his tails in unison. "I'll take that as a sign of approval," I say, and feel more convinced when I reach my hand out and the newly named Dots lets me pet him again. I rise, heading to the bathroom. On the way, I look out the window, where I can just spy the edge of the lake on the palace grounds. Today's the day I'm supposed to heal Farron, and my stomach is in knots. I know I've done this before, twice, but it's still very different to tackle a case where real, genuine healers have failed for an illness no one seems to understand. That's before I think about my own personal investment in getting this right. I can't let Leon down. I cling to the way the Aztekis responded to my magic after I injured it. If wounds caused by celestial magic respond well to my power, I hope Farron's sickness will too. I dress and wonder about going to see how Tira's doing. I stayed with her until she fell asleep last night, and it seemed to help. But before I can leave, there's a knock at my door. I open it to see Eric's and Hillis outside. "Good, you're dressed," Eric says abruptly. "The captain's at the sanctuary already. He says they're ready for you." "So soon," I say, my gut twisting a little tighter. Hillis says softly, "I believe the captain's anxious to proceed." I nod. That's understandable. When I saw Farron a few days ago, it was clear his time was running out. I can't delay any further just because of my own insecurities. I promised Leon I would try this, and I will. "All right, let's go," I say, making to follow them out into the hall. "Have you eaten?" Eric asks. I blink at him, surprised. No," I say. "Not yet." "Then we'll stop off at the dining room on the way. Get you something hearty. There's no sense in you trying this on an empty stomach." I hide a smile at his gruff concern as we make our way through the palace. I've gotten to know Leon's soldiers fairly well over the last 2 months, well enough to know that while he might seem abrupt, it's in little ways like this that Eric shows he cares. We pass various members of the palace as we walk down the corridors, but it's a particularly large Fae dressed in a smart military uniform who catches my attention. Tall and broad, I'm just thinking he could probably give even Hillis a run for his money when I see the quiet soldier exchange a nod with the man as we pass. "Do you know him?" I ask Hillis. "Yes, he's my brother," he replies mildly. "Your brother? Don't you want to say a proper hello to him?" Hillis shrugs. "We're not that close. He's a lot older than me and was barely around anymore by the time I was born." I guess that makes sense, given Fae lifespans. Children wouldn't necessarily come all at once. The conversation reminds me of my surprise about Faya's partner. I know very little about most of the soldiers' personal lives. "What about a partner, like Faya?" I ask. "Do you have anyone?" I direct my question solely to Hillis, as I'm pretty sure I won't get very far probing into Eric's love life. My assumption is confirmed when Hillis throws a sympathetic look at Eric's before he answers. "I prefer my own company," Hillis says. "Everyone calls me a bit of a loner." "A loner? Hillis, you seem to spend all your time with 6 other people," I point out. He smiles. "I have a big family. Most of them don't live here in Lavale, but further south. Compared to them, 6 people doesn't seem like much at all." "How big?" I ask. "I have 14 brothers and sisters in total." 14? I gasp. Suddenly, Hillis's lack of familiarity with his brother makes sense. I didn't think Faye could have that many children. "We can't, usually. But every now and again, a couple will end up extra fertile. And compared to humans, we have a lot of time to have babies." 14, I mutter to myself again. Hillis's quietness makes sense to me now, too. I saw it in Otskold with some of the village's big families. There are always so many people talking, one or more of the kids would end up practically mute just to offset the noise. We reach the dining room. "Go get something quick," Eric says, and I don't think I'm imagining that his voice sounds harsher than usual. "I'll stay here." Hillis follows me inside, where I grab a plate of eggs and toast being kept warm on magically heated platters. Hillis passes a mug of strong, steaming coffee toward me as I wolf down my food. Unusually, he looks like he wants to say something. "What's wrong?" I ask in between mouthfuls. "Your Highness," he looks pained. "Just in case you were curious about Eric's family too, it might be best to avoid asking him about it directly." "Really?" I ask. "Is he on bad terms with them, like Damia?" Hillis's face tells me it's worse. "Oh no," I say sadly. "What is it?" Hillis hesitates for a moment, then decides to go ahead. "Eric's was married about a century ago," he says. "As you said, it's not easy for Faye to have children. His wife became pregnant, but she died in childbirth. It's why he stayed in the army all these years, despite being older than us all." My heart aches for Eric's, imagining just how much he must hate bringing it up. "Thank you for telling me," I say. "I won't ask about it again." I wince internally about how I already made him listen to Hillis talk about his 14 siblings. Hardly the most sensitive topic, considering his past. Finishing my breakfast, I try not to act any differently as we collect Eric's and head out into the grounds. It's hard because I feel like I have a new understanding of him that makes it so much easier to justify his crabbiness over the last few months. I can't imagine. I don't want to imagine what it would be like to have to live such a long life apart from the person you loved most in this world. However, I'm distracted when we get to the lake edge and find there's someone already waiting there for us. Dots, what are you doing here? The Corrigos waves his tails happily, padding over to me.
Dots.
Eric's grunts. It suits him, don't you think? Eric's doesn't reply, but frowns at the animal.
If it's coming into the boat with us, it's up to you to make sure it doesn't move about too much,
he grumbles. I promise he won't make any trouble. He's very smart, I say. Sure enough, when we clamber into the rowboat, Dots settles into the bottom of our vessel and stays there until we hit the shore of the island, at which point he hops out and trots over to the sanctuary entrance.
You're not going to let that thing in there, are you?
Eric grunts. I give him a sharp look. That thing is an animal from Agathir, so I don't think the goddess Vescalis would mind him in her sanctuary. I don't mention that having Dots by my side calms my nerves, making me more confident about what's ahead of me. He and I enter the sanctuary, while Erix and Hillis stay behind on the island shore. Leon's waiting in the entrance chamber, his shoulders immediately relaxing when he sees me. Then his eyes drop to Dots, and he raises an eyebrow. I'm about to defend the animal's presence again when healer Yonda enters the chamber. Is that a Corrigos? She asks, her eyes wide. Yes, I say cautiously, wondering if she's going to order me to take him back outside. They're from Agathir, right? I guessed from the name. Yes, that's right, she says, mildly impressed. Esta Tofal Salagaris, she asks. Do you speak our language? Anlaya, I reply. A little. Yonda smiles, and I feel Leon's eyes on me. I don't think I told him about my knowledge of Agathirian before. They come from the Miravau, Yonda continues in the common tongue, gesturing to Dots, who is now cleaning his paw nonchalantly. Like most of the animals from there, they're highly intelligent. Corrigos in particular are supposed to be deeply magical.
That will be why my grandfather wanted it, Leon says grimly. What is it meant to do?
It can offer valuable aid to someone who earns its loyalty, but they're known to be very proud and selective in who they trust. They say that a Corrigos can bring great clarity to those people, helping guide them along the right path and alerting them to pitfalls. Traditionally, someone wanting to connect with one would seek it out in the wild and make offerings to win its favor. Its presence here today is a good omen. I nod, understanding now why I feel so at ease with Dots by my side. More than that, I realize I've benefited from exactly the kind of help Healer Yonda is talking about. Dots helped me see past Respin's sensic influence on me the night before the test and guided me so I would know how to heal him. Something occurs to me now, however. If Dots is from the Miravau, how did the king get hold of him? I thought the Miravau was impenetrable to outsiders. Yonda's mouth twitches with a glimmer of amusement. Is Dots short for Dotsera? Clever. Leon looks more serious.
No one but dryads can safely enter the Miravau, but sometimes the creatures from the forest wander across our border. Technically, it's illegal to capture and trade in Agathirian animals, but...
He glances at Yonda. But a king makes his own rules, Yonda says with weary resignation. Her disapproval is obvious on her face, even if her words are deliberately diplomatic. She dislikes what Respin did as much as I do, probably more, given how sacred the Miravau is to dryads, but she won't openly condemn the Fae ruler for it. I break the tension by scratching behind Dot's ears until he makes an appreciative chirrup. If you're supposed to win a Corrigos' favor, I'm not surprised Respin's method of holding it captive until it gave him what he wanted didn't work. You can't make a slave of a creature like this. Well, he's free now to go where he wants, I say. Seems like he's interested in sticking around for a bit, though, and I'm happy to have all the help we can get. I look meaningfully beyond them both to the end of the chamber.
Are you ready?
Leon asks. As I'll ever be, I think to myself. Yes, let's go, I say. There's no use worrying him. Either this will work or it won't, and right now I'm not going to think beyond my task. Farron is lying in the same chamber as before, his ragged breathing punctuating the hush of the darkened room. Leon and I position ourselves on either side of him, as Yonda and her fellow healer stand by the door. Dots pads in after them and settles down on his haunches by my feet. Did you tell them what we're trying to do? I murmur to Leon, glancing toward the dryads.
Yes,
he says. And? I can't help but wonder what they think about all this.
They don't know if it will work, but they have no objections. They know he's running out of time.
Okay. I exhale, reaching my hand out to gently rest it on top of Farron's bony fingers. He shifts a little, but doesn't open his eyes. I close my own eyes and reach inside myself, searching out my celestial magic. Farron's body calls to it, quickly establishing the connection, and I let my power flow toward the dim light of his celestial flame. My magic rushes eagerly into him, and this time I don't try to pull back, letting his body absorb what it needs. But the darkness that surrounds Farron's inner flame is thick. As my magic tries to reach the celestial spark, the black substance rears up like a provoked animal. Some of my power gets through, and Farron's flame flares. But the blackness blocks the rest. It expands, its toxic presence trying to smother Farron's brightness completely. There's something oddly familiar about the darkness, something about its energy, hungry and boundless, that I recognize. But I can't worry about what that is now. Channeling my magic is taking every bit of my concentration. I'm pouring huge amounts into Farron, but it's barely making a difference. I need help. My free hand drops to my side, and as I'd hoped, I feel Dots's warm fur under my fingers. He showed me the way once. I just need him to point me in the right direction again. I'm getting more and more tired as my power continues to drain into Farron, only to be drowned out by the darkness. Show me, please. Clarity pierces my mind, followed by the mental image of Dots staring at me from within his cage in the barracks. We formed a connection like that, looking at each other, right before I healed him. Instinctively, I know that made things easier, allowing the Kurikos to work with me as I revived it. I open my eyes, squeezing Farron's hand tight. Farron, I say. Farron, wake up. Look at me. The skeletal man lying in front of me moves a little, but doesn't open his eyes. Leon hears the urgency in my voice and leans over his brother, gently shaking his shoulder. Farron, you have to wake up. Come on, he says. His voice is strained, but there's still a tenderness to it. You have to do what I say for a change. The Crown Prince's eyes drift open, and he groans. That's good, I jump in. Now look into my eyes, Farron. I can't do this without you. His light gray eyes land on me, and I hold his gaze, willing him to hear me. Fight with me, Farron, I say, putting as much force as I can into the words. I know you can do it. The eyes slowly blink, and I pray I'm not imagining the flicker of understanding in them. I turn my attention back to his inner flame and the flow of my magic toward it. Hope searches inside me as the flame flares brighter than before, the light starting to eclipse the darkness. The black presence continues to press against it, but the flame is strong enough to fight back, and as I watch, it begins to burn the sickness away. That's it, I say encouragingly, squeezing Farron's hand tighter. With my celestial light blasting the darkness from one side and Farron's flame burning brighter on the other, the black substance lurking within him dwindles. Even if I couldn't sense the change, the evidence that we're turning the tide is right in front of me. The transformation isn't as complete as the Miravau's creatures. The Kurikos and Astekis looked almost as good as new by the time I was done with them. But although Farron's cheeks are still hollow and his skin pale, the rasping of his breath fades, replaced by clear, strong inhalations. The scent of death that filled the chamber fades, and for the first time in this room I can smell the burning bowls of herbs outside. At the same time, I can feel my magic waning. I don't have much left to give. With one final push, I pour the last of it into him and watch as his inner flame blazes like the sun, burning up the final dregs of the darkness. Farron gasps and sits up abruptly, his eyes alive and alert in his thin face. Leonidas, he says, his voice solid and clear. I vaguely wonder about introducing myself, but I'm suddenly very dizzy, and my vision blurs as the ground seems to fall away from under my feet. Chapter 22. Morgana. Strong hands catch me before I fall. You're all right, Anna. I've got you. Healer Yanda, get us some water, please. A cup is held to my lips, and I find the strength to grab it, drinking down the cool liquid. Leon lowers me into a chair, and Dots pushes his head into my lap, emitting a little whine. Sorry, I say eventually, when my head stops spinning. That took a lot out of me. I look up to see the healers helping Farron out of his bed. He's a little wobbly on his legs, but he gently pushes their hands away until he's standing on his own. Well, it's been a long time since I saw things from this angle, Farron says, looking around at us. There are physical similarities in their faces, but the differences between Leon and his brother are immediately obvious. Even without his weight loss, Farron is much more slender, and his voice is soft and measured. If Leon is a storm, then Farron reminds me of a breeze blowing through the leaves, subtle but still alive with a bright energy. He turns that energy toward his brother first. The men embrace, and I suddenly wonder if I shouldn't give them a moment alone. I can see on Leon's face that there's so much he wants to say, but as I rise to slip out of the room, they both turn to me. "Where do you think you're going?" Leon asks, wearing a grin so wide I'm dazzled by it. I've never seen him wear an expression like that before. It's joy. Unmistakable, beaming joy. Farron steps toward me, bowing low. "I must ask for the name of the lady who saved my life." Morgana Angevir, Your Highness," I say. "Princess Morgana," I add hastily, forgetting my title momentarily. His eyes brighten with curiosity. I see I have missed a lot. I know what he's thinking. The last time he checked, Trova didn't have a princess. But I can leave all that to Leon to explain. Right now, I need to rest. "If you'll forgive me, I think it's best I return to the palace," I say. "It's possible I might actually faint if I don't lie down soon." "Of course," Farron says, his tone clipped. "Leonidas, we mustn't neglect the princess like this. Let us see her back to the palace." "That's exactly what I'm going to do," Leon says, and I smother a smile at his long-suffering tone. Within minutes, they've slipped into what I suspect is a familiar, bickering, brotherly dynamic. "You're staying here, though," Leon says, as if he'll brook no argument. "The healers still need to check you over." Healer Yonda steps forward. "Yes, Your Highness, if you wouldn't mind." "Very well," says Farron. "But let me at least escort you out." He gestures for me to take the lead out of the chamber. We walk slowly to the entrance of the sanctuary, and I blink in the bright sunlight, squinting after being in the dim interior. As my vision clears, I see Respin on the shore with Velrir, and more armored Fae climbing out of a boat behind him. Some of Respin's spies must have let him know I'd gone to the sanctuary this morning. I glare at Velrir. Clearly, the mustached Fae hasn't been punished too harshly for his attempt to sabotage my test. Leon must read my mind, because he leans forward to mutter to me. "He's been demoted. I already checked. My grandfather likes keeping him around for his sensic abilities, but he's not head of his personal guard anymore." I still narrow my eyes at the disgraced Fae, not sure that's enough punishment to satisfy me. However, I'm distracted by the sight of Respin clapping eyes on Farron, who's appeared in the sanctuary's doorway. "Farron," the king says, like he's releasing a deep sigh. A smile plays on his lips as he approaches his grandson, reaching his hand out to him. Farron takes it, and while they don't hug, Respin clasps Farron's fingers with unexpected warmth. "How good to see you up again, my boy," Respin says. "It's been too long, Your Majesty," Farron replies. "It has, indeed," Respin says, nodding enthusiastically. "Your absence has been felt by us all. But now Felucia has its heir back, and we can make a fresh start." For once, Respin sounds sincere. The pleasure in his face at seeing Farron would be hard to fake. Yet he seems cautious, too, examining his grandson as if some uncertainty lingers in him. I wonder if he's not entirely convinced Farron is cured. Maybe he's worried the prince might relapse. "The sickness that plagued His Highness is completely gone, Your Majesty," I say, trying to reassure him. "I'm certain of it, but the healers are also going to examine him to confirm it." Respin turns to me, his pale eyes examining my face. "Ah, Princess Morgana, let me express my gratitude for your help here today." It's not very effusive, but I'll take it. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I was glad to be of use." "Not that you made it easy for me," I think wryly. There's movement by my hip, and I look down to see dots at my side. The Kurikos sniffs, looks up at Respin, and releases a long, low growl that makes the Fae King take a step back. Apologies, Your Majesty, I say. He's a little sensitive. Respin examines Dots's proximity to me, and his eyes flash with envy. Yes, well, you're certainly turning out to be most impressive, Princess Morgana, he says. I smile at the king. Stepping in, Leon explains about me needing rest, then steers me toward the boat. As he rows Dots and me back across the lake with Erix and Hillis, my exhaustion properly hits me, but my fatigue doesn't stop me turning Respin's final words around in my head. I can't help thinking about how they sounded less like a compliment and more like the Fae King was taking proper stock of me at last. When I wake, the sun is low in the sky. I must have slept most of the day away, but I feel rejuvenated, stretching out across my bed with a satisfied sigh. I did what I came here to do. I healed Farron, and I allow myself a rare moment of peace to celebrate my victory. A peace which is immediately broken by a scratching at the door. I look over to see Dots pawing at it, and I'm reminded of his size. When he stands on his back legs, he can reach up past the doorknob, his claws leaving deep grooves in the wood. You want to go out? I climb out of bed before he decimates the fancy palace carpentry. When I pull the door open for him, the Kurigos simply pads out of the room and down the hallway without looking back. You're up. Leon rises from a chair positioned by my door. I glance after Dots. Do you think he'll be all right? You heard Healer Yonda. Kurigos are smart. He's probably just going to stretch his legs in the grounds. My grandfather's staff know he's yours. I wouldn't worry. I don't think the Kurigos belongs to anyone, really, but I don't argue with Leon. Have you been sitting here the whole time? I ask, my eyebrows raised. I spent some time with Farron, of course, making sure the healers examined him properly, Leon says, a slightly defensive note in his voice. There's no sign of the sickness at all, by the way. Not that I thought there would be. And then, yes, I came here. I wanted to make sure you were going to be okay after the healing. I hold the door open, letting him follow me inside as I return to my bedroom. There are some things I want to discuss now that Farron is cured, and it won't do to have that conversation out in the open. Your grandfather seemed pleased about Farron, I say offhandedly as I settle down on the couch. I'd fallen straight into my bed when I'd gotten in, not even bothering to change out of my day dress. I straighten out the wrinkles in the skirts as Leon takes an armchair opposite. He is. I know he's not the warmest or kindest man, but Farron has always been a priority of the king's. Because he's the heir, I guess. Leon shrugs. Yes, and a better heir than I'd make. You've saved my grandfather from the unenviable task of trying to mold me into something I can't be. And what's that? I ask. A king. Farron is diplomatic, cautious, practical. Everything a ruler needs to be. That's not the skill set my grandfather ever bothered to have me develop. He's been kicking himself over the last few years, thinking he'd profoundly messed up when he chose such different paths for Farron and me. But then you came along and turned the world the right way up again. His tone is dry until he mentions me. Then that same look shines through that I saw in the sanctuary. Unfettered joy. Once again, I'm dazzled by it, blinking for a moment as I try to remember the question I wanted to ask. When you say the path he chose for you, do you mean soldiering? Yes. After I proved myself in the war, he decided that was my calling. He says the word proved with heavy irony. He thought what happened at Mistwell was a good thing? I ask softly. Leon looks away, and I realize I might have made a misstep bringing it up again. Who wants to be reminded of their darkest day? To my surprise, he keeps talking, opening up to me. No, he was angry about Mistwell, but more about my loss of control than the loss of life. And in the end, it worked out for us strategically. My name might have been blackened, but we secured Palkir's allegiance about as firmly as anyone could. He couldn't say no to us after we handed him the throne on a platter. And here in Felucia, my grandfather's position looked stronger than ever when he had such a deadly weapon at his disposal, Leon says. There's a note of irony in his voice when he talks about himself as a weapon. And so your grandfather thought you should keep doing that kind of thing, even though you didn't like it? It didn't matter what I wanted, Leon says, sounding matter-of-fact. By the time I returned from Trova, he'd already named me the King's Sword. What's that?
It's the title that allows my unit to go where we want and do what we want. We're exempt from any kind of retaliation in Felucia. Vengeful family members, wronged lords looking for justice, that kind of thing. Because by default, everything we do is in the name of the king. We spend most of our time away from Lavale, reminding the crowds about the danger I present and how any blow to my grandfather could lead to me unleashing terror. I suppress a shiver at the dark words. I can't imagine Respin lets his enemies off easily, and Leon, powerful, frightening Leon, would be just the person to see that punishment through. Except I remember the way Leon talked about the war, the exhaustion and regret in his eyes as he recalled discovering how good he was at killing. He hated it. But his grandfather was all too happy to sacrifice his grandson's soul in order to protect the throne's interests. "What about your parents?" I ask. "What did they think of you becoming the king's sword?" Leon grimaces. "My father was the absolute opposite of Respin. People loved him. He was charming and charismatic. You couldn't know him and not be friends with him. But he hated conflict. It's not that he never stood up to my grandfather, but he knew better than to do it directly. He had more subtle ways of changing the king's mind, and they didn't always work." I nod, picturing the kind of man Leon speaks of, a father who's easy to love as long as you can accept that he'll let you down when you need him the most. Leon was young back then, but I can imagine how quickly he grew up, forced to relive the violence of the war over and over again, trapped in a role he couldn't escape. He could escape from it, of course. Leonidas Clairwyn is not his father, and I know he's not scared of the things that make most men weak with fear. If he'd believed in himself, he could have walked away from the prison his grandfather shoved him in. But perhaps by that time he'd started believing all the stories about himself. If everyone around him, from the backwaters of Trova to this very palace, was telling him he was a ruthless killer, then that was the role he felt he had to play. And after 80 years of it, it would make sense that he doesn't know how to be anything else. I exhale, feeling like I'm finally seeing Leon clearly for the first time. His explanations today have crystallized so much of what I've learned about him in these last few weeks. All of it information I've been trying to put together to better understand him, and understand how I feel about him. Now, I desperately want to find a way to show him how my understanding has changed. I rise and cross over to the armchair he's sitting in. "Do you mind?" I ask softly, gesturing. He looks surprised, but shakes his head. I lower myself into his lap. His hands automatically go to my hip and thigh, and I let myself melt under the warm weight of them that I can feel through my dress. He says nothing, just watches me as I take his face in my hands. I give myself a moment to soak in his beauty, his high cheekbones and expressive brows, the strong jaw beneath my fingers, and of course the shifting light in his gray eyes, so deep I often worry about getting lost in them. Then I lower my lips to his. The kiss is long and deliciously slow, our lips finding a languorous rhythm until Leon eases my mouth open wider to slip his tongue inside. There he claims me, inch by inch, pulling a low moan from me. He's ignited a furnace inside me, the heat building into an unstoppable blaze, and when I pull back and meet his eyes, I see that same fire in them. My hands are still tracing his jawline, and I use them to lift his chin, making sure he meets my gaze as I speak. "I see who you are, Leon. I didn't before, and I'm sorry for that. He's so much more than the warrior his grandfather wanted him to be. The root of the conflict between us has been Leon's desire to protect, at any cost, the people he cares about, including me. He's told me that, yet I couldn't believe it until he showed me. But it's obvious to me now, in the lengths he's gone to for Farron, in the opening for escape he gave me before the test, which would have come at the highest cost for him, and in the way he's given me the assurance and openness I asked for. I can't imagine any of that comes easy when you've been told your whole life you're a killer, not a protector. Yet that instinct is so central to Leon, it's clawed its way out from beneath his conditioning, time and time again. At first, Leon seems to have questions for me,
But then I glimpse something deeper and more raw. His fingers tighten around my hip, and I know we're both dancing along the line I've drawn between us. My body is already responding to him like it always does, my skin heating as I become aware of the building need at my core. But finally, my body isn't fighting my mind. I'm mentally ready for this, too. The only thing left now is to make sure it's perfect. I've held back too long not to enjoy this properly. So I gently remove his hands and stand, crossing the room. "What are you doing?" he asks. "Getting out of my own way." Chapter 23. Morgana. Leon's still giving me a questioning look as I slip into the bathroom. I'm quick putting my plan into place. If I linger too long, I might start second-guessing myself, and I'm not letting that happen now. Not when this feels right, each thud of my heart drawing me toward him. I emerge from the bathroom in the red dress I was wearing last night. I watch him watch me, his eyes taking in every inch, from the places the sheer lace clings to my thighs to the strip of skin where the neckline scoops downward. "You said you wanted to rip this thing off me. I thought I'd give you the opportunity," I say. My knees go weak at the look he gives me, like a starving animal salivating over its next meal. He rises from the chair and stalks toward me in a way that makes my breathing go shallow. Instead of pouncing, he circles me, examining me from every angle. I shift my weight from one foot to another and try not to be impatient. "Changed your mind?" I ask finally. He smiles hungrily.
No, I'm deciding where to start. Some presents are too good to unwrap quickly. There's such a thing as savoring it, princess.
Hearing him call me that again, in that voice, makes something coil tight in my stomach. It tightens further as he steps up behind me, his breath ghosting across my neck. I want him closer. I need him to touch me. I've missed it, missed him. Not just his body or his touch, but the way he made me feel. He'd become the steady thing in my unstable world, the rock I could lean on. I want that back, and I know I have to risk letting him in again to get it. I lean on him now, my back resting against his chest as he brushes lips across the point where my neck meets my shoulder. Then he reaches around and slides a hand across my stomach, up over my ribs, to slide beneath the loose material of the dress. I inhale sharply as his fingers encircle my breast, and he pulls me fully against him. I feel the hardness of his erection pressed against my backside, and my mind spins away from me. I ache to have that hardness between my legs. That thought stops short when I hear the whisper of metal being withdrawn from a sheath, and the cold tip of a knife comes to rest gently at my side. I shiver and go tense, not relaxing even when Leon kisses my neck again.
Relax, princess, and stay still.
The hand still inside my dress caresses my breast, lightly pinching my nipple. "It'll be hard to stay still if you keep doing that," I say, caught off guard by another pinch that sends a spark of both pain and pleasure dancing through me. He just laughs, a deep, low chuckle, removing his hand, and I feel the metal of the knife ease under the section of lace that starts just below my arm. I inhale, nervous, but in one swift movement, he slices the fabric from top to bottom. It springs back, exposing half my body. Before I can even make a noise of surprise, the knife is sliding down the other side, splitting the dress apart. A few more nicks and he's pulling the fabric off me until I stand completely naked. He tosses the knife aside and spins me around. His eyes are almost black with desire as I straighten. I may be completely exposed, the air gently stroking my skin, but it's impossible to feel self-conscious when he's looking at me with such want. That's the other piece I've been missing, the way Leon makes me feel strong, not vulnerable, invincible even.
How long I've waited to see you like this again,
he says, his voice so low it's almost a feral snarl. I step up to him and his hands are instantly on my body, stroking across my waist and backside. Meanwhile, my hands start tugging at his leather tunic and shirt. Now, let's be fair, I say teasingly. You need to start taking things off too, or we're never going to get to the good part. His hand dips lower to squeeze beneath my ass, and I gasp. I thought this already was the good part. He grins, but lets me remove his clothes until my bare skin presses against his. Then he locks me in another searing kiss, lifting me to lay me out on the bed, guiding my arms up above my head. I obey. At this moment, I'd do anything he asked. I feel safe with Leon, even as he pins my wrists to the bed, even as he sinks his teeth into me and I start to come undone. I don't fight my helplessness. It's not scary to let myself fall, as long as I know he's there to catch me. And giving in feels so good. Leon seems intent on worshipping all of me, working his way from my neck down across my breasts and stomach, licking and sucking until every inch of my skin feels alive. When his mouth stops to linger between my legs, I can't keep my arms pinned above me any longer. I drop them so my hands can twist in his hair as he devours me with a ferocity that leaves me shaking. The first orgasm hits hard and fast, and I scream my throat raw. Afterward, Leon straightens up with a smug, satisfied smile, stroking a possessive hand over my thighs. I've missed those sounds, he says. The ones you make when you finally let go. The expression on your face when you drop the mask. He pushes the backs of my thighs up, locking my knees by his sides, and meets my gaze. His eyes reach inside me, tugging on something deep in my soul. I see you too, Anna, he says. He's been using that name for me for days now, and I haven't argued. But now, today, hearing it feels overpoweringly right, like something essential has slotted back into place. But what feels even better is him entering me at just the right angle, my body stretching around his cock as it presses deeper inside me. I throw my head back, gasping when he withdraws and then slowly pushes into me again, the rush of sensation setting my nerve endings on fire. That's how it continues. He takes me in long, deep thrusts, my moans growing more intense as his pelvic bone hits my clit, creating delicious friction. My vision starts to darken as I'm pulled toward my climax, and I wrap my arms around Leon to ground myself, feeling like I'm riding out a storm I don't want to end. When that end comes, everything vanishes except for the pleasure burning through me. I dig my nails into Leon's back, needing something to cling onto, feeling his muscles ripple beneath my fingers as he finishes me with a few strong, firm thrusts. It's almost a relief when the intense ecstasy ebbs and I settle back against the bed. I'm utterly spent, and my limbs feel like liquid. But he's not finished. Though I'm panting, coming down from my high, Leon is still rock hard. With a dangerous smile, he pulls out and flips me over, lifting my hips up so my hands drop to support myself, and I'm left displayed in front of him on my hands and knees. Leon, I say, breathless and still hazy. I don't know if I can go again. Nonsense, he says, dragging the head of his cock across my clit. I instinctively lean into it, feeling a renewed tension blossom. My treacherous body bucks to satisfy it. I didn't wait this long for you to quit on me now, Anna. He pulls back anyway, and I make a shameless whimper of disappointment. But I won't go on unless you say so, he says. In fact, I won't touch you again until you say please. Pretty please, I say instantly, so fast that he chuckles, but the laughter gives way to a deep groan as he sinks into me. I know this time neither of us will last long. The pace grows more frantic the closer he gets to climax. His hands grab my waist, pulling me into him as he takes fast, even thrusts. I let myself get lost in the motion of our bodies. Nothing compares to this. I wonder how I could have ever denied myself this for so long, but I can't dwell on that. Instead, I'm just grateful we were able to get here again, joined in this bliss. Leon's hand drops between my legs to bring me over the edge with him. My cry is drowned out by the roar he releases as he spills inside me, holding me tightly against him so I can feel every shudder of his body as we collapse onto the bed together. Sweat cools on my skin. I'm exhausted, and yet, at the same time, I'm completely content. I find Leon's arms, pulling them around me until they squeeze me tight. I wanted it to be perfect, and it was. But this is the last essential part of it. Leon wrapped around me, holding me in a way that makes me believe he'll never let go. It's here that I find the tantalizing pocket of peace I can't find anywhere else, and I soak it up as the most wonderful, gentle sleep comes for me.
Leon. I wake with Anna still nestled in my arms. I never want to move again. I want this forever. Her beside me, looking perfectly ethereal, even with her chestnut hair tangled about her face. I lower my head to breathe her in, the scent of jasmine mingled with something more primal. That, even without everything else, would have been enough to undo me. All she had to do was walk out in that red dress and let me catch a whiff of her, smell the way she wanted me, and I was hers. But then, Anna usually gets what she wants when it comes to me. I hadn't meant to tell her about how I became the king's sword, for example. After all these years, it's not something I spend much time thinking about. Yet her simple questions pulled it out of me, and I found myself talking about things I haven't discussed for half a century. I'm still not sure what she took from it. I'm just grateful it was enough to forgive me. I'll never forget what it was like to come together again. I watch her eyelids flutter against her cheeks, soaking in the feel of her soft, warm body still curved against mine. I don't think I've ever wanted a woman before like I want Anna, but I've also never known a woman so capable of unraveling me outside the bedroom, too. What does it mean? That she's the miracle that could save my brother, and yet also seems to be my own unique kind of weakness? It must be the gods playing games with me. Let them. I don't care. Not when those games keep me in her orbit. I pull my clothes on when I hear someone approaching the door. A servant answers when I ask who it is. I make sure my shirt is done up fully before opening the door. There may be rumors about Anna and me, but we can at least keep the palace guessing. What is it? I ask the servant, keeping the door angled for Anna's privacy. It's a message from His Majesty, Your Highness, the servant says. For Princess Morgana. My stomach sinks, but it's too late to send the servant away and ignore the whole thing. I can already see Anna stirring out of the corner of my eye at the sound of our voices. Give it to me. I'll pass it on, I say, snatching the piece of parchment out of the servant's reluctant hand before I dismiss him. I glance at the message after I've closed the door. It confirms my worst suspicions. Morgana is sitting up now, and I toss the parchment aside as I return to the bed, grabbing her legs to pull her toward me. Her squeals of playful protest are silenced when I pull her into a kiss, letting my hands roam across the bare skin of her shoulders, drifting down to the base of her spine. I wish again that we could just stay in this room forever, enjoying each other's bodies and forgetting about the outside world with all its treacherous distractions.
What does the message say?
Anna asks, breaking off the kiss. It doesn't matter, I say, stroking my fingers down her side, exploring the curve from her breast down to her hip. She gently pushes my hand away, wrapping a sheet around herself to grab the parchment off the floor.
I heard him say it's from your grandfather,
she says. Her eyebrows rise as she reads the words written on it.
He wants an official audience with me tomorrow?
You shouldn't go, I say. She looks up at me, her bright eyes serious.
He's the king, Leon. I have to go.
No, you don't, I say. We can leave. We're due to return to Trova anyway. We'll just slip away tonight, and you'll never have to talk to him."
What are you so afraid of?
She asks softly.
I just gave him back his heir. After that, he's sure to want me for an ally, don't you think?
"When it comes to him, I'm not sure of anything," I say. "Except that he'll always put Felucia first. You remember me telling you that? No matter how glad he is that you healed Farron, he'll still try to use you to his advantage."
Do you know what he has in mind?
She asks, looking cautious. "Maybe. He'll definitely want to discuss Trova's future with you, and I'm sure he'll use his sensic power if he thinks he can get away with it. That's his usual tactic. Test your boundaries in the discussion while subtly testing your mind, too, trying to press on its weak points so that you'll give him what he wants." I try to make the danger as clear as possible, so she understands what she's up against. She doesn't say anything as she rises to cross to the bathroom, still wrapped in her sheet. "Anna," I say, a note of warning in my voice. She spins around.
I'm done running from people, Leon. I don't know what the future holds for Trova, but as its princess, I need to hear your grandfather out. He's not the only one who has to look out for his country.
She turns and enters the bathroom, going to shut the door behind her. I get there first, wedging it open. "You're doing that already. We're doing that. By removing Oklana from the picture," I say. "She needs to remember we're a team in this, and we have a plan that doesn't involve my grandfather."
I know. But that's not the end of it, is it? What happens afterward?
She sighs.
I thought we'd gotten over the idea you could make decisions for me,
she says. I'll admit, that stings. Enough that I loosen my hold on the door, stepping back. But to my relief, she doesn't look particularly angry. Instead, she gives me an arched eyebrow.
Now, I was going to suggest you join me,
she says.
But on second thought, I think I'll wash alone.
And she shuts the door in my face. Once I'm done cursing stubborn princesses who like to tease, I go find a servant to send some messages. By the time Anna emerges from the bathroom, pink and pristine in a fresh day dress, I'm ready for her, as are my unit. "My soldiers are waiting outside," I say. "If you're going to meet my grandfather alone, then we should spend today practicing blocking sensic magic." She nods.
That sounds good.
"I won't ask them to go easy on you," I say.
And I wouldn't want you to,
Anna says. I know she's telling the truth. This woman is not one to back down from a challenge. It's just one of the things I find so enticing about her. I know I can push her, and she won't break. Instead, she'll grit her teeth, fight through, and come out the other side stronger. "Are you ready?" I ask.
Bring them in.
Chapter 24. Morgana. I'm on my knees, tears streaming down my face as sobs rack my body. I've never felt such despair. Not when I found out my parents were murdered, not when I heard about the Holmes family. It's a sadness that makes my very bones ache. As it sinks into me, I'm certain I'll never be happy again. "Remember the wall, Anna," Leon says to me, his hand on my shoulder. But what does that matter now? What does anything matter in this bottomless pit I've fallen into? "You can end this, Anna. Just use what we taught you." The misery engulfs me, but his words ring clearly in my ears. I'd like nothing better than to stop feeling this way. As my chest heaves, I try to recall my mental image of the wall, the sharp steel going up, cutting off this agonizing sensation. I blink, and for a moment the sorrow is gone, and I can feel other emotions: surprise, confusion, frustration. "What the hell was that?" I gasp. "She did it," Leon says. My defenses stand strong under the pressure, even though I can feel sensic magic battering the other side, like a buzzing swarm trying to get through. "I don't know how long I can hold it," I say, the image weakening in my mind. Leon waves his hand at Fae, and the buzzing stops. "That's your power?" I say to Fae, allowing Leon to help me to my feet as I wipe away the tears still shining on my cheeks. I feel tired, but otherwise normal. Not at all like I was sobbing on the floor seconds ago. It's terrible. I mean, no offense. Fae offers me a grim smile. None taken. I watch her carefully, searching for some clue as to the woman's power on her face. I know I won't find one, but it's hard to accept that the serene, silver-haired Fae in front of me can conjure up such profound sadness. But then, I wouldn't ever peg Damia's power as making people laugh either. That's terrifying in its own way. We've been practicing since yesterday afternoon, letting each of the soldiers take a turn attacking me with their sensic magic. Leon's insistence on the exercise has driven home to me exactly what I'll be up against with Respin, so I didn't argue when he said we'd meet early again this morning. "I'm guessing you saved the worst for last on purpose?" I ask him. He nods. "Fae's power is one of the hardest to shake," Leon says. "There's nothing else in our arsenal quite as instantly crippling." Fae inclines her head a little, accepting the compliment. "It has its limits, of course," she says. "It wasn't much use against the Cleavers and Otskold. They'd have to have some humanity first. Also, it's not very subtle. My grandfather's approach won't be as direct as that," says Leon. "The very nature of his power can make it hard to spot. He'll try to redirect any paranoia you might have about him using sensic magic toward other fears." "Yes," I say. "I remember from the 3 times you told me that yesterday." Tira, who's been watching our training from an armchair in the corner, snorts. "Maybe give Anna some benefit of the doubt," my friend says. "After killing and resurrecting that spider, how tough of an opponent can your grandfather be?" All the soldiers turn to her and give her a look that makes her hold her hands up. "All right, sorry I asked." "The captain doesn't doubt you," Alistair says to me. "It's just that King Respin has held the throne longer than any monarch in the last 2 millennia. There's a reason for that, and it hasn't got anything to do with his charm and sense of humor." "It's a good thing I'm prepared then," I say. "Now, how do I look?" I step back and turn around so they can take in the dress Helia and Desme helped me pick out. It's more formal than the day dresses I've been wearing, with long sleeves and a high collar. It's made of a deep blue material, reminiscent of the senior mage robes at Vastame. I thought it might signal that I'm someone to be treated with respect. "Like a queen," Stratton answers with a wink. "Like a lamb to slaughter," Alistair says, biting his lip. I make a rude gesture at him. "Okay, less lamb-like now," he admits. Tira hugs me for good luck, even though I insist to everyone that this isn't as big a deal as they're making it out to be. I've spent time going over what Respin might want from me, and it all comes back to Felucia's influence over Trova. While my aunt is on the throne, using the temple as her lackeys, the Fae have less of it. With me, that might change, but there's still the small problem of me being considered a heretic in my own land. Whatever path Respin wants me to take, I don't have to make any decisions today. As Leon escorts me to the throne room, I tell myself all I have to do in the next hour is hold my own and not let the Fae King push me into anything. Even so, nerves start to creep up on me, and I'm oddly aware of my heartbeat in my chest when we walk through the throne room doors. Respin isn't seated on his throne today. He's still dressed in his usual ochre robes, but he's standing by an open set of doors I didn't notice the first time I was in this room. "Ah, Princess Morgana. I've been looking forward to our conversation. I thought we could have it as we take a turn around the garden. Thank you for bringing Her Highness Leonidas. You may go now." I glance up at Leon and see the hard expression on his face. He wants to stay and keep an eye on me, and I suspect he's more than willing to ignore his grandfather's wishes to do so. I catch his eye. "It's okay, Leon," I murmur. "I'll be fine." He gives me a reluctant nod. "I'll be right outside," he says before exiting the throne room. I follow Respin through the doors to find they open directly onto a wide terrace with steps down into a walled garden. As we descend, I'm hit with a wall of fragrance wafting from the exotic flowers that climb over every wall and lie in thick beds beside looming statues. The blooms all look unnaturally bright to me, and I'm reminded of a dream I once had about the Fae court. I didn't know it at the time, but it was a dream Leon wove for me and slipped into my mind. No wonder the exotic flowers here look lifted straight from it. "Do you like them?" Respin asks, following my gaze as I examine a bed of trumpet-shaped blooms with bright yellow petals and red stems. "They're very unique," I say. "Perceptive of you, Princess Morgana. The blooms in my garden cannot be found anywhere else. I grow them myself." He lifts a hand, and the soil in the bed shifts. Another red stem emerges from the dirt, then unfurls its petals in a burst of yellow. "But don't touch," he says lightly. "They're toxic." My eyes widen as I take a step back from the bed. "All of them?" He chuckles. "Yes, that's my Teriel gift. It wouldn't be much use if all I could grow were some pretty blooms, would it?" I would have thought the ability to simply make beautiful things would be a wonderful power to have, but I don't contradict him, turning my attention away from the flowers. Their bright colors feel much more sinister now, like a warning. "These statues are a bit like the ones in the ballroom," I say casually, trying to show Respin I'm not rattled by his intimidation tactic. And I'm under no illusions. Bringing me to a garden of toxic plants is definitely an intimidation tactic. "Yes, the ones in the ballroom are all Fae rulers of old." He gestures to the figures of Fae men and women around us. "But these are all Clairwyn ancestors. There's my mother, Queen Pelia, and her father, King Baron." I nod, taking in the sculpted faces, recognizing hints of them in Leon and Farron. "You see, my dear, my family has been ruling Felusia for nearly a millennium," Respin says, guiding me around the garden, past more statues. "During my reign, I've seen many rulers of Trova come and go, including your great-grandfather, Palkir Angavir. I remember when he came to me, asking for help with Harridan. Of course, I was only too glad to give it." There's a barely perceptible shift in his expression, just the slight tightening of a muscle above his eyebrow. But that's the moment I feel it, a creeping sense of dread whispering across the corners of my mind. I hold Respin's gaze and begin to reply, doing my best to hold the image of a steel wall in my mind at the same time. "And on behalf of my family, I remain so grateful for your assistance during that time, Your Majesty," I say. It's not easy, but I play it cool, pretending I don't notice the fizz of sensic magic trying to burrow into me. Respin's face is also neutral, the pair of us locked in a silent tug-of-war as we make polite conversation. "Of course, I hope you'll forgive me for saying your family hasn't always been receptive to my advice over the years, despite the victory we handed them during the War of the Laurels," Respin says. I smile. "Not at all. Please, speak freely." "I was clear to Palkir that I did not think it was wise to make so many concessions to the Aetherians after the war. But they still had many supporters, and he thought he needed to appease them. A weak decision, I think." The pressure on my mental barriers increases a touch, and I focus on keeping them firm. "Perhaps he'd had enough of conflict," I say lightly. "Perhaps," Respin says, dismissive. "But I'm afraid his generosity rather backfired on him. It paved the way for the Temple of Aethera to become the powerful entity it is today. Over the last 8 decades, it has steadily siphoned more power away from the monarchy, which now has only a shadow of its former strength. Would you say that's a fair assessment, Princess Morgana?" "Perhaps," I say, echoing his tone from moments ago. He smiles, but I can tell he's not amused. "Do you mind if I tell you a story?" he asks. It's getting surprisingly easier to keep up my mental wall and hold a conversation at the same time, so I nod. "About 10 years after the War of the Laurels, a young man from a small village no one had heard of went to work for the Temple of Aethera. He was a good cleric, passing through his acolyte training with impressive speed and climbing his way through the ranks until he was made a bearer working in Kimorna. One day, there was an emergency in the city. A rare Solari was running amok, burning things up and endangering people's lives. I frown. Why hadn't he been captured and executed? Respin raises an eyebrow. Solari weren't always forbidden in Trova, Princess Morgana. You must know that. I did, but I had no idea the ban on them was as recent as the post-war years. I'd always thought of the days when Solari roamed free as distant, almost legendary times. The temple certainly makes it sound that way. So why was this Solari causing so much damage? I ask. Respin shrugs. He'd fought in the war, and people close to him said the memory of it had driven him mad. Respin makes a waving gesture with his hand. But that is not relevant. I am coming to the real point of the story. I nod, waiting for him to continue. This Solari was out of control. No one could get near him. But the plucky bearer was an incendi with a most unusual power. He could burn up other people's power just by touching them. He stopped the unhinged man and saved the city. 2 weeks later, the temple's grand bearer passed away. As is custom, an election was held among the clerics to choose a new high priest. The vote was almost unanimous. The bearer who'd saved the city just weeks before became the temple's ultimate leader, and he has been their leader ever since. 65 long years and still going strong. He stops, giving me a meaningful look. You're talking about Grand Bearer Kaladin, I say. I am, he says. I didn't know all the details of the story, but everyone knows the name of the most powerful man in the country, including the fact that he's remained in his position for decades and still looks almost as young as when he was first elected. They say it's a gift from the gods, his longevity a sign that he's divinely blessed and fated to lead the temple. To my surprise, the pressure on my mind is gone. There's no more sensic magic buzzing around my mental defenses. Cautiously, I lower the wall. Respin seems to have lost interest in stoking my fear for the moment. Tell me, Princess Morgana, what are your plans for Trova? He asks, bending to smell a flower in a deep purple shade that reminds me of a bruise. I pause before answering, considering the sudden change in direction. Leon had said his grandfather was tricky, but I didn't expect these kinds of somersaults between topics. He must have some intention behind it, but what? Why bring up Kaladin's story? I eye him warily, but I've already decided to share this much of the truth with him. My priority right now is removing my aunt from power, I say. She cannot be allowed to rule when she has stolen her place on the throne using murder and lies. Respin sighs. I fear that ridding yourself of your aunt will not solve your problem, dear princess. And which problem is that? Forgive me, Your Majesty, but I have rather a lot, I say, frankly. Your aunt might have been the one to plan the assassination, but she is not the reason your parents are dead, he says. I'm speechless for a moment. Then I manage to stutter out 2 words. She's not? No. You're looking at a symptom of the disease, not the root cause. Your parents are dead because Merrick Kaladin wanted them dead. I try to keep my careful mask in place, hiding my amazement. If what Respin says is true, I've had things the wrong way around all this time. I thought my aunt was using the temple to do her dirty work, persuading them to purge Otskold to draw me out, but Respin's arguing the temple was in control all along. Are you saying my aunt is in the Grand Bearer's pocket? I ask. Respin doesn't immediately answer me, stroking his long beard with his bony fingers. He looks at me thoughtfully. I won't test you on your Trovian history, Princess Morgana, but just from my story, I think you can work out that the temple's banning of Solari didn't come into effect until after Kaladin rose to power. I resist the urge to bite my lip, embarrassed by the gaps in my knowledge. I've read hundreds of history books, but very few covered the more recent past. I have my parents and their need to keep me in the dark about my parentage to thank for that. I'm realizing that now, yes, I say truthfully. Before then, the Temple of Aethera had few opinions about celestial magic.
I believe it was a little unpopular with some clerics who felt that its special connection to Rallus undermined the importance of Aethera. But Solari weren't considered heretics until after Kaladin was elected Grand Bearer. Why do you think that is? Because he saw the damage that Solari did in Kimorna, and it biased him against them? I suggest. Was that the first Solari he'd ever seen in action? Maybe that incident is why the Aetherans believed Solari stole their powers from the gods. They looked at a man who had broken down mentally and thought his power was backfiring on him to punish him for his crime. It seems like a reasonable guess to me, but I know there must be more to it than that when Respin looks at me with a pitying expression. My dear princess, Merrick Kaladin has known Solari since the day he was born, because Merrick Kaladin is a Solari. My first instinct is to laugh. The claim is too ridiculous. A Solari, I repeat. It makes no sense for so many reasons, but I start with the first contradiction that comes to mind. I thought you just said he's an Incendi. I did, he concedes. But only because that's what he tells people he is. It's how his family registered his power when he first started showing signs of his unusual ability. At the time, the only Solari in the human population produced sunbeams. Power, like Kaladin's, had never been seen before, so people drew the closest parallel they could and compared it to fire, which consumes and destroys. I think Kaladin possibly believed this too, until that day in Kimorna. Certainly, he didn't start putting the celestial advantages of his power to use until after that incident. I want to know what he means by celestial advantages, but right now I can only focus on the extraordinary nature of his claim. How do you know this? I ask. Respin gives me a withering look, and I'm reminded who I'm talking to. Leon said himself that Respin likes to keep an eye on his enemies, and the leader of the temple is certainly a threat to Felucia. Respin probably had his spies seek out people from Kaladin's past, neighbors or family friends who remember his birth and how he grew up. Of course, even now, Respin must have people near the temple, watching the movements of its leader. Let's just say I have made it my business to discover everything I can about the man, Respin says. My scholars have spent decades attempting to understand Kaladin's power. At first, they tried to find a celestial body that acts as Kaladin does. A fruitless search that wasted many years. Finally, they realized that the force in question was not an object, but an absence. I'm not following, I admitted. When a star dies, when the gods see fit to wipe it from existence, it leaves behind a void, a darkness that can swallow up everything around it. We call it a black hole. I believe that Kaladin's power mimics this black hole, and that it's this which allows him to drain away people's magic. This is worse than Respin trying to get into my head. I feel so bombarded with information that I have to turn away from his pale, calculating eyes for a moment, focusing instead on the deadly flowers. A darkness that swallows up everything around it. I've seen a darkness like that recently, haven't I? In Farron. When I healed him, I had to battle against the darkness that came from a fallen star that was trying to smother his celestial flame. That's proof enough that a draining force like the one Respin describes could be celestial in origin. It makes more sense than any kind of terrestrial power I can think of. But for the Grand Bearer to have celestial magic, his power kills the people he drains, you know, Respin continues. He killed his own mother during his birth, and he killed the mad Solari that day in Kimorna. That's how he discovered his power was celestial. I try to keep up, tired of running one step behind Respin's explanations. When I turn around to face him again, I'm armed with questions. Why? Did something happen when he used his power against another Solari? Something different? Respin smiles approvingly, and I know I've asked the right question. He discovered that when he drains the power of another Solari, he absorbs it, making him stronger. For a period, at least. We've carefully studied the patterns over the decades, and right after a Solari is captured and taken to Kimorna, there's always a noticeable change in Kaladin's appearance and behavior. Reports say he's more energetic, youthful, and bold. The more dramatic changes eventually fade until he drains the next child. But it's clear the Grand Bearer's unusual longevity has nothing to do with the blessings of the gods. No. When he drains the power and life force from his fellow Solari, he keeps threads of them for himself. A chill slices straight through me as I understand the implications of what he's saying. You're suggesting he branded Solari as heretics because then they could be hunted down and he could, what, feed off them? Yes, I believe so. My mind fills with all the whispers about Solari being hauled off to the Holy City and never being heard of again. I knew they were being executed, probably even in horrible, painful ways to cleanse their souls. But this is somehow worse. There is no crime against the gods, only a greedy, powerful man murdering to make himself even more powerful. Fear claws at me. Kaladin has the whole weight of the temple behind him, and now, thanks to my aunt, he has control of the Trovian crown, too. How many Solari has he killed over the decades? And how many more will die now that his control over Trova is absolute? There'll be no hiding when he has the Trovian army under his command and unfettered access to the royal territories. That's if you're going to believe everything Respin is telling you. Underneath my fear, that suspicion lingers. Everything Respin has told me is entirely new. I only have his word for it, which means I have to carefully consider the source. He could be making all of this up. Or, more likely, he could be telling me the truth, but a curated version of it. One that tells me only what he wants me to know so he can push me to act in a way that's most beneficial to him. Except that consuming darkness Respin describes is familiar to me, and not just from curing Farron. I've seen it before, in the eyes of the Fae who attacked me at the Lyceum. That deep, black hunger terrified me. We know the Fae was using his sensic powers to channel someone else into his mind. Could that person have been Kaladin? He wanted you alive so he could drain you himself. If that's why Parvis didn't try to kill me, then I'm in even more danger than I thought. Panic twists in my gut, and at the same time I realize I've left my mental defenses down for too long. Respin's eyes are fixed on me, hard with focus, and I'm sure he's starting to worm his sensic power into my mind. I fight to resurrect the steel wall around my consciousness as he speaks. I know much of this is surprising to you, Princess Morgana, but this is why I called this meeting. You see, targeting your aunt at this time is not the best thing for Trova. It's much more pressing that when you return to your country, you remove Merrick Kaladin from power first. He has become much too bold lately, recruiting the Morellium, my subjects, to enact his schemes in my kingdom. He must be stopped. My walls are up, but the pressure is building against them, and I can feel slivers of paranoia getting through. I try to tell myself it's not real as I process Respin's words. The attack at the Lyceum seems to point to Kaladin being the one really in control. The Morellium are a Fae cult, and it doesn't make sense for them to be persuaded to do my aunt's bidding. But following the orders of the High Priest of the Aetherans is another matter. Still, whatever he says, I know what's best for Trova is not and has never been Respin's priority, and I know one way to easily prove that. Thank you for sharing all this with me, Your Majesty, I say as I continue to shove Respin's magic out of my mind. I agree, it's very important to remove Kaladin as soon as possible. If I were to prioritize that upon my return to Trova, could I count on Felucia's support? Of course, Your Highness, Respin says, pleased. I'm glad to hear it. As you know, with my aunt currently claiming the throne, I have no armies to command and few resources. Felucia's military and other assets will be a big help. Respin's eyes narrow, and I know I've succeeded in catching him off guard. I'm afraid you misunderstand me, Princess Morgana. Of course, you have Felucia's support in spirit. However, it would be unwise for my kingdom to combat the temple openly at this time. Surely, even someone new to the political realm can see that doing so would almost certainly guarantee war between the two nations, and nobody wants that. I brush aside his condescending remarks because I was expecting his refusal. However he may choose to frame it, Respin, a master of spreading paranoia, is afraid. The Fae are very powerful, it's true, but I've read enough history books to know that Trova has a much bigger population than Felucia. There are just simply more humans than Fae. We breed faster, even if we die quicker. And while we don't have sensic powers, ethereal power can still do quite a lot of damage. A war with Trova would be no easy victory for Felucia. The only certainty is that it would be extremely bloody, with who knows how many Fae dying in the process. Population they can't afford to spare, not when it's been a mere century since their last war. Respin wants the temple weakened, but he's only willing to fight that battle from the shadows, sending me forward as a sacrificial pawn. He's more than happy for me to take all the risks, except I won't be his pawn, and I won't go after Kaladin, certainly not now. I give Respin an understanding nod. I see you're in a difficult position, Your Majesty, and you've certainly given me a lot to think about. I will have to take a few days to consider your suggestion, I say. By all means, he says. I already know there's no way I'm going to be a docile little princess and do what he tells me. I wasn't lying to him about my limited resources. There's no way I could march into Kimorna tomorrow and overthrow the temple even if I wanted to. The question is, will I ever want to? I don't have the armies or the allies to fight the temple, and to get them, I'd need to be sitting on the Trovian throne, a Solari queen that surely most of the population would fear and hate. I don't even know if I want that kind of power, or to wield it over a kingdom that doesn't want me. But I do want my aunt dead. That fire for revenge still burns within me. On the other hand, Respin's words might have awoken a new flame, one that wants to see my country free of the corrupt temple that's controlling it. I'm just not sure how bright that flame will burn. We walk back through the garden, and I'm relieved that I'm close to escaping the Fae King. My head is starting to throb from the overpowering perfume of the flowers and Respin's constant mental attacks. There's one last piece of advice I must offer you, Princess Morgana, Respin says as we approach the doors to the palace. My relief stops in its tracks. Yes, Your Majesty? I fear Leonidas may have misled you during your travels. My heart starts to sink. Whatever this is about, I can tell I'm not going to like it. How so? Respin looks at me like I'm a naive child. I guess I am one compared to him, but that doesn't make his condescension any more pleasant. I'm aware that the two of you became close, but you should know that he cannot offer you what you want. I blink, surprised at how much Respin's words echo Damia's. Prince Leonidas hasn't made me any promises, Your Majesty, I say stiffly. At least, not where romance is concerned. And he won't, Respin says abruptly. He's the king's sword, and any other commitment comes secondary to that. I had hopes for his betrothal, of course, as that has been in place for so long. He sighs. But it's clear, even to me now, that the only thing he can commit to is this kingdom. He's better off not being distracted from his responsibility to it. I hear Respin loud and clear. Stay away from Leon if you know what's good for you. But I would face the Aztecs again before I'd accept that Respin knows what's good for me. I smile blithely at him and nod, and together we climb the steps up to the terrace. I look back over the garden before we head inside. I suppose one day your statue will be here too, Your Majesty, I say. A reminder to future generations when your time on the throne has come to an end. His pale eyes narrow a fraction. Yes, one day, Princess Morgana. Though I can assure you that won't be for a very long time yet. Chapter 25. Morgana. Did you know about Kaladin? The words are out of my mouth as soon as I lock eyes with Leon, before I notice that Farron is standing next to him outside the throne room.
I must have interrupted their conversation and am about to apologize, but Leon speaks first.
Kaladin. He's the temple leader, isn't he? What did my grandfather say about him?
The confusion on Leon's face knocks something out of me, and I exhale. I'm sorry. I rub my forehead and look cautiously toward the closed doors of the throne room. I think some of your grandfather's magic is still hanging around.
How did it go?
Leon asks gently, stepping beside me and placing a hand at the small of my back. I can tell Farron doesn't miss the gesture.
Let's go to your parlor, Leonidas, Farron says. I'm sure Her Highness has had a trying time. Perhaps we should put some distance between her and all this pressure, he says meaningfully. When we're in the parlor, away from prying eyes and even more prying sensic magic, I answer Leon's question. He told me that the Grand Bearer is a Solari, I say. Farron and I have sat down, but Leon stands beside my seat, hovering protectively. That his celestial power means he can drain people of their magic. And when he drains a Solari, he can take some of their power and lifespan for himself. That's why he had us classed as heretics. It's also he could capture other Solari and use them to make himself stronger.
He's not punishing Solari. He's harvesting them, Farron says gravely, getting there faster than I did. It's an accurate description, but his wording still makes me nauseous.
My grandfather has never shared this with me, Anna,
Leon says firmly. I believe you, I say. He'd have no reason to keep it from me when he found out I was a Solari. If anything, this news would have made me more willing to go with him to Felucia, as frightened as I was of being found out by the clerics back in Trova.
Our grandfather likes to keep people in the dark unless strictly necessary, Farron says, and he looks a little distant. However, I do know he's been gathering information about Merrick Kaladin for several years now, constantly worried about the temple declaring war on Felucia. He used to speak to me about his concerns, but I'm afraid I'm still catching up after being gone for so long. I didn't know he'd decided to act on this information by bringing it to you, Princess Morgana.
He sees Anna as an opportunity he doesn't want to waste, Leon says, a bitter note in his voice. She's proven that she's powerful, and even better, just by her very nature, she and Kaladin are certain enemies. There'll be no cozying up to the Aetherians with her in charge. He wants her as incentivized as possible to see the temple fall. Leon turns to me. What else did he tell you? Did he ask you to do anything for him? I hesitate, glancing toward Farron. He already looks better than he did yesterday, with more color to his face and more ease to his movements. I imagine the Dryads have been hard at work. I'm sorry, Prince Farron, I say. I didn't ask you how you're feeling. He smiles softly. I suspect it will be a while before I'm my old self again. I barely remember the last 2 years, and even my memories from before then are fuzzy. But the Dryads tell me they're optimistic that with some time and healing, all will be well. Farron owes you his life, Anna, Leon says, guessing why I hesitated before. We can trust him. I nod, then proceed to recount everything Respin told me about Kaladin. Then I get to the part about him asking me to target Kaladin before I go after my aunt.
And what did you tell him?
Leon asks. I told him I'd think about it. Farron chuckles a light, friendly noise. What? I ask. Was that the wrong thing to say?
No, Farron says. Actually, it was perfect. I just don't think my grandfather is used to people taking his suggestions as anything other than direct orders. He obviously needed to be reminded that you're no pushover, Your Highness, he says.
Damn right she's not, Leon grunts. Farron stands. I don't miss the way he has to use the arm of the chair to help him to his feet, and I can tell that Leon doesn't either. I hope the healers are right about him getting his full strength back soon.
I'll leave you now. It sounds like you need some space to talk things over and consider the king's suggestion, he says with an ironic smile.
Once the door clicks shut and Leon and I are alone again, I consider what I didn't tell him about my meeting with Respin, specifically his grandfather warning me off him. There was a lot about that conversation which hammered my dislike for Respin into place, but nothing more than that moment. I hate how he doesn't see Leon as anything more than a weapon, someone who will bend to his every whim. I'm not going to do what your grandfather wants, I say to Leon, staring up at him. I still want to go after Aklana first. Kaladin can wait. I sigh, wondering if I should reveal exactly how conflicted I am. Does it make me sound heartless? Or cowardly? Honestly, I don't know if I want to face Kaladin at all, I admit. For just a second, I wonder if Leon's reaction will confirm everything Respin said about him. If he'll tell me to reconsider and push me to follow his grandfather's advice. After all, the Fae King has sat on his throne for centuries, and I'm just a silly human woman who's never ruled anything. Leon looks down at me, his eyes intense enough to pull me right into their depths. If it's your aunt's life you want, then we'll leave for Elmir tonight, he says. A surge of joy makes me jump up and throw myself toward him, wrapping my arms around his neck and pulling him down for a kiss. He responds with a hunger that reminds me there's no such thing as a quick or simple kiss with this man. Every touch from him lights a fire in me, making me crave more. He must feel the same, because as he teases my tongue with his hands slide around my waist, and his cock hardens against me. I let my hand slide between us, cupping the growing bulge. He growls in response, pressing into my palm. I realize how much I enjoy the noise, wondering what other noises I can elicit from Leon. We break from our kiss, and as I gaze into his eyes, dark with want, an idea comes to me. Stay still, I say, and drop to my knees, unfastening his pants before he can stop me, or I can lose my nerve. What are you doing? He asks, his voice rough. I give him a wry look because I suspect he knows exactly what I'm doing. Still, I answer. I'm giving you what you deserve, I say, my own voice husky. It's true. He can't know what it meant to me to have him accept my decision, no questions asked. He has faith in me, and I want to show him how very grateful I am for that. I let out a breath as I unsheath him from his pants, allowing myself a moment to admire the thick length of him and the smooth, glistening head. I slide my hand gently down the shaft, grinning as he hisses. You'd better be planning to do more than look at it, princess, he mutters through gritted teeth. I stare up at him in mock innocence, batting my eyelashes. Like what? His hand reaches for my chin, his thumb easing between my lips. I suck on the tip of it, which makes the fire in his eyes flare and his cock twitch in my hand. Like putting that pretty mouth of yours to good use, he says. I lick my lips and slowly lower them to the head of his cock, swiping my tongue across it, soaking up the taste of him. I get too much enjoyment from the sharp inhalation this pulls from him. Usually it's his mouth leaving me totally undone. I want to do the same to him, want to make him fall apart for me. I slide my lips around him, slowly taking him deeper into my mouth. His hand tangles in my hair, and I find I like the way he grips just a little too tight, like he's barely holding back from taking control. My assumption is confirmed when he talks to me in a voice that hisses like it's being dragged across hot coals. Keep teasing me like that, princess, and I'll have to show you how it's done. I hold his gaze as I take him just a little deeper, and then I relent, starting to move my mouth. I build a pace as I use the hand wrapped around the base of him too, squeezing lightly while I suck and lick. His head falls back, a rumble of pleasure sounding from deep in his chest when I trace my tongue along the thick vein running up his shaft. I don't think I've ever seen him like this before. His eyes closed, his face slack with pleasure. He looks completely unguarded, completely beautiful. My nostrils fill with the musky scent of him as I focus my attention on what I can do with my tongue to rip more of those low, desperate noises from him. His fingers tighten in my hair, and I sense I've brought him close to the edge. I hum as I take him as deep as I can, and am rewarded with a feral groan as he hits the back of my throat. His eyes open, and he meets my gaze. Anna, he begins, trying to warn me, but I grab his thigh, holding him in place as he comes. I want to experience all of this, all of him. As he climaxes, I swallow down every last drop until he sags, spent. Only then do I release my hold on him and let him pull back. Then I delicately wipe my mouth before standing and straightening my skirts. He looks at me, and I realize with shock that I've actually made him lost for words. I can't help grinning as I throw myself down onto the couch, stretching out like a cat. Leon looks at me there for a moment, his eyes still blazing. Then he swiftly tucks himself back into his pants and pounces on me. His weight pins me down as he teases my neck with his lips, his hands slowly making their way southward. "That was the sexiest fucking thing I've ever seen," he murmurs against my skin. "Glad to see you found your words again," I smirk, then gasp as his fingers slide beneath my skirt and up the inside of my thigh. As much as I want to keep going, a twinge of guilt eats at me. We need to talk. I owe him the full truth. "Leon," I say, dropping my hand to stop his exploration. "There's something else Respin said." He looks at me like I've lost my mind. "You really want to talk about my grandfather when my hand is 6 inches from your clit?" he growls. I sit up straighter, pushing my skirt down. "I can't believe I'm saying this, but yes." He releases a deeply disappointed sigh and sits up too. "We didn't just talk about Kaladin and Aklana," I say. "He also told me that I should stay away from you." To my relief, Leon doesn't look worried or even surprised. "He probably suspects you'll go after your aunt anyway, and he doesn't want me associated with any move you make against Trova. He wants me to be his sword, not yours." "But isn't that kind of the problem?" I ask, my concern mounting about his lack of concern. "You are the king's sword. Doesn't that mean you have to do what he says?" "Technically," he says, looking like he barely wants to admit even that much. "Be honest with me," I say sternly. "Precisely how much trouble will you be in if you go with me to Trova?" If he directly ordered me not to and I ignored him, I'd be in a lot of trouble. But there are loopholes. My skill at finding them is part of the reason I've never been my grandfather's favorite. He smiles dangerously at me. I've done what pleases me one too many times. "So what's the loophole here?" I demand, still frustrated by how casual he's being. "My grandfather hasn't actually ordered me to stay in Felucia yet," he says. "So we'll just have to leave before he does." I look away from him, not liking how precarious that sounds. He takes my chin in his fingers, guiding me back around to face him. "I'm not afraid of defying my grandfather or anyone else to keep you safe, Anna," he says, his voice soft as he looks into my eyes. "I promised you I'd help you with this, and I won't turn my back on you." "Thank you," I breathe. I don't want to drive a rift between Leon and his family or make an enemy of Respin, but I know I can't do this alone. I'm powerful, yes, and I know a gloam of a lot more about how to use that power now than I did 2 months ago. That doesn't change the fact I'm almost completely on my own in this world of political intrigue and assassination missions I barely understand. Respin won't give me official allies, so I'm going to have to take them wherever I can, and it's his own fault if that includes the grandson he's taken for granted his whole life. Outside of Leon, there's really no one who could help me take down Aklana. Without him, I wouldn't even know where to start. But actually, you said we'd leave for Elmir, I say to Leon. Is that where you think we should target Aklana? He shrugs. If that's where she is. It might be tricky getting into the palace, but we'll find a way. That's exactly it, I say. I think I know where we might be able to find friends in Trova who can help us get access to my aunt. He raises an eyebrow. You do? Will Mercer, I say. He frowns, clearly trying to place the name. Your friend from the manor. Yes, he was the old head of guard there, and he used to work at the palace. Maybe he still has contacts at the palace, people loyal to my parents who might be on my side. And even if he doesn't, he could probably tell us a thing or two about getting past security. I say all this in a rush, then fall silent, looking at Leon expectantly. And where did you say he lived? Leon asks. Gullart. It's on the northern coast. You really think he can help us? Yes, I say, without thinking about it. The prospect of returning to a land full of people who are hunting me is a daunting one. But finding Will, and maybe some Trovians who don't want me dead, feels like a ray of hope. All right, then, Leon says with a shrug. Elmir can wait. Looks like we're going to Gullart.
Chapter 26. Leon. I don't understand, Alistair says, his brows furrowing. What are you asking us? Nothing, I say, looking around at my unit perched in various positions around the parlor. Anna's gone to speak with Tira and tell her about the journey ahead, and it's on me to inform my unit. That's exactly the point. I'm saying I won't ask you to come with me to Trova, and I'll understand if you choose to stay here.
Why the fuck wouldn't we come with you?
Damia asks, insulted. Man's lost his mind, grunts Eric's. We've only just returned to Felucia, I point out, exasperated by their stubborn refusal to listen. And some of you have family and partners here you've barely got to spend time with. I gesture to Faya. She brushes her silver hair over her shoulder.
Helia knew what she was getting into falling in love with a soldier. She'll understand. Besides, you've only just gotten your brother back too, and I don't see you using that as an excuse not to go.
I think I've made it clear that this isn't King's Sword business, I say. This is an unofficial, unsanctioned mission. We have to leave tonight just so my grandfather doesn't have a chance to order us to stay. I look around at them, silently asking them to really consider what they'd be agreeing to. I'm sorry, Captain, but if you think we're going to let you go gallivanting off to a foreign land without us, someone's knocked your screws loose, Alistair says. Besides, why should we let you have all the fun? Stratton chimes in. Hear, hear, Hillis says softly from the corner. All right then, I say, wondering how I managed to find myself such a loyal bunch of lunatics. Gather your things and say your goodbyes, discreetly. We leave at midnight. As my unit disperses, I take my own advice and head to the sanctuary. I know Farron will be there. He's still spending a lot of his time working with the healers. He says it's to help him get his full strength back, but I think he's not quite adjusted to the busyness of palace life yet. I would have thought you'd had enough of this place to last you a lifetime, I tease from the doorway of the sanctuary's inner chamber. Farron sits perched on the edge of the bed as healer Yonda takes a bottle from him. She bows and makes a discreet exit, giving us some privacy. You forget that I can't remember most of that time, he says. Lucky you, I reply darkly. I recall it all in terrible detail, from the day he started wasting away, losing all semblance of the brother I knew. I was forced away from Lavale on King's sword work a lot over the last 2 years, but whenever I came back, I could see that he had gotten worse, and my despair had grown. It's not an experience I'd like to repeat, Farron says, and I realize how bitter my words sound. I didn't mean it like that. I know, he says, waving his hand dismissively. I examine his face, always so calm and stately. Somehow, he even made the process of dying look dignified. It still feels like a miracle to know that he's well again. I only just got Farron back. I can't leave without talking to him first. Anna made her decision, I say. She's going after her aunt? I nod. Yes, Farron says, not sounding surprised at all. She doesn't seem the type to blindly do as she's told. You can say that again. I've lost count of all the times that woman has infuriated me with her stubbornness. Does she know what she's going to do after that? He asks, his voice artificially casual. Once Oklana is dead, there'll be no going back. Things will change in Tiarland, for better or for worse. Is she prepared to shape what comes next? I deliberately haven't questioned Anna on the subject. I suspect she doesn't have an answer yet, and I don't want to push her to have one before she's ready. I've already pushed her into too many things. I think she needs more time to decide what she wants, I say. I sit down beside Farron, choosing my next words. Some might consider it a risk, telling him our plan. My grandfather likes him partly because Farron has always been loyal to him, or at least managed to make it appear that way. He's a bit like our father like that. He comes at problems sideways, never head on, playing the diplomat as he does it. But I know I can trust him with this. But I can help her with that decision when the time comes. Because I'm going with her, I say. Tonight.
Before the king can get wind of it and order you to stay.
Farron guesses. Yes, but I have to go. It was part of the deal I made with Anna in return for healing you. And even if I hadn't agreed to it, she needs my help. Trova is a very dangerous place for her right now.
That makes sense,
Farron says neutrally. I don't like leaving you so soon. Not when you've only just gotten better. But you understand, my hands are tied, I say.
You mustn't worry about that, Leonidas. You've been carrying the weight of the heir title for the last few years all on your own, and I know what kind of burden that must have been. It's time I take some of that weight off your shoulders. I'm strong enough. I must be, with the rate these healers are pouring all sorts of vile potions down my throat.
He adds with a smile. Thank the gods, I say, following his lead and grinning back, trying to break some of the tension. I was doing a terrible job of filling your shoes.
It couldn't have been that bad,
Farron says. That bad? Farron, I went on a diplomatic mission to Trova that ended with 2 dead royals and a kidnapped princess.
I heard. These things happen,
he says wryly. He's being kind, but Farron knows as well as I do that fighting and killing has always been my forte, not political maneuvering. It's why Anna's come so close to serious harm several times since we arrived at this damn court. A direct threat I can handle, but I'm useless against all the sneaky trickery of my grandfather and his minions. It makes sense for me to go with Anna, I continue. I can protect her out there, much better than I can here. There's a pause, and I sense Farron is building up to something.
Leonidas, this thing between you and the princess, you know it must come to an end eventually.
I stand, swallowing hard against the instant denial I feel in response to his words. You said you understood why I needed to go with her, I say, trying to keep my voice even.
I agree that helping her is the right thing to do. From what you've told me, Princess Morgana is a better ruler for Felucia's interests than her aunt, and I believe you can guide her safely towards that path. But that's precisely my point. Your focus should be on what's best for your people and your nation.
I should have known this would be Farron's view. He sees us as Felucia's protectors before anything else. I know my responsibilities, Farron. Or did I not just give Felucia back its heir? I say. He nods, conceding my point.
And no one is more grateful for that than me,
he says.
Still, both you and the princess must put your countries before your personal desires.
Farron knows better than me when it comes to some things, but it doesn't mean he's right about this. You make it sound like the whole world will fall apart just because she and I have taken a liking to each other, I say.
An alliance between you is sensible, beneficial even. But a relationship jeopardizes both your positions. Not to mention, it isn't something your people or hers are likely to accept.
I want to say I don't give a fuck what our people think. But I know that argument will fall on deaf ears with Farron. I tell myself his disapproval doesn't matter, but it makes me uneasy. I'm determined to stick by Anna's side for as long as she needs someone to keep her safe. But beyond that, I have to admit, I haven't considered what my role in her life will be. Farron obviously thinks he's made his point because he changes the subject.
Don't worry about grandfather,
he says, clapping me on the back.
I'll deal with him. Go do what you do best and raise some gloam in Trova.
We say our goodbyes, and I return to the palace, only to find more people waiting for me in my parlor. Anna, Tira, and the Corrigos that seems to be Anna's shadow lately.
Listen, Leon, I'm coming too, no matter what you say.
Tira strides up to me with crossed arms. I find myself wondering if she's always been so short. I wouldn't expect anything else, I say. She closes her mouth abruptly, bewildered, while I notice Anna hiding a smile behind her.
Oh,
Tira says eventually.
I thought you'd try to make me stay. Argue I'd get in the way or something.
I couldn't get rid of you even when it meant you getting dragged across the border into a foreign land. I wouldn't be foolish enough to think you'd allow yourself to be separated from Anna now. Plus, your claim to revenge on Oklana is as strong as Anna's. Tira tilts her head.
Damn right.
She turns to Anna.
You know, he's growing on me.
Anna laughs, and the sound makes my heartbeat oddly uneven.
Yeah, I know how you feel,
she says. And what about you? I asked the Korrigos. It seems like you're not leaving her side anytime soon. The animal flicks its tail, as if to agree. This is why we have to leave sooner rather than later, I say. Give it any more time and we'll be taking half the palace with us. But despite my worries, the rest of our preparations go off without a hitch. Once the moon is casting Lusteris's silver light across the grounds, the 10 of us meet by the southern gate. Then we slip quietly out of La Vale, with only the stars as our witnesses. Chapter 27. Sophos.
Apologies for my lateness, Your Grace. My journey home was delayed at the Kalis Pass. The Grand Bearer's cloak makes a soft swish as it glides across the marble floor. The High Temple's forum is warm today, sunlight streaming through the glass ceiling as we walk beside the pool.
No trouble from those heretics that call themselves the Hand, I hope,
he says. No, Your Grace. Just some landslips from the wet weather. The Hand of Rallis seems to have lost interest in targeting the roads lately. I file away the Grand Bearer's assumption for another time. The landslips on the Weirstones were a stroke of good luck, allowing me to make a diversion to Zetas without needing to justify my extra 2 days' absence. But if I'm to return anytime soon, I'll need more excuses in my arsenal. I don't enjoy lying to the Grand Bearer, but in this case, it is the lesser of 2 evils, an unfortunate necessity that I prayed nightly to the gods to forgive me for.
I was eager for your return, Sophos. We've had some misfortune while you were away.
Guilt twists my stomach. Perhaps my prayers aren't working, and this is the gods' punishment for my secrets. I'm sorry to hear that, Your Grace. What happened?
The Morellium's man, Parvis, is dead, which means not only are they yet to retrieve the object we sought at Vastame, but the heretic Morgana Angavir is now out of our reach. Their spies tell me she has been taken to La Vale and is safely ensconced behind the palace walls.
I briefly close my eyes, absorbing this blow. It was me who let the heretic, that dangerous Solari, slip through our fingers. I'd had some hope since then that I'd been spared to put that grave mistake right, but it seems we are no closer to ridding ourselves of this blight. The gods test us, Your Grace, but we will hold firm.
It's not the gods, Sophos.
The Grand Bearer's voice is abrupt, far harsher than his usual smooth cadence.
It's our enemies. The gods handed us an unexpected gift when Parvis ran into her at the Lyceum, but those Fae demons have been helping her. I believe she's stronger now than when you encountered her last. It meant she could outwit him.
Yes, Your Grace, I say apologetically. He's right. Ethera would not betray us like this. Parvis's failure can only be down to mortal error. My error. If she hadn't bested me at Otskold, she would not have had the opportunity to hone her stolen magic. The Grand Bearer sighs, his face softening as he looks out across the pool.
Never mind, Sophos. We will just have to find a clever way to get her to come to us. I've been thinking of... Bearer Tributin.
My fellow bearer bows as he enters the forum, his long black hair swaying as he approaches. It doesn't hide the envy that crosses his face at how close I am to the Grand Bearer, but I pay it no mind. Most of the bearers are envious of the special trust the Grand Bearer places in me.
Your Grace, the Cleavers have arrived with a celestial abomination,
Tributin says.
Do you wish to see the heretic now, or should we detain him for you to cleanse another time?
The Grand Bearer runs a hand through his hair, as dark as Tributin's despite his 7 decades, and considers this.
I'll see him now, Tributin. Take him to the sanctuary. Very good, Your Grace. Come, Sophos,
The Grand Bearer says as Tributin leaves.
we can finish our discussion afterward.
My heart sinks. I understand the cleansings are important, essential, in fact, but I don't enjoy attending them. However, if the Grand Bearer needs me to bear witness to his sacrifice, I must find the necessary strength. We walk in silence to his private sanctuary. The heretic is already waiting for us there, bound on his knees and flanked by 2 cleavers. He must be about 13. Most of the Solari we find are young these days. It's rare for one to remain hidden until adulthood. I assume it was only Morgana Angavir's powerful parents that allowed her to stay undetected for so long. The boy is pale, hair slicked with sweat and eyes wide. He knows what's coming will not be pleasant, but it is the only way to save his soul. I know this is true, and yet my body still rebels at what's to come, my stomach aching and my mouth going dry. The Grand Bearer gestures for the cleavers to take a step back, allowing him to approach the boy alone. His Grace likes to perform all his cleansings here in the sanctuary, under the watchful eye of Ethera, depicted in the mosaic on the wall behind us. The image shows him shooting his bow up into the stars, representing the moment when he pierced the celestial realm and became a god. I imagine it reminds the Grand Bearer of his own divine mission. His Grace lays a hand on the boy's head as the child shakes with fear beneath his fingers. I try not to look away. This will be over soon, but the Grand Bearer pauses, closing his eyes for a moment. He looks tired. Tributin has joined us, and, foolishly, he clears his throat now.
Your Grace, are you sure you want to do this? We can hold off on the cleansing, or simply execute the heretic. You needn't tax yourself like this.
The boy whimpers.
But I must, Bearer Tributin,
the Grand Bearer says, his voice severe, just as I could have told Tributin it would be. The Grand Bearer dislikes when we question the cleansing. It reveals how we'd prefer to take the easy path over the righteous one.
We must do right by this child, not in spite of his crimes, but because of them. Would you have me cast him into the Gloamlands, uncleansed, when I have the power to free his soul of its evil?
Tributin flushes, feeling the sting of the rebuke.
The gods have gifted me with a special power,
the Grand Bearer continues.
And I would be as bad as a heretic if I didn't use it. I must take this burden on to save him. Only by purifying him can we ensure he goes to the celestial realm. Anything else would condemn him to an eternity of torment. Is that what you want for this child, Tributin?
The Grand Bearer fixes Tributin with a commanding stare.
No, Your Grace,
he mutters.
I should hope not.
His Grace responds before turning his attention back to the boy. By now, he's not just quivering with terror. Deep sobs rack his body as tears slide down his small cheeks. Nausea grips me, and I begin to pray, asking the gods to protect him from the pain he is about to endure, for them to quickly accept his soul once it is cleansed. Anything to make this easier for him. The fizz of magic fills the air, and the boy starts to scream, bucking under the Grand Bearer's hand. But it's like the pair are now fused together, joined at the point where fingers meet skull. His Grace's eyes darken until they're almost entirely black as he channels the tainted power out of the boy and through himself. I want to look away, yet something glues my eyes to the scene. Perhaps it's the sense that this is a sacrifice that must be honored. Turning away would be a betrayal to both the man and child who are enduring so much. Still, I have to concentrate on my breath to remain calm as the boy's cries become so loud his voice breaks, giving out on him so his mouth is left open in a silent shriek. I'm always shocked by how fast the process is. When the fizz of magic fades, the boy is seized by violent convulsions. His body is starting to fail, unable to sustain itself without the magic he stole from the gods. Kaladin releases his hold on him, and the boy's head judders on his neck, blood pouring down his chin from where he's bit his tongue. His eyes roll to the back of his head, and he slumps forward onto the floor. A series of sickening pops fill the air as various joints dislocate, ripped from their sockets by his spasms. Eventually, the tremors slow. His body twitches for only a few moments more before growing still. The Grand Bearer steps back, adjusting the sleeves of his robes. Rather than seeming like he's taken on a burden, he looks less tired than before, almost rejuvenated. I'm reminded that doing the God's will rewards us with a serenity that shows in our demeanor, and no task is so worthy of reward as a sacrifice like this.
"We must remember that this is the noblest death they can have," he says. "His soul is liberated of its sins, and he can join his ancestors in the eternal realm."
I nod, trying to hold on to that thought as the cleavers remove the small, limp body. However broken his earthly form may be, at least now the boy is free.
Chapter 28. Morgana. The salt air caresses my cheek, and I listen hard to the noise all around me. I've never heard anything like it before. A momentous roar that still manages to be strangely calming, so constant, like the beating of a heart. I've never seen the ocean before. I've seen drawings in books, of course, but those could never do this justice. As I stand on the beach, looking out across the choppy, gray waters, it fills all my senses. The endlessness of it strikes me, reminding me of the depths of a certain pair of eyes. Footsteps crunch across the sand toward me. That fishmonger was very friendly. Alistair had to barely use any magic to get directions, Leon says. It's been 2 weeks since we left Felucia, and I still haven't gotten used to him and his glamour. Sure, I saw his human form often enough when we were first traveling through Trova, but then I was spoiled during our time in Felucia. I miss his sharp Fae features, and maybe even the height a little. He still looks mostly like Leon, but most of Leon isn't enough for me anymore when I want all of him. There's a yip down by the waves, and a flock of gulls scatters away from the flash of reddish fur gambling through the surf. I am unreservedly glad for the glamour they've supplied for Dots. A 4-tailed creature from the Miraval would attract far too much notice. So for the moment, Dots resembles a large, russet-coated dog. He didn't like the collar that the glamours attached to him at first, but once I explained that we needed it so he could stay by my side, the animal accepted it begrudgingly. Now he bounds up to us, shaking off his wet fur and flicking salt water all over my skirts. Apparently, Will's house is 10 minutes west of here, just beyond those rocks. Right on the seafront? I smile. That was the plan. He said he wanted to wake up to the sea. He talked to me so many times about the home he'd have. He said I'd always be welcome there, and in just a few minutes more, I'll find out if he meant it. Deciding to come see Will when we were still back in Felucia seemed straightforward, but now we're here in Gullert, I'm hit with a wave of nerves. I'm desperate to see my old friend again, the man who was the closest thing I ever had to a father, and yet so much has changed since I last saw him. Leon must be getting better guessing what I'm feeling, because he lays a hand on my elbow now. "Are you sure about this?" he asks. I hesitate, not sure how to answer. I don't know if he'll want to help us, but I'm sure we can trust him. Will doesn't even really believe in the gods, so he won't sell us out to the temple. That might be true, but he also spent his life in the employment of the palace. Are you sure his loyalty is to you, rather than the woman currently sitting on the throne? Yes, I'm sure. He's my friend, I say, slightly offended by Leon's suggestions despite my own doubts. That's where his loyalty will lie. A friend who helped keep you captive most of your life? Leon says skeptically. Maybe he thought he had a good reason for holding me against my will, I say, giving Leon a pointed look. Touché, he says with a grimace. He turns to make his way back up the beach toward the others, gesturing for me to follow. Hillis is looking in some rock pools with Tira, who's as excited as I am to experience the seaside for the first time, but the others are waiting on the sand, looking alert. My conversation with Leon has only stoked my anxiety. Tira notices my quietness, falling into step beside me as we follow the directions to Will's house. "It'll be nice to see him again," Tira says casually. "Mom always said he was a good egg." My heart aches at her use of the past tense. "Yeah, she could always spot the good ones," I say. Tira shares my sad smile. "If you don't mind, you can tell him about what happened to her, but I'd prefer not to get into it if we don't have to, okay?" she says. I nod. "Of course, whatever you say." Tira wants to protect herself against the pain of that conversation, and I want to protect myself too. I'm afraid Will might not be the warm, safe place I remember him to be. I've been betrayed by so many people in my life since Gallowing. What if he just ends up being another one of them? Yet I had put Leon on that list too, and I thought I'd hate him forever for it. Since then, I've learned that choices can be more complicated than I'd realized. More importantly, he also showed me that he could work to make up for his mistakes, that he could be open with me and make sacrifices to give me what I needed. I felt safe with Leon before I had any actual reasons to trust him, but maybe sometimes it's worth sticking with your choice to have faith in someone. "Oh, it's so cute," Tira breathes as the cottage comes into view. The little wooden house looks like it's burrowed its way into the sand, banks rising up around its walls. A porch out front provides room for a deck chair with fishing gear propped up beside it. A string of seashells hangs above the door, clacking lightly in the breeze. "Shall I say, as we all stop in front of the house. "Go ahead," Leon says. I take a deep breath and knock. "Just a moment," a familiar voice calls from inside. The sound of it makes my heart jump. For just a second, I'm a little girl back in Gallowing, Will calling through the grounds for me. The door swings open, and a gray-haired man comes into view, stooping slightly in the low doorway. Will was always too collected to be easily shocked, but his eyes widen now.
"Morgana?"
"Hello, Will," I say softly. Without another word, he holds open his arms, and I gladly step into them.
"I thought you might be dead,"
he says, squeezing me tightly enough to push all the air out of my lungs.
"I've heard terrible things about all kinds of going on in Elmere, and about you disappearing."
The last few months haven't been the easiest, I admit. It's now that he looks beyond me to take in the 7 strangers, Tira, and what looks like a large dog. He blinks at them, then his eyes narrow. He suspects something isn't entirely as it seems with the group. He didn't spend a lifetime working as a guard without picking up a few things, such as, perhaps, how to spot a glamour. At the very least, he knows soldiers when he sees them, no matter how they're disguised.
"And these are?"
"You know Tira," I say, who holds up her hand in greeting. "And these are friends of mine," I say, looking around. The beach is pretty empty, but I still don't want to say more out in the open. "Do you mind if we come inside?" It's pretty surreal watching Leon's unit traipse into the house, ducking their heads in polite greeting as we pile into the little cottage. Will shows us into a room that serves as the living room, dining room, and kitchen. The soldiers perch where they can, wedged shoulder to shoulder on the windowsills or on the arms of the plump armchair in the corner. For want of more room, Tira settles down on the floor with Dots, who curls up beside her. Leon stays standing by the door, a quiet sentinel, as Will and I sit down at the small round dining table. "It's lovely, Will," I say sincerely, looking around at the cozy space, at least what I can see that isn't blocked by bodies.
"It does what it needs to,"
Will says modestly, still glancing warily around at the others.
"I just don't usually have so many visitors."
There's a clatter as Stratton knocks a book off a shelf he's leaning against.
"Sorry,"
he mumbles, ducking to pick it up.
"Haven't read this one,"
he says, waving the cover at Will.
Looks good."
Damia snorts, and I start to wonder if I should have made the Fae wait outside. They're acting like they've never had a normal interaction in their lives. I ignore their awkward expressions and dive straight in. "If you heard about what happened in Elmere, then you probably heard what my aunt, Lady Oclana, has been saying about me."
"Yes,"
Will says slowly.
"I have."
Some tripe about you murdering your parents.
My parents, the king and queen, I say pointedly. Will's face falls.
I'm sorry I couldn't tell you. They would have kicked me out of that manor the moment I did, and you were so alone all the way out there. Except for you and your family, of course, Miss Holmes.
Will nods at Tira.
But I figured it was better that I stick around and try to teach you what I could.
But you still left, Tira says from her spot on the floor. I'm glad she makes the accusation instead of me. Everything went to shit for Anna after that, she adds. Will shakes his head. When he speaks, his voice is thick with remorse.
I'd reached retirement age, and General Bacane was putting pressure on me to leave. He said it was time I gave myself a break. You were nearly of age. I thought they'd tell you when you turned 21 and let you move to the capital.
You thought they'd let me out in the world, even though I was a Solari? I ask, my voice cool. His eyes widen a fraction, and that tells me all I need to know. They didn't tell you? I ask. He sighs, looking tired.
No, they didn't tell me, but it was one of my theories. Atusa was always cagey about your illness, and I thought, perhaps... He shrugs. Whatever the reason, I thought what they were doing to you was wrong. Who gives a shit what nonsense the temple spouts about the gods and their magic?
I smile. Will has a soldier's love of coarse language, but he always tried to curb it around me. Obviously, now he's no longer my guard, he's less concerned about setting a good example. Good to know where you stand, I say.
In your corner, always.
Will smiles, his eyes crinkling at the corners. He pushes himself up using the table.
Right, who wants some tea? He asks.
15 minutes and 5 cups of steaming tea later, Leon politely declined his, and the rest of the Fae have to share due to shortage of cups. It's time to tell Will the truth. I didn't kill my parents, Will, I say. But I assume you'd already worked that out.
Was it that Fae Prince they talked about?
He asks, and I noticed the way his eyes flick to the soldiers. Will was always sharp. No, I say. It was my aunt. She had them assassinated so she could take the throne, and then she framed the Fae Prince so no one would suspect her.
Yes, I thought it might be something like that, he says, calmly taking a sip of his tea.
And also, everyone in this room, except for you, me, and Tira, is Fae, I say in the same tone. The soldiers stiffen around me, but Will just takes another sip of his tea.
Yes, I thought they might be, he says mildly. The dog, too?
Agatherian, actually, I say. It has 4 tails when it's not glamoured. Will nods like this makes perfect sense. After a pause, he sighs.
I'm sorry that you never got to meet them, he says.
And I know at once who he's talking about. Did you know them when you worked at the palace? I ask, unable to keep the hopeful note from my voice.
I was in their personal guard for a time. It's why they trusted me to take the post.
So they cared enough to choose someone they knew, but not enough to visit me, I say, trying not to sound bitter.
That was your mother's decision. I think she thought it would be easier. She was like that sometimes. Practical over everything. She was a great ruler, but she felt that being queen meant she had to put the softer parts of herself away. She used to say sentimentality was the ultimate luxury, and that it was one she couldn't afford. Your father didn't like being away from you, but I could tell he was afraid for you, and believed you'd be safer as long as you remained as hidden as possible. And then, later, in their marriage...
Will pauses, as if he's worried he's said too much. They're dead, Will. You can hardly be indiscreet about them now, I push. He swallows and nods.
Later in their marriage, Alaric seemed to be more willing to give in to Elwyn over things. He put up less of a fight. He'd still write to me, though. I don't think she knew, but he'd send a letter every couple of months to ask how you were. Not just if you were safe, but little things. He wished to know what foods you liked, which games you enjoyed, what made you laugh.
I look down into my tea, tears pricking my eyes. I sense Leon shift by the door, wanting to reach for me, I think. I quickly clear my throat and straighten. Thank you for telling me that, Will. The thing is, we didn't come here to reminisce about my parents. What we really want to know is about anyone you might be in contact with who still works at the palace. Do you think... But before I can finish my sentence, Hillis abruptly stands, the soldiers turning to him.
Movement outside,
he says. 10 humans, and they're armed.
Leon. As soon as Hillis stands, I'm immediately on the alert. We're a long way from home and technically in enemy territory. There's no way I'm getting complacent. Movement outside, he says. 10 humans, and they're armed. I'm on it. Alistair calls as he sprints for the door. The rest of us follow, but we know he should be the first one out there. Stay here, just for now, I ask Morgana. She glances at Tira and Will, and then nods. She wants to keep an eye on her friends as much as I do on her. The rest of us exit the cottage to find Alistair already standing on the porch calling on hysterial power. A whirlwind of sand beginning to spin in front of the house. 10 feet away are the men and women Hillis heard coming. They aren't in any kind of uniform, but their swords look sharp enough. They back up as Alistair's wall of sand spirals toward them, some of them pulling their shirts and scarves up over their faces to protect themselves. It won't help them much, not when Alistair is literally in his element. Spread out, I bark to my soldiers, who leave the porch to form a defensive line in front of the cottage. The sand barrier should keep the intruders back, but I want to make sure no one can slip through. That's when I sense movement out of the corner of my eye. Another man coming around from behind the cottage. He doesn't appear armed, but his eyes are fixed on Alistair as he makes a beeline toward him. I can't reach him in time, and my geostry power is slow on this terrain. I signal to Fae, but I can tell she'll be too late with her sensic power as well. Alistair! I shout in warning. My friend turns in time to spot him, but not to stop his outstretched hand brushing Alistair's elbow. Alistair's eyes roll into the back of his head, and he hits the ground, body convulsing against the wooden floor of the porch. Yells echo across the beach as his sand barrier collapses. My soldiers run forward to meet the humans, steel clashing against steel. I charge at Alistair's attacker, sword raised, just as Will Mercer sprints from the house, looking aghast. "Stop!" he shouts, throwing up his hands. "Stop! Please!" He steps between me and the man I was about to strike down. "Step aside!" I order Will. But to his credit, the old man doesn't budge. "Tell your soldiers to stand down," Will says, and I hear in his voice the commanding tone of a captain. I also realize he's talking to both me and Alistair's attacker. The man reluctantly signals to his comrades to fall back. When they do, my soldiers slow their attack and glance toward me, unsure whether to pursue the fight. "These people are not your enemies," Will says. "Then who the gloam are they, and why are they attacking us?" I growl. "They're part of a group called the Hand of Ralis," Will says, as Anna and Tira hurry out of the cottage behind him. Shock jolts through me at the name, followed by the sharp pinch of rage as the old man keeps explaining. "Some people call them rebels, but they're a group dedicated to—" "Oh, I know all about them," I say, lifting my sword again. "And these people are definitely my enemies."
Chapter 29. Morgana. A fire burns in Leon's eyes, full of a hatred I'm not used to seeing from him. As he lifts his sword, the rest of the Fae on the beach follow suit, which puts the strangers back on the defensive. Will only just got the fighting to stop, and now Leon seems poised to ensure we have a bloodbath on our hands. "Leon, wait," I say. "Maybe we should listen to Will." He stares at me. "Don't you see what they did to Alistair?" I follow the direction he jerks his head. It's only then that I see Alistair lying on the ground. He's completely still, his eyes closed and a sheen of sweat across his pale face. My stomach lurches, and I push the stranger aside without looking at him, dropping to my knees beside my unconscious friend. He feels hot when I lay my hands on his forehead, and I frantically reach out my magic toward his inner flame. I'm relieved to find it still burning strong. "It's all right," I say to Leon. "At least, he's not dying anytime soon."
"Morgana, you must stop them before someone else gets hurt,"
Will says, eyeing the tense standoff on the beach. I nod, looking up at Leon. Tell them to put their weapons away, for God's sakes. Alistair's not going to get better any faster with a battle raging around him. At first, Leon doesn't move. Then he growls angrily and turns, calling to his soldiers. "Stand down," he says. Leon's unit slowly sheath their weapons, but they continue to hold themselves alert and at the ready. I know that any one of them could break out their sensic magic and start incapacitating these people anytime they wanted. There's so much going on I've barely glanced at the man standing behind Will, but he speaks now, his voice bewildered. "You called her Morgana," he says to Will, before turning to me. "You're Morgana Engevir?" The man's probably a few years older than me, with brown eyes and a round face. He looks mostly human, but there's a distinctly green tint about his skin, and though his hair is cut brutally short, it's got some of the same emerald color in it. I narrow my eyes at him. "Why are you here?" Instead of answering, the man holds up his hand to his friends on the beach, beckoning them over. They slowly sheath their blades, and all together the Fae and humans do a strange kind of march toward the porch, never taking their eyes off each other for a moment. It's a fragile truce, but a truce nonetheless. "It is her," the man says, his voice excited now. "This is Morgana Engevir." To my surprise, they bow. "Your Highness," one of them murmurs, and I raise my eyebrows. I'm wondering how they found me, but I'm also caught off guard by their deference to my rank. I didn't really picture it from subversive types like the Hand, especially after their hostile approach. "Now no one's in imminent danger of getting stabbed," I say. "What the gloam did you do to my friend?" Leon glares at the green-skinned man, who suddenly looks sheepish. "I just gave him a little fever," he says. I blink. That doesn't sound like any kind of terial magic. That sounds almost viatic. From the man's appearance, I'd assume he has some dryad blood in him, except everyone knows dryads don't deliberately hurt people. I file my curiosity away. We have more pressing things to worry about. "A fever made him pass out?" Leon asks, clearly skeptical. "I made sure it spiked quickly." "But he'll be okay, won't he?" I demand. "He doesn't feel weaker." The green-skinned man tilts his head, my statement confusing him, but then he shrugs. "He'll be fine. Really. It'll burn off in a day." "Hillis, will you take Alistair inside?" I ask. "There's a bed in the back," Will says to the Fae as he easily scoops Alistair up and carries him into the cottage. I round on our visitors. "Who told you I was here?" I demand. "Was it you?" I turn to Will. From his reaction to the fight, it's clear he knows these people, but I don't want to think what that might mean. I can't have another person betray me, not after everything. "No," Will says forcefully. "I didn't know they were coming." He throws the rebels a frustrated look. "I've had some contact with the Hand since I retired, but I would never have shared your location with them against your wishes." "Someone better start explaining how you knew where to find her, or the Hand's going to be short a few fingers," Leon says, his voice low with warning. One of the rebels clears her throat, a red-headed woman with her hair tied back in a severe bun. "We keep tabs on a lot of our contacts. We got a message there was an unusual group in Gullard asking for Will Mercer, including a woman who looked a lot like the missing princess." "You got here fast," Damia says suspiciously. "Are you sure you weren't lying in wait for us?" "The one who sent us word is an Asteri," the redhead says. "Their messages get to us quick." "And why are you so interested in the princess?" Leon asks. The red-headed woman exchanges an unreadable look with the part dryad. "Because ever since the palace announced that Elwyn and Alaric Engevir had a daughter, our leader has wanted to speak with you for a very pressing reason."
Leon. Stupid, arrogant humans. They think they can march in here and demand honest speak with their leader after they attacked us? I stare into their faces, wondering if any of them were there the day my parents died. Of course, it's possible none of these people were directly involved. But if they're part of this organization, they still have blood on their hands. Clearly the rebels haven't changed since they started calling themselves the Hand of Rallis. All they care about is their cause, and to hell with the innocent people who get hurt along the way. "What is this pressing reason?" I ask. The woman gives me and my soldiers a cold look.
"I'm under orders not to share that information. Our leader wishes to discuss it in person.
So you expect her to just go quietly with a band of strangers who tried to sneak up on us and attacked one of our own?
He attacked us first.
The woman points out.
And we weren't sneaking up on you. We were being cautious. Our message said that the princess was with a group of dangerous-looking people. After the rumors of her being kidnapped by the Fae, we couldn't be sure she was here of her own will.
She's staring at me so hard it's like she's trying to look straight through my glamour. I scowl. She is.
I'd rather hear that from the princess.
The woman scowls back. We both look over at Anna, waiting for her to speak, but she's conflicted. I'm about to suggest she tell these people where to shove their demands when she appears to make a decision.
You said kidnapped. So you don't think I conspired with Felucia to murder my parents?
She asks. Alistair's attacker scoffs like the very suggestion is ridiculous. The red-headed woman gives him a disapproving look before she answers.
No, we don't. We've long had our suspicions of Lady Oclana, and her husband, who is such a rabid Etheran that it had started to create a rift between the deceased queen and her sister. It was highly convenient, then, that their majesties should turn out to have a secret heir, only for Lady Oclana to become regent and the heir to be branded a murdering heretic. It has the reek of temple lies about it.
Anna stiffens at her choice of wording.
I'm considered a heretic? Why? They say you've killed clerics and tried to stop a purge.
Anna's shoulders relax. It seems these people don't know she's a Solari, which is interesting. It means the temple hasn't shared that fact with the general population yet, though the bearer who escaped from Otskold must have told Kaladin by now. Is the temple's leader waiting for some specific occasion before playing that card?
I did do all those things, for the record,
Anna says. The woman smiles darkly.
Good. Then you'll fit right in, Your Highness. Killing clerics is our business.
Anna glances at me, but I can't read the look.
And if I were to come meet with this leader of yours, how would that work? We've been given permission to take you to one of our bases where our leader will be waiting.
The woman gives me a disdainful look.
I suppose you can bring your bodyguards, if that makes you feel safer.
Bodyguards? Erix growls, insulted by her assumption.
They're my friends,
Anna clarifies.
And I'll need to speak with some of them in private before I make a decision.
The woman bows her head.
Very well, Your Highness. Let's go inside,
Anna says to me and Tira. She sweeps her gaze over the rest of the group, the mix of human rebels and Fae soldiers.
Now, do you think you can avoid attacking each other until we get back? Will, would you mind?
He understands her immediately, stepping forward to put himself between the two groups. I'll make sure the peace is kept, he says. Inside the cottage, Anna's first action is to find the back bedroom where Hillis is watching over Alistair.
No change?
Tira asks as Anna leans over Alistair, touching his wrist and closing her eyes. He's not stirred at all, Hillis says. Anna opens her eyes and nods.
That man was telling the truth. Alistair's running a fever, but he's definitely not getting weaker.
That doesn't mean we can trust them, I say. Anna leads us back out of the small bedroom and into the living space.
The way they approached us was messy,
She admits.
but it doesn't necessarily mean we can't trust them either.
I stare at her. Why is she ignoring the glaring problem?
Well, I think we should hear them out.
Tira says.
The whole reason we came to Will was to try to find some allies, right? They could help us. They obviously have some kind of spy network. Given what they know about Lady Oclana and your parents, and about what happened in Otskold, I bet most people don't know how badly that purge went for the temple. The clerics wouldn't want people thinking they're not in total control.
Anna nods, then turns to me, trying to read my face.
You disagree?
I do, and you know why. Tira looks between us, curious.
These rebels might be different from the ones involved in your parents' deaths,
She says. Or maybe their leader personally slit my mother's throat himself, I say. She winces at my blunt wording, but reaches out, taking my hand.
True,
She says,
and it would be hypocritical of me to pretend that doesn't matter when Tira and I are here to avenge our parents.
it hadn't occurred to me. The way we're all in the same fucked up boat as angry children of murdered parents. Tira obviously didn't know either. Maybe Anna thought it wasn't her place to tell her. But I meet her eye now, and we share a moment of mutual understanding.
So what do we do then?
Tira asks. Anna looks at me, watching my reaction closely as she speaks.
If any members of the Hand did have something to do with your parents' deaths, meeting with their leader on their territory might help us find out the truth.
And when we confirm it, I ask, if we find out whoever's in charge of the Hand was responsible,
Then I will stand by your side while you do whatever you need to do.
Anna says. I pull Anna into a deep, fervent kiss, which leaves her breathless and Tira loudly clearing her throat.
Next time, wait until I've left the room, please.
She says, rolling her eyes. As we exit the cottage to tell everyone outside about our decision, I already know I won't waste time at the rebels' base. The man who attacked Alistair said it would take a day for him to get better, at which point I'll have him get the answers I need out of the Hand's leader. And if Alistair isn't awake by the time we get to our destination, I'll just have to get the truth my way.
Chapter 30. Morgana. When we first left Gullert, I was mostly hoping to avoid outright bloodshed between the Fae and the rebels on our journey. Of course, I thought there might be some trouble, given the lingering hostility between them, but keeping everyone free of death and dismemberment seemed like an achievable goal. I didn't take into account how much I'd hate the sheer, impenetrable awkwardness. We ride in silence, all 18 of us. The hush is only punctuated by Dots's snuffling noises as he bounds ahead, and the sound of the litter being dragged behind Hillis's horse, carrying a still unconscious Alistair. It's partly Leon's fault. He insisted on riding near the back where he could see everyone at all times, which is useful for staring daggers at the rebels, but not for setting anyone at ease. I don't think any of the Hand have realized who he is yet, but the aura of danger he projects is enough to leave them unsettled. I suppose that's his prerogative, though I pray to the gods that when we get to this base it will be clear the rebels had nothing to do with his parents' deaths. Maybe that's short-sighted. Part of me hopes Leon gets a chance for some closure at last. But Tira's right. We need allies, not more enemies. It's a relief to finally meet some people in Trova who are on my side. I don't want to lose that, even if I don't know exactly what they want from me yet. It's possible they plan to make a pawn of me, just like Respin, but my gut tells me that their motivations are more noble than the Fae King's. And Will trusts them. He told me as much when we said goodbye, standing on the porch of the little cottage. He said he'd gotten in contact with the rebels when he retired because he started thinking about his legacy. He believes their goal is a righteous one, dismantling the temple and going back to the way things were before the war, when people could practice their religion however they wanted. I know Will doesn't really believe in the gods, so it didn't surprise me that he has strong views about the temple. What did surprise me was the fervor in his eyes when he talked about making a difference and leaving this world a better place. He even offered to come with us. I had to talk him down from that idea. I hadn't noticed it so much at the manor, but seeing him in Gullert brought it home to me. Will is getting old. His once salt and pepper hair is now almost entirely gray, and the crow's feet around his eyes are deep. I hope we won't be walking into danger by going with the rebels, but it's still a possibility, and I can't stand the thought of putting him in that danger with us. I sigh, frustrated by all the unknowns stacking up around me. The dryad-looking man is riding beside me, and I notice him flick his eyes in my direction. Tired of us all being so reserved, I speak up. Sene, qu'est-ce l'aimer fri Agathris? I ask him. What part of Agathir are you from? He stares at me. I'm not from Agathir, he replies in the common tongue. Oh, I'm sorry, I just assumed. I trail off, worried I've offended him. But he smiles wryly. I wonder why. No, my mother was a dryad, but my father was Trovian. I see. It makes sense, but I've never met someone of mixed heritage before. The dryads usually keep to themselves, given how different our cultures are. Honestly, it sounds like your Agatherian is better than mine, he says. My mother only taught me so much before she went back to the Miraval. I'm Mal, by the way. Morgana, I reply automatically. I know. He raises an amused eyebrow. What I mean is, you can call me Morgana. You know, instead of princess or anything like that. His eyebrows rise a little higher. Sounds good, he says. You grew up here then, I ask. Kestis. It's a town near Zadis. I haven't heard of it, but I nod. And your power, it's Viatic? He grins as if pleased that I asked. Yep, no Terial magic here. Dad was disappointed, especially because he didn't know the first thing about teaching me how to use my power, and Mom was already gone by then. He shrugs. But I picked things up on my own. I try not to look amazed. I've never considered the possibility of someone with Viatic powers who wasn't brought up in Dryad culture. It means he wasn't raised to think of violence as the ultimate sin, and he didn't take the vow swearing to never knowingly harm someone. It also seems that he's not harmed by separation from the Miraval like other Dryads. His attack on Alistair makes a lot more sense now, but I'm also vaguely disturbed. I've never seen Viatic magic used to attack someone before. The idea of that magic being turned against the body, well, it's a frightening prospect. I examine Mal, as if somehow I'll be able to determine if he would use his power for evil just by looking at him. I'm sorry about your friend, really, he says, making me wonder if he can read my thoughts. As long as he gets better, like you promised, I'll forgive you, I say sternly. He nods like this is reasonable, then casts his eyes around the rest of the group. So, you guys are all Fae, huh? He says conversationally. 6 pairs of eyes turn to stare at him. How did you know? I ask. It's a Viatic thing. I get a sense for people when I'm around them, and Fae, they just sort of feel different to humans. More pointy, you know? Tira snorts as some of the soldiers glare. That makes total sense, she says. You're human, though, he says to Tira. Yep. He squints ahead at Dots. But your dog is weird. I laugh. Don't let Dots hear you say that. I notice that none of the rebels in earshot looked around during our conversation. Mal must have already warned them about the Fae and their glamours. Yet they haven't called us out for trying to deceive them. I try to think of it as a good sign as we ride on toward their base. The sun is low in the sky by the time we hit a wide road that signs say leads all the way to the Weirstones. We're not on that road for long when a settlement comes into view. The buildings seem mismatched, mostly made of wood, but with the occasional stone structure or line of thick canvas tents. A way station, I guess, for weary travelers on their way to the big towns and cities further south. As we get closer, the smell of hot food wafts from multiple inns, mingling with the earthy manure scent coming from nearby stables and livery yards. We pass a repair shop and hear the clink and bang of blacksmiths and carpenters working on broken wagons and fresh horseshoes. Where are we? Damia asks as the rebels start to dismount. Tread, Mal answers. It's the biggest waypoint town this side of the Weirstones. You can stable your horses with ours, says the red-headed rebel. Will they be safe? Faya asks. As safe as ours, she replies. We have an agreement with one of the livery yard owners just up here. When we've handed over our horses, the rebels lead us behind a row of buildings toward a cluster of tents wedged between the back of an inn and a blacksmith's workshop. This is your base? Erix grunts skeptically. The redhead gives him a cautious look. One of them, she says before ducking under the canvas. The others follow, with Leon staying close behind me as I step through with the Fae. The tent is furnished with cushions and rugs to sit on and an unlit camping stove in the corner beside a pile of animal skins. It seems like a gathering place for meetings, but while I expect to find everyone crowded together inside, I'm surprised to find an open hatch set into the earth, with steps leading downward. It's clever. You could remove the tent and cover the door with dirt, and no one would have any idea it's here. Most of the hand members are already down below. I look at Leon, and he nods, telling me he thinks it's safe to proceed. What will we do with Alistair? Stratton asks, gesturing to Alistair, still lying unconscious in Hillis's arms. I can stay with him, the large Fae says, moving over to the pile of animal skins and gently setting Alistair down. Dots snuffles over and curls up beside Alistair. Look after them, please. I murmur to the Kurigos before descending. Downstairs, there's a tunnel, which then opens up into a large stone cellar I suspect is attached to the blacksmith's shop we saw above. That's not all, though. Through the doorway of the far wall, there's a whole maze of cellars connected by passageways. The red-headed woman disappears for a moment into the next room, then returns. "We'll need you to remove your glamours," she says. "Why?" Leon growls. "You're hidden here, and everyone at the base knows you're Fae already, but we want to be able to recognize you in your true forms, just in case." "Just in case," Erix repeats grumpily, and we all know she means just in case this gets nasty. "Do it," Leon orders as he removes his own glamour token. I sense he's eager to cut to the chase, but I worry what exactly it'll mean when we do. I have unpleasant visions of Leon leaping toward the rebel leader, sword drawn, before I've managed to get a word in. There's a subtle reaction in the rebels at the sight of the Fae's true forms. A ripple of nervousness, perhaps, as they see exactly how tall and clearly powerful the Fae soldiers they've been escorting are. Even though I've grown used to the unit, I can see they're an impressive bunch, especially all standing together. "Through here," the redhead says, gesturing to the door she just used. The other hand members stay in the first cellar as we step through. But I know there's a reason they brought all 10 of them down here. They're making sure they're not so far away that they couldn't come fight us if they needed to. The neighboring room is sparse, with a few chairs and a large desk in the corner. A man with brown hair leans over it, examining a roll of parchment. "Here they are, Harmon," the redhead says. There's something new in her voice, a respectful softness I haven't heard before, and I guess that despite the unassuming setting, this is the hand's leader. As the man lifts his head, I'm struck by how young he looks. Still older than me, maybe early 30s, but I'd been picturing a person well into middle age. I glance up at Leon and see him reassessing things. This man would have still been a teenager 15 years ago, when Leon's parents died. Even if he was involved with the hand back then, there's no way he was their leader. Harmon drops the parchment and steps around the desk, his eyes flitting over the Fae and then moving on, as if he's discounting them. He looks briefly at Tira, but when his eyes land on me, they stay there, staring. "You must be Princess Morgana," he says. "I'm Harmon Sandel." His staring is starting to make me a little uncomfortable, but I straighten my shoulders and try to assume the appearance of a woman in charge. "A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Sandel. Your people informed me that you had a pressing issue to discuss with me. Well, here I am." He tilts his head, a small smile forming on his lips. "Pressing might have been an overstatement, but I thought the sooner you knew, the better." "Knew what?" I ask, confused by the expectant look on his face. "I'll just come out and say it, Princess Morgana. I happen to be your brother." I don't think I've heard him right at first, until I register the reactions of my friends. Stratton coughs in surprise, and Faya inhales sharply. I look up at Leon, who's staring so intensely at Harmon I'm surprised he hasn't given himself a migraine. A rushing noise fills my ears, and I feel strangely disconnected from the rest of my body. "That can't be... that's not possible," I stutter out. "Half-brother, I should say," Harmon clarifies. "Alaric was my father, too." "So you've no claim to the throne," Leon jumps in. "Morgana's mother was the one with the royal blood." "Of course, nor would I want it if I did," Harmon says, vaguely amused at Leon's suspicion. He straightens. "I'm a bastard. I barely even have a claim to nobility, let alone royalty. I certainly don't have any designs on my sister's crown." I'm not thinking through the implications of this like Leon is. I'm barely thinking at all. My mind is spinning too fast to settle on any one thought. Brother, bastard, sister. Could I really be someone's sister? I take Harmon's age into account, doing some mental calculations. "So you're saying our father, had an affair?" I ask. Harmon makes a face. "I'm sorry if that's difficult to accept." "It's not," I say. "I didn't know the man. Why should I be surprised to find out he was unfaithful?" I watch Harmon's face carefully for some kind of judgment, but he just nods, understanding my practical outlook. "Who was your mother?" I ask. "Lady Friend Sandel," Harmon says. "She was a political activist. She died 2 years ago of sickness, but before that, She was a big campaigner for religious liberty. She didn't like the temple, and neither did my father. You could say they bonded over a shared worldview. From what I've heard, my mother didn't like the temple either, I say, trying to find the cracks in his story. I don't know what to believe, and I worry the wild hope rearing up in me is clouding my judgment. Can I rely on the instinct telling me to trust this man? True, but she was also the queen. It seems she thought that demanded certain compromises. Since the war, the Angavirs have chosen diplomacy over direct opposition where the Aetherians are concerned. Queen Elowyn was no exception. My mother was less concerned about offending the temple. There were even some who would say she was trying to incite rebellion. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, then. Leon grunts. It fell a way off, Harmon says, failing to be offended by Leon's accusations. My mother was still a member of high society, not a dirty dissident like me. Having a noblewoman for his mother would certainly explain some things about Harmon. He holds himself gracefully, like any of the Fae or human lords I've seen at court, and his accent is polished, even if he drops a letter here and there. Did he know about you? I ask. Alaric, I mean. The affair ended when my mother became pregnant, but yes, she told him. Harmon runs a hand through his brown hair, and now, of course, I think I see the resemblance to Alaric's, and perhaps my own. I catch a strand of my locks in my fingers, examining the color for comparison. Did he write to you? I ask. Will's story about the letters coming back to me. Yes, Harmon says, his eyebrows rising a little. We only met once or twice, when I was still young, but we stayed in contact, and he supported me on and off over the years. More off in the last decade. He didn't approve of my politics becoming so extreme, as he put it. Harmon looks unimpressed by the word, as if the temple would respond to anything else. And once I became leader of the hand, he tried harder to convince me to stop. Through his letters as well as other means. But there was only so much he could do without the queen finding out, I suppose. A flash of bitterness crosses Harmon's face. Then it's gone as he turns his attention back to me. It seems, however, our father kept a lot of secrets. You can imagine I was pretty surprised to hear about another child of his, one who happened to be the heir. I've been wanting to meet you ever since. He smiles again, and I think it feels familiar to me now, like the echo of an image I've seen in a mirror. Family. It's been non-existent in my life, a fragile concept I've watched play out for other people, never me. I grew up only ever able to build my family out of the people who'd have me. Kind, generous people like Tira and Will. But to think there might be someone bonded to me already, someone whose connection to me I didn't have to earn. I try to swallow down the painful lump in my throat as Leon's voice cuts through my thoughts, cold and hard as iron. This is all well and good, Sandale, but do you have any actual proof? I might not have said it exactly like that, but Leon has a point. Normally, we'd just ask Alistair to confirm Harmon's story, but he's currently lying unconscious upstairs. Harmon directs his reply to me. Given everything I've heard you've been through in the last 3 months, you're smart not to take my words at face value. Esther, will you ask Mal to join us? The red-headed woman who's been keeping watch in the corner of the room ducks next door. The part dryad returns with a little leather case in his hands. I've seen one like it in the past. Have you had a kin test performed on you before, Princess Morgana? Harmon asks. Just Morgana, I say automatically. And yes, at Elmir. Harmon nods. I thought so. Then you'll know what to expect here. Mal, will you do the honors? The hand's leader rolls up his sleeve and presents the inside of his elbow. The dryad produces a needle from his case and pricks a vein, squeezing a few drops of Harmon's blood into a vial. Then he finds a fresh needle and vial and approaches me. I wince just a little when he jabs me. He's definitely not got the same finesse as the dryad at the palace, but then I suppose Mal isn't technically a healer. Dryads have specialties, right? I say to distract myself from the sting of the vial being pressed against the pinprick. Their viatic magic tends to have a particular strength. What's yours? This, he says with a shrug. Blood magic. The healers I've met don't like to mess around with it too much, but I find it's pretty useful. Then how did you give Alistair his fever? I ask. He's done drawing blood now. I'm just curious. I gave him a blood infection, he says. You gave him sepsis? Damia hisses, and somewhere around her collar, Barb does the same. A mild case, Mal says, holding up his hand, still clutching the vial of my blood. Really, much milder than you see, naturally. Mal might not be a healer, but he knows what he's doing, Harmon says. His words don't do much to reassure the Fae, however. I can still sense Leon's resentment coming off him in waves. It's probably only a matter of time before he reaches a tipping point. Mal mixes the two vials and mutters a jumble of both Agatherian and the common tongue. Definitely not the official spell the palace healer used, but something of his own invention, I guess. I can make out enough that I'm confident he is asking the blood to reveal a family connection. Then it turns a violent purple, just like at the palace. A warmth rises up in me as I meet Herman's gaze. He looks a little overwhelmed, too, like there was maybe a niggling doubt there that's just been swept away. I guess that settles it, then, I say quietly. I guess so, Harmon replies. Nice to meet you, sister. I look to my friends, trying to balance myself after such a torrent of emotion. Tira gives me a genuine smile, but I can see the strain in her eyes. I've gained a brother when she's still mourning the one she lost. Then, when I turn to Leon, there's only that same suspicion written on his face. I'll believe it when Alistair is well again, he says to me, before glaring at Harmon. Then we'll see exactly how trustworthy these people are. Harmon frowns. What more could you want? I've proven my link to Morgana. Where is this hostility coming from? I would have thought that Leonidas Clairwyn, the famed scourge of the War of the Laurels, would understand our goals. A jolt of surprise runs through me, because until now the rebels had given no indication they knew who Leon was. I thought they'd just assumed the Fae were, like Esther had said, my Phalusian bodyguards. Maybe they did, but now I realize Harmon probably knew who Leon was from the moment he laid eyes on him. The sudden reveal of this fact doesn't help soothe Leon, his face contorting in anger. Your goals. And what was your goal when you murdered the Crown Prince of Phalusia and his wife? Understanding dawns on Harmon's face. You're talking about your parents. You're damn right I am, Leon snarls. Your people hunted them down like dogs and slit their throats. He takes a step toward Harmon. Mal and Esther tense, and there's movement next door. I suspect if Leon takes another step, we'll have a fight on our hands. Yet Harmon lifts his palm, signaling the rebels to stand down. When he speaks, his voice is calm. I'm familiar with the story of their death, Prince Leonidas, but not because I or anyone else in my organization was involved. And how can you be so certain of that? You must have been just a child when they were killed. I was 17, old enough to be involved in the cause, though we weren't called the Hand back then. I'll tell you this now, and frankly I don't care if you believe it. The rumors about our involvement in the death of the Fae royals was complete fabrication. Harmon's tone has shifted, taking on a new fervor. That was the story the temple wanted spread. Too many people were starting to sit up and listen to us. They needed to make us look like violent extremists. So it was all just a lie, Leon says, his voice thick with skepticism. Yes, and we paid dearly for it. My father knew I was part of the group being targeted, but rather than helping me clear our names, he encouraged the backlash against us. He thought maybe then I'd stop causing trouble. He shielded me from arrest, but dozens of my friends died, rounded up and executed for the murder of people they'd never even laid eyes on. Do you want to know why I stand here today? 32 and somehow in charge of this whole movement? Because almost everyone else of importance wound up dead. My mentor, Gantaval, our old leader, was executed by the Cleavers. Have you ever seen a man get boiled from the inside, Prince Leonidas? Perhaps you have, back in the war. Maybe that's just another Tuesday to you. Personally, that image will stay with me until the day I die, and I will spend the time between now and then fighting with everything I have to end the monsters responsible. He stops, letting us absorb the weight of his words as he looks down at the parchment on his desk. Once he collects himself, he lets out a bitter laugh. The worst part is, the lie doesn't even make sense. We had no reason to target your people. We hate everything the temple stands for, including the lies they spout about the Fae. But we don't get to hear the end of his speech, because he's interrupted by the thud of heavy footsteps on the stairs next door and a shout for help.
Chapter 31. Leon.
Mal! We need you in the med room! The desperate cry comes just ahead of a tall man cradling a woman in his arms. His face is smeared with blood, and several deep gashes have been sliced across his forearms. But the state of the woman he's holding is much worse. Her neck is a deep, malignant purple, as if a great pressure has squeezed it, and the hollow of her throat where her neck meets her chest looks crushed inward. Her eyes are open, but staring straight out, burst blood vessels blooming in their corners. Her breath comes in quick, frantic rasps, but her chest isn't inflating properly.
I can't do anything,
Mal says, panicked.
The problem isn't in her blood, Deetus. It looks like her windpipe's been crushed. I don't fucking care. Fix her. Deetus, look at her. She's already dead.
Anna strides toward the woman, grabbing her wrist and closing her eyes for a moment.
She doesn't have long, but she'll hold on for about an hour yet, if you can get her a decent healer in that time.
Deetus stares at her.
You're sure? I grew up with a dryad. I picked up a few things,
she says, sliding me a look. I'm not sure using her celestial power to boost the woman's flame was wise, but I'm at least pleased she realizes now is not the time to reveal her powers to these people.
Esther, ride to Ferris, fast as you can,
says Harmon.
Word is they had a dryad passing through yesterday. He might still be there.
Esther sprints out of the cellar.
Mal won't be enough anyway,
gasps another rebel as she stumbles into the cellar. She's blinking through the blood streaming from a cut on her head.
We've got 4 more. Burned, stabbed, the lot.
Harmon rounds his desk and reaches for the woman in Deetus's arms. She groans, a deep noise echoing from within her struggling lungs.
I'll take her,
Harmon says.
You go fetch Hedda at the Crossed Keys. She can help with the burns. What can we do?
Morgana asks Harmon. He scans the Fae quickly.
You've strong men and women here. They can help carry the injured down,
he says before sweeping off with Mal to deposit the injured woman somewhere in the complex of cellars. My soldiers look to me. I nod and they spring into action, forming a line to pass the bodies along. It's a parade of horror. A man with his shirt scorched clean off, his chest a patchwork of red, raw skin and exposed flesh. Another with a wound to his stomach, so deep and wide it's formed a gleaming well of blood. One woman looks like she's almost been scalped. Anna's growing increasingly gray at the sight of them. She's seen fights before, but not this. This is war. These injuries are the result of one side trying to utterly annihilate another. As the wounded rebels reach the end of the line, my soldiers peel off, following the woman with the head injury to the med room Harmon and Mal have already disappeared into. Can you do anything? I murmur to Anna. I mean, without them realizing what you are. She raises her eyebrows at me, clearly surprised to see me showing any sympathy toward this group. But circumstances have changed. I'm not saying I believe Harmon's claim the rebels are innocent of my parents' murder, but until I know for certain, we might as well do what we can to keep these people alive.
I can't bring them back from wounds like this,
she whispers to me.
Not when their injuries haven't been caused by celestial power. I could maybe do what I did for that woman and buy them some time.
Do it, I say, but be subtle about it. She nods, slipping away after the soldiers. Deetus is back with a thin, serious-looking woman behind him. She's wearing an apron and carrying a basket of bottles and sealed jars. Harmon comes through just in time to meet them.
Ah, Hedda, you know the way, don't you? Prepare yourself. It's not pretty.
Hedda looks like she's up for a challenge, pushing her sleeves back and disappearing deeper into the cellar. Once she's gone, Deetus starts to speak rapidly to Harmon.
We got to the warehouse and...
But Harmon holds up his hand, hushing him. The rebel leader glances in my direction, and I feel a flare of irritation. He's okay with expecting us to trust every word he says, but that same trust doesn't go both ways. A fizzing noise tickles my ear. Then Hillis's voice comes to me as if he's just a few inches away.
"Captain, it's Alistair. He's awake."
"Excuse me," I say to the two men, ducking out of the cellar and climbing the stairs. Out in the tent, I dodge the trails of blood left by the injured rebels, moving to the pile of furs in the corner. Hillis has propped Alistair up with some cushions. His eyes are still closed, but his eyelids flutter as I approach.
"He's still struggling to stay conscious, but he definitely spoke a moment ago,"
Hillis says. "Were you listening to all that?" I ask as I drop down to examine Alistair.
"Yes. Very interesting,"
Hillis says, understated as ever. "Indeed. Do me a favor and listen in on what that man is talking to his leader about," I say, touching my hand to Alistair's forehead. He's still warm, but not burning up. As I remove my fingers, he opens his eyes. "Captain," he slurs, "why are we in a tent?"
"He asked me that too,"
Hillis says, not looking down, instead keeping his eyes focused on something far away. "We thought some fresh air would be good for you," I say to Alistair. "How are you feeling?" "Like one of Marist's giant sharks chewed me up and spat me back out," he says before closing his eyes again. At least he sounds like himself. I look up at Hillis expectantly, but he's still listening to whatever discussion is going on below. 5 minutes later, the tent flap opens, and Esther leads a blindfolded dryad through. She gives us a suspicious look before helping him down the stairs. I'm starting to wonder about the logistics of the hand operating out of this town when Hillis clears his throat.
"They were on a mission to sabotage one of the temple properties,"
he says. "And? Give me everything."
"It wasn't meant to be a major target, just a warehouse where the temple stores some of the assets they've claimed from estates on the Godem border. Stolen goods, Harmon called it. No one was meant to be there except a few low-level clerics. But instead they were met with a band of cleavers, sent to guard the transport of some goods. Harmon feels he should have seen it coming. The Hand has been attacking temple transports on the roads lately, but we're worried they were getting too predictable. The temple has started putting up checkpoints and spies on their major travel routes. The warehouse attack was supposed to change things up and catch them by surprise."
I nod. It wasn't a bad plan in principle. Smart of Harmon to not get complacent. But the temple has plenty of resources to spare. It isn't that surprising that they'd assign a gang of cleavers to make sure the Hand didn't pick its pockets. "Cap'n?" Alistair stirs again. "Yes, Alistair?" Why are we in a tent?" I finish for him. "Yes," he mumbles.
"The princess is looking for you,"
Hillis says before I can answer Alistair. I stand swiftly. Perhaps I've left Anna alone with the rebels too long. She's with my soldiers, but it's likely she's let her guard down after Harmon's announcement. I saw the look on her face when he called her sister. This is something she wants deep within her soul.
"Don't rush,"
Hillis says, a hint of amusement in his voice.
"They're coming to you."
One by one, my unit and Morgana emerge from the trap door, followed by Mal and the apron-clad woman Deetus fetched. "This is Hedda. She owns an inn down the road," Mal says. Hedda draws herself up, taking us in with a sharp eye.
"Harmon's asked me to give you rooms for the night,"
she says.
"Now, normally, I'm more than happy to help the Hand. And I'm not prejudiced, you understand. After all, we get all sorts in these parts. But I'll just say I don't want any trouble. Do you hear?"
"You won't even know we're there," I say smoothly. She seems satisfied with my answer.
"And this dog, is he house-trained?"
Dots, unlike the rest of us, is still wearing his glamour. He stretches and sits up, seeming to know he's being talked about.
Completely,
Anna answers.
All right, then.
Hedda nods. Alistair stirs again, and Mal looks to Hedda, who hands him a vial from her basket.
Look, I know I fucked up with the infection,
Mal says, looking morosely down at Alistair, who's blinking his eyes open sleepily.
but Hedda's a herbalist, and this should help get him through the fever quicker. I can't guarantee he'll be back to full strength after today, but he'll be well enough.
Alistair's eyes are fully open now, and fixed on Mal.
I'm sorry,
Mal says slowly to Alistair. Alistair tries to say something.
What's that?
Stratton bends down as Alistair mumbles something in his ear. A smile spreads slowly across Stratton's face.
He says you can go kiss Winnevis's windy asshole.
Mal's face falls.
Just make him take the damn potion,
he says, shoving it into Stratton's hands. We don our glamours, and Hedda escorts us to her inn, the Crossed Keys. There's the usual debate about rooms, as Hedda only spares us 3. In the end, Faya and Damia claim the best one, with Hillis promising to keep an eye on Alistair with Stratton and Eric's. Tira and Anna exchange a series of looks I can't read, and Tira promptly announces she and Dots will be bunking with the women soldiers, which leaves Anna and me standing outside the third door.
Let's talk,
she says, pushing her way inside and leaving me no choice but to follow. The room is clean and warm, if a little old-fashioned. It makes a pleasant respite from those dark cellars and the images of the wounded still rattling around my head.
Harmon says he wants to meet with me again tomorrow,
Anna tells me.
Our being related isn't the only reason he wanted to make contact with me.
Of course, I say, trying to keep my voice neutral.
Meaning?
She asks, searching my face for some hint that I'm being sarcastic. Apparently, she can sense I still have reservations. I shrug. Everyone always wants something, and the hand is no different. Her face twists into a dissatisfied expression. She doesn't like my answer.
Do you believe what my brother said about your parents?
I don't know. I say truthfully.
But you're willing to accept the accommodation he offers you and let Alistair take the potion Mal gave him?
She says.
What if they're trying to poison him so he can't ever get better and reveal their lies?
I don't point out that it's unlikely the hand has any idea what Alistair can do. Do you think that's what's happening? I ask skeptically.
No,
she says, crossing her arms over her chest.
But I'm just trying to figure out where you stand.
He obviously wants you as an ally, and I don't think they're trying to kill the rest of us off. I think your brother is smart enough to realize that you would object to any proposal he made after he murdered your friends. But that doesn't mean I think every word out of his mouth is the full, untarnished truth.
You do think he's my brother, though?
She asks, and it makes my chest ache to hear the hope in her voice. I haven't seen that test before, but if you think it seemed accurate, then I trust your judgment. Besides, there is some family resemblance. She can't suppress her excited smile.
I noticed that too. I felt like I was looking in a mirror sometimes.
Nonsense, I say. You're much more beautiful. It's so easy to make her blush, even now. But my flirting doesn't distract her from the subject at hand. Not yet, at least.
When we talk tomorrow, I'm going to ask for his help killing Oklana.
We don't?
We do need help, Leon,
she says, reading my mind.
You said yourself that it would be tricky to get into the palace. I don't know what they can offer exactly, but whether it's contacts or manpower or even just information, we can use it. It could make this mission safer for everyone.
Or blow it out of the water. You saw what state they were in today, I say. She goes a little pale, remembering the wounded.
That just shows they're dedicated. If the temple's brutality doesn't scare them off, I'd say that's a good thing.
Will you tell them about Oklana getting orders from Kaladin, then?
I think so,
she says.
But maybe not everything. Harmon might not have always gotten along with my father. But that doesn't mean he won't want his murderer dead. I think he'll agree to help even without proof that it would hurt the temple.
Her face moves from thoughtful to serious, and she steps toward me, standing on her tiptoes to wrap her arms around my neck.
I'm sorry you don't have answers about your parents yet, but we will get to the bottom of it.
She kisses me, her lips soft and warm against mine, and much of the day's tension melts away. It's suddenly easy to not worry about whether Harmon is lying to us, about what it will mean if he is, knowing now he's Anna's brother. I let her drag all those thoughts and concerns out of me, pulling me over into an abyss of desire with her. You're dangerous, Anna Angevir, I growl against her lips. She pulls back, playfully tilting her head.
How so?
One kiss from you, and I'd do anything you'd ask. She laughs.
On the contrary, it's me who will do anything you ask.
A fire flares in me at the idea. Promise? I ask. The amusement from her face is gone, her mouth falling softly open as she understands what I'm asking.
I promise,
she says, running her hand up my chest.
What do you want me to do, my prince?
Blood settles between my legs as she looks coquettishly up at me through her eyelashes. First, you need to take your hands off me. She pouts, and her mouth is too tempting. I lean down and capture her bottom lip between my teeth, gently teasing it. The surprised noise she makes only turns me on more, and by the time I release her, I've decided exactly how I want this to play out. I want this stubborn, deliciously headstrong woman to remember that in this one way, she's mine to possess. Go stand over there, I order. She looks at me curiously, but smiles and obeys. When she's there, her back against the wall, I let my voice drop lower. Now, take off your dress. Slowly. A pink flush dances across her cheeks, but she doesn't hesitate to reach behind to unfasten her gown. She slips one arm out, followed by the other. Then, inch by inch, she lets the fabric slip down her body, until the dress is crumpled on the floor and she stands in just a thin slip. She kicks the dress aside and leans back against the wall, letting her hand slide across the silk fabric, up over her stomach, and then her breasts.
Is this what you want?
She asks, her voice rough. I lick my lips, distracted by the way her nipples are peaked under the thin fabric of the slip. I want to take them in my mouth. What I want is for you to obey me, like a good princess, I say firmly. Her eyes flare with arousal at my tone.
Yes, my prince.
Now, I say, I want you to touch yourself. She breathes in raggedly, leaning further back against the wall.
Like this?
She asks. Gliding her hands down her thighs, she lifts the hem of the slip and slides her hand between her legs. It's a miracle I don't lose all self-control right then. But I hold my desire on a tight leash, watching as she starts to stroke herself. I want you to touch yourself like you do when you're alone at night and thinking of me, fantasizing about me between your thighs, I order. Her strokes delve deeper inside and become more frantic, desperate to find the angle that will give her satisfaction. She releases a whimper.
I do think about you,
she says breathlessly.
Because I need you so bad. Fuck me, Leon.
My cock strains against the fabric of my pants. I'm desperate to give her what she wants. But that's not the game. That sounds a lot like you telling me what to do, I tease, letting my eyes linger over her spread legs, the wet arousal slick and shiny on her fingers, the way her hand trembles. Remember who's in charge here?
You are,
she gasps.
Please.
Her fingers thrust harder, and she releases a feral sound, squeezing her eyes shut. Gods, that noise, the sight of her fucking herself, begging for me, is too much. With a growl, I cross the room and lift her into my arms. She wraps her legs around my waist, gripping the chest of drawers beside us as I yank my pants open with one hand and release my erection. Her eyes meet mine as I position my cock between her legs. They're so beautiful. Two hazel fires igniting me with every glance. I see in that look everything she is that I find so irresistible. Not just her body or the pleasure she gives me, but the bravery in her heart, the fierceness in her soul. I could search to the ends of the earth and still not find anything like it. Those bright eyes close when she sinks down, letting me feel her, joining us together. A raw groan vibrates through my chest as I revel in the perfect, clenching heat of her surrounding me, but her sigh is one of pure relief. Poor princess, I say, kissing the edge of her jaw. Did I make you wait for me too long? Was I too cruel to you?
So cruel,
she murmurs.
but you can make it up to me.
With one hand still braced on the furniture, she grabs my shoulder with the other, her nails digging into my flesh nearly hard enough to draw blood. The pain just intensifies the pleasure, elevating it to something exquisite as I push her against the wall and thrust upward.
Yes, Leon,
She pants, squeezing her legs tighter against my hips.
more. I need more of you.
Fuck, she feels so good. So hot and tight around me as I plunge into her again and again. It drives me wild the way each thrust undoes her a little bit more, her moans morphing into urgent shouts as she gets close to climax. I try to secure the moment in my memory, the feel and sight and smell of her, the salty, sweet taste of the sweat on her skin and sultry beauty of the sounds she makes. I wish this time would stretch on forever, keeping me in the minutes I'm connected to her as closely as I can be, knowing she's safe and happy, and that I'm happy too. Her fingers tighten against my shoulder, and she mumbles something about being close. I don't relent, only taking her deeper. The drawers beside her shake from the force of our bodies slamming together, straining to get even closer, as if we could crawl fully inside each other if we just tried hard enough. And then, at last, she screams and her whole body quivers against me. I close my eyes, focusing on the feel of her inner muscles squeezing tight around my cock, dragging me toward the edge with her. With a roar of pleasure, I claim one last, brutal kiss from Anna, and then let my release rock through me, spilling into her. Still clutching each other, panting and elated, we come down from our orgasms, smiling like fools. Anna rests her forehead against mine and meets my gaze, but doesn't speak. She doesn't need to say anything, and neither do I. All I need is to keep looking into those hazel eyes. As long as I have those, I have a shred of peace in this fucked up world.
Chapter 32. Morgana. I wake, starving. I had little appetite yesterday after the confrontation in Gullert, the discovery about my brother, the injured rebels. But then Leon fucked every single thought right out of my head, and I proceeded to sleep like a baby, awaking to feel reborn. I snuggle closer to him now, soaking in the warmth of his large, toned body. When I gently kiss his chest, he wakes with a rumble of pleasure. "I'm hungry," I murmur. He grabs me, pulling me against him, and kisses me so thoroughly I forget for a moment what I was saying. "I mean, hungry, I clarify when the dizziness ebbs. Like for food. He growls in an exaggerated show of disappointment, but releases me so we can get dressed. Breakfast at the Crossed Keys is a busy affair. The inn is much bigger than any others I've seen before, with long corridors and multiple levels. When we get downstairs, Hedda shows Leon and me into one of a trio of dining rooms. There's a long table running down the middle, busy with people loading up their plates from trays of toasted bread, eggs, and bacon. Periodically, a serving boy or girl hurries inside to replenish the supply with a fresh, steaming platter straight from the kitchen. I scan the chairs and spot Eric's, Hillis, and Stratton sitting toward one end, beside a welcome face. Alistair, I grin, rushing up to the table and grabbing a seat beside the blonde Fae. He still looks fragile, with dark circles under his eyes, but I'm encouraged by the groaning plate of food in front of him. "Good morning, Your Highness," he says weakly. "He woke up this morning and climbed straight out of bed," Stratton says cheerfully. "He said the bacon was calling him." Leon settles down beside me as I glance down the table at our fellow diners. To my surprise, they're not all strangers. Mal is chatting to a young man and woman, and the rebel from yesterday, the one with the head injury, is eating porridge a few seats away. There's only a faint mark on her forehead now, so I guess the dryad healer they found in Ferris was a good one. That leads me to wonder how many of the injured rebels survived. Vivid memories of their wounds swim up in my mind, draining away my appetite. "What are the Hand doing here?" I ask the Fae under my breath. "Haven't you noticed?" Eric's murmurs. "This whole inn is basically a safe house for them. They must pay that woman handsomely to host them." From Hedda's perspective, I'd imagine it's smart business. She never has to worry about her rooms being empty, even in slow seasons for travelers. And Tread is far enough away from any temple strongholds that it seems unlikely they get many clerics round here, so the risk is low. "Why does that greenish fellow keep looking at me?" Alistair asks, taking a bite of his toast. We all stare at him. "You don't remember?" Stratton asks. Alistair shrugs. "He's the rebel who attacked you while your back was turned in Gullart," Leon says darkly. "Although he did apologize yesterday," Stratton says. "Oh, well, as long as he's sorry," Alistair says, turning back to his food. "That's it?" I ask, surprised. "He made you really sick." "Yes, but he was suffocating us with a sandstorm at the time," Esther points out, sitting down on the other side of me and promptly beginning to inhale her toast like a woman with somewhere to be. Alistair nods, appreciative of her direct approach. "This is true." "You could at least find out if he actually means it," I suggest under my breath. "Now that you're feeling better." Alistair shakes his head, eyeing Esther and whispering to me, "I can't. I tried on one of the members of staff this morning. I might be better, but I'm not yet well, especially when it comes to my magic. I'll need a few more days yet before we discover everyone's secrets." "What are you whispering about?" We look up at the harsh voice, finding the source, a sandy-haired man with thick brows standing by the table behind Leon. His face is twisted in suspicion. "I don't see why that's any concern of yours," Alistair says, looking the man up and down. "It is if you're plotting something," the man snaps. Leon stands abruptly from his chair, squaring up to the man. "I suggest you make the choice to walk away, or I'll do it for you," he says. The man only looks angrier. "You think you can—" "That's enough, Setar," Esther says. Her weary but resigned tone suggests she's had to deal with confrontations like this before. Little wonder, this attack dog of a man seems to be the type to snarl at everyone. "These people are our guests," she reminds him. "Guests," the man scoffs. "I see we're just letting anyone in on our secrets now. What does Harmon think he's doing?" Esther rises now, resignation giving way to actual anger. "His job," she snaps out. "And I won't have you questioning it. Now, if you can't settle down, do as our guest says and leave." Setar scowls but slouches out of the dining room. "Apologies about that," Esther says, sitting down and resuming her breakfast. "Not everyone here is as trusting of outsiders as Harmon." "He seems like a liability," Eric grunts. "Why keep him around?" Esther gives him a long look. "Because in a cause like ours, we don't get to pick and choose who our comrades are. We don't need to like each other to believe in the same cause. There are all sorts who've been burned by the temple, and we fight for them all." She takes the last bite of her toast, swallows, then stands. "Harmon says he's ready to speak with you when you are, Your Highness." "How does it work with places like the Crossed Keys?" I ask Harmon once I'm in his cellar office alone. "How do you know it's safe? The Hand members seem pretty relaxed there." "Most of the people in Tread are no friends of the temple," Harmon says. "Many of them were business owners on the fringes of Gotham once, but when the temple expanded its territory, they did their best to drive out anyone not aligned with them. They kept demanding more and more money for tithes, rent, and taxes, until all these people had no choice but to move north or go bankrupt. They see the temple for what it is, greedy and cruel. And that's why they protect and help the Hand, I say. That, and we pay them well with the money we make stealing temple property. He grins, and I see the family resemblance in him again, stirring up more questions. I was hoping you might tell me more about our father, I say. Harmon nods, sitting back in his chair. When he had time to spend with me, he was warm and friendly, but he wasn't just a simple, sunny person. Like I said last night, he and my mother bonded over a shared passion for a liberated trova. But it seems to me he hid that passion most of the time. Maybe he felt like he had to, but I think it put a strain on him. I think back to what Will said about Alaric becoming more willing to give in to my mother's decisions later in their marriage. Less willing to put up a fight, he'd said. Was that because she found out about the affair? Was it then he decided to give up on his passion? I guess we'll never know, but it forms a picture for me of a man who once wanted more for his country, his family, and his marriage. From the snippets I've gleaned elsewhere, including from Oklana, of all people, my mother's focus was always on trying to hold that country together. Maintaining the legacy of her father and grandfather took up too much of her attention for her to notice much else. Oklana. Harmon said he had things he wanted to discuss with me, but she's why I'm here. I came back to Trova for a specific purpose, Harmon, I say. Prince Leonidas has already pledged his support, but I think we could do with more help. Help that you think the Hand could offer, he guesses. Yes, I'm here to kill my aunt, Lady Oklana. If I'd hoped to shock him, I've failed. He just nods, absorbing this information. I imagine you can guess why, I continue. You think she was the one who murdered Alaric and Elowin, he says. I think she organized it, yes, with encouragement from the temple, who wanted her wearing the crown. She didn't know about me at first, but she got past that obstacle easily enough. Now there's very little in her way, and a lot working in her favor, because she's got powerful backers. I watch Harmon's face for a reaction. I'm still deciding how much I'll tell him. Understanding how much he already knows will play into that decision. We're well aware that Oklana is loyal to the temple. Her husband's family makes up some of their greatest supporters in Gotham. I suspected the circumstances of the King's and Queen's murders weren't to be taken at face value, and if you also think it's possible she's behind their deaths. There was very little evidence that the Fae killed them, and it could all have been faked pretty easily, I say. And the night I left the palace, someone tried to kill me, a human I didn't recognize. Prince Leonidas and Lord Gyrian saved me. Harmon frowns, looking genuinely sympathetic. That must have been terrifying. I blink because up until now, I don't think anyone's acknowledged exactly how hard all of it was. The weeks of not knowing what waited for me around the next corner. The sudden discovery I was being attacked or kidnapped or who knows what else. It was, I say, but I've gotten stronger since then. Harmon watches me for a moment. When they started rounding up the rebels 15 years ago, I thought there was no way I could survive it, he says. Even if Alaric protected me, even if I physically lived to tell the tale, I thought everything I was would die with my friends. But I was wrong. Even while grieving them, I only wanted to fight harder, to come back fiercer and better. Sometimes, the moments that feel the most hopeless are just life's way of getting us used to the darkness, so we can learn to find our way out of it. I smile, knowing he's right. Will you help us then? I ask. Help you kill the woman who murdered our father, or help you save Trova from a ruler controlled by the temple? He asks. I examine his expression cautiously. What do you mean? Aren't they the same thing? That depends. I'd assumed you were planning on becoming Trova's queen, but I noticed you didn't ask me to help you reclaim the throne. What comes after we've killed Oklana? I bite my lip. This is the obstacle I knew we'd come up against eventually. There is at least one thing I have to tell my brother. You know I was hidden away until the king and queen were murdered, I begin. Of course, Harmon says. You were raised in secret. That much is common knowledge. Yes, I was locked away in a remote manor for 21 years. Something is dawning on Harmon's face, a mixture of horror and curiosity. Locked away, he repeats. I had no idea. That's barbaric. You weren't allowed any freedom. I shake my head. Only the scraps I could steal without my guards knowing. But how could they? He trails off, thinking. Did they believe the danger was that strong? I can't think of any other reason why they would do such a thing. I exhale, hoping I'm not about to make a mistake. Harmon, you know that most of what the temple says is lies, right? That they make up all kinds of things to control us better, to keep us afraid and compliant? Of course. That includes what they say about Solari. For a split second, he just looks bewildered, but then understanding floods across his features, his eyebrows rising. You have celestial magic, he says softly. Yes, I didn't know it myself until after I left the palace. My power was suppressed with a potion I thought was keeping me alive. But the point is, as far as the temple and most of Trova is concerned, I'm an abomination. I'm a heretic, only good for being cleansed and executed. That's why I can't be queen. That's not true. His denial comes so quickly I don't have a response ready. It's not just that you can be queen. I believe you must be queen. Otherwise, what would be the point of killing your aunt? I shift uncomfortably at the note of disapproval in his question. Up until now, no one's asked me to think about what I want to do beyond making Aklana pay. Respin was too busy trying to get me to follow his orders, and Leon has quietly promised to support me no matter what. I've been grateful for that. But clearly it's not enough for Harmon. What if I don't need a point to killing my aunt? What if I just want her to get what she deserves? I say, my voice hard. I don't disagree that she deserves it, Morgana, but you have to think of the consequences. If you don't step up to fill her place, there's a power vacuum, and people will start fighting to put their candidate in power. Do you know what happened the last time that was the case in Trova? I swallow. The War of the Laurels, I say. Exactly. A long, brutal war. And if there isn't war, if the temple manages to control and kill and manipulate anyone who gets in their way before things can escalate, then that doesn't fix anything either. Anyone they put on the throne will be as bad as Aklana, or worse. Are you really going to condemn your country to that fate? I flush, not expecting the force of his reprimand. Well, what about you? I ask. He laughs, more surprised than sarcastic. Me? I haven't any kind of claim to the throne. You know that. It's the Angevir bloodline that matters, and that's why you're the only candidate. I shake my head. How can I be? The moment people know what I am, you're underestimating the Trovian people. He cuts me off. Look at this town. It's full of people who know what the temple really is, and this country is full of people who aren't swallowing its teachings as blindly as you might think. There are still folk who remember a time before Solari were forbidden. People who've heard their parents talk about the old ways before the war, and even Trovians who don't believe in the gods in the first place, let alone the idea that someone can steal the gods' power. I don't say anything, thinking his words over. I want them to be true, because that means I can have a future in Trova, safe and free of persecution. It occurs to me that I don't know my country. I was locked away from it for decades. But Harmon, he's been on the front line since the beginning. If anyone's going to be a good judge of what people will accept, surely it would be him. Maybe you're right, I say. He sits back, looking at me intensely. And I see now why the Hand have him as their leader. He gives off a natural air of authority that's hard to argue with. A solid decisiveness you want to put your trust in. If you're going to kill your aunt, do it for the right reasons, he says. Personal vendettas are a powerful motivation, but other than giving you some temporary satisfaction, what do they accomplish? I can't believe you're happy to leave Trova, your kingdom, under the thumb of an organization who would kill you just for existing. I haven't known you long, but I know you have compassion. I saw how you leapt to help my people last night. What about the other Solari, the children who don't have powerful parents to protect them? Don't you want better for them? Of course I do, I say abruptly. He's touched a nerve, and the pain of it makes my words sharp. Don't you think I know what the temple can do? I've seen a purge. I've looked friends in the eyes as clerics slit their throats. But it's not exactly an easy choice to decide to overthrow the whole system. I've been fighting this fight for 15 years, sister, and it's often not more complicated than that. All it takes is for people to stand up in whatever way they can, for a few drops of action to become a wave, then a tide of change. I weigh his words. I've dreamed of changing things for the better, but no one's told me so bluntly before that it might actually be possible. And that's why I can't give you the help you're asking for until you commit to helping us take on the head of the snake too. I believe Harmon likes me and sympathizes with what I've been through. However, it's clear he's not going to let that get in the way of the cause. He's the leader of the hand before he's my brother. You mean Merrick Kaladin, I guess. I do. If we aim to kill Oklana, he must fall too. Without him, the temple will be significantly weaker. They've come to rely on his iron fist for too long, and without him as leader, the cracks will soon show in the rest of the organization. I carefully consider how to phrase what I say next. What I've learned about the temple's leader was shocking enough to me, let alone someone who spent his life fighting him. Harmon deserves to know this, but he might struggle to believe me at first. When I was in Felucia, I met with the Fae King. Respin told me something about Kaladin that sounded impossible to me at first, but now I believe it's true. Merrick Kaladin isn't just some zealot. In fact, there are a lot of lies the temple spouts that he doesn't buy into. He's there because he loves power, not the gods. Harmon gives me a questioning look. I don't find that particularly surprising. I press on. Specifically, he loves celestial power, and he does all he can to get his hands on it. It's why he has every Solari captured and brought to the Holy City. It's why he's been hunting me so intensely. Harmon frowns. I don't understand. What are you saying? What use is celestial magic to him? I lick my lips, preparing myself to make the wildest claim of all. It makes him stronger. He's a Solari. An unusual one, it's true. His magic allows him to drain other people's power, and when he drains a Solari, he absorbs some of their power for a while. My brother's eyes widen, and I see the cogs turning in his mind. That's why he doesn't age, he murmurs. Yes, I say, shrugging slightly. I always wondered how he did it. Harmon rises, as if this information is too much for him to process while sitting still, and walks around his desk. You said you believe this now when you didn't at first, he says. What convinced you? One of his followers attacked me in Felucia, a Fae who could channel Kaladin into his mind. I sensed Kaladin then. His presence. It felt the same as other sources of celestial magic I've encountered. There's a dark side to celestial power. Kaladin felt like that. I don't explain about Farron. His illness isn't my secret to tell, but I hope my explanation will be enough. Harmon considers my words. If anyone would recognize that kind of magic, it would be a fellow Solari. I nod. And the Fae scholars have looked into it too. The proctor at Vastame Lyceum is an expert in celestial magic, and I trust her. Harmon's eyes still don't focus on me, as he thinks hard, almost muttering to himself. It would certainly be a strange lie for the Fae King to tell. He shakes his head. It's insane, but it explains some things. Sitting back down, he rests his elbows on his desk. I thought the temple brought in the Solari heresy laws as just another way to control people and keep them afraid. If you can unite everyone against one small group, then they'll focus all their attention on that, and not on the real owner of the boot on their neck. But if he's really just taking the Solari children to harvest them... He looks a little nauseated. And here I thought the temple couldn't get any more evil. I nod sadly, and the movement brings his focus back to me. So you agree, then, that Kaladin has to be stopped, he says. He's steering the conversation back to our negotiation. No one could accuse my brother of being anything less than committed to his goals. I do, of course, I say. But I trail off, unable to find the words to express just how huge a task that seems to me. 3 months ago, I barely stepped outside my home, and now he expects me to go toe-to-toe with the most powerful man in the country.
you're wondering where we'd start, Harmon says. He steeples his fingers and fixes me with an intense stare. Well, I have an idea. He's up to something, Morgana. What? Our spies have reported that teams of soldiers and clerics have been unusually active in various parts of the royal territory since your parents were killed. Something distant scratches at the back of my mind. Wasn't there a point when Leon, Alistair, and I nearly ran into some royal soldiers? It was when I'd been down with my fever. I recall Alistair saying we needed to move on quickly because the army was nearby. We'd wondered at the time what they'd been doing there. They'd arrived before us, so they hadn't been looking for me. What do you think they're doing? I ask Harmon. I think Kaladin is looking for something that can bring him more power. Like I said, the activity started up right after the king and queen were killed. I think it's why they were killed. Kaladin needed unfettered access to their territory and the manpower to do it. Sending small patrols of clerics around under the guise of looking for heretics wasn't going to cut it. And once Oklana was in charge, he could go wherever he wanted, I say. I think of that time back when Leon first kidnapped me and we encountered Marlowe, the old head of my guard. He'd been patrolling the royal territories with a contingent of soldiers. He'd told me then, right before he died, that they were searching for something important. But what is he looking for? I ask. I don't know yet. Harmon leans forward, his voice dropping low with emphasis. But don't you want to know what was so important your parents were murdered for it? I do, and I want to know what Kaladin's up to. After Respin's revelations, the man's been lurking in my thoughts like a black cloud. Maybe alone it would feel impossible to strike a blow against him. But I have Leon and his soldiers, and now I have the hand of Rallis, too. Okay, I say. So what's your plan? How do we find out what the king and queen were worth killing for? He smiles, pleased that I'm on board. I remind myself that he's taking a risk telling me what must be carefully gathered intelligence. Maybe even more of a risk than I took in trusting him. It's clear my brother is focused on persuading me to do what he wants. But everything tells me his motivations are purer than Respin's. Even if we've only known each other 2 days, I believe he cares about me. I think Kaladin has already found the thing he was seeking, Harmon says. The troops pulled back from rural Trova last month, and there's been no similar activity since. But that makes our mission even more important. If he already has whatever's going to give him more power, then time is likely running out before he uses it. The problem is the only way we're going to find out is from someone inside the temple. A mole? I ask. We've tried planting someone like that in the past. Let's just say the temple's recruitment and training process makes it very difficult to get someone inside, or to flip someone once they're there. We've had better luck using people who are good at getting information from the clerics. With torture? I ask. Harmon smiles, though I don't know what's so amusing. No. They used more enjoyable methods. I give him a questioning look. There was someone in Hallowbane who would feed us valuable intelligence from her clients who were temple insiders, he says. Ah, I see. Hallowbane is home to 2 things, gambling dens and brothels. Clerics are supposed to be celibate, but all sorts of temple laws are broken in Hallowbane. Priests visiting prostitutes is probably the least of them. Unfortunately, our contact was murdered by a cleric a few years ago, Harmon says, his eyes dark with anger. She was a wonderful, clever woman, and they made her just another brave person lost to the temple's evil. We've tried to establish new contacts since then, but we've been unable to, partly because of the local gangsters. Corin Wadestaff has most of the city in a chokehold. I sit up straighter at the name. I know Corin Wadestaff, I say. Harmon raises his eyebrows. You do? Yes. We've had dealings with him before, when I needed safe passage out of Trova. Do you think he can be reasoned with? Harmon asks. I think he'd be interested in helping the future Queen of Trova out, I say, remembering him pretty much saying so when he was our host. And is that who I'm talking to? Harmon asks hopefully. The future Queen of Trova. I think about the hate that burns in my heart for Oklana. I won't deny that a similar fire now flares when I think of Kaladin. Murdering my kind, purging my friends. Will he be the next person on my executioner's list?
And will I have to be a queen to make sure the axe falls? If I help Harmon with this, at least, I don't have to make that decision just yet. And when I do act, I'll have the force of the hand behind me. You're talking to someone who's thinking about it, I say.
Chapter 33. Sophos.
The raven flaps its wings above the roofs of Zetus, tilting them so the sun illuminates the shine across its black feathers. The note attached to its leg will reach his grace in a few days and will hopefully put his mind to rest. I've been busy this last week putting our plans into motion, whispering into the right ears and transporting the necessary tools. I've enjoyed my work just as a hunter enjoys the intricacies of setting his traps, knowing that soon the wolf worrying the local flock will be dealt with. Now I just need to ensure the Grand Bearer doesn't miss me these last few days as I attend to other important business. I weave around the clutch of trees that grow on the city's highest point. I used to come up here all the time as a boy. It was here that I first discovered my second power. I'd been playing around with sound for a few months, but that day I found I could communicate with the birds too. Twin blessed. I'd not heard the term before, but then I was a pitiful, uneducated thing, too ignorant to know what it meant for my future. My mother, meanwhile, had been overjoyed, not because her son had been rewarded by the gods. No, she was more mercenary. She knew the temple would pay her when they came to claim her child. I was in acolyte training just a week later. I was 6 years old. The trees rustle in the breeze as I walk down the hill, deeper into the heart of Zetus. The slums have shrunk in the 4 decades since my childhood, but many of the streets I remember, crime-ridden and filthy, still exist. As I turn a corner, I see a gang of ragged teenagers bowl past an old woman, knocking her cane out of her hands. "Here, ma'am, let me help you." I hurry forward, picking up the walking stick. But as I reach out to hand it to her, she cowers from me, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. "I don't have anything to steal, so you can get away from me," she shrieks, exposing her black teeth before she hobbles off as fast as she can. No, not much has changed in Zetus. Here the strong take from the weak, the sick are left to suffer, and babies cry in back rooms, neglected and ignored. It had been a shock to go from this cruel, careless world to the white temples of Ethera. In my training, the clerics taught me this kind of evil flourishes when selfishness combines with a lack of discipline. Without sacrifice or order to guide people, they give in to their base instincts. But if we adhere to the rules of the temple, we can transcend our sordid instincts, just as Ethera transcended his mortal form. The slums thin out, replaced by busy shop fronts and market stalls. I stop by a carpenter's table, admiring his handiwork. "I'll take this," I say, holding up the toy figures of a wooden cart and horse.
Something for the little one, eh?
He says with a wink.
He'll be pleased with that. The wheels turn and everything.
His familiarity is strange to me. I'm so used to people ducking their heads in respect when I speak to them, offering me blessings in hushed tones. But, of course, I'm not wearing my bearer's robes today. As always, when I come to Zetus, I don't want to attract notice. "Thank you," I say, paying the carpenter and continuing on my way. Eventually, I arrive at the little black door with a basket of posies hanging above it. "Sophos!" My sister pulls me into a hug when she opens the door, her thin arms squeezing me with surprising strength. "So nice of you to drop in on us again. I know how busy you are." "I will always find time for you, Etia," I say as we step inside. "How are you doing?" Fine, she says, though she sounds a little breathless. "Are you sure?" "Yes, of course." She brushes her hair out of her face, and I notice dark circles under her eyes. "Olin has been asking after you." "He has?" Warmth flares in my chest at the thought, and I offer up the little wooden toy. "I bought him this in the market." "Oh, that's too kind. You'll spoil him, you know." "He's still young. He'll have time to learn about the perils of indulgence. For now, I think we can gift him a wagon without fear of corruption." I meant it as a joke, but something about my words troubles Etia. "Shall we go through?" I suggest when we've fallen into an awkward silence. "Yes, of course," she says, springing into action. We move into the little sitting room, and I regret all over again that I can't put her up somewhere better, not without drawing attention from temple officials. It has been 4 years since I found Etia, though I'd been searching for her for much longer. When a child is claimed by the Temple of Ethera, they are meant to cut all ties with their kin so that the temple can become their new family. But I never stopped thinking about my sister, that scrawny, resilient little girl I'd left behind in Zetus. I'd been convinced I could reconnect with her without sacrificing any loyalty to the temple, and when I became a bearer with access to more freedom and resources, it felt like the gods were opening the door for me. I would just check on her, I told myself, just to get reassurance she was alive and well. But when I finally did find Etia, near starving on the city streets with a newborn clutched to her chest, I knew my destiny was to help her. Since then, I've had to keep my visits to Zeta's secret, but I've watched her and her son Olin flourish. We find him seated on the rug in the sitting room, his black hair sticking out at odd angles as he chews on a slice of apple. "Fossy!" He lifts his hands up when he sees me, asking for a hug. I swing him into my arms and watch his eyes sparkle with delight. "Hello, Olin," I say. "I have a present for you." I show him the wagon and enjoy his fascination as he spins the wheels. "Thank you," he murmurs, not taking his eyes off the little wooden contraption. I chuckle. "Here, let's put it on the floor and see how far it will go," I say, placing him down. "Etia, could I trouble you for a glass of water?" "Yes," she says, but she doesn't move. Olin slides the toy across the rug and makes a frustrated noise when it only rolls a few inches. "Let's try moving the rug," I say, bending down beside him. "It'll go faster on the wooden floor, I bet." I glance up at Etia, who still hasn't moved. "Is everything all right?" She says nothing. Olin pushes the wagon hard, and it careens toward the wall. "Look, Fossy! Look how fast!" The wagon smashes against the plaster, causing the little horse to snap from its twine reins and go flying. "Oops," I say, going to pick up the horse. "Maybe moving the rug was a bad idea. Never mind, I'm sure we can fix it." But Olin is already distraught, his face crumpling. Etia hurries over to him, grabbing his hands. "It's all right, Olin. It's all right. Mommy will fix it. Please don't get upset." I frown, because her tone is frantic, panicked tears shining in her eyes. "Don't worry, Etia. It's only a—" But now I see what has her so on edge. Though her hands are wrapped tightly around his fists, they can't hide the golden glow emanating from between his fingers. I know the color of that light too well. "Etia," I gasp. "Do you know what that is?" She looks up at me, and the tears stream down her face. "Please, Sophos, I don't know how it happened. I swear we didn't do anything. He didn't do anything. It just happened." "When?" I demand. "When did he first show signs of the god's magic?" "About 3 weeks ago," she sobs. "I've barely let him out of the house since then. But look at him, Sophos." She's clutching Olin to her, the boy staring out at me from under his black hair with large, frightened eyes. "Do you really think he could have stolen his power? He's just a child." My heart beats heavily in my chest, and I feel nauseous. A heretic? Here? In my sister's house? I don't understand how it's possible. She is a good, gods-fearing woman. I know this. And yet, here Olin is, tainted by stolen magic. "It must be some kind of accident," I say, dazed. "Perhaps some neighbor has been leading him astray. Maybe if I just explain to the Grand Bearer—" "No!" Etia screams, grabbing my sleeve. "No, Sophos, I beg you.
You know what the Grand Bearer will do. He'll take him from me, Sophos. I'll never see him again.
Olin's cries rise up above my sister's sobs, shaking his entire body. I don't think he really understands what we're saying. He's just scared because his mother is scared. He's so small, and I picture him now under his Grace's hand, the power being drawn from him as he is cleansed. I hear the crack of his bones as they break and see the red of his blood spreading across a marble floor. My whole body recoils at the thought. I stumble into the kitchen, pouring some water to try to settle myself. Etia follows me. I know she's staring at me, terrified, waiting for me to pass judgment. I cannot meet her eyes. Can I bring that fate onto Olin, even if he has stolen celestial power? But what if that's the point? Maybe the gods are trying to test my loyalty to the temple.
Sophos, please, talk to me,
Etia says miserably. I need to think, I say, after I've choked down some water. It tastes sour on my tongue. If there's a way to save him, I will find it, I say. But for now, we should keep this between us. The temple has its systems in place for good reasons, but sometimes they can lack nuance. I won't tell anyone about Olin until I've found a course of action. I walk over to her, touching her shoulder. But you must promise me something in the meantime, I say.
What is it?
She asks, her voice a whisper. You must stay here and keep him hidden. Have him wear gloves if you must take him outside. If you leave Zetus, or if the temple finds out about him first, I won't be able to help you. She nods.
I've been praying to the gods every day, Sophos. I know you came today because you're meant to help us.
Fear coils in my gut. I hope she's right to put her faith in me. Because as I look into Olin's face, so young and innocent, I find my own faith shaken to the core.
Chapter 34. Morgana. It's dusk when we reach Hallowbane, the sun dipping low over its mix of gaudy wealth and harsh poverty. Damia and Stratton flank Tira and me on our horses as Leon rides on ahead. 5 humans fan out around us, members of the Hand Harmon insisted we take with us, including the person I've by now realized is his right-hand woman, Esther. The rest of the Fae soldiers stayed behind in tread with Alistair and Dots. Alistair's not yet well enough to travel, and Leon didn't want him left alone with the rebels. It felt strange to split the group up, but I understand Leon not being ready to fully trust Harmon yet. Not far now, he says when I draw parallel with him. Do you think he'll be happy to see us? I ask Riley. Probably not, but if this information is as important as your brother claims it is, Waidstaff will see the advantages of getting it for us. I study Leon's face. I know he's not happy about us deviating from our original plan, trying to uncover Kaladin's secrets instead of just going straight to Elmir and killing Oklana, not to mention the strain of working with the Hand after the years he's spent hating them. Speaking of which, what were you talking to Alistair about at the Crossed Keys? I ask, right before we left. I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but I want to see how honest he'll be. His eyes slide toward me. We were talking about his power, discussing when he thinks it'll be back to full strength. Any particular reason? I ask knowingly. If there's truth to be had about the death of my parents, it won't come easily, Leon says. The members of the Hand are used to living covertly. They're the type most resistant to Alistair's power. Members of the Hand? Like my brother, I say. Leon meets my gaze, but doesn't deny it. This is the uneasy reality we have to accept at the moment. We're playing by Harmon's rules and keeping a wary eye on him at the same time. Suddenly, Leon stiffens, and Damia draws up beside us. We're being watched, she murmurs, and Leon nods. Yes, I feel it too, Leon says. My heart rate picking up, I glance around us, looking for some kind of movement in the shadows. We are at a crossroads where the alleys of Hallowbane open up into a main street. The windows in the houses around us are mostly dark, and the nearest shop front is boarded up. We should get off the crossroads, Leon says. We're too vulnerable here. The clatter of something collapsing in one of the nearby alleys has everyone drawing their swords. I grab my knife from my belt and concentrate on readying my magic, trying to see into the dark. Something dashes past my vision to my left, and I whip my head around in time to see Esther being pulled off her horse. She cries out but fights back against whatever's grabbed her, and the rebels rush to help her, blades flashing. Moments later, they drag a body around from behind her horse, and my heart stops for a beat before I realize it's not Esther. She follows behind. Her sleeve is ripped open, and the blood is dripping from a deep scratch down her forearm, but she looks in far better shape than the creature on the ground. It takes a beat before I can even identify it as a person, or rather, what's left of one. His face is the gray of rotting flesh, his mouth an open, oozing black hole. He's dead, his torso all but split in two by the rebels' weapons. But I'm sure he must have been dying before today. His hands are contorted into claws, and I notice several fingers are missing, the wounds old and congealed. "What is that?" Tira gasps. "The ruined," Esther says, grabbing her horse's reins. "We need to go. There'll be more." As if her words have summoned them, a host of heavy, rasping breaths come from the alleyway to my right. "Back up," Leon shouts. Stratton and Damia draw their horses tighter around Tira and me as 3 more gray-skinned beings sprint out of the darkness toward us. Stratton pulls something from his belt. It looks like a glass jar of water, and hurls it at the nearest attacker. It explodes upon impact, searing red burns across his skin. The man stumbles but doesn't stop moving, unconcerned by the sizzling of his flesh. Damia grunts behind me, and I look down to see another one of them attacking her horse, while more of the ruined emerge from the alleys behind us. Damia's got a blade embedded in the creature's shoulder, but that doesn't deter him. He already has several gouges in his face he doesn't seem to have noticed, one so deep I can see his teeth through it. I pull my horse around as best I can and bury my knife in the ruined's neck, pinning him between our 2 blades so he can't move. "Hold tight," Damia grunts as she puts all her weight into her sword, the blade sinking deeper. The gray-skinned man barely reacts to the fact he's being slowly decapitated, continuing to try to rip and tear at Damia with his rotting hands. She kicks them back with her foot to avoid the worst of his scratches until his movements start to slow. I look away, feeling dark blood pour over my fingers and wondering how people don't vomit in the middle of battle. Then his arms finally stop scrabbling, and Damia puts her foot against his chest, shoving against him so our blades slide free and his body hits the ground. I look up to see one of the rebels lying dead on the ground, his neck at an odd angle, but everyone else seems to be holding their own, and Leon is in his element. His sword spins so fast it's a blur as he slices through body after body. Then a high-pitched scream pierces straight through my heart. I recognize it instantly. "Tira!" I shout as I whip my head around to see she's down off her horse, 2 ruined dragging her across the ground. Terror tunnels my vision as my blood boils in my veins. I throw my hands out and shoot a pair of blazing sunbeams across the street, burning holes straight through the backs of Tira's attackers. They fall instantly, and I sprint toward my friend, grabbing her to me. There's a scratch across her neck, and her clothes are torn up from being dragged, but she looks otherwise okay, until her eyes go wide, looking past me. "What's happening?" she gasps. I turn to see shadows flooding the crossroads, swallowing up our friends and the creatures, who seem to be multiplying by the minute. I hold Tira tight, conjuring up some more of my sunlight to protect us in the gloom. But the shadows retreat almost as quickly as they came, and when they're gone, I see each of the ruined men and women have abandoned their attacks on our group. Instead, they're battling each other in the center of the crossroads, fighting over something on the ground there. It's a storm of gouging, tearing limbs, of the noise of breaking bone and ripping flesh. "Finish them," Leon growls, but he doesn't leave anyone else with much work to do, cutting through the ruined like sheaves of wheat in a field. They seem unable to save themselves, to fight back or escape, too rabidly focused on whatever's on the ground. In moments, they're nothing more than a pile of cooling corpses. Damia reaches in among the bodies and pulls out a torn bag about the size of my fist, leaking a dark powder. I'd be careful with that if I were you. A voice comes from the shadows. Corin Waitstaff steps out into the light, followed by 4 burly men. While our party is scratched and bloody from the fight, he looks as flawless as always, a dark suit complementing his black hair, tied back with a ribbon. What is it? Damia asks, holding the bag further away from her. The only thing that will distract a ruined, Corin says. More of the medicine that made them what they are. Warren, would you dispose of that for us? One of the burly men steps forward and takes the bag from Damia with a gloved hand. With the other bare palm, he conjures a flame and burns the bag to ashes before our eyes. Now, if you wouldn't mind coming with me before you make more of a spectacle of yourselves, that would be appreciated, Corin says. His words are casual, but a brightness in his eyes makes me think he's genuinely nervous. Spectacle, Leon growls. Apologies, Your Highness, Corin says. Were you wanting to attract every cleric in this city with your activities? His eyes sweep the crossroads, as if expecting to see scarlet robes coming toward us already. If not, we need to get inside, quickly. We gather ourselves and our horses. The rebels lift the body of their fallen member, Laffin, I remember his name was, and secure it to the back of his horse, tethering his animal to Esther's so we can lead it through the streets. The members of the Hand look grim, but resigned. After their failed mission the other night, I'm coming to understand that death is a normal part of their lives, the inevitable sacrifice they make to further their goal of undermining the temple. I wonder what it must be like to believe in something that much. I'm still trying to decide whether I believe in the future Harmon sketched out for me in Tread, one where I'm queen, accepted by my people, and the temple's hold on Trova is wiped away. I recognize these streets. We're not far from Corin's gambling den. I don't bother asking the crime lord how he found us. I imagine he makes it his business to know what's going on in his neighborhood. Instead, I ask him about the ruined. You said medicine made those things, I say. What did you mean? Corin sighs. Their condition is a side effect of having exiled dryads in the city. Healers, no longer bound by their vow to do no harm. Some become interested in making a quick florin and experiment with their viatic magic, with dangerous results. I remember the house of the healer we visited when we were last in Hallowbane. It had graffiti scrawled on the side saying, Ruin Maker. That healer seemed wise and cautious, and I don't think he's one of the dryads Corin's talking about, but someone certainly seems to think he is. So what is this medicine? What's it supposed to do? I ask. It's called Ephilin. Once taken, the user is condemned. They will die in a matter of months, and there is no way to save them. But during that time, they are consumed by a constant euphoria and feel no pain. I stare at him. They didn't seem very euphoric to me. Maybe not outwardly, but in here, he taps his head. It's supposed to be all sunshine and rainbows. 1 dose is all it takes. They don't actually need more. But they'll still go after more of the drug if they see it. And when it's not there to distract them, they'll give in to other impulses. The drug makes them intensely strong and violent the closer they get to death. Why would someone take a drug like that? I ask, appalled. Corin smiles at me sadly. Your Highness, people will find all manner of ways to abuse themselves for a few moments of happiness. And for someone in unimaginable pain, ending their life in blissful oblivion might sound worth the price. I've heard of drugs like this, Leon says, joining in, but I've never seen it in action. Why isn't anything done to stop it? Surely no one wants these things roaming the streets like this. Today was a particularly bad swarm, Corin concedes. Not that there's any such thing as a good number of ruined, but nothing ever gets done about it because this is Hallowbane. The city has already been abandoned by the authorities. Occasionally, the temple sends some cleavers to purge the city of the ruined, but there's always a new crop of fools seeking out Ephilin. I bet you could stop it, I say quietly. Couldn't you scare these healers? Tell them there'll be consequences for making it? Your Highness, you've been back in Hallowbane 10 minutes, and you're already telling me how to run my business, Corin says archly. Of course I've considered it. But that's the problem with exiled dryads. My threats don't have much bite when they've already lost everything that's worth losing to them. We fall into silence as I think about the attack and what it cost us. Laffin's limp hand bounces against the flank of his horse. The rebels have accepted their loss stoically, but I shudder when I think about how close Tira came to joining him. I fall back beside her now, eyeing the scratch on her neck. "Are you okay?" I ask. "Fine," she says, though her hand automatically goes to the injury as if she's trying to cover it. "It's okay if you're shaken up," I murmur. "Those things were horrible. I really thought—" I don't finish my sentence, not wanting to give voice to my worst fears. Tira shrugs and gives me an awkward, strained attempt at a smile. "How many times did it take someone trying to kill you until you got used to it?" she asks. But I can't turn this into a joke, even if that's clearly what she wants. I drop eye contact and notice the empty scabbard tied to her belt. "What happened to your knife?" I ask. She flushes. "I lost it in the fight. The Ruined knocked it out of my hand. We'll have to get you another one. It's not safe for you to go unarmed." "I'm fine, Anna, really," Tira says, an edge to her voice. "I didn't say you weren't," I reply, taken aback. We fall into silence after that, but the quiet only gives my thoughts more room to wander. By the time we reach the gambling den, I'm certain bringing Tira on this trip was a mistake. She has no idea how to defend herself, has barely even held a weapon before, and I've been selfishly dragging her around just so I can have the comfort of my friend beside me, no matter how risky that is for her. I won't make the same mistake again, especially when our lives are only going to get more dangerous.
Leon. Warren, will you take our guests around the back to my office? Corin directs his bodyguard when we reach the gambling den. It's nearly night now, and the windows of his establishment are ablaze with light, music spilling out of the doors as a uniformed boy exits to meet us and take our horses. Corin waits patiently, not batting an eyelid as the rebels remove Laffin's body from the back of his horse. But as much as his people might be used to dead bodies turning up, I understand why he wants to protect his patrons from the sight of us. Even in this city, corpses are bad for business. Warren takes us to a room that doesn't look much like an office to me. Bedecked in purple wallpaper, there's a desk in the corner, but most of the space is taken up by plump armchairs and low tables with cigar boxes on them. I count 3 separate drink cabinets, each with a different selection of spirits and set of glasses. The way Wagestaff does business looks more like entertaining people than anything else. The rebels lay Laffin down on one of the long sofas. His face is already waxy with death, and Warren, the bodyguard, finds a blanket to drape over him. I feel Anna's eyes on me and wonder if this small act of kindness has her evaluating again how I could be so cold. My thoughts are interrupted when Wagestaff enters, straightening his cuffs and leaning against the edge of his desk. "I'll cut to the chase," he says coolly, addressing Anna and me. "I currently have multiple temple officials upstairs, enjoying the pleasures my business has to offer. I know we've been friendly in the past, your highnesses, but I can't really afford to host you right now."
What kind of officials?
Esther asks abruptly. Wagestaff gives her a hard stare.
"Not that it's any of your business, ma'am, but senior clerics. Meaning that if you're caught with Trova's fugitive princess, your fate won't be much better than hers."
I shift at the hint of threat in his tone.
"We don't want to stay,"
Anna says. Relief passes for a moment over Corin's face, but it's quickly replaced by suspicion.
"Then may I ask what your business in Hallowbane is?"
"You,
She says.
or at least something you can help us with. Esther?"
She gestures for the red-headed woman to take over.
"Mr. Wagestaff,
Esther begins.
we're members of the Hand of Rallis, and—"
The change in Wagestaff is immediate. His mild expression twists into anger and he leaps up from the desk.
"Not this again! I told you to stay away from me and my businesses. Now, get out!"
Shadows swirl around his feet like hungry sharks. and the rebels stiffen, but don't move.
They're here with me, Mr. Wadestaff.
Anna reminds him. He turns his rage-filled stare onto her. The veneer of charm is gone, and in its place stands a violent, dangerous man. I step between them, my hand wrapping around the hilt of my sword, still bloody from the ruin I slaughtered less than half an hour ago. "Watch yourself," I say, my voice rumbling like thunder, "or I'll bring this whole building down on your precious customers' heads." It's enough to remind Wadestaff who he's dealing with, and he steps back, working to pull himself together again. "Smart," I say. He glares at me, but turns back to Esther. When he speaks again, his voice is ruthlessly controlled. "I've told you people I'll have nothing to do with you. Not after what you did to Marina." I blink in surprise. His control broke on that last word, and there was so much pain in the way he said the name. A deep, raw hurt. It's like someone's taken a piece out of him and left a gaping hole I couldn't see before. It unsettles me.
We didn't do anything to her,
Esther snaps.
It was the temple that slit her throat, not us.
You're the ones who put her in that room, trying to get answers. You're the ones with her blood on your hands. Wadestaff rounds on the rebels. The shadows are climbing the walls now, swallowing up the purple wallpaper.
Marina was the informant you told me about before,
Anna says in a tone of realization. Ah, yes. She'd said Harmon had had a spy in Hallowbane who was murdered by the temple. But I don't recall any mention of the woman being someone close to Wadestaff.
Yes,
Esther continues.
And she was a brilliant asset. We were all devastated to hear what happened.
She was more than an asset, Corin spits. She was everything. Don't talk to me about devastation. You didn't have to find her, or hold her cold, blood-soaked body as you closed her eyes. Tears are shining in his own eyes, and agony radiates from him. Agony and love. The gut-wrenching, bone-aching kind you feel when a gory memory is all you have left of the person you adored. As he describes the scene, I find myself picturing it. Only instead of a stranger's face, there's Anna, fatally pale and splashed with crimson. I shove the image from my head. It doesn't bear thinking about. No matter what it takes, I will never, ever let that happen.
I'm sorry, Corin,
Anna says softly.
Many of us have lost someone at the hands of the temple. That's why we're here.
Wadestaff's shaking his head violently. And how many more have to die before the Hands Crusade leaves us in peace? You'll accomplish nothing but a bigger body count. The temple owns us all, and you're fools to think otherwise.
Marina thought otherwise.
We all turn to the door, and I recognize the speaker as the hostess from our last visit here. The pretty smile she usually turns on Wadestaff's customers is gone, replaced by a determined stare. Rosa, what are you doing here? Wadestaff demands.
Warren told me what was going on, and you can't get mad at him either. Marina was my sister, and she'd want someone speaking up for her in all this.
That's what I'm doing, he bites back, but Rosa shakes her head.
She knew what she was getting into with the Hand. She was sick of us all bowing, scraping to the clerics and their lies. She knew things needed to change, and she wanted to be a part of it. She's not the only one either,
she says. What are you talking about? Wadestaff says, wary.
A lot of the girls want to pick up where Marina left off. I have 4 of them waiting out there, ready to talk to these people. They want to help the Hand. Are you going to forbid them doing it?
Wadestaff gapes at her. These people just want to use them.
And you don't use them?
Damia pipes up scornfully. He turns to glare in the soldier's direction. I keep them alive. I keep them safe.
You're a hypocrite,
Damia says, her voice rising until she's almost shouting.
If you're happy to take the blood money of the people who killed your lover, then that's your choice. But you shouldn't take away these women's choice to fight back in their own way.
their silence. Damia can often be cutting with her words, but right now I can tell something more is bubbling close to the surface. She took a stand against her clerics, only they took the form of her family and their group of Morellium fanatics. She can't stand it when strong people stand back and do nothing in the face of corruption. I can see her words have touched a nerve. The look Wadestaff gives her is full of both fury and pain. And when he speaks, his voice vibrates with emotion.
You can think what you want, Fae, but I see my people as something more than kindling to throw in the fire of someone else's cause. I value them too much for that.
Rosa sighs.
But what about what Marina valued, Corin? What about what she'd want?
She's dead, he snarls.
Exactly. And don't you think she'd want her death to count for something?
Rosa throws her hands up, tears dripping down her cheeks.
You can make that happen. Let me bring the girls in. Let them hear what the Hand are proposing and decide for themselves.
Wadestaff's shoulders sag. He looks like a hollowed-out man who realizes he doesn't have the weight to stand against this tide. Finally, defeated, he nods.
Thank you,
Rosa says, wiping her face and stepping quickly to the door. She beckons in some scantily clad women, who look around excitedly. Don't thank me, Wadestaff murmurs, turning away from us all. I feel sorry for him, uncertain I could survive the loss he's endured. More than that, I understand him, because I think he has a point. The women Esther's sitting down to talk to look too full of life for this dark, dangerous task. They nod eagerly as the Hand members go over the information they're looking for, and they preen with pride when Esther brings up their ability to discover Kaladin's plans. The rebel is good at making them feel important, emphasizing the contribution they'll be making by seducing the clerics and asking the right questions. Anna watches on, and I see the discomfort in her face, too. Now that they're in front of her, she's realizing the danger these women will be in. But she doesn't interrupt. Maybe she's finally grasping some of the hard, necessary costs of the battle ahead. The lesson she's learning is one I picked up long ago. In war, you always find the price you're willing to pay for victory, for survival.
Chapter 35. Morgana. I've been basically stalking the man, Alistair says. He's starting to notice. I sit with Tira playing cards as Leon and Alistair argue in our room at the Crossed Keys. We've been back in Tread for 3 days now, and I can tell Leon is getting restless. He thinks we're wasting our time by focusing on this search for whatever Kaladin was hunting down, instead of strategizing how we're going to tackle Oklana. But I've insisted we sit tight for a little while longer, which means he's turned his agitation on Alistair instead. And yet, you've learned nothing, Leon says skeptically. Now Alistair's back on his feet again, Leon's not pulling any punches. Oh, I've learned lots about Harmon Sandale, like how he takes his tea and this funny noise he makes when he's thinking hard. I just haven't got the information you want. My power's still not back to normal. That Mal did a real number on me. I'll need more time. There's an odd note in Alistair's voice, and I notice a light flush on his cheeks. I wonder if he's embarrassed about not being able to work his magic. It must seem bewildering not knowing people's true intentions when you're so used to being able to just ask them. Besides, even when I do get my powers fully back, Alistair continues, he's going to notice me casually asking about any murders he was involved in 15 years ago. He's smart, and he'll see past the Sensic magic. Let him, Leon says. I have no issue with him knowing I don't trust him. Tira flips a card over, winning the hand, and I sigh. You're not concentrating, she chastises me. I'm not sure how I can concentrate when I'm stuck in the middle between Leon and Harmon, and being cooped up in this little town isn't helping. There's a knock at the door that Tira jumps up to answer. Deetis, one of the rebels, announces, Harmon's called a meeting. We have news. Told you something would turn up, I say to Leon as we ready ourselves to follow the rebel. Let's just see what this news is first, Leon mutters. We gather the rest of the Fae. Instead of going back to the cellar network under the tents this time, Deetus leads us into the outskirts of Tread, to something that looks like an outhouse behind a livery yard. "Where are we going?" Leon asks, clearly irritated by the lack of explanation. "Harmon's invited members of the Hand from the other bases. The usual cellars won't hold us all." The outhouse is built up against a thick wall of stone. I'd thought it was just a bit of old wall at first glance. Indeed, that's clearly what we're meant to think. But now I see that the stone is a natural formation. Deetus takes out a key and unlocks the shack, swinging the door open to reveal a steep incline down a path that must run beneath the rock. Incendi lamps provide light as we descend. The buzz of voices grows louder as we get deeper underground. The tunnel opens up into a cave that must be about 50 feet high. 4 long tables are arranged into a square at the center. 3 sides are filled with men and women ranging from around my age to the occasional rebel with wispy white hair. One table has been left empty, and while there's no break in conversation, eyes turn toward us as we enter. "How come you didn't tell us about this place before?" I ask Deetus. "Because your brother doesn't trust us any more than Leon trusts him," Alistair says frankly. Deetus doesn't deny it, merely gestures for us to join the meeting. Harmon is at the center of the table to our right, and once we're settled, he stands up. A hush falls over the group. "Our plans have borne fruit quicker than we expected," he says. "As most of you know, thanks to the help of Princess Morgana and Prince Leonidas, we established new spies in Halabane's pleasure houses." Eyes turn to us once again, curious and calculating. I pretend not to notice them, keeping my own fixed on my brother as he speaks. "They sent us a message yesterday using our Asteri network. They entertained a cleric who'd recently come from Bastion." I frown, murmuring to Tira on my right. "Where's Bastion?" "No idea," she whispers back. Alistair, who's next to Leon, overhears and answers in a murmur. "It's further west. It's the training school for the temple's acolytes." I blink at him in surprise. He really has been learning a lot from all this time he's spent hovering over Harmon. "While this cleric claims not to know what Kaladin was looking for in the royal territories, he did know what sparked this search." Harmon raps his fist on the table triumphantly. "It's a codex. The Codex of Atusa, to be exact." "Atusa the Seer?" one of the rebels asks. "Yes, which means the Codex is full of prophecies." I finish his sentence without thinking, then realize I've drawn attention to myself. I try not to blush as I explain. "I've read about Atusa. He was a scholar and a respected star reader as well. His predictions were reported to be quite accurate. But I thought all his texts were lost 1,000 years ago." "Well, Kaladin found them," Harmon says. "And according to this cleric, one of the prophecies has sent him on a country-wide search. Whatever he's looking for now must be worth killing the king and queen for." "It must be a source of power," Esther says. "That's all that greedy skunk wants." I'm inclined to agree. After all, he outlawed all Solari just so he could get his hands on our magic. "And this codex is in Bastion?" guesses one of the rebels, a man in his 50s with a scar through his eyebrow. "Yes, for safekeeping. Kaladin hasn't given up on the Codex, revealing more valuable secrets for him to decipher." "So what are you proposing?" I ask, though I think I can guess. "If we can get our hands on that Codex, we'll know what he found," Harmon says, driving his finger into the table for emphasis. "So, we'll just have to break into Bastion and steal it." The rebels take a moment to settle after this announcement. Deetus is the first to speak. "Didn't we learn our lesson after that warehouse about breaking into temple strongholds, rather than just torching the places?" His expression is dark, overshadowed, I guess, by the memory of that night. I can hardly blame him. I only saw the aftermath, and the vivid images are still with me. "Burning down Bastion won't help us much if we want to read this book," the man with the eyebrow scar replies. "The place will be a viper's nest," another rebel protests. "Baby vipers," Harmon says, raising an eyebrow. "The Bastion is full of acolytes, children and youths who've yet to graduate to cleric roles. They won't be fully trained, and the temple doesn't raise the cleavers there. They have a separate school closer to Kestis. With careful planning, we could be in and out of there without even needing to draw a weapon," Esther says, looking around for support. The others either meet her stern gaze with nods of approval or look away, unable to stand against it. This is the best piece of intelligence we've had on Caledon in a while, Harmon says. But we can't afford to sit on it for long. If we wait, we run the risk of the temple changing its mind and burying the Codex in some far-off place where we'll never find it, or destroying it altogether. If we want to seize this chance, we have to act fast. Let's vote on it, Esther says. The rebels in favor of Harmon's suggestion immediately lift their hands. Esther looks to us expectantly. You want us to vote too? I ask. Well, yes, seeing as I assume you'll be coming with us, Harmon says. Anyone who'll be putting their lives on the line with this decision gets a vote. That goes for our Felusian brothers and sisters too. I feel a ripple of reaction in the Fae on either side of me. They didn't expect to be included like this. As leader, Harmon's vote automatically counts for 1/3 of the votes cast, Esther explains. But if there's high opposition, he can be overruled. I raise my hand in favor of the plan, and so does Tira. I see Damia and Erix do too, as well as Stratton. However, Hillis, Faya, and Leon keep their hands lowered. I stare into Leon's face, looking for some hint as to his thoughts. Is this because he still doesn't trust Harmon, or does he think this whole mission is a mistake? But the shutters are down on his gray eyes, and he's too closed off for me to read. That just leaves Alistair. He hesitates, looking between Harmon and Leon. Then, with an apologetic glance at his captain, he raises his hand. I try to give him a look that says he shouldn't feel guilty. The votes are already overwhelmingly in favor of Harmon's plan. The hand clearly has faith in their leader, and I do too. I believe his cause is just, and his determination to make this world a better one is steadfast. But Leon sees the world in more complicated ways. To him, it's not about right and wrong. It's about survival and protection. His courage and strength have kept me alive and safe. More than that, they make him the solid, unshakable presence I always want to return to wrap myself up in and never let go. Those qualities may lead him to disagree with my choice now, but I can hardly resent that, not when I've come to need them so much. When I turn to him now, his eyes are on me, but I still can't read his face. The meeting's been adjourned until the rebels can draw up a preliminary strategy, and they're peeling away in small groups to discreetly leave the cave. You go back to the Crossed Keys, Leon says to me. I need to speak to Harmon. Anxiety gnaws at me. Be nice, I say. Or at least, don't be too terrible. That at least earns me a small smile before I leave the cave with Tira. I wonder how we'll get inside, Tira says on our walk back to the inn. Harmon and Esther seemed pretty confident they could pull it off, so maybe they have some tricks up their sleeve. Do you think there'll be a lot of security on this place? I mean, it's a school, so it can't be too bad, right? As she talks, the anxiety that flared up in the cave chews at me more ferociously. When I pictured this mission, Tira wasn't anywhere near it, but the way she's talking about it now makes it clear she intends to come. The last time I took her anywhere, she was nearly ripped apart by the ruined. Tira, about Bastion, I'm not sure you should go. Her shoulders stiffen. This is about Hallowbane, isn't it? It's about keeping you safe, I say, annoyed by the way I sound like Leon, and doubly annoyed at how much sense his perspective suddenly makes. And what about you? Tira shoots back. Do you really think after my entire family was killed, I'm going to let my best friend go off and do something dangerous without me? It's different for me, I say miserably. Why? Tira demands. Because you've got some big, scary Fae Prince watching your back? I wince at her tone. If she's upset already, she's really going to hate what I have to say next. But it does have to be said. No, because I can defend myself better. Tira, ever since I found out I'm a Solari, I've been training with the Fae, learning how to use my magic in combat, how to fight hand-to-hand and with a sword. I may not be an expert, but I can hold my own. Can you really say the same? I see the frustrated anger rise to Tira's face because we both know she can't argue this point. She's never had to learn how to use her magic like a weapon, or how to swing a blade. Why would she? She grew up happy and safe in Otskold, thinking she'd have an ordinary life, and that would have been entirely true if it weren't for me. I have just as much right to fight the temple as anyone here, Tira says. We've stopped behind the inn now, and she jabs her thumb against her chest. I've lost more than most of them. I can see how angry she is, and I know Tira's stubborn. It's one of the things I love about her. But that means I'm going to have to be forceful if I'm going to break through that anger and make her see sense. And that won't make a blind bit of difference when we're at the Bastion, up against clerics trying to murder us. If you want to fight the temple, I support you, Tira, but you have to work for it. You saw the rebels defend themselves against the ruined in Hellobane. They're trained in how to use a weapon and their magic. Right now, if you came to Bastion, you'd likely just get hurt, and that could hurt the mission, too. I reach out and take her hand, hoping it will soften the blow of my words. And I really don't want that to happen to you. Tira snatches her hand back, tears shining in her eyes. I can't believe you, she says. I was there for you when you had nothing. I supported you, but obviously I was wrong to expect the same in return. I want to keep arguing, to tell her I am supporting her. Instead, I let her storm away into the crossed keys. I hope she just needs time to deal with the disappointment and pain of being left behind. I'd feel the same. Maybe missing this mission will even give her a needed push, providing something to pull her out of her grief and give her focus. Right now, I need to focus too. The last time we went up against the temple in Otskold, I nearly died, but I'm stronger now. And this isn't just some heist we're planning. While we might be facing acolytes and clerics, in many ways this will be a direct attack on Kaladin and his goals. And I'm ready to take the fight to him.
Chapter 36. Leon. I tried to get Anna to leave Tread. I tried to convince her to abandon this idea of going up against Kaladin with the hand, at least for now. I wanted to get her to focus on Oklana before she became too entangled in one of their risky schemes. I guess I didn't try hard enough. Now the rebels are busying themselves around Harem, unfurling maps and making notes about this absolute insanity of a plan that's going to drag Anna directly into harm's way. I'd give anything to keep her out of it, but I know Anna will follow wherever her brother leads, which is why I have to get to him first. We need to talk, I say, stepping up to the table. The nearest rebel still looks at me as they work, a mixture of curiosity and unease. It's different to the outright fear I'm used to getting from humans when they know who I am. But I suppose if any group of humans is going to be accepting of the number of temple clerics I slayed in the war, it'll be this bunch. In some ways, I suppose I should be some kind of hero to the hand. And yet, they're still not completely sure of me, never quite comfortable around a man with so much death attached to him. Your Highness? Harmon puts the parchment he's holding down. Is now the best time? We have a lot of work to do. Now is the perfect time, I say, my response harsher than I mean it to be. After all, I'm trying to get this man to see things from my point of view. Harmon's eyes tighten slightly, then he nods. Very well. There's a more private spot this way. He leads me deeper into the cave toward a network of smaller caverns at the back. Harmon stops inside one of them, and I peer into the darkness, realizing they're not caverns at all. Where do these tunnels lead? I ask. Harmon shrugs. Various places, but I'm guessing at least one of them comes out near the Weirstones. When Harmon seems reluctant to answer, I straighten up. The passages through those mountains may be associated with the rebels nowadays, but I used them back before even your grandfather was born. Yes, and we appreciate having someone with so much experience on our side, Harmon says. If, in fact, you're on our side. He doesn't need to say the words for them to hang in the air between us. Beating around the bush has never worked well for me, so I cut straight to the chase. I don't think Morgana should go to Bastion, I say. Harmon tilts his head thoughtfully. Isn't that up to her? Fine, then. If you need me to say it, I want you to advise her not to go to Bastion. Why? Because it's not safe. My men and women told me how she fought against the ruined in Hellobane. She can handle herself. Irritation flares in my chest. I don't appreciate him acting like I think Anna is helpless or fragile. It's not about that, I say. Of course she's capable. But since this mission doesn't require her presence, it's better she doesn't take the risk. On the contrary, she's told me about her orbital abilities, and I think her powers could be very useful during the operation. Harmon counters. Useful enough that you're willing to stake her life on it? We're all staking our lives, Prince Leonidas. That's the nature of defying these Etherean extremists. I thought you, of all people, would understand that. I try a different tack. Still, she's your best bet at putting a ruler on the throne who will actually stand against the temple. Surely that's too precious to gamble with. Harmon's stare grows hard, and I think I may have offended him. That is not what makes my sister precious to me. Yet you'll still lure her to Bastion, I growl. I'm not luring her anywhere. She's a grown woman who can make her own choices. At last, there's a harsh edge to Harmon's voice. I'm making him angry, and I don't care. Not when he's lying to himself and me like this. Don't pretend like you didn't know what you were doing the day we arrived in Tread, I say. You knew she wanted allies, and you led her to believe the only way to get them was to join you on your crusade. How can you act as if it's solely my crusade when we have the same goal? Harmon demands, throwing his hands up in frustration. To start with, I snap back, Morgana's goals involve her actually living to see the temple fall. You seem less concerned about that. Do you really think you're the only one who truly cares about her well-being? Harmon scoffs. I step closer toward him, using my height to dominate the space. Maybe I'm the only one who cares about it enough. You're holding her back in the name of keeping her safe, Harmon says. She told me about Gallowing. I know she spent most of her life locked up by people who justified everything with the idea that they were keeping her safe. How are you any different to them? If you love my sister as I think you do, then you should be giving her the chance to achieve anything she wants, however dangerous the challenge might be. That's not... I gape at him for a second before regaining my composure. His accusations light a fire in me, as does his familiarity. He doesn't know what's running through my head. That's not what I'm doing, I snap. I'm nothing like your father and his wife. And I'm not like you either, using her for your own vendettas. It's Harmon's turn to take a step closer to me, his face contorted with anger. I've given my life to this cause over and over again, in nearly every conceivable way. Sacrificed more than you could possibly imagine. Because it's clear to me that you don't know anything about sacrifice. If you did, you'd let your own selfish desires go and give Morgana a chance. She'll already have enough to contend with trying to get her kingdom to accept her powers without some crazed Fae Prince getting in her way. My fingers twitch, aching to become fists that grind this ignorant human into the dust. It would be so easy, so satisfying. A matter of seconds, and he'd be pasted against the back wall of this cave. I stretch my fingers out, forcing them to relax, and let the urge for violence pass. I could show Harmon exactly how crazed I can be, but I can also resist the impulse. No, I won't play into his hands. Instead, I straighten up and turn to leave the side cavern. I can tell we won't see eye to eye on this, I say over my shoulder. So I suggest you start making your plans, and make them thoroughly. Don't have this mission become the reason we turn into enemies, Harmon Sandale. As I walk back up to the surface, I try to shake off the argument. I don't care what the Hands leader thinks. I know I will always do what's best for Anna. But maybe I have to work out what that is first. When I return to our room at the Crossed Keys, I find her upset, sitting on the end of the bed. She's digging her fingernails into the palms of her hands, the way she does when she's nervous or sad, and the sight of her in pain is enough to send a pang through my own chest. I sit beside her, taking her hands in mine and gently removing her fingers from her palm. "What is it?" I ask.
I told Tira I don't think she should go on the mission. She didn't take it well.
Anna looks up at me, her brows furrowing.
And please don't tell me you don't think I should go either. I can't take any more arguing today.
I don't like the idea, I admit slowly. But I also know you'll go ahead with it anyway, regardless of what I think. She searches my face.
Is it still because of your parents? You really believe the rebels were involved?
No, I say honestly. By now, I don't think I need Alistair's power to prove that, especially since I can tell he's reluctant to use it on Harmon. He spent too long with your brother, and now I think he rather likes him. Either way, I don't think Harmon has the answers I want. She strokes her thumb across my knuckles, encouraging me to go on. This is about wanting to keep you alive, Anna. This mission is risky, and... I stop myself, remembering her plea that we not argue. I'm pretty sure that includes trying to persuade her to abandon the plan altogether. Never mind, I say. Instead of talking more, I lean in and kiss her, soaking up the soft touch of her lips against mine, inhaling her scent like it's the last breath I'll take. Obviously, any attempt to change her mind would be a wasted effort. And yet, my gut still urges me to do something. I know where that instinct comes from. Fear. I looked into Wadestaff's face in Hallowbane and knew I couldn't survive losing my Marina. The memory of his pain has kept me up at night since, terrified that if I'm not careful enough, it will become my pain. Because you love her. I'd not been ready for Harmon to just come out and say it. Hadn't even been willing to say it inside my own mind. But it's true. I love Anna. Maybe I've been a little in love with her ever since she stood up to me in that inn in Otskold, and I've been falling ever since. But where does that leave me? I will do anything to keep Anna safe. Yet beyond that, I don't know what we can be to each other. Everyone seems to agree that what's best for Anna isn't a relationship with me. She's on a particular path, pushed toward a cause much bigger than her or me alone. I have no idea where I fit. I brush her hair out of her face, my chest full of the emotion I've only now been able to name. It occurs to me I could tell her right now, share everything that's in my heart. But no, that would be selfish. I won't say it so close to the mission, when she needs to be focused on the challenge ahead. She might even think I'm using the words to persuade her to stay. For now, I'll wait. Only when I know I have nothing to gain from the confession, when I know it's what's best for her, will I tell Morgana Angevir that I love her.
Chapter 37. Morgana. There it is, the cradle of evil. Harmon's tone is ironic, but as we bend to peer through the trees, a shiver still runs up my spine. Bastion lurks in the valley below us. Though it's surrounded by rolling hills and grassland, the temple's training school is cut off from it all by tall stone walls. From this height, I can see the buildings are laid out like army barracks, arranged in neat rows around a central structure that appears to be a sanctuary. It might look banal, but I get Harmon's point. This is the place the temple takes children to mold them into monsters. Eric's points to a group of red-robed figures standing outside Bastion's gates. There's the guards. Why does a training school need so many guards? Damia asks. Yes, is it to keep someone out or the children in? Alistair asks ominously. That's because of us, Harmon admits. We attacked this place a few years ago. We wanted to free the children and damage the buildings. We had some success with the latter, but since then they've raised security. And the children? Fae asks. We couldn't get them to leave. They don't need guards for the children because they have other ways of keeping them docile, Harmon says darkly. That's why we scheduled this for their prayer time. It's part of the plan. Come on. We descend the ridge, heading back down to the camp where members of the Hand are enjoying a last meal before we attack. The food is cold. We can't risk the smoke from fires giving away our presence, but I still enjoy the bread and meat packed up by Hedda's staff at the Crossed Keys. I left Dots there with Tira, hoping he'd be some comfort to her. But he'd whined the whole time I said goodbye, and Tira barely spoke a word to me, though she did hug me tightly before I left. "Your sensic magic will be a big help," Harmon says to the Fae as we eat. "It's an advantage we didn't have before. You're confident it'll work?" Several of the Fae give Harmon a withering look. "Yes, it'll work," Leon says bluntly. Alistair helps Harmon by explaining further. "Some of the clerics are trained to block sensic magic, the cleavers especially. But you said they don't keep any cleavers here, and the acolytes likely won't have the skill. That just leaves the grown clerics who act as the guards and instructors, but they won't be expecting sensic magic, so we can catch them by surprise." Harmon gives Alistair a grateful nod and glances at Esther. Then now, we wait. "Prayer time is at 4 o'clock, she says. "We've been over this, but I'm jittery enough that I'm glad for the review. That's when all the acolytes will be in the central sanctuary hall. And that's when they'll be most distracted," I press. "Yes, they meditate with communal chanting," Esther says. Mal, seated beside Esther, shudders. "It's creepy as fuck, especially with that incense they use." "Opios," Esther says. "They burn it to put them into a trance-like state, which makes them more suggestible. That's why they need to do it every day. It keeps them brainwashed and obedient." "A decade of opios, and of course those children are convinced they're doing the will of the gods, and that the temple is Aethera's righteous army on earth," Harmon says bitterly. I shake my head, horrified by the concept. Remember, that's why we're here. The thought calms my nerves and helps me refocus. We might not be able to save those children today, but by stealing the Codex and finding what Kaladin's up to, we'll be one step closer to defeating him and bringing the temple to its knees. Then we can make sure no child is taken from its family and warped by the temple again. The Codex is where I come in. We don't know where it is in Bastion, but if it's somewhere hard to access, my orbital power could be useful. Since I'm going into the complex, Leon insisted on coming with me, along with Eric's and Alistair. Harmon drew the line at any more than 4 of us going, arguing that trying to get too many people in would be sure to alert the clerics to our presence. For his part, he'll stay outside the walls, in case we need the rebels to cause a big distraction during our escape. "What kind of distraction?" I'd asked when we were planning things back in Tread. "I'm a geostree. Strong roots are my thing. I can grow them quickly enough to break stone apart if I find the weak points," he'd explained. "If we have to, we can bring down one of the outer walls and draw the clerics away from your group." Later, I'd teased Leon about him and Harmon sharing a Teriel element. He hadn't been amused. In fact, Leon has been quiet since we left Tread, even for him. I'm trying not to worry, but there's distance between us, and I can't put my finger on whether it's my fault or his. I know he's reluctant for me to participate in this mission, but I thought he'd accepted it. Then again, maybe not. I watch, unsettled, as he finishes his lunch and rises in silence, leaving the camp to go check on his horse in the trees. I follow him, needing this resolved. He's my anchor, and when I'm disconnected from him, I feel adrift. "You don't need to worry about me, Leon," I say. He has his back to me, and I reach out to place a tentative hand at the base of his spine. "Remember, Hillis will stay with the rebels, which means he'll be able to hear any signal we send from inside the complex and relay it to the Hand. We won't be alone in there, and it won't be solely on you to protect me." He turns, and I'm taken aback by the emotion in his eyes, the intensity. Without a word, he pulls me to him and kisses me so hungrily and ferociously, I think I might catch fire just from the heat of it. I respond in kind, gripping his shirt to force him closer, wrapping an arm around his neck so I can lean back and open myself to him, moaning as his tongue caresses mine. He steals my breath and my strength, my knees weakening from the pleasure rushing through me. And then, when he's pulled one last whimper from me and my mind is utterly hazy, he retreats. Leon gently untangles himself from me and steps back, his body language becoming stiff and closed off. What's worse is he won't meet my gaze as he turns and walks back toward the camp, leaving me alone and totally confused. Why is he so cold one moment and so hot the next? I understand that Leon might be afraid for me like I am for Tira, but that doesn't explain this back and forth. I can't shake the feeling there's something bigger he's holding back. Not a secret, but some thought that's giving a sharper edge to his fear. Yet I can't say what. I don't have time to work it out, however, because when I walk back to the camp, the rebels are packing up, preparing for their approach on Bastion. We split into our two groups, with Damia, Stratton, and Fae going with Hillis and Harmon, along with half a dozen rebels. My team includes members of the Hand, Mal among them, and Harmon addresses the rebels before we head down into the valley. The wall the entering party has to go over is close to the front gate, so remember not to make a move until your lookout sees the clerics leave their posts. Understand? Hillis, here, will use his sensic power once he hears the sanctuary bell ring for prayer time. Mal turns to Hillis. While the other rebels sometimes steer clear of him due to his intimidating size, the part dryad never seems fazed by the Fae. You said you could make people hear things, right? Mal asks. What are you going to make the clerics hear that'll get them away from the gate? An acolyte somewhere in the foothills shouting for help, Hillis says. You really think they'd leap into action for a hurt child? One of the rebels says skeptically. That's what they do in there already, hurt children. Even a villain likes to think of himself as a hero, Hillis says quietly. Especially those who don't get much of a chance to be heroic in their day-to-day lives. Harmon nods. Hillis is right. The clerics will go looking for one of their own, and that's when we'll strike. He looks around at the rebels, his earnest charisma ensuring every one of them hangs on his words. Stay alert, be brave, and have faith that we'll secure a win against the temple. Whatever Kaladin's been looking for, he wanted badly. Today we'll find out what it is. Tomorrow we'll take that from him too. There are murmurs of agreement from the rebels as Harmon salutes them. Freedom over fear, he calls. Freedom over fear, the rebels chant back. I join in, my heart lifting with the words. That's all I ever wanted, to be free and not afraid. My people want it too, and maybe today I'll help bring them closer to it. Harmon clasps my hand as we start to move out. Thank you, sister. We couldn't have gotten this far without your help. I nod in acknowledgement, warmth flooding through me. Be safe out there. You too. He smiles, and then we're turning away from each other, taking different paths under the leafy trees and into the shadows. I'm tense all the way through the hills, but the rebels and the Fae all know what they're doing. Eric's seems to be able to spot the easiest, quietest route from about a mile away, and the rebels have pored over maps to make sure we stay out of the line of sight of anyone at Bastion's gates. We reach the outer wall in good time, fanning out along it. Then we take a moment for the four of us, me and the Fae, to don our disguises. It feels wrong wearing the red of the temple. All on its own, the color makes me vaguely nauseous, but I pull on the robes anyway, hoping I won't have to wear them for long. One of the rebels sits down in the grass and concentrates. About 3 minutes later, a flash of movement in the grass catches my eye, and a small brown rabbit hops right into the woman's waiting hands. She stares into its black eyes for a moment, then releases it, and we watch the rabbit bound around the corner in the direction of Bastion's gates. Well, that's the cutest lookout I've ever seen, I whisper, and Alistair chuckles quietly. We wait, and every minute we stand exposed against the stone, I picture the clerics on the other side, preparing to attack us. An excruciating amount of time later, we hear the chiming of a bell from inside the walls and the rumbling of hundreds of feet heading in the same direction. Prayer time, Mal mouths to us. A few minutes more, and the noise of acolytes piling into the sanctuary has died down enough for me to make out some raised voices. The rabbit comes bounding back into view, its nose twitching excitedly. Time to go, the woman says, and the rebels gather around me, Leon, Alistair, and Eric's. We've practiced this at the base, but I still look to Leon for reassurance as thick vines start to wind their way up the wall thanks to a Geostri rebel. Another, an Asteri, crouches by my feet, producing hazy patches in the air to serve as steps. Eric's and Leon take the vines, climbing them with so much grace and ease I feel like a stumbling toddler trying to navigate my route up the wall. Don't overthink. Alistair reminds me as I step onto the first hazy spot, letting it take my weight, then hauling my foot up to the next. That's this Asteri's gift. She can pressurize the air so that it's almost a solid surface, but only for a few seconds. I move from point to point until I can hook my arms onto the top of the wall and pull myself up onto it. The roof of a laundry house sits just below the wall, and I quickly roll down onto it before anyone can spot me. That's why we had to come over at this point. It has the best cover. Leon's already waiting on the ground with Eric's. I scooch down the edge of the roof and allow him to lift me down the rest of the way. Alistair follows close behind me. Right. Eric's gives me a rare grin. Let's go cleric hunting. We're counting on at least one of the senior clerics considering themselves exempt from the ritual of the daily prayers. I keep my eyes peeled as we move through the buildings for the telltale glimpse of red robes other than ours. I can hear the chanting from the sanctuary, a low drone that echoes through the complex. Mal's right, it is extremely creepy. A door closes nearby, and Leon sprints around the corner toward the noise. There's a muffled cry, and we hurry around to find him with his hand over a senior cleric's mouth, a blade against the man's throat. There's a codex Kaladin's been using here in Bastion, he growls into the cleric's ear, and you're going to tell us where to find it. Or I could just ask him, Alistair suggests. Might be quicker. Leon frowns at him. I thought you said you weren't at full strength. Alistair shrugs. I think I can manage this. He steps up to the wide-eyed cleric, letting his magic fizz around him. Where will we find the Codex of Atusa? Alistair asks. Leon removes his hand from the cleric's mouth, allowing him to answer. It's in the proctor's study, he says, looking at Alistair like the blonde Fae is his best friend. And where is that? Alistair asks. In the sanctuary, on the left off the main hall. Shit, I say. Most of Bastion is crowded into the one place we need to go. Thank you, Alistair says to the cleric. The man smiles, glad to have pleased his friend. Then Leon slides his blade across the cleric's throat. I look away as they hide the body in a gap between the buildings. It's not like I'm surprised at what Leon did. It was the simplest, safest way to ensure this cleric wouldn't be a problem for us. I still wish the death wasn't necessary, even the death of a child-stealing, brainwashing cleric like him. We get as close as we dare to the sanctuary for now, staring at its thick wooden doors. Now that we're closer, I can make out some of the words of the chant. To serve and obey the messenger of Ethera on earth, as the gods will it. To give all we are to him and be guided by his wisdom, as the gods will it. The idea of trying to sneak in there with all those brainwashed acolytes makes me shiver. What are we going to do? I ask. I say we go in, Alistair says. How? We don't have any idea of the layout. There might not even be another way in except for the front entrance. Yes, Alistair says slowly, and that's the one I think we should use. You think they're in so deep a trance they won't notice us? Eric's asks doubtfully. They won't if I help keep them in that state, Leon says. My eyebrows shoot up, understanding dawning. Dream magic can keep them from waking up from the trance? Yes, you heard Esther. They drug these kids up to their eyeballs with that opios stuff, Leon says. I can't send people who are fully awake to sleep, but I can control people who are mostly there already. We look the part in our cleric robes. As long as everyone is too far under to question why we're not taking part in the ritual, I can see us passing by without issue. I look at the doors to the sanctuary. The Codex is so close I can feel it, just beyond that entrance. Let's do it, I say. We gather together outside the doors. The chanting is close now. The sound thrums in my chest. Leon reaches for the handle and closes his eyes. There are hundreds of them, he says through gritted teeth. I'll only be able to help a little. We need to be slow and quiet. No sudden movements or noises that could break the spell. We nod, and then he twists the handle and eases the door open, inch by inch. A wave of voices washes over us, reminding me of the drone of an insect colony. There's a strong smell, too, the waft of something pungent and earthy. Leon notices me inhaling. We should be all right for a few minutes, but don't breathe in too deeply, he suggests. One by one, we slip inside. I see them, at last, rows and rows of yellow-clad acolytes, kneeling and staring straight ahead toward a tapestry of Aethera fixed at the other end of the hall. In each aisle, bowls of incense burn, the smoke drifting over the children. And they are children. The oldest ones, may be age 16, are at the back, but the acolytes' heights get shorter and shorter further up. Right at the front, I spot some heartbreakingly small figures. Leon signals to me to start moving, and we creep beyond the first row of acolytes. I risk peering into their faces. Their eyes are wide open but unseeing, and their lips move in perfect unison. "As the gods will it," they chant, over and over, interspersed with affirmations about the temple and their sacred duty. Blood rushes in my ears, and my heart beats so fast I'm sure they must hear it. But as we move down the left-hand aisle, no one raises the alarm. No heads turn in our direction. Leon's magic must be working. I'm concentrating so hard on watching them that I miss the uneven flagstone by my feet. I trip, and for a single, terrifying moment think I'm going to fall. Then Leon grabs me, strong arms steadying my clumsy body. Erix beckons us toward where Alistair is already standing beside a door off the hall. I move as quickly as I dare, eager to escape the sedated acolytes. But once we pass through the door, it's clear to us this can't be the study the senior cleric described. It looks more like a healer's room, with trolleys of glass bottles and metal instruments. There's a strange metallic smell in the air, and 4 marble slabs dominate the room, each big enough for a large dog to lie on. Or a child. The slab at the far end of the room is smeared with blood. I take a closer look at the instruments on the nearest trolley. "Come on, let's go, there must be another room," I choke out, desperate to get away as soon as I realize where we're standing. "What is this place?" Alistair whispers. "It's a sterilizing room," I say, feeling sick. "None of the clerics can have children. This is why. They must operate on the children when they first get here." Leon curses under his breath, and Erix is pale with rage. "May they rot in the Gloamlands for eternity," he growls. "Come on," I say, new determination burning in my veins. "We're wasting time." When we slip out of that cursed room, there's no change in the chanting acolytes. When we get a few steps further and see another room off the left of the hall, I pray we've found the place we're looking for. Relief floods through me as we're greeted by the smell of old books and ink. That feeling ebbs when I see just how many books fill the shelves. We'll need some time here if we're going to find the Codex. The prayer ritual only lasts for an hour, and we've already eaten a chunk of that up just getting into the complex. "Spread out," Leon orders. Alistair and I frantically start scanning the shelves as Leon and Erix rifle through the desk. We've only been searching for 5 minutes when all 3 Fae freeze. "Footsteps," Leon says. "Hide." Chapter 38. Morgana. I throw myself under the desk without a second thought, folding myself up into the deep footwell to make myself as small as I can. Panic sweeps through me when I see the Fae, for lack of a better hiding place, have piled behind the door. Whoever's on their way will notice the trio as soon as they come in and close the door behind them. The Fae will have to kill another temple member. And who knows if they'll manage it before they make a noise and wake up the whole hall. I swallow, readying my sunbeams in case I need to help, when the door starts to creak open. Then it stops, hovering ajar for a few moments before closing again. The Fae visibly relax, fanning back out across the room. "Do you think they'll come back?" I ask, climbing out from under the desk. "It was another senior cleric," Erix says. "And right now she's gone to sort out whatever it is she's realized she's forgotten." I remember Erix's sensic ability, and gratitude floods through me. "Good thinking," I say. I am about to dive back into searching the shelves when Erix frowns and moves toward the window. Both Leon and Alistair are looking in that direction too, something making them tense as they stare beyond the far wall of the complex. "What is it?" I say, frustrated by my weak human eyesight. I push my way toward the window and see there, past the wall, figures fighting. "Is that Harmon and the others?" I ask, my blood running cold. "The guards must have discovered them," Erix says grimly, glancing toward the door. but no one's realized we're inside too. Otherwise, the alarm would have been raised by now. I stare hard at the distant fight, trying to make out what's happening. The clerics are easy to identify thanks to their red robes, and there seem to be a lot of them. Are they losing? I ask, my panic rising. Hard to tell, Alistair says, and he sounds as tense as I feel. The fact most of the clerics are twin-blessed isn't exactly helping. That's enough, Alistair. We need to focus on finding the Codex and getting out of here, Leon says. But Alistair ignores him, gasping and rushing to the window. What happened? I demand. I can hardly make out anything from here. It's Harmon, Alistair says, looking pale. He's injured. I can't tell how badly. My panic spikes, my mind filling with images of my brother lying pale and lifeless in the fields around Bastion. Just another person to bury. Am I destined to have everyone in my family stolen from me? We have to go help them, I say, fighting to keep my voice quiet and even. We don't have the Codex yet, Eric grunts. I know that, I snap. It's the whole reason we're here, and it makes no sense to abandon the search as long as our presence remains undetected. But I also can't bear the thought of losing the only family I have. I turn toward Leon, a desperate plan forming. Leon, will you go help them? His face twists in surprise. And leave you here? That's not happening. Please, I beg. With your Teriel power, you could wipe out half those clerics in minutes. Then our side would have the advantage again. My priority is keeping you safe, Anna, he says, his gray eyes blazing with determination. Not the hand, not even my own soldiers. You're it. And the way he says that last line makes me feel like he means so much more. But I won't relent. I saved your brother. Now you have to do the same for me, I demand. Leon's eyes darken, and I suspect he's dangerously close to shutting himself off from me, disappearing into the role of warrior and soldier. If he does, it won't matter what I say. None of my appeals will reach him. That wasn't our deal, he says. Then do it because it's safer for us all, I say quickly. Hillis was supposed to relay the signal to Harmon if we needed a diversion to get out of here. If they're both preoccupied, they can't do that. And we might end up trapped even if we do find the Codex. Leon's clearly torn, and he glances at his soldiers, a question in his eyes. I swear, we'll keep her safe, Captain, Eric says. Alistair nods. Go, quickly. All right. Leon looks back down at me, and I see a flash of fear on his face. I'll put the acolytes in as deep a trance as I can before I go, but it won't last long. You need to be fast. See you on the other side, I say with a smile I hope tells him it's going to be okay. Leon gives me one last, longing look, then slips from the room. As soon as he's gone, we resume the search, but I'm conscious of how slowly we're having to move, picking through piles of books without making any loud noises. I don't risk looking out the window again. I've done what I can to help Harmon and the others, and I can't afford to be distracted. In a fit of frustration, I summon my orbital magic, pulling an entire row of books off a high shelf and bringing them down to spin around me. Watch out, Alistair whispers furiously as he ducks a heavy tome. I ignore him, focused on how fast I can read the book's covers like this, rotating through them just slowly enough to catch the first few words of their titles. I abandon that batch and reach for another. This time I'm only 3 books in when I see the telltale letters. The Codex of Atusa. It's bound in thick brown leather, a braided cord tied around it. It's here, I hiss in triumph and disbelief as I grab it from the air. It was just here, in among the others. It can't be that easy, can it? Alistair takes the book from my hands, cautiously flicking through it, checking for hidden protections or traps, I assume. This is it, he confirms. Would Kaladin really leave something so precious stacked on a random shelf like that? Eric says suspiciously. Alistair shrugs. Harmon said he found what he wanted already. Maybe this isn't so precious to him anymore. Well, we've got it. Let's not stand around scratching our asses, Eric says. Leon's sensic magic will only last so long. I fling the books back onto the shelves with my magic, and we exit the room, making our way quickly and quietly down the aisle toward the sanctuary door.
What are you doing? I freeze, and so does the blood in my veins, because I recognize the voice. Sophos. The bearer is coming up the aisle toward us, frowning. At the moment, I'm shielded behind Alistair and Eric's, but the moment he sees my face, all gloom will break loose. Why aren't you praying with the others? He demands. Alistair stalls, and I glance at the acolytes, surprised no one's been startled out of their trance. Then I recall Sophos's Asteri power, and realize he must have a bubble of silence around us so as not to disturb them. It doesn't matter, Sophos says. There's an attack on the northern wall. We need to gather as many senior clerics as possible to get down there and— 4 feet from Alistair and Eric's, he stops. I risk peering between their shoulders to see suspicion flooding Sophos's features. I don't know if he's noticed the Fae's glamours or recognized them from Otskold. Either way, Eric's and Alistair see his expression too and immediately reach for the blades beneath their robes. Eric's manages to draw his before Sophos attacks, but he's still too late. He screams, dropping his sword and clapping his hands over his ears as blood starts to leak from them. I know that magic. Sophos has used it on me before. And as Eric's falls to his knees, I realize it also means the bubble of silence around us is gone. A dozen acolytes snap their heads around toward us, ripped from their trance by Eric's scream. Shouts of warning ripple through the nearest rows, and when I look back toward Alistair, he's lunging at Sophos with his blade. The bearer is forced to dance backward. I shove the Codex under my arm, readying my sunbeam power with one hand, reaching out to grab Eric's under the shoulder with another. But he's not there. Instead, an acolyte stands in front of me, a dark-haired girl holding Eric's dropped sword. The blade is covered in blood. Eric's lies on the floor in front of her, blood welling from his throat. He frowns up at the girl, confusion on his face, and whispers something that sounds like a name. Then his eyes fall closed, and he goes still. I rip the sword out of the acolyte's hand with my orbital magic, smashing the pommel against her temple as it flies past. She goes down, stunned, and instinctively I reach for Eric's celestial flame. I know I can't heal him from a wound like this. I know it's not within my power to save him, and yet I still try. When I find nothing left inside him, not a flicker or spark, only endless darkness, something inside me breaks. I flood my magic into my veins until they're coursing with heat and spin around. Alistair, I scream. Duck. The blonde Fae is still swinging his sword after Sophos, but he throws himself to the ground without hesitation. I release twin blasts of sunlight from my hands, golden rays exploding from my palms. They sear across the sanctuary, glancing off Sophos' robes as he spins away. When the sunbeams hit the end wall, they burrow into the stone, leaving 2 smoking craters. An acolyte in the aisle beside me lifts a shaking hand, his eyes wide with horror as he points at me. Heretic, he screeches. Solari abomination. Chapter 39. Morgana. The acolyte's cry catches on, shouts about celestial magic rippling through the hall as children and teens jostle to see what's happening. Soon one of them will be as bold as the dark-haired girl who murdered Eric's, and I don't want to stick around to find out which one of them it will be. Not when this room is filled with hundreds of twin-blessed true believers looking to prove themselves to the bearer now getting to his feet 5 yards away. I sprint down the aisle, grabbing hold of Alistair and yanking him toward the exit. My eyes meet Sophos's for a second as we run past. It is just a second, but it's enough for me to be baffled by what I see there. Not hate or fear like last time, but something stranger. I'm disappointed to note that my sunbeams only burned a hole through his voluminous robes, rather than causing any bodily damage. Next time, when I'm not blinded by rage and grief, my aim will be better. But I have to live long enough for there to be a next time. We stumble out of the sanctuary into the complex, struggling to orient ourselves. We have to get back to the wall we came in over. But the thud of hundreds of people climbing to their feet in the building behind us tells me that won't be easy.
Hillis, we need that diversion, I call, praying to the gods that the Fae is still alive and that he can hear our message. We better move before we have company, Alistair says. He and I dart between Bastion's buildings as acolytes pour out of the sanctuary. I hear them spread out, and inevitably a handful of them pick up our trail. This way. Alistair yanks me around a corner just as a flare of fire explodes against the wall in a flurry of sparks. I look around us and realize I have no idea which way the laundry building is. We need to get closer to the perimeter, Alistair pants, reading my mind. We can trace our way back from there. We run for the outer wall, footsteps stomping behind us. A gust of wind like a battering ram nearly sends me and the Codex flying, but Alistair catches me, and I send sunbeams shooting wildly over my shoulder. There are some shouts of alarm in response, and the footsteps grow a little quieter. I don't want to kill any of these kids if I don't have to, but I have to keep them far away enough that they can't use their magic effectively against us. We hit the outer wall, and from here I can make out the sounds of battle on the other side. We can't be far from Harmon and the others. Hillis, really, any time now, I murmur through gritted teeth. The ground beneath us starts to quiver, and a rumble like thunder fills my ears. 6 acolytes reach the wall behind us. They're from the group of older teens and are therefore the fastest, but the confusion on their faces makes them look young. There, one of them shouts, pointing at Alistair and me. She steps forward and throws up a hand to conjure some magic, but she's struggling to maintain her balance on the shaking ground. Go right, now, Alistair orders, and as we hurl ourselves away from the wall, the ground beneath the acolytes splits open. I don't think I've ever seen Leon use his power on this scale before. The earth collapses like wet sand, disappearing into a rift about 20 feet wide. The acolytes plummet downward, their screams drowned out by the groan of the moving earth, but I see the fear on their faces before they vanish into the churning dirt. I would probably freeze if it wasn't for Alistair shoving me to keep me moving. We find the wall again and follow it until we spot the laundry building. Hauling ourselves up onto the roof, I'm relieved to see the rebels still crouched on the other side. I toss the Codex down to them, and they conjure their magic to help us descend safely. After that, the plan is that we go straight to a safe house near Kestis, where we'll meet the rest of the team. Just when I'm perched on the top of the wall, about to head down the other side, I look out across the complex. I can't see the battle raging outside the walls, but I can see the point where the buildings are shaking and rumbling like a great beast is about to awaken and erupt from the earth. Leon is there somewhere, alive and well and ripping the ground apart. It's enough reassurance for now, and I climb down to the rebels so Alistair and I can go with them to the safe house.
Leon. Red everywhere. In the swirling crimson of the cleric's robes, in the blood spilling on the ground, in the flames arcing through the air from the palms of Incendi. The hand members who provided our intel didn't know the number of clerics at Bastion. That much is clear. And with the temple's twin-blessed forces, the rebels should have been slaughtered twice over by now. But my soldiers have been here before, and we Felucians know how to deal with Aetherians. I block a projectile with my blade, the stone ricocheting off the metal with a clang. I spin and aim for the Asteri who flung it at me. He can't aim again in time, and I separate his head from his shoulders. A few feet away, a man laughs uncontrollably, tears of mirth streaming down his face as Damia runs him through. Another woman sobs behind him, gripped by an impossible sadness she doesn't understand. That sorrow is the last thing she feels as Fae finishes her. Anna. I don't know where she is or what she's doing, whether she's alive or dead. I sent the diversion after Hillis gave me the signal, but was it enough to save her? My heart thuds as I fight my way through the clerics toward the rebels. The hand members have allowed themselves to be driven up against the outer wall, trying to protect Harmon, who's slumped on the ground with a chunk taken out of his shoulder by a particularly nasty geostry spell. I throw a wave of my own geostry magic toward the clerics bearing down on them, and it reverberates past the wall and into the complex, making the ground groan as buildings shift. The clerics scatter before the ground can split open, giving me enough room to reach the rebels. Hillis is among them, using his size to shield as many as he can. "What's happening inside?" I demand. "Why don't we have news?"
"We do,"
Hillis says.
"The Codex team sent the second signal. They're heading home."
Home. That's the code for the safe house, where we'll meet when this is over. It means Anna is safe and away from this mess. It means they probably have the Codex, too. The mission is done, and we can leave this cursed place at last. "Retreat!" I bellow to the rebels and my soldiers. "Fall back!" Hillis hauls Harmon onto his shoulders, and we move as a group, blocking a volley of Teriel magic from the clerics as we go. We just need to get up into the foothills, and then we'll be shielded. This open ground around Bastion's outer walls is deadly, and a few more rebels fall as we withdraw. I see Esther in the grass, scrabbling to put out a fire on the leg of her pants as a red-robed figure approaches. I dart forward to cover her, only to recognize the face of the cleric stalking toward me. I lift my blade and bare my teeth. Sophos.
Morgana. The safe house is small, a cottage tucked in between two much taller buildings on a street on the outskirts of Kestis. Most people don't notice it as they pass, their eyes sliding from one large storefront to another, unaware of the secrets kept inside the little house. Right now, one of those secrets is me, pacing impatiently up and down the dusty kitchen floor. "Will you please stand still?" Mal groans. "Stomping around won't make the others arrive any faster." "Why aren't they here yet?" I ask, trying not to sound too panicked. "They shouldn't be taking this long." "There are many non-fatal reasons they might have gotten held up," Alistair says, but I can see on his face he isn't fully convinced. It's not like Alistair to sugarcoat things like this. The loss of Eric's has hit him hard. After so many years fighting beside each other, I imagine it's hard to accept that he's really gone. "We should go back out there," I say, wringing my hands. "Go find them." I don't think either of us can face the idea of losing anyone else today. "Absolutely not," says the rebel with the affinity for rabbits. "Harmon told us that once we got the Codex, our priority was it and your safety. Neither can leave until he's here." From the stubborn look on her face, it's clear she won't accept any arguments. After everything that's happened today, I really don't want to fight anyone else. I sag against a kitchen counter, reliving the moment when I turned and saw Eric's dead body. "He didn't say anything about my safety," Alistair says. I look up at him, hopefully. The blonde Fae stands, meeting my gaze. "I can go and try to find out what's happened," he says. "You stay here with the Codex." "You can't go on your own," Mal says, jumping up. "I'll come with you." Alistair raises an eyebrow, but nods. "You do owe me." He then turns and squeezes my shoulder. "I won't come back without them," he says, low enough that only I hear the promise. I nod, trying to shove down my rising dread at the thought of letting another of my friends out of my sight. The pair go, leaving me with a handful of rebels and the book we've fought so hard for. I clutch the Codex to me, feeling the grooves where the cord has cut into its ancient leather surface. Was it worth it? Can Atolis really tell us something that will make losing Eric's acceptable? There's only one way to find out. I slip into a back room of the cottage for some privacy, settling down on the lumpy bed in the corner. My hands shaking slightly, I untie the cord and ease the heavy book open, reading the first line I see. "The hawk of many faces will fly west when it eclipses the young sun." I blink at it. Is that a prophecy or some kind of riddle? The words are written in black ink, formed with wonky, curling handwriting. It looks like someone scribbled the thought down in a hurry. Below it is another similarly cryptic phrase, this time written in blue ink with a different quill, if the splotches on the letters are anything to go by. "Felucia's hand will shield the traveler's blessing, though not from Siga's falling tears." It goes on like that, pages and pages of strange pronouncements, sometimes using symbols, sometimes obscure names and references to lesser gods. How could anyone make sense of the meaning, let alone find a specific piece of information they're looking for? Fear nags at me as I start to question if we've been tricked after all. Could this really be the source of Kaladin's big, powerful secret? Something worth killing for? I go to close the book, then my eye spots a gap along the edge, a point where one of the pages has been folded over at the corner. I go to it, spotting the creased edges and slight smudges on the parchment. This page has been handled more often than the others. One word immediately jumps out at me. Palkir. I rush to read on. A daughter of Palkir will hide the power of the gods in the land of the crown, where it will grow to untold strength. I stop breathing, the hairs on my neck standing on end. Unlike the other prophecies, I understand this one perfectly, because it's about me. The power of the gods. Celestial power. A daughter of Palkir, my mother, surely. Elowyn was the first daughter to be born in his line after him. And the land of the crown? That must be the royal territories, the ones Kaladin was eager to search for this source of celestial power, where it will grow to untold strength. That must have tempted Kaladin, a deep well of celestial magic, waiting somewhere for him to drain away. He couldn't resist it, not knowing that the object he sought was me. Except, Harmon said Kaladin had stopped looking, that he'd found what he needed. Maybe once Sophos told him I was a Solari, it all became clear to him. My mind goes to the library at the Lyceum, Kaladin's black presence staring out at me from Parvis's eyes. He didn't want me dead because Kaladin knew I was the subject of the prophecy, the source of celestial power he wanted to claim for himself. I reach out to touch the words, wondering if they can actually be real. The black ink swims before my eyes. Just as my skin brushes the paper, the fizz of magic fills the air. I look around for the source, only to find it seems to be coming from the book itself. The pages rustle, though there's no breeze, and I immediately shout for the rebels as the Codex starts to violently shake in my hands. Hard as I try, I can't let go. Whatever magic is emanating from the book is wrapping itself around me, binding me to it. Trap. It was all a trap. The rebels run into the room. I just have time to meet their eyes before a powerful pulse throbs through me, and my vision goes black.
Chapter 40. Leon. For a few terrible moments, pain pierces my mind. High-pitched and sharp as a knife lancing through my ears. It punctures every thought, except for my focus on Sophos's malevolent stare. He must be responsible for this agony. Then something overtakes it, drowning out the sound, stabbing at my brain. Illis's voice, soft and encouraging.
Don't worry, Captain. I can block his magic. Just make sure you get the bastard.
A gentle melody plays in my ears as I tighten the hand on my sword, regaining control of myself. Sophos still stalks toward me, holding his blade low, but he pauses when he sees me smile at him. I'm afraid we're a bit used to your tricks by now, I say, and lunge at him. He's surprisingly fast for a human, graceful too, parrying and attempting strikes with impressive precision. He's practiced, but not experienced. That much is obvious when I surprise him with a block that allows me to spin my sword around and jab him in the chest with the pommel. He goes stumbling backward, and I step back from his flailing blade. Come on, I call after him, almost starting to enjoy myself. You'd think you'd do a bit better with the gods on your side, wouldn't you? His face twists in anger, and he charges at me. But I'm ready. As we clash, I let the metal of my blade slide along the shaft of his sword and catch against the handle. It throws his grip off balance, and as he tries to straighten, I bring my sword swinging down, connecting with his wrist. His hand hits the grass with a wet thud, and Sophos screams, staring down at the bleeding stump like he can't quite believe it.
There's more.
Illis's voice rings in my ears as I kick the bearer's sword away.
The acolytes are here.
I look up to see a crowd of yellow-robed acolytes chasing after the retreating rebels, picking them off with their dual powers. It'll quickly become a bloodbath unless the rebels have someone to cover them, or at least to make the ground dangerous enough for the acolytes to stop their magical attacks. My distraction is enough for Sophos. When I glance his way, he's sprinting back toward Bastion, just a glimpse of red robe disappearing around the corner. At least I got a piece of him, I think grimly, turning away from the pale hand lying abandoned on the ground. Sprinting after the acolytes and rebels, I reach my magic into the earth. Its tendrils stretch out, burrowing into the cracks of the grassland, forming a band between the members of the hand and the temple. I smile again as the ground begins to shake. Kestis looks like any old town in the moonlight. I suppose that's why the rebels picked it. And I find myself wondering exactly how many bases and safe houses they have planted in inconspicuous places across the country. Enough to wage a small war against the temple and not be wiped out, I suppose. It's actually pretty impressive. I think maybe I'm warming to them after I saved so many of their lives tonight. My power was enough to slow the temple down at Bastion, and most of the rebels made it out of the valley. The problem was that the temple sent in hunting parties after them, and my soldiers and I had to help them evade more clerics before we could safely make our way to the rendezvous point. On the way, we found Alistair, blind with worry, wondering why we weren't back by now. He settled down once we were reunited, and Hillis and Mal assured him that Harmon's wrecked shoulder wouldn't kill him. I'm not sure what I unleashed when I asked my friend to get to know the rebel leader, but that question was quickly overtaken by his news about Eric's. Eric's. That wonderful, cantankerous man. I saw Damia, in particular, fight to hide her tears, her serpent barb winding comfortingly around her arm. The pair had bonded in their cynicism, both hardened by a world that had taken too much from them early in life. He'd promised me they would keep Anna safe, and he kept his word. I can only pray that now he's living it up in the celestial realm with his wife and child by his side. Right now, all I want is Anna by my side, too, to hold her again and smell her jasmine scent. I know only that might ease the pain of this grief and let me shed the tension of battle. Without her safely in my sights, I can't accept any form of victory.
It's just up here,
Esther murmurs, pointing to a little cottage. My gut immediately twists, telling me something's wrong. I can spot it even in the gloom. The house is like a face with the eyes missing. Where are the windows? I dismount, sprinting toward the house and confirming my fears. The glass has been shattered, smashed inward, not outward, so that the shards litter the dusty floor inside. From here, I can see a body lying in the doorway between the kitchen and the back room. I throw myself through the empty window frame, my voice hoarse with fear. "Anna!" I shout. Relief floods through me when I see the still body on the floor is male. I leap over it, only to find 3 more corpses piled in the hallway. My heart beats hard enough to break my ribs. I bend to check their faces, all members of the hand. Their eyes are blank and unseeing, but otherwise they look untouched. There's no blood, no sign of magical injury. They're positioned as if they were heading toward one of the rooms, but that room is empty except for a rumpled bed and 2 more rebel bodies. I search every inch of the house, tearing it apart. Only when my soldiers wrestle me onto an empty chair can I accept what I sensed from the moment I saw the broken windows. Anna is gone.